rise above! It's the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, the most prestigious esports world championship, and welcome. We greet you to the group stage, day 2. Hi everyone, I'm your host, Matt Andrews. Now yesterday here we had the start of our tournament and our teams fought ferociously to get their competition started. Today, the stage is set for our other 6 competitors to heat up and begin their journey. We have Q9 Esports Club. We have Imperial from Brazil. We have Ranking Gaming from Vietnam, Anubis Gaming from Egypt, TeamMyth, another Egyptian team, and Celebi, all ready to start their journeys. Which of these teams will rise above and start writing their next chapter? It's the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. The stage is set, so let the games begin!
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 크로스파이어 최고의 월드 축제가 바로 이곳 환상의 섬 제주에서 시작합니다. 차이나, 이유메나, 아메리카 지역에서 각 3팀, 비엔남 2팀, 그리고 필리핀스 1팀까지 총 12팀이 최고의 무대에서 모든 걸 쏟아낼 준비를 마쳤습니다. 이번 여정은 12월 2일부터 12월 11일까지 총 10일간 제주도를 뜨겁게 장식할 예정인데요. 그중 12월 2일부터 6일까지는 그룹 스테이지와 와일드카드 경기를 통해 플레이오프로 향할 8팀을 가리게 됩니다. 최정상을 향한 팀들이 모인 만큼 상금 스케일 또한 대단한데요. 1위 50만 달러, 2위 25만 달러를 비롯해 총 134만 달러를 걸고 경쟁을 펼치게 됩니다. 특히 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널은 멕시코 이그라이 맵이 추가되면서 총 7개의 맵으로 진행이 되는데요. 거기에 새로운 맵 뱀픽 시스템이 도입되면서 색다른 재미를 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 이곳 힐링의 섬 제주에서 가장 아름다운 추억의 주인공은 누가 될 수 있을까요? 치열한 경쟁 그리고 힐링. 새로운 역사의 주인공의 탄생을 함께 하시죠.
Oh, what a beautiful place this is, as you can see there on the video, and it's pretty beautiful here in the studio as well. Welcome to Jeju Island. Welcome to the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Welcome to Group Stage Day 2. I'm Matt Andrews. Bench joins me again. We had some fun yesterday. Achilles and Valdez had some fun as well. Bench, it was a good start, wasn't it, yesterday? Some thrilling games.
Oh, definitely. Yesterday, the games were fun to watch. Fast-paced, though, 10-4, 10-5. A lot of rounds where teams just fell out, but at the same time, just getting steamrolls, teams getting steamrolled. It was fun to watch.
And that's why I think that yesterday wasn't a good day, because there was no map 3s. It was blowout after blowout after blowout. I want some tight-knit competition. I want to see teams go down to the wire. I want to see a third map. Show me Mexico. Show me Eagle Eye, these places that we haven't gotten to see yet. That's what I'm looking for today.
And you might be in luck, Achilles, because I think some of the matchups today will be a little bit closer. That's my expectation, at least. I don't think that we should have as many blowouts and maps as well. A lot of 10-2, 10-3, 10-4. Unacceptable. We need to have some closer games, and I think we will get it today.
Unacceptable performances. You hear that, teams? Do better.
Do
Say Valdez
better.
But
Says
do
the
better
man.
for longer.
Yeah.
Some of you do better, and then the rest of you do betterer, as we established yesterday.
Or the teams that won do worse, because then it'll be closer.
Interesting. We were on dead heat at the end of the group stages, and then we'll baffle the rulebook. Your teams for the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. We saw all gamers and Baisha Gaming play yesterday, get 2 wins. Q9 will see if they can complete that trio of Chinese teams. From Brazil, Extensi Gaming, Imperial, and Black Dragons. Well, it was Extensi who fell to All Gamers. Black Dragons who fell to Baisha. Imperial have got Q9 a handle in a minute. EU MENA's teams will get to see Myth and Anubis Gaming. They'll have their first matches today. Lazarus from Germany got a win yesterday. Vietnamese's Celebi and Ranking Gaming are coming too. And the Philippines of SGJ, they had a disappointing start to the tournament yesterday. The teams were all split into these 3 groups. So everybody is playing everybody else in their groups. The top 2 teams from each group will qualify to the knockout stages later on this 10-day tournament. Teams who come bottom in the groups are done at the end of the group stage, but the other teams have got a wild card opportunity, which we'll come to later. These are who stood out from yesterday.
Yeah, right off the rip, Zhao. This guy took the lobby by storm. What an incredible performance from him. This is one of my first times really getting a close look at his performance, and it was just absolutely off the charts. I mean, you see the KD that he finishes with, 2.09 at the end of it all.
Yeah.
This man was a one-man wrecking crew.
And ZQ as well, he didn't really show his performance, but at the same time, he was the one that was doing consistently at the same time. He was clutching 1v2s, he was popping off here and there, but at the same time, it was a little bit quiet. But at the same time, he did deal out 1,500 whooping damage and clutch the games for his team, All Gamers.
Yeah,
I think this is really interesting that 2 of those, Xiao and ZQ, from Chinese teams who won. So a little bit of shout is worthy to Will from Black Dragons, right, Valdez? They were on the losing end and they took the biggest defeat yesterday. He's still point and clicked.
Yeah, it's good to see. You know, I saw him at breakfast. He was very animated. I'm sure they're going to be champing at the bit here today to try to get that win later on. As you can see, here are the matchups. We have an extra best of 3 today, Matt. So a lot of crossfire today.
Yeah, we were gentle with you on day 1. Day 2, we got 4 best of 3s coming up. So we haven't yet seen Q9 or Imperial, Anubis or Ranking Gaming, TeamMyth or Celebi. They'll all be making their first matches in this year's Grand Finals. But then at the end of today, Black Dragons, off the end of that severe beating yesterday, they're going to get another go. Ranking Gaming will be their opponents in Group C's match 3. It's 2 games in a day for them. So if Ranking Gaming come off of a loss against Anubis, you're going to have 2 teams in the Group C match 3 at the end of today who both lost their opening game. Do or die time.
And that could be a really tough position to be in. You want to be able to come away from that first series with a victory so that you're feeling uplifted, you're feeling energized, warmed up going into that final set of the day. So Ranking, they definitely have their work cut out for them. If they can get that first win, I'd be hopeful for them at the very end. But if they come off of a loss, it's going to be a bit rough to try to bounce back after such a short period of time. You only got that one extra match in between as a bit of downtime to recollect yourself.
And especially if you think about how Black Dragons were coming out of a loss yesterday, so they definitely would have prepped so hard to win the game tonight. So Ranking, if they come out, start with a loss to begin with, then it's going to be hard to bounce back and try to beat Black Dragons.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is a really, strong opportunity there for Black Dragons to get this back in check. If you lose 2 games, you're not for certain out. Obviously, things are looking stacked against you. But like I said just now, the 3rd place in each of our groups does get a wild card fight after the group stage is over. You don't want to be in it, but you would rather be in that than leaving the venue. We'll get there 1 stage at a time. The first stage we're going to do is between the remaining Chinese team of Q9 Esports Club against the Brazilian team of Imperial. And look at this, our Portuguese casters, good to see you again, Danimo and Paulino, they reckon the Brazilian team of Imperial have got this one, whereas everybody else is a little bit more feeling like the Chinese will make this 3 wins out of 3 teams.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, although all of us have gone for Q9, Imperial are a fantastic team. I mean, I've seen this team succeed so many times, and they had a little bit of a stumble in the regional finals, but I'm sure they're going to be coming back really hard. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. The 2 Portuguese casters did go for the Brazilian team, but I think they might have a nice little dark horse victory here.
Yeah,
could happen.
They could. And they need it, because right now, Brazil, I mean, this could be them going 0-3 if Q9 wins, and that's going to be China 3-0. Like, they need to have this win for the region. So, as much as I did predict Q9, I would also love to see the victory coming through here for for Imperial, for the country.
That's it in Crossfire. China and Brazil have always been this strong rivalry. Back when we last did our most recent major event in an arena, Brazil turned up. They're the only country who've ever won Crossfire's Grand Finals other than China. So the rivalry between those 2 regions has always been strong. And yeah, so far it's 2-0 to China over Brazil in the matches that we had yesterday. So I just had a quick chat with Imperial before we opened the show today. like, yeah, they look ready. They look like they're happy, but you know what? So do Q9. Always. This is the Chinese team who are ready to play.
"大家好，我是晴九战队的沃夫。我们队伍是一支有老选手也有新选手的队伍，有很多新选手是第一次参加 CFS 比赛。晴九战队这一次和2020年相比的话，有了更多的新选手，但是呢，梦想和目标肯定是不变的，所以我觉得我们还是一步一步的走。虽然我们这一次参赛队伍里有很多年轻选手，他们是第一次参加 CFS， 但是我觉得拿冠军也不是不可能的。我觉得我们队伍的优势就是一是灵活，二是比较善于拉扯吧，然后也喜欢打一些出其不意的战术。我觉得这一次我们可以参加 CFS， 是因为我们队伍里的所有队员都很重要，缺一不可，所以我们才能齐心协力来参加 CFS。我们第一场比赛是对阵 IMP 的队员们都是 CFS 的老选手、老面孔。虽然他们的实力很强，但是我觉得我们的实力也不弱。我们这一次的目标虽然说是先进四强，但是如果真的是有机会进入决赛，那么我们一定会拿冠军。
I'm loving to see Wolf with his wolf there. Little snow wolf ready to play. Enjoying that very much. So yeah, Q9 Esports Club are third of our Chinese teams who are ready to represent here. Solid team, winners of the CFS 2020 Grand Finals. They were only 5th place back in 18, but they kept it up. They've stayed together as well. They've been a pretty solid roster until it comes to, well, the last few years. After they won that Grand Finals, Wolf, who you just heard from, he's the only one who's still here. Bean was with them when they won it in 2020. We saw him play with All Gamers yesterday. Zhvai went to All Gamers as well, but Wolf is still here. Now he's got these guys around him. I mean, you'd be crazy to think that this isn't an also strong contender to get out of the groups.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just the strength of the region alone is enough to instill enough hope for, those predictions to come through for Q9. This region, even though they come into this 21-25 overall right now in 2022, given that they're competing in China against teams like Baisha, against all gamers, amongst other Chinese squads, that's still a damn impressive record because the competition there is so very stiff. You still have to favor them coming into the series.
Yeah, that 21-25, as you say, it's not telling the whole story, but it's interesting. We'll compare that in a little bit to the Brazilian side of things, because I think that tells the story as well. It's pretty even across either side for them, as you'd expect with a team with this much experience.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of would anticipate the BL win rate to be a little bit higher, just given the all-out aggression that we were seeing yesterday from the other Chinese squads, picking up multiple victories when they had swapped over to that attacking side. But maybe they play a little bit of a different game. I have to put them under the microscope a little bit as we get ready to go into the series.
Let's meet their opponents. They're here representing Brazil and looking to get the first win for that region. They are Imperial.
Olá, meu nick é Fefe e eu sou o capitão da Imperial. Acho que o ponto forte do meu time é o individual. Creio eu, quase certeza que nós estamos com os 5 melhores talentos do Brasil num único time e nosso ponto forte é jogar agressivo, mas nós estamos preparados para qualquer estilo de jogo. Do ano passado para esse ano, o diferencial são os players novos, né? O Adriano e o Goken, que veio para somar com a nossa equipe. E eu acho que o maior diferencial que pode falar nesse campeonato é as duas experiências que eu tive o ano passado tão frustrante e agora no Vietnã. Acho que eu peguei uma experiência muito grande e vou fazer de tudo para nós sermos campeões esse ano. O individual da nossa equipe é muito forte por diversos fatores. Nós estamos sem sombra de dúvidas com, na minha opinião, acho que o melhor jogador do Crossfire, que é o Goken. É um sniper de muito alto calibre. Estamos com, na minha opinião, também um dos melhores rifles que o cenário já viu, que é o Lucão. E temos o melhor entre frag, que na minha opinião é o Adriano. E tem a minha experiência junto com a do Ryu. E é isso, por isso que o nosso individual é muito forte. Acho que todos os adversários me preocupam, então procurei estudar todos eles. Mas óbvio que a China atualmente é top 1, né? O cenário do Crossfire, então acho que a Q9 é a que mais está assim, acima, né? Da Lazarus e da SG. Mesmo assim, a gente vai ser campeão. Pra gente ganhar da Q9, a gente só tem que entrar no servidor e fazer o que a gente treinou, estar com a cabeça limpa no momento e é só isso. Nossa região tem muitos talentos, que vocês podem ver na CFL. Nós fomos campeão, acho que já é a 4ª vez seguida que nós fomos campeões, então nos assistam lá, vocês podem assistir por lá.
Yeah, this team is a bit of a monster there. We're talking about Imperial from Brazil. I'm expecting this one to be loud behind us as the Chinese versus Brazil games were yesterday. Let's try and sum up what they've done. You heard from Fefe there saying they've won 4 of the local championships. They've won everything in the CFEL since 2021. They won the CFS Invitational last year, the regional finals last year, the Invitational this year, and were runners-up in the regional finals. So they didn't quite get 8 out of 8, but this team, as I say, a monster.
Yeah, a lot of people will look at the regional finals and say, oh, well, Extensi were better than them. So in recent performances, I guess, Brazil is up in the air. But as you were just pointing out, I think this team by far is the most dominant team. The stats tell the story, but also this is a super team from Brazil, right? Like, individual players have won championships, right? Adrian came from Black Dragons, came over. Goken came over, right? These guys have won championships. They've done it before. And they're here on the World Championship stage once again. Like, they know what to do. They have 5 players. They've built the super team. And if there's any team that's going to challenge China, it is going to be Imperial, in my mind. Like, even with Extensi taking the regional finals, I think it has to be Imperial to step up and take the air.
So if we're saying that for the Q9, their 21 wins and 25 losses in their annual performance in 2022 is okay because they played loads and loads of matches, Brazil's pretty busy, Brazil's pretty competitive. These guys are 35 and 5.
It's damn impressive, which is why it was a little bit up in the air for me, coming to who is going to win this one. I'm kind of going off of what I saw yesterday, the eye test on the Chinese region versus Brazil there, where that kind of was what edged out Q9 for me in particular. But like Valdez said, if anybody can challenge, it's going to be Imperial. And of course, I think the stage is so perfectly set given that the region right now is 0-2 against the 2-0 China. So if they're the first ones to be able to take them down, it's going to be such a statement. It's going to be a really great storyline.
And I think that is going to play into their strengths. I think if a Brazilian team are ever on the ropes, that's, they're not a team you can count out.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of star power here. I mean, you can hear, you've heard Fefe there, bigging up this guy right here in Goken, who is just an incredible player in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, Goken just got picked up this year by Imperial from Black Dragons, and this guy's stats are popping off. And Wolf at the same time from Q9. Well, just like how Achilles mentioned, Q9 competing in a very fierce region of China. The stats can't be boosted up too much, but this guy definitely has the shots in his backpack. For the maps, I do believe we might be able to see some Eagle Eye since Q9 has some amazing stats. They have 76% win rate on Eagle Eye, so hopefully we get to see some maps that we didn't get to see yesterday. But at the same time, Imperial might ban out Eagle Eye because of such a stat. Maybe possibly Compound as well, since Q9 did have some better win rates on it. For Q9, they might ban out Black Widow since Imperial was having a 90% win rate on that map.
Yeah, and if I can mention one thing about this matchup as well, like Fefe was talking in his interview about how Goken's like the best sniper in the region. He might be the best sniper in the world. Like, in terms of the head-to-head, Goken should own this match. Like, Wolf is fantastic, but Goken is kind of far and above. And Crossfire is one of those games where if you have a superstar player that just takes over the map, takes over the lobby, you can just win. So I think a lot of it can come from Goken, not to mention the other 4 players who are really good and will back him up. A little bit of what was lost from yesterday from Black Dragons, in my opinion. So I'm hoping that Goken is here to play, and if he is, I think they've got a good shot.
Let's find out. China so far won both of their contests against Brazil yesterday, and Imperial would love to stop that being 3 out of 3. We'll go to our desk with ZZSQ and Pencil Thin, and we'll get into the first match of day 2.
Okay, I guess. I mean, welcome to the caster desk. I'm paper thin. This is ZZ. Okay, you broke me, Matt. Very good job. Guys, we are really excited for these matches today here at CFS 2022. The Grand Finals, but we're just in the group stage. It's just day number 2. And our first match, I think maybe, in my mind, like when I looked at the list coming into this, maybe the most hype we've got in the group stage.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, looking at these two teams on paper, they're both completely stacked lineups. I think Imperial has a new and improved roster coming into this one as well. Gokun and ADRF joining this lineup, I think, only makes them stronger, and I'm excited to see them get in the server and really take this one the full distance.
No doubt. I mean, I feel like this is our, yesterday maybe anomaly. Hopefully today we get, of course, like the desk was talking about, some really good games, some really close games. I think this one absolutely has the potential to be one of our best series of the group stage. So you definitely don't want to miss this one as we will get into the map picks and bans. So, I mean, yesterday, the Chinese team's really dominant. Is that just going to be the trend for this tournament?
I think as a whole, maybe so, but this matchup in particular, I think is Brazil's best shot at really getting a big win over a Chinese team in the group stage. Imperial, I think, on land is going to be the strongest Brazilian lineup we see. I mean, looking at their lineup here, Feifei, a great IGL, nothing against Vienna, but I think Feifei just has a stronger team around him, and there's a lot more this team can do across the map, and I think they'll be even more aggressive as well compared to the other two Brazilian teams we saw yesterday.
All right, well, we have high hopes for Imperial there as we get ready to set up our map picks and bans. Of course, it's pretty awesome that the players get to do this live. They get to kind of think about their decisions, take a little bit of time. But, coming into this, the desk kind of highlighted this a little bit. Eagle Eye is a really good map for Q9. So are we going to see this be kind of the priority ban for Imperial, you think?
Yeah, I think looking at picks and bans here, Imperial, I would expect probably an Eagle Eye ban out of them unless they have maybe something secret in the back pocket we don't know about planned on that map. But I would expect that to be their ban. On the other side with Q9, I would anticipate a sub-base or Mexico ban. Historically, both of those maps a little bit weaker for them, especially against the Brazilian rosters. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here in this pick and ban phase to expect.
Is it possible that there's a map where Gokun could potentially come into the minds of Q9 where they're like, we don't really want to deal with this guy on this map?
Yeah, I think for Gokun, that map's definitely port. It's a very strong map for him. He loves to challenge mid and A top on that map, and he's not afraid to get aggressive in doing so as well. A lot of snipers you'll see very reserved in Crossfire, but Gokun, he's not afraid to push down mid, get an early pick, and fall back. And I think compared to a lot of the teams we've seen so far, it's more just passive play. So having that difference maker in Gokun, who can be a playmaker on the on, kind of the reverse of what we saw from MG yesterday, is a huge impact for this Imperial roster to have today.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that we're going to be really kind of keeping our eyes on, is that swap between those two players, between those two teams, how it's going to affect the Black Dragons, how it's going to affect Imperial. Of course, yesterday the Black Dragons stumbling pretty mightily against their opponents, but here, with Imperial looking to kind of right the ship for the Brazil region, Black Dragons will have another opportunity later today. Of course, we have 4 best of 3s today, so buckle up, folks. We have a ton of Crossfire coming at you today. It is a really stacked day.
It definitely is, and I think for me going into this match, the thing I'm most curious about is actually Q9 has the most players on their team that haven't played a CFS before, so I think for those younger guys on Q9, this is a chance to show what they're made of as well, because Imperial, all of these guys have CFS experience. They may not all have won before, but they really have a lot to work with in terms of what they've been able to see internationally, where some of these guys on Q9, they just haven't had that yet, but regionally they still look really strong, so I'm hopeful they can bring a lot to the table. But I think for me, the big difference is going to be seeing now with Wunan in that IGL role, how things maybe shift for them going into this year compared to previous years.
Really excited for this. I mean, yeah, Imperial, a lot of players who've been top 3 at previous CFS events. I mean, you have some champions, floating around here and there on Q9, but really excited for this matchup. We're just waiting for our teams to kind of do their little cheer here, get a little hurrah. The teams were very loud yesterday, particularly, the Chinese and the Brazilian teams were extremely vocal, but of course the Chinese teams in the long run. I hope you guys, because that was something.
Yeah, you can feel the energy here. These teams are ready to go. And, Imperial, they're looking to be the first Brazilian team to pick up a win here. And I think it would be a huge confidence boost, not only for themselves, but for the region as a whole to know, the possibilities on the table for potentially more than one of these teams to make it through from the Brazilian region to those playoffs in a fairly good standing. And especially looking at the rest of this group as well, Q9's probably the hardest match Imperial even has. So if they can take down Q9 here, they're going to be feeling really good about the rest of the group. But it looks like we are ready to go into the pick and ban stage here.
All right, let's see. It is going to be Q9 who won the coin flip and so they are going to opt to go for the first ban, which means they also get the first map pick. What is it going to be? Is it going to be maybe Subbase or Mexico, as we were kind of maybe thinking about here on the desk? And yeah, indeed, it is going to be Subbase as the first ban.
Yeah, no surprise here. Subbase, a map where historically Chinese teams have been upset quite a bit. And of course, the Eagle Eye ban now coming out of Imperial, pretty much what we've come to expect here. It seems like the Brazilian region as a whole doesn't seem too keen on playing Eagle Eye here in the group stages. Maybe they have something saved for us later on in the playoffs, or with the way the ban system works, they may not have to touch it hardly at all here if they don't have anything prepared going into it. And of course, map 1 now going to be drawn as Compound. A pretty interesting one, but we did see a Chinese team have success on it yesterday.
And it's one of their best maps this year, at least, if you look at their statistics, versus one of the worst for the side of Imperial. So this one, absolutely, I think, you have to, if you're Q9, you had to be expecting this one to be left open, a map that you could absolutely gun for. And it's going to be Black Widow picked up by Imperial.
Definitely a smart pick when you look at someone like Gokun on the lineup, because Black Widow is a very strong map for both of these teams, but I think it's almost a bit of an ego pick from Imperial because they know that's going to come down to that sniper duel between Gokun and Wolf on how they can control the midsection of this map, and if they win that, that's going to put a lot of pressure on the rest of that Q9 roster to really make the impact, and could be enough to maybe topple them over and lose some of their early momentum.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I'm finally getting to see Black Widow. Mexico is going to be the second ban, so kind of what we expected with Q9 here with the picks and bans. The final one going to be Port for the side of Imperial. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely an interesting ban from them. I thought they might have gone for Port as the map they would want to play at the end here, but maybe they're just going for the Q9 weakness rather than their strength in this situation. Ankara, a good map, I think, for both of these teams, but I honestly expect this one to go the full distance. Map 1, I think, would favor Q9 here. Map 2, I would say, leans a little bit favor of Imperial, but Ankara, to me, is a toss-up between these two teams.
Oh, I mean, then we got to hope that we get the map 3, of course. We want to see some extra innings. We want to go deep into this, as yesterday, pretty fast and pretty one-sided today. But today, we're kind of hoping that, especially with this matchup, that we should have an absolute banger coming up.
Yeah, definitely, and I think we're just about ready to hop into the game here. But a lot of pressure on both of these teams to really make their statement. And of course, Lazarus 2-0 awaiting to play the winner of this game and see if they can maintain that lead they have in the group currently as well. So an important match to not only win, but a 2-0 is the only way to guarantee themselves that firm stance in first place in this group.
That's a really good point. With how dominant Lazarus was yesterday, you got to look at SGJ. Are they going to be able to bounce back? Are they going to be able to kind of figure out, was it nerves? What was going on that really, that failed them? What was their mentality coming into that? What was their preparation like that didn't go well? So, for Lazarus, setting the tone like that, these other two teams really want to come out here, get that 2-0. And again, every round matters, every kill matters in terms of your standings at the end of the group stage.
Yeah, and looking at the starting map here specifically, Compound I think is the most interesting one here for me, just because I think it's going to set the tone for how these snipers are going to engage. That mid, we saw yesterday MG playing very, very, very passive in his match. I think if Gokun kind of changes the note for how the Brazilian teams play this map coming into it and plays very aggressive, they have a good chance of taking this map away. They're starting on the defensive side, which is slightly more favorable on this map for these teams to take control of. But I think they still have to have a very confident start here, because the Chinese teams, they're all about that momentum, and once that train starts going, it's very, very challenging to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that really impressed me yesterday with the Chinese teams was their ability to adapt quickly. Like when their opponents adapted, it wasn't like a couple of rounds where, they kind of faltered, where they weren't able to have any success. It was immediate a flip. And the next round, or maybe 2 rounds later at worst, they were able to flip the script, turn it onto their opponents, and take control of the game right away again.
Yeah, and looking at what they can do here in this opening map, I think we want to see that aggressive playstyle that we saw yesterday from both AG and from the remaining teams in China as well, just doing what they can to get that early map control. We saw a lot of times they were shutting down 2 or 3 players within the first 30 seconds of the round on Compound, and I think that's exactly what Q9 wants to do in this map as well. But I think Imperial, they're going to be a little bit more methodical than what we saw from Black Dragons. Black Dragons, I think their downfall was almost being too aggressive at certain points, but not necessarily having a plan with how they were doing it. But this team with Feifei in that leadership role, I think is going to be playing this one a little bit more differently.
Yeah, a little bit more discipline here, maybe putting their players in a better positions. All right, we are ready for our first game here. It is Q9 Esports Club versus Imperial, China versus Brazil. We kick things off on to Compound for our first match of day number 2 here at CFS 2020 Grand Finals. Really excited for this one. A best of 3 in this set as we look at our Group B teams and see what they've got for us.
All right, we're into the action here. Our first map in this best of 3 between Q9 and Imperial. We're already going to see some quick setups coming out for a smoke control on mid to start this one off from Imperial. It looks like they want to take an aggressive approach to kick off this map.
Yeah, a lot of damage being traded. All the players in the middle here. You get the opening kill, but it's a quick response. 2 from the side of Imperial. Take down 2 members of Q9, and Wolf gonna find a big snipe here, but up and over comes Lucom, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2 in favor of Imperial.
Great early push there from Imperial to grab control of mid. They have connector control as well. A bit of a pinch already starting as you do see Lucum there falling off to check if anyone's rotated into A, but Ryu's out here, gets caught with his back turned. An unfortunate mistake will even things here to a 2v2.
Yeah, the timing just a bit off there, and that's going to be a big kill here to even things up for the side of Q9 as they continue to lean towards the B side. Actually, no, they're starting to fall back a bit. Maybe thinking about a rotation. They've got a ton of time, you know, with all that early action. Still a minute and 30 left on the clock to go. 2v2, but it's going to be Imperial that's checking B, waiting to see if anybody's going to be lurking into that direction.
I like the decision making here to be the harder site to retake, and they're not going to split up and try and play a 1-1 setup here, just playing together, pushing through B as well now in the tunnels for that information to try and maybe even wrap behind them. And with how slow Q9 is moving, there's an opportunity here for Imperial to maybe catch them on the plan.
Yeah, right now they're not too far behind, and they're cutting through mid right as we speak. Meanwhile, A is slowly being approached by Q9. 50 seconds remain in our opening round. You can see both teams looking to kind of wait this one out. It looks like you're going to have the last 2 members, Lucom and ADRK, 8RF, waiting this one out. And ADRF catches LXM in the back, takes him down, a 1v2, and Wunan already lit up, and it's going to be the grenade finish there. A big opening statement for Imperial.
Definitely a huge opening round, but you have to give credit there to those final 2 players, getting the wraparound, perfect timing there. You had the shot from tower, do that 80 leg damage as well to open up that 2v2. Just a beautiful execution on that rotation from Imperial. And Q9, I think they just played that one a little bit too slow.
Took a little bit too much time maybe to make that rotation. Opening snipe from Goken misses. You able to capitalize, finds a kill on to Feifei. Another one found by Hades here. Things falling apart, a double for Hades. And now you have B site being pressured. Still the last 2 members of Imperial are sitting defending this point.
Lucum and Ryu's out here going to be holding it off, but you can see Q9, they're not eager to challenge this and make the mistake. They're waiting to see what these 2 players do. And you even have LXM here just going back to hold that A bomb site just in case the late alert has to happen here. But Ryu's out, beautiful shot to make it a 2v4, but still a lot of work left to be done here.
Yeah, already the C4 on its way over to the A site. You have LXM, like we mentioned earlier, already locking this one down, making sure things are clear, smoke setup to cover this plant. And the C4 is going to make it and be put down. A really difficult retake, but that's a good start there for Lucom. Takes down LXM, another player on the site. Lurks, and now you have Wunan not too far off. 2 players waiting. The third one approaching here. Hades making his way in. The fuse hasn't started. Wolf gonna miss just barely on that opening snipe, and it's traded instantly by Hades. It has to be the one, and it's gonna be Real Zao who gets the double kill in the clutch.
What a statement there, a 2v5 in round number 2 here. Ryu's playing that beautifully to close it out for his team, but that's not a round you can afford to lose if you're Q9, giving that early momentum boost now over to Imperial. They're gonna be feeling all that momentum now on their side.
Yeah, a 2-0 start, and like you mentioned earlier, a little bit of a defender-sided map, but right now Imperial kind of taking some rounds underneath Q9, underneath their noses. And now Q9 a full stack over towards A, making their way through. Wolf able to watch the window, and they're going to see a little bit, and Goken good, but Wolf trades him right back.
Beautiful trade there from Wolf, but now all of the information is in the hands of Imperial to start their rotation, though they do only have Lukem here alone on the A bomb side. He's going to have to step up big time. He's got 3 players already approaching his position. Wide swings, but it's going to be a one and done here. ARF quickly trades it out, but it's still numbers over to Q9 here.
Some really good shots from Q9 there. A good lurk watch from Wolf is going to net him a kill. And now looking for the C4 to be down. Ryu's out again. Coming up big on a lurk, a counter lurk of the lurk. And the C4 will finally be put in by Hades. A 1v1. Ryu's out. Has his work cut out for him. He's already done it once. Can he do it again? Can he be the hero for Imperial to make this 3-0? Hades going to stop the bleeding. He is. It is going to be the first round win here for Q9.
A much needed one at that as well. Letting Ryuza win back-to-back clutches would have been a devastating way to start off this match for Q9. So now the potential's there to swing right back, and with this being a fairly defensive-sided map, they can feel a little bit more confident now moving forward in this one. But as we can see, an aggressive mid play coming out again here from Imperial to start off round number 4.
Yeah, you can see that they push through mid again, trying to set the tempo, trying to control that space. Grenades and smokes are there. It will give them that space, but nobody in the vicinity for the side of Q9 early, as they have a 4-1 split, 4 towards the B side, 1 towards A. And we've seen this before where they're willing to send a player pretty deep one angle to kind of figure out, get some information on the other side of the map, maybe set up for a rotation. Let's see how this one's going to pan out for Q9.
Imperial with the right idea on this setup, but only one player actually anchoring this B bomb side. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Goken to grab some initial entry frags when the push comes through, because it's all about the rotation here with how Imperial is playing across the map. 4 players stacked in mid. It's basically a full retake setup here if the execution comes late A, but the funnel towards mid could spell disaster for Q9 with Imperial now 4 players stacked and ready for this push.
Yeah, there's a little bit of utility that I think scared Q9 away from the B site momentarily as they cross into mid, sending the sniper up into the house here. Take a peek out the windows, but the crossfire already there for the side of Imperial. Just awaits Q9 on the other side if they push through. 4 more members move over with the C4 into A, heading towards that site, but they're going to leave Wolf on his own. A decent job in previous rounds, kind of locking down these mid-rotation paths from the side of Imperial. Is he going to be able to get it done again?
Ryuzao still in the key position this round again. He's going to have 3 players challenging onto site. The rest of his team just in mid behind him, but it's not going to matter. Q9 steamrolls their way into the bomb site here. Already a 3v5 and looking like a bit of a mistake here from Wolf. Potentially, though, Feifei sneaks behind him to get the opening to try and get this retake rolling.
Yeah, a good grenade from Wolf, found some damage, but Feifei able to wrap his way underneath. You as well taken down. And things starting to look a little bit better here for the side of Imperial. A difficult retake no matter what for any team. Goken trying to lead the way. Feifei already at low health, gets taken out. It's 2 for LXM. Make it 3! And that is going to be another round for Q9.
And now you can see the momentum starting to swing toward Q9 as we continue forward in this match. Imperial with a great start here, but when it comes to these executions, Q9, they have the nade sets to get in so comfortably that these solo site holds may need to change if Imperial want to start stacking rounds themselves again.
I mean, it's just been so impressive to watch these Chinese teams, the way that they're so adaptive, the way that it's hard to string together a lot of rounds. You find Nova, but not the Goken, but an off angle here is going to net 2 for ADRM. Looking for a 3rd from the pistol. 1911 not going to be able to connect there, as that is going to send Q9 Esports backing out.
And now Imperial, they have all they need to close out this round, but Wolf gets the counter pick onto ADRF to even things up a little bit more. But right now, the map control is nowhere to be seen for Q9. They're almost pushed up towards their spawn. They have to make a new move across the map here, and it looks like they may start to group up for that A execution again.
I love that move by Wolf, just, you know, kind of expecting the waiting players of Imperial to still be holding that to see if they could maybe catch Q9, trying to force their way through and able to take a pick out of there. He took some damage for it, But the kill, the more important factor in that, of course. Back towards mid is Q9. This one, it's going to be left open by Imperial, so you know, every round here you're seeing pretty interesting, different looks from both sides.
Definitely so, but Ryuzao still playing very aggressive in this round. Gets the initial pick there onto LXM, but quickly gets traded by Wuhan. Wolf, though, quick scopes onto Lukum to make it a 1v2 for Feifei, who's still sitting comfortably on the back of that A-bomb site.
That was nasty from Wolf. I thought he might get dropped on there, but he actually was able to flick it over, find the kill, and now B site wide open for the plant. It's just going to be Feifei, the IGL for his squad, left on the A site. Just going to wait this out until the plant comes through. 1v2. Do we have more heroics from Imperial, or is Q9 finally going to take the lead in this match?
It's going to be a tough retake in terms of timing. Being on the backside of this A-bomb site, there's so much ground now to cover for Feifei on the retake. Has to check every single angle as he wraps through the GR spawn. It's going to be a tough one here, especially getting through that doorway entrance that he's about to approach onto B. Not an easy task with limited utility.
Yeah, smoke there as well to make it all the more difficult for Feifei. Some grenades are coming out into his face, and it's going to be the pistol kill for Wolf, and Q9 is going to take the lead 3-2.
Yeah, and right now, really the big difference I'm seeing is if we look at the sniper duel here, Gouken only 1 kill, but Wolf with 7. And that's the big difference between these two players. Gouken Hale is the best sniper from Brazil, but Wolf, the only of these two guys to actually win a world championship so far. And you're seeing that caliber of play already here in map number 1 from him. If he can continue this moving forward, he's going to be a major threat for Imperial to try and stack these rounds against them.
All right, a 4 stack towards B. Another 1-4 split early for Q9, but with mid control taken by Imperial, they're much more hesitant to push this angle, push this corner. It was a bit of a bloodbath last time, and you can see a somewhat similar setup from the side of Imperial initially, but they're going to back off. The timing here, just a little bit, it took a little bit too much time, and now they're just kind of keen to say, okay, well, now that we gave up control of connector, maybe we need to reinforce the backline, settle in towards the sites themselves.
And I really like Ryuzao there. He could have pushed aggressively, and Q9 was set up waiting to see if he would do it again, but they actually back off and play a much more passive approach, not seeing Q9 in their normal setup as well. So Imperial doing a great job of reading these attackers so far in this matchup, but they really need this round, and right now it's going to be a tough position for Feifei, about to get 4v1'd here just outside of the B bomb site.
Is stunned up and is waiting. See if anyone's going to push around that window. Has to move back to the safety of the box. Hades is pushing through. It's a double peek, though, and Yu is going to find the kill. Yu took a lot of damage for it, but still able to trade it out. Or not trade it out, I should say. They get it for free. And now they're going to rotate off of this. They didn't like the amount of contact that they were taking, and they're going to try to shift over to A.
You can tell Q9, they're almost counting the nades here. It looked like a death trap they were going to go into, so they'll go back into mid, which is fairly open at the moment. Only one player holding it from the vents. It's going to be Lukum holding it underneath, just waiting to play for that info. But ADRF, he's pushed up A long here. He's caught and punished for it, though, as Hades takes him down, and now the site's wide open towards A.
Hades just didn't feel like he was expecting that angle. Wukong shut down by Wu-Nan. Now mid is open. Basically everything is available for the side of Q9 except for the back right part of A, and now they're moving over towards B. Should be able to get through this relatively cleanly, although Ryuzao, again, good for another kill. Able to stave off kind of that connecting angle from the side of Hades.
And now it's all about the retake pressure here. Only 2 players left versus the 4 of Q9. Ryuzao, though, he's so good in these clutch situations, but not this time around. Wolf reigns supreme from the mid tower, and Gouken's left alone in a 1v4. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do here with halftime already off the bomb.
Yeah, Wolf didn't even take any damage in that exchange, so a bit of a whiff there, trying to get underneath Wolf, see if they could take advantage of that spot, knowing that he was in that house, but not able to find it. Gouken under pressure immediately when he crosses through the door, and that is 4 rounds in a row for Q9. It started off looking good for Imperial, but they haven't been able to find any since those opening 2.
Yeah, I think the big note here is that Ryuzao has been opening the rounds the way he normally would for this team, but Gouken's still only sitting on that singular kill. He hasn't found his way into this match yet, and if anyone needs to step up for his team, it's definitely Gouken to try and get these early picks, and we do see this round him pushing more aggressively than the last few, already going deep into mid, but Q9, they're setting up a trap there, waiting for this without peeking overly aggressive so far.
Yeah, you can see that, early space being taken once again by Imperial. Are they going to be able to make something of it more? One member on the right, two in the middle, two on the left. And so this 2-2-1 split, looking to kind of keep Q9 pinned down, trying to find some favorable trades. One player over there, Wolf, looking to lead the way, open up some room for his team. There's ADRF ahead. Ryu's out, able to get one. Hades there, quickly follow up. It still isn't the go signal for Q9. They're still being very cautious.
Gokun, though, able to pick up one on the other side of the map. The lurk already down for Q9 makes this a little bit more winnable for Imperial in this round 4v3 as they slowly push their way in towards B. Only ADRF on site, but he should be able to get those rotations moving. I'm surprised these three players, though, in Imperial haven't moved sooner towards that B bomb site to assist him.
ADRF right now on his own. He does have reinforcements coming rather quickly, but he is potentially going to have to come up big here to keep this site from getting sprung open. There is the help. Gokun good. ADRF comes to life. He finds one. Can he find the follow-up? No. Doesn't matter. Gokun's there for the good trades. And that one, Imperial really came out, set the tone early, and were able to capitalize.
Definitely, and this is the change of pace Gokun really needed in this last round, grabbing the entries his team needed and also being there to help hold off that B bomb side. And if he can keep this up, they can definitely bounce back into this game very quickly. 3 kills for him in just that previous round.
All right, again, a few grenades traded into mid, but mostly just to kind of gain a little bit of space. Gokun getting really aggressive like you talked about. He likes to do this early on, and he's going to find the kill for it. Takes down the sniper from Q9. Wolf gone. And you can see a heavy stack towards A for the side of Q9, but with that sniper there, it makes this cross much more difficult for them. Looks like they're going to be able to get through, and you still have one left into mid to watch for the lurks or potentially be the lurker himself.
Yeah, the key here is not letting LXM get behind them in this round for Imperial. They have the numbers they need to hold off this A bomb site, but LXM on the lurk could completely shift this round back in favor of Q9. The push slowly coming through here, but with a stack like this, Q9 has to be a bit cautious.
Yeah, and they are, and they're pulling back from this. They did not like what they saw. Felt a little bit too dangerous, and they're going to start making their way over towards B. And they do have one player over there already in the connector. Going to relay that information over as they start shuffling the C4 in that direction. Still only one player there for the side of Imperial. Some potential duels happening into the mid area. Munan going to let loose with some grenades of his own. Try to break open that space, allow him safer passage towards the B site. And so far, you going to push forward with his teammate Hades. They still have a lot of players waiting there as there is a bit of pressure coming in from the spawn of the GR side.
You definitely in the key position, though, here. He's got all of the rotators having to push through him now to support Gokun on side. If they can isolate Gokun alone, this is a free bomb site. 1v1 trade there goes down as Gokun falls. The rest of the team now stuck, trying to cross through, but Lukum takes down Woonon on the lurk right away to make this a very doable retake now.
Yeah, Woonon there. If he could have gotten that kill, this would have been a much easier defense. A good grenade going to splash it towards Hades there. Now you have 2 left on the site, a 2v4. Flanker coming in for the side of Imperial.
Now it's all about the smoke screens here for Q9. It's starting to dissipate here. Here comes the push. It's Hades good for the first. But can he hold on here? Q9 just dancing around the boxes on site, but it's not enough. A nice 2-piece from ADRF closes this one out, and Imperial, they've already brought it back to a tie.
There we go. We wanted this one to be close, and right now, one more round to see who's going to have a better first half. But I mean, really good things from both teams across the way. Some good changes of pace, some good aggression from the side of Imperial early. The way that they're able to kind of control the flow of Q9 in some of these rounds has been really impressive.
It definitely has been impressive here. And as we can see, already a mid-push coming through. These guys, Lukum quickly trades out 1-for-1, but LXM pops off with a collateral. Gokun immediately gets the 4-piece to answer back. Beautiful, quick round from him, but man, has he stepped up here.
Insane there. They needed that from Gokun, and that is going to be a 5-4 half for the side of Imperial. Kind of a team duel in the mid there, and Gokun really stepped up.
Yeah, it seemed a bit uneasy after that 4-round streak from Q9, but Imperial doing a great job of bringing it back. But now the question is, will Q9 be just as aggressive on their defensive half as we go into this one? It doesn't seem to be the case, though, so far, as we see a pretty reserved setup in this opening round.
It does look very different from what we've seen often from Imperial on their global risk side, with Q9 now switching over. Feifei. Just checking out what's going on. Quite a bit of presence into mid. You've got a 3-stack onto the A site, 2 out ahead of B for the side of Q9. As Wolf just holding an angle there. That's a really tight spot, but we've seen these guys, just be able to find those angles so often.
We still see the smoke cycling coming down from Q9, a bit more methodical with how they're keeping this map smoked all the way across these 3 lanes. But there is still a bit of an aggressive play going on here out towards A long. Wolf and Yu pretty eager to challenge these 3 players outside of A.
Yeah, they thought about it, and now it is going to be a pullback briefly for Imperial. Maybe faking a little bit of noise there as ADRF starts to push this corner. Yu is going to be waiting on the other side. Yu not quick enough. ADRF better. Wolf there to help, but Feifei is also available to cover his own team, but they don't like what they see. Immediately, a lot of grenades being lobbed by Q9. So once again, Imperial pulls back briefly, but is thinking about drifting in towards the A side once again.
And now with the numbers advantage, they can play that lurk over towards the B-bomb side on the side of Imperial and start to just gather information from Lucum over there on the opposite side of the map. But the rest of the team here for Q9 playing almost full retake, sitting here in the backside of mid together. Goken, though, catches Hades, and it's already down to a 4v2. Not looking so good for Q9 in this one.
11 kills now for Goken, the kill leader for Imperial. And that 4-kill round in the first half. A big chunk of that damage. C4 should be able to be put down. Goken still good, still catching members of Q9 in rotation. Only 1 player remains. LXM for Q9 starting to head in. The grenades are out, the smokes are out for the side of Imperial. A frag as well catches LXM a little bit, and that's going to be the finish from Ryu Zhao. Things starting to look really, really good for Imperial as they take the opening round of the second half.
Yeah, and I think it's mainly just with Goken coming online here. When the score was 5-2 against them, he was only sitting with 1 frag on the board, and now he's the top fragger in the whole lobby, making huge impact round after round here. And if he can keep this up, Wolf's going to have to find a way to change his pace now to try and keep up with Goken. Goken, though, gets a little aggressive, takes about half damage at the start here, but we can see Imperial throughout this matchup so far, they're the team putting aggression on this middle of the map early every round.
Absolutely. Goken going to move up into the house, a position we saw Wolf work effectively for Q9 when they were on the other side of the coin. Wolf still holding that same angle we saw over on A in the previous round. 3 members of Imperial really taking their time. It is a very different half here. Both teams really slowing up when they switch sides.
Yeah, the big difference right now, Q9, they seem eager to fight on sites. Imperial, though, on their defensive half, they wanted to take most of the fight in mid. So we'll see if that continues to be true moving forward. But right now, Imperial, they're getting the advantage out of this because right now, every round, Q9 gives them so much early map control to work with that the execution is just so much an advantage already for Imperial with the map control they have to work with. So we'll see if there's any aggression to come out here, but Q9 so far still not really pushing for it.
Wolf on the A site. We do have Yu shifting over into that direction. The other 3 over on the B side. C4 still over there. It's going to be an immediate trade by Goken onto Wolf, even though Wolf gets Ryu's out. Once again, Imperial coming out onto the better side of these sniper duels. Still changing directions all over the map is Imperial here on their blacklist side. Smokes out as they try to gain control over mid. Wunan not able to do much. Yu good for 2. Can he find the 3rd? No. Goken able to back out to the safety behind the wall. And now Imperial on the back foot for the first time here in this half. But Goken is so good with the flick. Gets LXM. Can he find another? No. Not able to connect here. Yu trying to sneak around the stairs. Might be able to catch Goken in the back. Indeed they do, but Lu Calm is good for 1, good for 2, and another round goes the way of Imperial.
A massive 1v2 there from Lucum, and now the potential to close out this first map looking really strong for Imperial. Q9, they had the positioning to win that round, but they just couldn't hang on to it. Didn't pay enough attention there of that lurk. And honestly, right now, they've got to crank up the heat here. They haven't looked good so far in the second half.
All right, let's see if they can. It's a 4-man stack towards the B side. Just Ryu's out over into mid to look for the lurks. 2 players here, so important for the side of Q9. That initial kill is going to go the way of Hades. LXM trying to back up from the window. Hades good for another, but there is no trade available from LXM, and that's going to be 2 big kills going into Feifei's hands as they continue to push towards the B site. Wolf able to find another. Still, though, numbers advantage in Q9's favor.
Woonan here playing very cheeky angles here on the lower B bomb side as well, hoping they'll push into him. But Gokun wants to take things back here and rotate the C4 out potentially. Just holding very passive, trying to find that lurk, but Q9 doing what they do best in these situations, playing passive and waiting for the mistake to come out from Imperial. But the big decision here is Imperial splitting up. A bit of a risky choice if you ask me.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're going to send Feifei out over to A to make some noise and then try to use that to push into B. Of course, we know because we can see the map that that's going to be the more difficult of potentially 2 choices here, but it is what they want to opt to do. Feifei's about to run into Wolf, and Wolf was ready and waiting. The EWM going to sing its song and take Feifei down. And now Gokun, the last member standing. We've seen some absolutely miraculous plays already here in a short amount of time from him. Does he have another in the bag? Around the corner, it's going to spot the head there of Woonan, but a flash going to push him back. So he has to wait this out. Still 43 seconds, still some time to think about a rotation, and it looks like he is going to opt for it.
The difficult decision here without a rifle in hand. If he had an AK, maybe he could quick transfer to those 2 players he knows are on B, but Wolf on the lurk here catches him in mid, and that'll be a round over to Q9. Their first of the half so far, but right now it's all about recovery for them. They only had that 4 string of rounds in a row. Outside of this is the first round they've won.
All right, we have a tactical pause now as we get to see our judge holding it up for us. I like that. It's not a bad card in this. This is just somebody taking a timeout. This isn't a yellow card or a red card. This is just well, let's take a moment to breathe and think about this.
Interestingly enough, though, this is the first pause we've seen after a round 1 from the team who've actually won the round. So I'm interested to see what they might do to maybe change here. Maybe they've noticed something in how they're playing. They can adjust on the fly, but Q9, a team that knows when to take these pauses. So this is definitely the time they can change things up and maybe come online. I think, if anything, they're probably talking about how they can change to shut down Gokun right now, because once he came online, this match completely started going against them.
Yeah, I mean, he was a real difference maker, as we kind of expected, as everybody, talks about with this player as being maybe the best sniper in the world. And when a player like that can start to come alive and can start to feel the flow of the map, not just, his own individual mechanics, but kind of the expectations of how the other team's playing and what they're doing, he can absolutely just start running roughshod over his opponent. So Q9 here, I think they got to get a little more aggressive as well. It seems like they're really just being, trying to play for these trades, play for these sort of, I don't know how to say this, like even, where they can at least get to, like, if they leave 2, and even though there's 4 coming from the side of Imperial, they can at least get 2 and then have like a somewhat favorable retake potentially, but it doesn't seem to be panning out.
Yeah, the big thing for me is just recognizing that Q9 is consistently giving up map control to Imperial. With how strong of a team they are, I'm surprised Q9 is just allowing them to basically take as much of the map as they want to at the start of these rounds. And I think that could ultimately end up being Q9's downfall on this map, because especially looking at the midsection and the tunnels in this map, controlling those early is very important, and they seem to just let it go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw Imperial doing that, controlling the connectors, controlling the mid part of the map. Very little of that so far from the side of Q9. Maybe later in the rounds they do start to push and take that space, but early on it's not going to be the case. They're going to put 4 over onto A, 1 over towards long B, and that's going to be it right now. Someone putting shots here from ADRF just to see if he can catch a little bit of damage. As they are gaining control of mid themselves again. Imperial shifting around, kind of cutting across, getting information, but once again, it's very safe, it's very passive, it's very restrictive from Q9.
It definitely is. We'll see if they decide to go for an aggressive play here, maybe from Wolf holding on to this B bomb site alone, but with just an Almond handover there, if he goes down, it's a free bomb site. But you can see them starting to sense something maybe needs to change. They send 2 more players over towards the B bomb site, starting to leave you alone there on the backside of A to maybe anchor it down. They sneak Woonan into the vents as well. I think they're almost setting up to hold off this mid push. They can definitely sense it though. 4 players starting to work their way in here.
A big flash stalls things up for a moment, but shifting in towards B now after that flash. Fire across both A and Hades gets 2. Woonan gets another, as well as LXM. Now it is just all onto Lucom. Trying to get through, trying to get around this corner. Looks through the window, didn't spot anybody, as now he's trading shots with Woonan. Here comes the help, here comes the grenade. A lot of damage done, and the finish comes through. Q9 able to hold firm.
And I like the change as well. They didn't just start going immediately for aggressive plays. They just changed how they were playing passively. They almost started to get Imperial comfortable with where they were playing on that A bomb site and slowly slid those players over to B so that when the execution came, Imperial, they were almost shell-shocked by where these players were. And if Q9 can still keep them on their toes while playing the passive game they want to, this could be a great way to turn it around.
I like what you're saying. Yeah, the defense looks way different from Q9 coming out of that technical pause. Now, 4 members again over on A1 onto B, so a similar start here for Q9 as it kind of wasn't revealed at all how heavy they were stacking towards A in the early part of the round. It wasn't until later when the push came through from the side of Imperial that there was a collapse on them. So now you have 3 members of Imperial going towards long A, 1 into mid, 1 over towards long B. Is there just, this time they're prodding for more information. I think that it almost feels like they're expecting some kind of push eventually from Q9.
Yeah, they definitely are. A lot of teams will at some point go for an aggressive push into mid, but Q9, they seem like they never want to take that approach. But I love the way they're rotating between B and A with these 2 players near vents because there's actually no angle Goken can see them from. But Wolf getting aggressive here, grabs that early pick onto Lucum, but these 2 players sitting in between the sites with Goken just looking down the line into A, they're not going to be seen rotating back and forth between these 2 sites, so it's still not known how many players are actually here on A.
Yeah, there's some grenades coming through. Yu is going to back up off of that contact. Throws out a smoke of his own to buy a little bit of time. Ryu's out, took a splash of damage in the exchange. Now more utility being used across both sides. This is going to force the rotation out from Imperial. Wolf has fallen back to the B site proper to wait this out. The mid, you can see Imperial remembering the previous round here a bit, like, oh, okay, we got to be careful here if we're going to start cutting through.
And right now, it's really all about where they decide to play this final player of Hades in this round. He was the one who was able to get the initial entries in the previous. He's going to have to do it again here. 3 players about to cross his line of sight, but they're going to think better of it and actually go right back into you here, holding underneath the vents. It's not going to happen for them, though. Woonan with the initial entry, and right now it's just a complete slaughter as Q9 storm their way back into sight, but ADRF single-handedly gets in with Goken, and now it's down to a 2v2.
Insane stuff there from Goken coming up to help his teammate, and now they're trying to go for the plant. They got the C4 down. Goken again, stepping up, gets Wolf with the big shot there. Sniper v sniper, and Goken once again comes through, trying to get the flick onto Yu. Yu being cagey, trying to play his life, trying to stay alive, but it's not going to matter. 2 players too strong, and it's another bounce back from Imperial.
A massive round there. I'm not sure how they let ADRF get in and single-handedly start picking those players apart, but ultimately that was their downfall in the round here. And now Imperial, they're just 2 rounds away from taking this first map of the series. But honestly, the difference maker here has been those clutch situations. Imperial just getting the better of it, even when their number's down.
I really like the way Q9 played that. I mean, they funneled Imperial, I think, right into where they wanted them. Just couldn't quite execute the way that they had hoped. And it was just a great outplay by ADRF to bust things open for Imperial. Once again, a little bit of a slow start. They are going to send 1 player out early. Yu's going to get a little bit aggressive in towards the A lobby here. Haven't seen this yet from Q9 in terms of since they took this tack pause, since they set up with this 4-1 split. Still Wolf all over on his own on the other side of the map. Pushed up a bit is Goken towards the house. So right now, Imperial able to kind of feel things out, see how they want to rotate. We've seen they've been really comfortable kind of swinging back and forth.
I really like this setup as well from Q9. They're used to putting Wolf on that wall outside of A, but now they're playing the bait and switch with both you and Hades over in this position. And if they actually go through the push on A long Imperial, they're going to be going straight into a huge trap here. So for Imperial, it's all about how they read the situation. ADRF having to be very careful in how he takes this first corner.
Imperial setting up for what looks like a big long 8-foot. You gets one. Fortunately, ADRF once again able to come up big and find the trade, but you almost had a multi-kill in hand. It is going to be the rotation potentially coming through from Imperial. Looks like indeed they are going to shift their weight towards the other side of the map, B side, where Wolf and LXM await. LXM going to be playing off a contact here potentially. He's got to be so careful of that house. Just going to fall back, kill some utility there, gets a stun into the players of Imperial. They're going to respond in kind with a ton of utility of their own. LXM falling all the way back to his spawn, tries to push the corner. Him and ADRF just kind of shooting, spraying, nobody connecting.
Hades has to hold on here to the back of the site. Feifei already finds him though. LXM on the rotation, going to try and take things into his control, but Feifei, he's already found another Wunan and Wolf trying to meet up under the vents, but it's still a 3-on-2 as the bomb goes down.
Onto the A site, Wolf trying to peek around the corner, sees Feifei, let's go. That's gonna be a big kill for Wunan to make it a 2v2, a lot of damage done. Wolf coming up big with the M4, gets another kill. Feifei on a sliver of health. 9 HP gets one. Can he find another? Oh, it's gonna be Wunan just barely finding the final kill.
A nice try there from Feifei. I think he had 3 on the round, but Q9 gets a crucial one here, and now they're just 1 away from a tie. 8-8, potentially one that could send us into overtime here, but right now Imperial, they still have that slight lead to work with. I think right now it's just gonna come down to Q9. Finally, I think it's time for them to get aggressive.
I think so. I mean, I agree with you. I think these rounds have been a little bit too close for comfort when they have won, and it's taken some heroics, and that's going to be Gokun, looking like he took about half damage, not quite there. A good grenade to open from the side of Q9, but he is going to continue to work his way up towards the house, and Imperial taking their time, but we do see a bit of a different setup here from Q9.
Yeah, they've gotten them comfortable with only having 1 player pushed up early in the B tunnels, so they leave Hades to play that normal spot, but they have 3 players now sneaking up alongside them, and really it's all about Gokun in this position in mid. He has to try and find that information, but with that early nade taking half damage, they read it so well that he can't be as aggressive as he normally is in that position. So Q9 definitely doing their homework and knowing what they need to do to have those extra players be flexible over towards B, but right now the question is, how will Wunan and Wolf hold this one off towards A?
And we still see the C4 way on the backside, almost back towards the spawn. Now some grenades. Ooh, Wolf just barely missing there on that shot. Took a hit of damage himself. 15 kills in the bag for Wolf so far through 15 rounds. So averaging 1 kill per round, a solid effort here from Wolf. As players start shifting in towards the mid direction. C4 was picked up by Imperial from that backside. Now couple members getting up into this house. Feifei set up with some utility. A lot of smokes coming out for the side of Imperial to try to push this mid space. Flashes as well. They're going to be able to successfully do it. Fire across every team. 2 for 1 here for the side of Imperial. They're going to try to push in towards A. The call out came through. Wolf able to find 1. And now Imperial has a numbers advantage. A 3v2 retake being attempted by Q9.
The only saving grace there was Wolf getting out untraded with a kill to make this one a 2v3, but they've both got to get in here very quickly. Hades and Wolf coming in from underneath the vent, but Ryuza has a perfect angle to stall them out. Misses the shot, but Gokun is there to have both of them right in his crosshairs. Beautiful hold there, and now Imperial, they go to map point.
Exactly, we are on match point. 9 for the side of Imperial. 2 in a row for Q9 needed here to force an overtime. Can they get it done is the big question. Imperial in firm control of this, and this is pretty shocking, right? This is Q9's map pick.
Yeah, definitely an impressive start, to say the least, out of Imperial. Going into their map pick as well, they have to have a lot of confidence no matter how this goes down at this point. But of course, they want to bring this one to a close without that risk of overtime on the horizon. Q9 historically a very strong team in that overtime pressure. So Imperial, they know they have 2 rounds to get this done, and they just need one to make it happen. Gokin sitting on 19 as well, still the kill leader in this lobby, but Wolf, he's come to life as well now in the second half, especially in that A-long position where he continues to play and support over there. Right now, Imperial, though, still getting the early control to go their way in mid, having their pick of how they want to execute out of this one. But he's still eager to play this double stack outside of A-long.
Yeah, it's just another kind of a shift here, a 2-1-2 almost from the side of Q9. Smoke in the middle, buying them some time. But right now, we don't see Imperial setting up for that mid push like we saw previously. A grenade out from Gokin to try to buy himself a little bit of space. Grenades over towards A. And that is just a fake from the side of Imperial to kind of bait potentially members of Q9 over. I don't really see too many people biting on all of that. Now a bunch of noise being made in towards mid as they look to shift their attention and think about maybe another mid setup.
Now we see a full set of smokes coming down in mid to try and execute their way through. It's going to be Woonon again right behind the smoke. ADRF seems eager to push through, but Woonon and Wolf shut it down immediately. Wolf grabs a second. Lukum finally there for the trade, but may not be enough. LXM good for the kill onto Lukum, and Gokin, he's shell-shocked and all alone now in a 1v4.
No doubt, stuck in the smoke, just waiting this out. Flashes to boot. It's tough, but it's not going to happen. It is Q9 who is 1 point away from sending us an OT.
And this is where the pressure comes to its peak for Imperial. They still have a chance to close this one out in regulation, but Q9 on the cusp of taking this one back in overtime if they can make it happen. Wolf continuing to step up with the rest of his team now behind him, but it's still all about when they decide to get aggressive here. And as we see Q9 for the first time going for those mid-nades together, they're still going to back off, though, into this passive standard setup.
Yeah, no doubt. It just... Now Imperial, and now you start to sweat a little bit. You felt really good. You had, like you said, they had 2 rounds to just find one. Now you only have 1 round to find one, or else we are going to be playing at least 4 more rounds when we go to OT, but that is not here just yet. C4 towards the mid. Smoke is going to come out again from Q9 to kind of maintain control over that mid space. 2 players over at long B, the rest playing onto A site. For the side of Q9. I mean, Imperial, really making sure that, they kind of cross their T's, dot their I's here, and make sure that they have a lot of information. Some grenades coming out to mid. Are they going to make yet another mid push? A couple of them in a row. As Q9 now, starts fortifying these angles.
And it looks like we are going to see the mid to B play coming through. LXM under a lot of pressure. Woonon not able to support just yet. He doesn't want to give up this angle, but he does call for support here. You moving into position as well, but here comes the revert back towards A. That's going to leave Wolf in a very tough spot to hold on to as now the push comes through onto the lower A bomb site. It's a 1-for-1 trade very quickly, but here come the rotations.
Oh, a good shot from Feifei is going to take Wolf down. Wasn't able to find the connection here. You trying to play the angle, throws the frag as well. Does not seem to connect with any members of Imperial as they are going to be able to get the C4 down. A 3v4 retake. This could be Imperial's map. It's going to need some serious heroics from Q9 to do this. You on point is going to get the opening kill. On to go get another one comes through. That's 2 for you. All of a sudden, Q9 just has 1 more player to deal with. LKK just running. Lucam out the back, gets flashed. They're just pushing him, brute forcing him back. He isn't going to find it. We are going into overtime.
What a retake coming out from Q9. You couldn't ask for smoother transitions and trades to make that one happen. I don't think Imperial was ready to react as fast as they needed to be there, but that just shows you the pressure of such a crucial round at this point in the game. Imperial, they couldn't step up to the plate and get it done, and now Q9, with momentum on their side, they're going to be going into this overtime pretty confident now.
I mean, how about this? The first time we get to cast together, and it's an overtime map. It was such an exciting back and forth here. I mean, unbelievable play we've seen.
Definitely. I mean, this team already putting up more rounds for Brazil than we've seen from both maps these teams played yesterday from the rest of their region. And, I mean, an impressive game to say the least, but it's not over just yet. I mean, Imperial, the job's not done, but this is still Q9's pick at the end of the day, so we'll see if they can pull it off as we hop into OT. It's going to be 3-round halves, first to 4 here as we move forward.
Kind of a deja vu here as both teams want to take control of mid, but it's going to be you coming out of Lucam gets 2 big kills, finally shut down by Wolf. So in the end, it is going to be a 3-for-3 so far, but Lucam holds through, expecting the push. That's LXM. Wolf up and over is going to get another kill with some help from Wu. Actually, Woonan gets the kill. Wolf is going to get the assist, and now another bloodbath into mid comes through. Even Stevens for both teams.
And right now, if I'm Imperial, I'm pretty glad Ryu Zhao's alive. He's been their clutch master in a lot of these situations. That's how he started off regulation, so we'll see if he can do it once again here in overtime. But Wolf on that sniper, they've got to be very careful of his positioning here, holding on to the backside of mid, waiting to see if they'll potentially make the mistake of peeking a little bit too early on these defensive holds. Both players on the defense are split up, solo holding each site. But if they don't pay attention to Ryu Zhao, he could be in a great position to grab a quick flank here.
All right. They are slowly making their way through towards mid. Will they go short A? Will they go short B to get on in? Each player making sure to cover one angle or the other. Now they step in towards the A direction. A lot of angles to clear here, as it looks like they have done so. Site has been abandoned by the side of Imperial. So C4 actually shifting in towards B now. They're kind of trying to clear this out. I think once they realize it's clear, okay, they are going to make their way back. Just making sure that they have a lot of space to work with.
They definitely have all the time they need to set up for the post plant now. But for Ryu Zhao and ADRF, it's all about positioning on this retake. They need to hit the site simultaneously because the HP is in their favor pretty comfortably. Wolf under half, Woonan just around 60 health. So this is very winnable for these guys on the side of Imperial, but they have to clear these angles together. Otherwise, it could spell disaster.
Woonan on the site, waiting things out. Wolf on the other end, finding a kill of his own. ADRF gone. Ryu's out. Does he have another clutch in his veins? Wolf now attempting to help his teammate. Woonan behind the wall. That is going to actually put Rio's out up and through the window, but Woonan's going to spray him down. And that is the first round of OT going to Q9.
And you can tell the nerves are sinking in for Imperial here. Wolf looking good so far in overtime. The question is now, can Gokun continue to step up under this pressure as well? Wolf, he knows what it's like to lift that trophy. Gokun hasn't done it yet, and this is where pressure matters the most for both of these players. Wolf taking the kill lead now overall in round number 1 of overtime, but still Imperial, this is their chance to answer back and keep things even.
Yeah, you sponged up a bit of grenade damage in that, but all things considered for Q9, not significant losses. So the early show from Imperial was that they were going to contest this space, but this time they are going to back off and be a little bit less aggressive in the early parts around than we have seen at times as they shift players around on the backside. Meanwhile, Q9 is just really keen to just sort of kind of use their smokes, use their utility to start gaining space here in the mid.
Now we can see the group up here, Q9 stacked in mid. View goes down to Lukum. Ryu Zhao finds another on to Hades. Things are falling apart here, but just as I say that, Wolf and LXM answer back. ADRF good for one, still holding on to the back of the B bomb site, but the trades come through, and we're down to the 2v2.
Now Woonan with a great wide swing. Wolf able to find Gokun. That's a big kill there for the side of Q9. Just Ryu's out once again out in the open, and Wolf is going to find the spray first. 2 in a row here in overtime for Q9, and goodness gracious, what looked like it was going to be an Imperial win. They were up 2 rounds, and that's all they needed to get through, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, like I was saying before, I mean, Q9, they're historically very strong in overtime, and Imperial, I think they had to do it in regulation if they wanted to hold on here, but this last round, considering this is a defensive sided map, is very important for Imperial to win. If they go down 3-0 in the first half of overtime, it's not a good look going into that second half.
Exactly. All you need is 4 in overtime. Of course, if both sides get 3, we go to that golden round. We'll see if we can get there, see if Imperial can pull this back. But right now, Q9 Esports Club 2 rounds away from winning this, if they can pull it together. Now, once again, a similar look from Imperial on this setup from what we saw in the previous round. And Q9 is just kind of checking mid. There's too many players there, just one up on point, just Lukam. And now, I think they might make a go of this. They're getting used super deep here on this flank. There's a frag there to kind of keep him in check, but this is looking like a B hit potentially from Q9 if you can hold this angle down.
It's a great position, too, because you can hear both sides pretty well from where he's at, so he's probably just calling info for the rest of his team, while Q9 takes control here outside of B. ADRF already down. Feifei just has to hide and wait for the rotation. Only going to be a one-and-done hold from him, and now the numbers sit comfortably for Q9 on site. in prep for the retake.
Oh, so smart here from the side of Q9, and a great push, great hold by you. Now players from Imperial start to storm through the door, but LXM already gets 1. 2 more to go here. Gokun and Ryu's out, trying to push through, trying to find a miracle of their own. Up and over, nowhere to go. LXM done, and that is going to be it. 3 rounds on the Blacklist side for Q9 in the first half of overtime.
Yeah, and this is the harder side of the map generally as well. So a 3-0, a huge statement from Q9 to kick us off in OT. And now all they need is 1 in the second half to get it done. So a lot of pressure over onto Imperial's shoulders now to try and find a way back into this, because now the only option for them is getting it to a golden round.
Exactly. And what's crazy about this, there will be another tactical pause here. I have to assume that's going to be on Imperial's side. But the crazy part about this is this was slightly GR favored in terms of how both of these teams played their halves, right? It was 5 wins for the side of Imperial, 5 for the side of Q9 on their GR sides. And this was the BL side here for Q9, and they just swept it.
I think the big thing I noticed was in the regulation, we saw the GR half from Imperial so aggressively so that Q9 didn't know what to do, but it felt like in overtime, they almost backed off a bit on the side of Imperial, played a little bit too reserved, and Q9, they were ready to abuse that in full force. And I think it's just the pressure of this type of situation seeming to be a little bit too much for Imperial so far.
Yeah, and it seemed like they wanted to change up their style, change up, maybe show Q9 a different look. But like you're saying, it felt almost a little bit too scared versus, what they needed. So we are getting ready to find out if somehow, some way, Imperial can string 3 rounds together to get themselves into that golden round. If we can find some hope, some miracle, I'd love to see it. Of course, this is our first overtime. This is our first very close map so far here on the event, and I think we expected it with these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, couldn't ask for a better first match for us on the desk here. I mean,
right?
It's really gone the distance. We were asking for it all along yesterday, and we already have it in map number 1 today. So I'm excited to see if Imperial can maybe take us the full distance into that golden round, especially considering, Brazil still hasn't won a map yet, and Imperial, they've come so close. It would be a shame to see them let it slip this late into the game.
No doubt. I mean, I think we really want to see Imperial push this to the golden round. That would be super exciting, as I think potentially our tactical pause might have turned into a technical pause. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that, but of course we'll get back to the game as soon as possible, so bear with us. So, we're just waiting to see, make sure all the players are comfortable, ready to go, because of course, the next round is so important. If Q9 wins it, it's over. Map is going to be in their hands. Otherwise, we will at least try to inch our way towards, maybe the golden round, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I look at how things have gone in overtime, the big difference from me was really seeing Wolf step up in a whole new different way, I think, in those 3 rounds, since it seemed like it was almost like a frag per round for both him and Gokun towards the end of regulation. But looking at the stats in those 3 rounds of overtime we saw so far, he was 2 kills every single round here. And that kind of impact is really going to push your team into a really comfortable position in this tight of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like for a while that it might have been the Gokun show. He had that big 4-kill round where he exploded, completely kind of turned that last half in the favor of Imperial in that very last round. Since then, he's been not terrible, but not nearly as impactful as Wolf.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think it's a big credit to Wudon as an IGL as well. You can see constantly throughout this match, they seem to be the team adapting just a hair bit faster in a lot of these situations, especially in what they changed on their Blacklist half coming into this overtime. It was a whole different approach than what we saw in regulation and Imperial. I think they just tried to do the same thing, expecting Q9 to do the same thing, and it just didn't happen for them.
And I'd like to give you some credit as the point man for the side of Q9, doing a really good job taking that contact, finding some space, like you said, able to sneak into short B, able to get a lot of information on what's going around, set up a really nice hit. He's been kind of taking some of the early damage from those grenades and those mid trades, but he's able to find a lot of value for his team.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big advantages that at first I thought might be to the detriment of Q9, but they're actually really good at passively gathering information. On their GR side, it might have hurt them a little bit, but on the Blacklist side, I think it's helped them a lot just gathering the info before they make the attack, whereas Imperial, it almost seems like they have to forcefully gather that information, which sometimes can really come back to bite you.
Absolutely. I think that's really well said. And now, one more round for Q9, and they will have the map in hand. Can Imperial string 3 more together is the big question. And they have to run a lot of rounds, essentially 4 rounds in a row to win the map. And now Imperial over to the other side as we switch halves in the overtime. So it's going to be Blacklist for Imperial. Some opening shots, but no big damage. We haven't seen Q9 be keen when they've been on the GR side to kind of have those early exchanges in mid like we see from Imperial. They favored these deep, late setups.
Yeah, they definitely do, and I think right now the big play is going to be potentially from Wolf here and what he can do in this early position on B long. You see the vision there. He spots Gokun, but he actually doesn't want to engage. He has the information to know a B push could be coming through, and instead of taking the solo duel, he calls for LXM to comfortably come in, and this is that passive communication we were talking about where they don't necessarily go for the aggressive plays when they have that information. They play for the advantage here, and now they've rotated around the map accordingly, and they have 3 players to defend this B push.
Yeah, there were 2 players trying to push up through short B. Wolf at least gets one before he's taken down. Lucom going to be the one to get him. Hades is going to see that guy coming through. It doesn't matter. 2 there for Imperial. You able to find one. Now it's a 2v2. Stunned up is Gokun. Has to back off for a second. Lucom able to push over towards the window. Smokes abound on the site. Q9 here spread out trying to play defense. Yu's going to get a big kill on to Lucom. This could be it. It is just Gokun, but he's got the C4. A site is open.
And here comes the rotation, but who else would you want here to try and bring the game back besides Gokun? Right now he's got the angle, he's got the site. He's going to be able to set up for this post plant pretty much however he would want to if he does end up planning here on the backside of A, but it's still a 2v1 at the end of the day. He has to play an angle where he can try and find a way to isolate these fights one at a time. Otherwise, it's going to be an extremely difficult retake here, but we'll see if he has it in store for us.
See Q9 give him the opportunity. He tries to get a little bit aggressive and is going to get punished for it. Takes half damage as Q9 begins pushing it. He gets one. Can he get the other? No! Barely! LXM is going to find the kill, and that is going to be it. Q9 has taken the opening map, but what a fun one to start. We get an overtime. We get kind of what we've been looking for so far this event.
Definitely. I mean, these teams were dead even until overtime came onto the table. I mean, 4 straight rounds in a row for Q9. We saw them do it earlier in this match as well with a string of 4 rounds to start off the game, but I think it just shows the small difference between these 2 teams. Q9, when the pressure is at its peak, they're the team that rose to the occasion today.
Absolutely. I mean, just a beautiful comeback there. I mean, essentially winning 6 rounds in a row at the end is Q9, right? They had to win 2 rounds to send it to OT. They were able to do that, and then they cleared through OT. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So that is going to be map 1 in the books. We move over to our second map next, which will be Black Widow. So it is going to be Imperial's choice now. Maybe we get a map 3.
You definitely think so at this point, considering on that pick, going into overtime on Q9's pick should bode well for them in their map pick. If they have that same confidence we saw on map number 1, I wouldn't be surprised to see us on that map 3, but still, you've got to wonder if they get close to the finish line again, are they going to stall out at that 8 or 9 round mark and allow Q9 to catch up and get themselves back into the game? Because when that pressure's on, that's when we saw Imperial start to slip in this matchup, especially the likes of Gokun.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really, really well said, and I'd like to see Imperial stay active, stay aggressive. I think that's when they were at their best. Here on the other side of things, especially on their GR side, like you mentioned, when they came to their defense, they let their foot off the gas pedal, and that really burned them.
Now here, looking at the stats, we've got a map summary, and honestly, Wolf, not the #1 overall in KD, but when you look at kills per round, the only player to sit above that 1.0 or higher margin, and I think him and Gokun, for both of their teams, they were that consistent staple they needed. It was just the overtime, the difference between these 2 guys that we really saw. And I think for Gokun as well, the rest of his team seemed a little less comfortable around him, and I'd love to see more from the likes of ADRF and Feifei going into this next match, because I think across the board, Q9 was firing in that overtime, and it seemed like some of these players like Ryuzao, who were great in regulation, were pretty quiet towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw like sprinkles from the other players where they'd have one big round, but they weren't able to kind of consistently keep it together for the side of Imperial. So we move towards the next map. Black Widow comes up next. I want to point this out for Q9. One thing I thought that was interesting when I was pouring through the stats data is that they're generally pretty consistent across all 5 players. Like, nobody is really blowing the doors off, like an Even or somebody like that, who's got a significantly higher KDR versus the rest of the team. So I think we see this pretty well here. Other than Wolf, kind of popping off towards the end, everybody's kind of doing their part for the side of Q9.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you have a high-pressure situation like that, that's when a team like that is going to be really valuable, because there's no pressure in having to have one person just go the distance for you. So a big congratulations to them for taking this map, and we'll see what happens in Black Widow here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for Black Widow, our first look at it for this event. Kind of one of those classic maps that we have in Crossfire. I'm super thrilled about it. I think our players might need a bathroom break after that long game. But don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're here. We're sticking around. We will move right into the next map as soon as the players are ready. So, look, I mean, this is the first time I've been able to cast Crossfire in a while. We had our pandemic kind of thing going on, whatever. That's all mostly kind of winding down, and it's a pleasure to be here with you, my friend. Really been having a great time learning from you and really getting to experience this environment in Crossfire. So I'm just having a blast.
Yeah, and I'm excited. We've had the matches really heat up today as well. I mean, after yesterday, I wasn't sure if we were going to have a pretty one-sided group stage, and now the intensity's here in day number 2. So I've been really excited to see these two teams go head-to-head, and honestly, a map 3 I think will just be icing on the cake for how things have started off today so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping for it. With what we just saw, I absolutely would love to see a map 3. For it to go to Ankara would absolutely be a treat. I think everybody at home would like that as well. I mean, unless you're a Q9 fan, then you don't want that. But everybody else would like that, of course. So we'll see if we can get to it, as we are just waiting things out. So, Wolf here, I do want to point this out. I think we've talked about it a lot, but the sniper difference is that, we see Nagokin can be explosive. Wolf was super consistent. Like you mentioned, I think he was like 2 kills, per death in the overtime, which is absolutely insane. The way that he just kind of was able to, make things so difficult for the side of Imperial.
Yeah, I think in looking at these two guys side by side, the big difference for me is I feel like Gokin, he's the guy who can open the round, but Wolf, he's the one who's closing the rounds for his team. And having that in your sniper, I think, is just a little bit more impactful, because when the pressure's on and you have someone in a clutch situation, I almost rather have Wolf there than Gokin, because he's more consistent under that type of pressure. But Gokin, don't get me wrong, still opening those rounds really well in regulation. I think for him, it's just being a little bit more adaptable in those clutches.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point here as we go into Black Widow, because I think Ryu Zhao is the only player we saw come up with some really big clutches for the side of Imperial, at least a couple times, right? But again, it was nobody that was super consistent in those big moments for the side of Imperial, whereas Q9 had a bit more of that in their book, and that's why they're able to come through with the map win. And I don't know. I mean, this one should be a lot of fun. It's already been a lot of fun. But, who do you favor in this? So right now it is Imperial's pick, but are you feeling like maybe Q9 still has an advantage, or do you think Imperial can take this?
I think it really comes down to the mentality of Imperial after how they really handle and process this first loss. Because if you look at the difference between their regulation and their overtime, they almost threw their regulation plans out of the window on the side of Imperial going into that overtime, played way more reserved, way more passive, and they continued to pull back. If they keep pulling back here in map number 2, I think this could be a 2-0 for Q9, but if we see them kind of revert to what worked in regulation against Q9 on that first map, they're going to have a much better time here. They can't be afraid to continue that aggressive play style and go for that map control just because they lost that first map.
I totally agree. I think that definitely was what really hurt them in the end, was that lack of aggression, that lack of kind of that killer instinct that they had early on in the match. Let's see if they can find their footing, if they can readjust here. We've had a little bit of a break as we get ready for our second match here in Group B. First look at these two teams, Imperial and Q9. It was, again, Q9 taking Compound, going into OT. They swept through it 4-0 in the overtime rounds. Over to Black Widow now for our second map. If Q9 wins it, of course, they will find themselves with a 2-0 victory. Imperial looking to send this into a map third, and Kara, who awaits us if we get there. And all the players back at their desks after I think, again, everybody needed a little bit of a break after that one. That was pretty intense.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an exciting map as well because this is the first time we're seeing Black Widow at CFS this year as well. A lot of teams seem to be avoiding it in yesterday's picks and bans, so I'm thrilled to see maybe the changes from last year coming into this year from a lot of these teams as well, because historically Black Widow was a map where the Chinese teams prevailed and everyone kind of banded out against them. But looking at some of the match records regionally, both Brazil and Vietnam have looked really good on Black Widow, so I expect it to be played a lot more coming in this year. But it looks like we're ready to jump in. Q9 looking for the 2-0, but Imperial looking to tie it back up and go to map 3 as we move forward.
I think one interesting thing here, in the regional finals, Imperial was 2-0 on this map. Out of 30 rounds played, they won 20 of them, so they were really consistent. They only lost 10 rounds. They were extremely dominant on this map. Now, some early aggression from the side of Q9. They will once again start on the side of the blacklist. Imperial over on the GR side, putting 3 in towards that catwalk area. Contact being found by Feifei. Yu trying to spray. Yu gets one before Feifei able to find another. Can't escape in time. Bunan up the stairs, gets shut down by Lucam. And it is a 3 for 3 as Q9 begins to try to retake that space.
A lot of information also being gathered from Wolf here, playing outside of A long, so they have that detailing to work with to work into this A execution. Ryuzao has to rotate quickly in for the support here, but LXM and Hades already working their way up the catwalk in Imperial. They haven't noticed them sneaking into sight here. It's a free plant for this 3v3, so Q9, they have a lot of time to set up for the retake.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now for the side of Imperial. They're already pretty deep outside of B, so should be able to get in rather quickly. Already one up towards the catwalk area potentially, but nope. It's going to head over towards long 8. The other 2 look to be coming in from the catwalk. Potentially, oh, another one going over to long. Okay, so you got 2-1, but the one on the catwalk shut down. Goken dead, so the big gun out of the hands of Imperial as they look towards the push into long A. Wolf playing off a contact, has to fall back, wants to set up for his other teams, but LXM good for 1. Wolf good for another. And again, the push and pull that we see from Q9 and their teamwork, really strong.
Yeah, and positionally as well, Q9, I think just reading into this one nicely, it looked like Imperial might have had the better advantage positionally on that catwalk push, but Q9, they were ready for it. They traded it out well and were able to execute on the site almost untouched. So now we're going to see a quick change of pace. Imperial going aggressively for control of A long, and I think they're just going to get it for free here.
I think this is what we wanted to see. We want to see them establish this tempo, gain control of the pit here. The smokes have to be expended to do so. And it is going to be Wolf who's left behind momentarily by Q9 to kind of watch that, see if there's any aggression out from the long A side from Imperial. Not going to be the case, as now all the way through mid is Q9. They're through the double doors. They're in towards the GR spawn. Goken watching it. Oh, just misses on the flick there. Yu is waiting, and he's got one. Hades has another. Goken gets taken down. Now a lot of options here. Wolf finds another, even though Lucam had one. And it is a 1-1 split now for Imperial. They're completely cut apart. Ryu's out, trying to win the duel. And LXM doing a good job avoiding contact, but finally, Ryu's out, is going to find him. Yu knows right where he is, and finally able to connect the spray. Just Feifei left in a 1v3.
We'll see what he can do there, but Goken, he just failed to hold that mid-door push, and once they got out, it was an unstoppable round for Q9 to take away in their favor, and you can see Wolf continuing to rain down that devastation, but, you know, for me, it was just that cross hold from Goken. He had to stop them from getting out of those double doors, and he just couldn't lock down that position, and ultimately, it left the rest of his team exposed.
I like the way that Q9 responds to the aggression here with a little bit of their own and what is likely to be more open space, since they know they're at least a couple over in towards that long A side, able to kind of find the open areas of the Imperial defense. Really nicely done here by Q9. This time, a little bit slower start for both sides. Again, a couple up towards the catwalk of A for Imperial. You still have one watching in towards the mid double doors, another on site on to B, as Q9 really wants to, again, get that information like you were talking about. They're so good at kind of sussing out what Imperial's doing.
And they did throw the triple smoke on A1, but right now, the story's all about this B-bomb side push. Ryu's out, just holding on for dear life, calling for the rotation of ADRF to get in there, who does manage to find Yu, trying to sneak his way out. But here comes the push down, catwalk as well. Feifei, good for a first round for himself on the Rudon, now a 5-on-3 for the execute.
Now Q9 has to make this push through B happen. You still have the full forces of Imperial awaiting. They only have 3. Hades takes half damage. A few members dinged up on the side of Imperial as well. Hades tries to get up and over, and then it's going to be Ryu's out finding Wolf. Another goes down. Hades gets one before finally Imperial is able to take the round into their hands, and that's their first one here on Black Widow.
Definitely a good way to get the ball rolling on map number 2. This is their pick as well, but this is the harder side of the map to play, so it is going to be a tough one for them to establish that early dominance on that they may have been hoping for in their map choice. So we'll see if they have what it takes to pull this one back and tie it here in round number 4, but we do see quickly Wunan grabs an early pick there across mid onto ADRF.
Yeah, Wolf there, also under pressure at long A, but trying to get spicy in mid. Not going to happen for the side of Imperial. Wolf finds another. That's going to be Lucom down as Wolf gets over in towards long A. He's able to sneak through right under the noses of Imperial. Now they're trying to take space all across the map. Ryu's out playing on point, trying to spray through the window. Jumps down to try to find some kind of safety. Goken able to find one, but quickly 2 kills for LXM. B site is open and just Goken left.
It should be almost unwinnable for him at this point. Q9, they've got full control of this site. He's going in with just an ARM and a pistol. He has to open it up all on his own through the edge of a smoke. It's not going to happen, though. LXM hunts him down, and it's another one on the board for Q9. You can tell the momentum is on their side. They're on the more favorable one for this first half as well, but Imperial, it's all about keeping their head in the game and really pushing themselves into an okay position going into the more favorable half in half number 2.
And this has been the more dominant side for Imperial when they've played this map. They've won 2/3 of their rounds on the GR side of this map, and so far only able to get 1. Let's see if they can turn it around. Still plenty of rounds to play in the first half, still plenty of opportunities for Imperial to get this done. Wolf has once again pushed into long A, but this time the members of Imperial are just going to stay back, stay hidden, and wait to see what the Q9 boys want to do as they begin to make their way towards the B connector, in towards the double doors in mid. Smoke is going to come out off of that to kind of maybe stall Q9 by a little bit of time here, but Goken had taken a lot of damage, down to just 1 HP, essentially 2 HP.
Yeah, definitely a tough role for Goken to play here. Again, the only player to hold mid, and this time he's low HP in that position as well. But here comes the catwalk push. It's a 3-man stack on A as well from Imperial, so they have the numbers to hold this one off. But Feifei, he's the key position on this hold. He has to wait until they cross Lucum to peek, otherwise he could compromise this whole setup.
Yeah, LXM still has the C4 way back by the BL spawn, sitting in there, finally going to start coming through. No serious pressure attempted by Q9. Imperial has the defenses, has the numbers. Should be able to shut this down potentially. Yu's going to drop right down. It is going to be Goken who gets taken down quickly. 2 kills for Lucam. Make it 3 now as it's a shutdown for the side of Imperial. They take a second round, and it is now 3-2, still in favor of Q9.
Great hold there from Lucam and Fifi on that A side, and it was just the patience they needed to there. They didn't overcommit to the hold. They didn't try to take any solo fights. They were just there to trade off of each other, and now we'll see if they can keep the momentum on their side as we move forward. But here comes the aggression over towards A long once again. It's Wolf looking for that initial kill. Not going to find it as Goken decides he wants to back off here.
There's some smokes out over on B here, so aggression on both sides of the map from Imperial to start this round. This is, again, where they seem to find some success, and that has stalled up Q9 momentarily. Still, Wunan going to be watching the catwalk windows, seeing if anybody's going to be pushing through from Imperial. They're thinking about it, potentially, at least moving around, watching to see if anybody's going to come up those stairs, using that early space to their advantage. Once again, now Q9 going to attempt to reinforce Wunan.
Here comes the smoke screen and flash to go for control of Cat. It's going to hit nicely, but there's really nothing to come behind it. A little bit delayed on the push. Here they come out of the mid double doors, and nobody is holding this. Hades sneaks out of mid as Wolf gets the pick onto Goken, but ADRF swings back into it anyways to take down Hades and equalize the situation.
Still, though, C4 remains in the spawn for Q9, so I think this is sort of a fallback. Wolf was able to get a pick. Maybe they can rotate into his direction or fake it and try to move back over to B. Let's see what the plan is going to be for Q9 on this, as they are regrouping, reassessing, and they're going to leave Wunan on point at mid doors.
I like the call here as well for the 3-man stack on the back of this B bomb site, but Woonan was able to sneak out into mid again. This time he's going to punish ADRF on the late peak and make this one a 4v3. Feifei getting hunted down to the window as well. He's aware of the situation though, but now he's alone on the back of site, 1v4. He's going to be isolated and just completely naded out of that position and taken down for the 2v4 now.
Yeah, great stuns and frags there from the side of Q9 to find that and remove that player. Ryu Zhao, though, is going to get Woonan. The C4 is down, but now it is a 3v2 for Q9. Lucom is so good. LXM into the catwalk now with his teammate Wolf. They are waiting this out. A push is coming through. Are they going to go for the defuse? Ryu Zhao starts it. There's no attempt to stop this from Q9. Finally, they just barely get there in time. Wow, what a delayed push there from Q9, but they find the perfect time to strike.
Yeah, most teams there, you would have thought, would just let that one slip on the timer, but Q9, they know the timing perfectly. They peak just with enough time to make sure that player's on the defuse, not able to swing up and fire back. Beautifully executed on that post-plant hold. A little bit risky for my taste, but they still get it done to keep themselves in the lead here. And Imperial stuck on that back burner 2-4 as we move forward.
That was last second. That was definitely by the skin of their teeth for sure. So well done by Q9, though. And that is the mark of a good team. When they're able to win by narrow margins like that consistently, that means they really have a great flow for the game. Now, once again, Woonan trying to put pressure into mid. Meanwhile, the other players of Q9 attempt to go through long B into the site. It is going to be Ryu Zhao good for one, but LXM finds another, and it is a 3-kill-for-1 exchange here in the favor of Q9. They've got a pretty good advantage right now as Lucom tries to get up through the window. A player underneath him. I think he avoided the site potentially, not sure. Wolf, though, doesn't matter. AWM is going to take him out.
Gokin, the last alive here. Surely not much he can do. He's able to find one, but that'll be it here. Quickly traded out. And now the question is, can they find a way back into this for Imperial? Q9 stacking round after round, but as we saw again here at that 4-2 scoreline, Gokin was at 1 kill. Maybe he's going to start and wake up again here now. We saw it in the first map, but he needs it now more than ever because right now that mid lane has been so difficult for Imperial to find any action to go their way in.
Gokin's bottom fragging right now. Only 2 kills so far for Imperial. A bit of an exchange here. He's going to find another. It's a 2-for-2, make it a 3-for-2 in favor of Imperial. Woonan and Hades, the last one standing for Q9, as A has been left open by the side of Imperial so far. C4 going to be grabbed here by Hades as Woonan continues to make his way through Cat to try to find it. Gokin watches the mid door, but the players of Q9 have already passed. He's going to be able to see them, and they could potentially get to the site for free.
Yeah, the big positioning here is going to be coming out of Woonan. If he can sneak under that window before Gokin goes to spot the rotation, it's a huge positional advantage for Q9 on this post plant, but he has to be careful on how he does it. He actually decides to drop down underneath the catwalk, which could be to the advantage of Imperial here because Gokin, he's ready for that positioning, but it's almost a little bit too passive here from Imperial as Hades is able to full clear the back of site and set up to plant this bomb.
Hades going to set himself up under the window. In the back alley, Woonan is going to get Gokin trying to make his way in that direction. So once again, Woonan just so cagey, so smart in the middle here. The way that he positions himself, the way that he finds the timings to strike on the members of Imperial. So impactful. C4, still plenty of time to be planted. Finally, they are going to go for it. A bit of a bait here from Q9 to try to kind of stall Imperial out, catch them rotating, trying to get information.
And you can see here too, they're going to be playing off of site, doubled up in the A window here, trying to catch the rotators off guard together. So far it's worked, but the HP is against them. Doesn't seem to matter though. Hades and Woonan close it out with a huge 2v3 to keep their team out in front.
It's starting to get pretty one-sided on Black Widow here for Q9. They are absolutely running this map over, so that is going to force the tactical pause out. I'm going to have to assume from the side of Imperial indeed. It is going to be Imperial's tactical pause, and this one's been tough. This one's been tough, dude. I'm just not sure, you know, ZZXQ, what can Imperial do?
I think for me, the big difference we saw on Compound was they weren't afraid on their GR side to aggressively take mid control. this map has seemed a lot more passive from them and how they're holding the map. I think they need to just go for more than just that A-long push. They haven't pushed out of B or mid yet, and I don't think Q9 would be prepared for them to do so, but I think with how passive they're playing, Gokhan can't come online. It seems like if he's stuck holding a passive angle, he seems to struggle a bit more from those positions. We saw it time and time again where he allowed them to get out mid or A because he just wasn't comfortable holding those passive spots.
Yeah, I think it's really curious here for Imperial how Gokhan was the impact player on Compound. Now it's the opposite. It's flopped where he is now flopping for the side of Imperial. And as good as a player as he is, you know, everybody has bad maps, everybody has bad days, but it seems to be an overall kind of tactical sense for Imperial that's lacking.
Yeah, on top of that, I think we have to give credit to the IGLs in this situation. I mean, Woonan, he's been reading this defensive setup so well that there's almost no positive rotations coming out from Imperial. It seems like when Q9 wants to hit a site, they almost always have had the advantage in this first half. And if he can keep that kind of calling coming up and how he's reading the map, Woonan's going to be a huge factor, I think, in grabbing this win today against Imperial.
He's been such a menace in that mid area, around those doors, around the catwalk, really just causing a lot of problems for Imperial. Maybe part of the reason they can't find that space in the mid is him, you know, not just wanting to get that information, but individually, I think shutting it down, kind of closing the door, you know, quite literally the mid doors there, as a lot of grenades out early. Rounds have been generally pretty slow here, but this one, I think, a little bit aggressive on both sides of the map for the side of Imperial, but quickly backing off once again.
Now we see Woonan already being that player to sneak in alone for information, and when your IGL's the person grabbing that early information, there's a lot you can do with it to try and close out a round. He sneaks up Cat, doesn't spot a single player, but backs off. So he's going to be able to take that information and still execute somewhere else on the map. The rest of his team, though, working their way slowly over towards the B box room here to maybe execute onto ADRF's position. He's holding it nicely for the cross peak, but right now it's going to be curious to see what this player in the back lines does. I believe it's going to be Wolf holding the flank, though, for Q9.
A little bit of damage done to Wolf from that grenade, so he's going to back off as the stuns and other utility came out across both sides. Imperial able to thwart this advance from Q9. Q9 starts to aggress in a different direction. That grenade almost catching a player there as Woonan throws out a smoke, trying to maybe bait out. Imperial making a bit of a change, hiding a player behind the door here. Fei awaits any members of Q9, seeing if he can catch Woonan, trying to get aggressive through the mid like he has done a couple of times so far. But the other three members, excuse me, of Q9 are pushing up into the catwalk. We have one player on the other side for Imperial. Fei is going to get Woonan, trying to go through that door. Lucam going to be the one waiting here on the A site. See, can't find any shots just yet. Looks over, gets one. Can he get another? Flash is going to hit him. Wolf and you being really cagey. A lot of damage done, and there's the finish. Gokhan, though, going to come alive with the AWM. 2 players left for Q9, but they are super weak, whereas health advantage is favoring Imperial.
Ryu Zhao as well as snuck out of the A window, and I'm not so sure that Q9 have caught on to his position here. They're distracted by Gokhan on long, and Ryu Zhao, he's ready to fry them all by himself. They have no idea, but he whiffs the first shots here, and now Yu has a chance with LXM to close it out. It's down to the 1v1. Ryu Zhao, huge HP advantage, but LXM is running straight at him. 7 seconds, there's no time to plant. The kill has to happen, but it just won't here. Ryu Zhao holds on and saves the day here for Imperial to close out a 6-3 half.
Well, the tactical pause worked out. They're able to get that final round. I think a really good adjustment here by Fei to put himself behind that door. He knew Woonan, given enough time, given enough kind of lack of presence that he's going to sense from the side of Imperial, he would want to try to push in past those doors, and they're able to punish that. Now he flips sides. It is going to be Q9 on the GR side, Imperial over on the BL side. But again, at least so far this year, this has been the least productive side for Imperial on this map.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here going into this one in 6-3. Not the ideal half for Imperial, but definitely with a little bit of pressure, they might be able to turn this one back around. Already an A-long push in preparation from Imperial. Hades, the one who has to try and hold it off. It's not going to happen. Lucam already takes him down, and it's going to be up to Wolf here, hiding on the back of site.
And he is going to get taken down by Gokhan. They knew he was going to be there. They were ready and waiting. A successful push flank coming through. Ryu's out, able to cut one down. Coming through, Woonan trying to get up to this window. Smoke in his way, though, is going to force him back. LXM trying to come in from Catwalk. Woonan trying to come in through the tunnel on the other side. Feifei watching one. Woonan traded down by Feifei, and that is going to be the round here for Imperial. So they get the first round on their blacklist side. Can they run this back?
It's a great start to try and pull this one back in their favor. Only 2 rounds to tie it up, but they need this map along with it as well to send it over to map number 3. And still, Gokun, he has been a little bit silent, but the rest of his team starting to wake up here as we kicked off the second half. Right now, though, it's going to be Q9 playing aggressively, both in Catwalk and on A long as well. Wolf eager to try and challenge up mid, and it's actually going to be ADRF who almost catches him off guard there.
Wolf got a little bit of information through those windows, able to see a couple players, and he's going to immediately back off. This is something that I think I've seen Q9 do so far in this match where they're really good, especially Wolf, not kind of trying to play for a trade, instead playing for the win. He's going to back off, even though he might be able to catch a player off guard with his AWM. Instead, he wants to make sure that maximum damage can be achieved for Q9.
Right now, though, Q9 is relatively spread out, so if Imperial plays together for these trades, they could somehow swing the advantage in their favor. It's going to be a full push up Catwalk here as the rest of the team groups up behind ADRF. Looks like you may see Gokun lurk out late towards A long, but right now, it's really only one player holding off this push for the side of Q9. I believe it's going to be Wolf here, just holding that cross on Catwalk. He's going to have to come up huge, though, to save this position.
No doubt about it. He could have Woonan potentially come through the tunnel and help him out, but a stun onto Woonan. He's going to buy a little bit of time. He gets the first. Wolf able to try to go for the second. There's at least the help from Woonan. He gets taken down by Ryuzao. Wolf trying to cut across with the pistol. It's a little bit of damage here. Wolf still alive, still firing. Makes it a 3v2 in favor of Imperial. You underneath now. Gokun pinned here behind these boxes. Goes up the stairs, gets shut down. Ryuzao, 23 HP and a dream. Trying to make his way back around to the other side, but the C4 is down just outside of the tunnel.
Yeah, this should be an unwinnable round for Ryuzao. The C4 alone making this extremely difficult to try and win back, along with 20 HP to work with. He's going to have to force his way in here. It's just not going to happen, though. You ready for the punish, takes him down, and Q9 are one step closer to victory.
Well, you can see there a little bit of frustration on the Imperial players. You know, just the squeezing of the eyes. It's rather, you know, it's rather challenging with this Q9 squad right now. They got 4-7. He's going to be the score for Q9, so 3 rounds ahead. 3 more to go before they're able to shut this map out potentially. Wolf again watching the windows through Cat, but this time they're going to sneak a player up. It is LXM, or excuse me, Hades, who's going to push forward for their side. And this is a different look here from Q9. Last time it was Wolf falling back. Now they're going to try to put some pressure onto Imperial.
Potential as well, bringing out the Om early, a big change up from Imperial, trying to go for the double pick setup. But this is the play I wanted to see from Imperial in the first half. Q9 going for that full mid-control push, and there is nobody on A for them, but they don't need it. They have all the information being gathered by this player pushed up from Hades, who can hear pretty much everybody on the opposing team from this position. So he has all of that information to funnel, and we saw how valuable that was from you in the first map. So this should be a lot for them to work with on this hold. Wolf creeps up, misses the shot though onto Gokun, gets quickly punished, and now Imperial have the gift of the 5v4 to work with.
Yeah, that's huge there. This kind of smothering of mid was looking good for Q9 potentially. Tons of space and control gain. Now they have to back off of it. Now they have to sacrifice it without that steady hand of Wolf there to keep the ship on course. Imperial, now it's their opportunity to start pressuring through mid. Catwalk is going to send players for their side. Gokun takes a smidge of damage himself. As now we got 2 and the C4 up into there. Let's see if they can get this done. I mean, they've got a real opportunity here.
Nice pick on to Hades as well. Lukum finds him. 5-on-3 for the hit. It's going to be a pretty open A side as well. Woonan, the only player to try and stop this. He needs a huge play. It's not going to happen. Gokun with the quick shutdown to make it a 2v5. Yu, though, caught as well on the rotation, leaves LXM in a very tight spot to work his way out of. Finds the first, but surely nothing more. But actually, it's a second quickly to follow. Still 3 players in his way, but a great start to a 1v5 potentially.
I mean, that would be the play of the tournament so far if LXM can pull this off. Hell of a 2 kill so far. He's got 1 up there. Not going to be the case. Lukum is going to take him down. But that round, finally, Gokun able to come alive and really help Imperial secure that.
Definitely a big round for them, and you can see for Imperial, the key to success is coordinated aggression. When they have that in the cards for themselves in the round, they seem to do quite well. So if they can keep that up, they may just be able to get this one back into their hands, and that's exactly what they're going to do here at the start of the round. 4 players quickly going for that A-long control. They want to fight onto Wunan and Hades. The problem is the smokes and flashes from Q9 devastating these players, but still through the smoke, they find 2 players on the edge of it. Wunan and Hades down early. Makes this a very winnable round now for Imperial.
No doubt, the defense crumbling there for Q9, and that's long A. Very well under control of the side of Imperial here so far. You are going to shift LXM over towards A site to try to reinforce this. You do have Wolf there over in the catwalk continuing to watch mid. The cross is starting to be attempted here potentially. It may just be kind of a bait to try to kind of convince the side of Q9 that they are shifting over. But right now Q9 is they're drifting back in the direction of A. They haven't bit towards what I think might be sort of a B fake here for the side of Imperial.
Wolf, though, he's the key player if they want any hope of turning this one around. He's pushed all the way up of catwalk, and now he's going to be naded down. They know exactly what he's doing here. Down to 13 health, almost take it out of the picture before he even had a chance to react. And now Imperial knows he's low and want to push right onto A to meet him there.
That's so devastating for the side of Q9. And now they lose you as well. LXM on point, not able to get the transfer. Wolf, not much else he can do there. Low on health, found one, but it is going to be another round now in the hands of Imperial. They're starting to make a match of this.
Definitely a much better half for them so far here in the second half, but they can't afford to take their foot off the gas just yet. One will give them the tie, but they really need to win this map confidently if they want any hopes of taking this to a third map series that they can win back. Right now, quick A-long control coming out from Imperial. Nobody to meet them there this time around. It's going to be Q9 putting their favor towards that mid and catwalk hold while 2 players go for that B connector push out as well. So a lot of information to be gathered in mid, but it's all being heard by this player sitting just outside of the B arches. So it's Imperial knowing everything that's going on and just deciding to back off here so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a similar look from Q9 in a way at first glance, but a few different players in different key positions here give them a different sort of control over mid. But this is making Imperial be forced back. If Gokun can find that opening kill again, maybe Imperial can snowball that into a big round potentially. Q9, though, still just holding firm. Gokun, see if he can get one around the corner. There is Hades waiting just behind that pillar in the window. Gokun checks one angle. Is he going to be ready for the other? Yes, he is. The big opener from Gokun is huge. He's going to assist Lucam on the second.
And there you have it, a great way to push this one forward. An interesting note, though, only M4s on the table for Q9. These AKs proving the strength here in this matchup now, as it's going to be a 2v4. Wunan and Wolf looking for an opening to potentially swing back in their favor, but Gokun's going to stop any chance of that. Wunan now left in the 1v4, trying to find his way to maybe clutch this one up, but the bomb is already eagerly pushing its way up the catwalk, and Wunan, he's about to walk right into this one.
I mean, it is just about time that we see Gokun come alive. It is going to be Fei finding the final kill, but he was so quiet there for that first half, and now he's starting to heat up. Now he's starting to take over rounds, and it's been 2 rounds, you know, where he's found these big opening picks on these mid setups that Q9 is trying to set up that just break everything apart.
Right now as well, it is going to be all about the momentum swing here. It's been Imperial stringing rounds together, but they still need to push this one forward. They're going for that A-long control again. Q9 going for a very similar setup to what seemed to not work so well for them in the previous round. Interesting to see their approach again, but this time they will slowly shift back towards having a few more players on the backside of this A-bomb site. Ryuzhao looking for that early information on the backside of mid still, but Hades seems eager to push up the catwalk as well and potentially meet that challenge along with a few teammates ready for the support, but still, this is a very passive start for Imperial. No real map control just yet.
Yeah, they are starting to go over towards A as Fei has gained the pit and kind of knows that nobody's really looking over towards A. Now we know that this is happening. There's 4 players just chilling in the catwalk here for the side of Q9. Point of contact here might be Goken again. And if he can find that opening pick, he might have to be trading with Wolf. Shot did not connect for either player. Couple are down here, and Imperial trying to break through the defenses. LXM going to get one, but that doesn't matter. He is taken down by Feifei. A 3-for-2 now for Imperial. They start throwing some utility at Catwalk, expecting the push, and indeed, Q9 players were trying to make their way there. C4 still yet to be planted as Q9 is going to back off and rethink this retake.
Q9, though, this is a huge round. They've had the lead for so long on this map, but this could be Imperial taking it back into their hands. The bomb will get planted, but it's a double A long play coming out from Q9. Ryuzao, he's got to get at least one of these players. If not, Q9 have a huge chance to bring this one back. But the flashbang could be everything he needs in this situation. It comes out a little bit too late, though, on the pop. Yu finds him to make it a 2v2.
You still have Goken waiting, looking down the street. And oh, what a shot from Yu! He jumps up and gets Goken instantly. Still one in the window. Feifei is good for it. Takes down Hades. A 1v1 here. It is tied up 7-7. A flash. Gonna buy a little bit of time, and Yu pulls off and gets the final kill. Q9 is gonna go up 8-7.
But no, there's no time to defuse.
Oh my God, the defuse. I thought he had it.
1 second left on the clock. He was so confident there, but unfortunately, he's gonna fall short. 1 second was all he needed to finish that defuse, but Feifei, you got to hand it to him. He knew either way. He just had to play the timer, and he got it done for his team. Imperial winning a crucial round there, thanks to Feifei, now finding themselves 2 rounds away from a 3rd map in this series, but it's not over just yet. But I'm still curious to see how many M4s they'll play on the side of Q9. You do see Hades, though, finally bringing that AK back out, which seems to have been doing a lot of extra damage on the side of Imperial in this half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has been a really impressive comeback here for the side of Imperial, stringing a lot of rounds together now. That's 5 in this half so far. I mean, absolutely insane from their side. Man, what a play from Feifei. I thought he had that. I thought Q9 was going to be able to squeak around out, but yeah, like you said, the timing just perfect for their side. And again, it's those kind of plays that make great players, as a little bit of attention being placed towards B. Now, you do have one player tucked way back for Q9 here. Yu is sitting in the corner. LKK knows it's possible. Still going to lose his life, but position identified. You know, Yu knows he's going to have a little bit of difficulty now getting out of this spot. A 1 and done potentially. The flash is good, and he is going to be taken down. ADRF still trying to push through. Q9 defense heavy here on the B side, and that's going to send him back.
A great rotation though, coming out from Q9, not allowing any potential sneak in to this B bomb site. Ryuzao and ADRF very low on HP as well, giving Q9 a slight advantage here in this round as it continues forward. The one issue could be they are spread pretty thin across the map right now. Only a little bit of trade support over towards B. These 2 players towards A, though, going to basically have to solo frag from their positions. Wolf, though, able to do it pretty consistently for his team. Hades, though, not having the best match so far for himself. The only player not really around double digits in the entire server here on Black Widow. If he can step up to what we saw on the first map, it could be enough to bring Q9 back into it, but here comes the push on A-Long. This is going to be a huge role for Wolf to play here. Gets flashed out. Caught is going to be LXM as Feifei takes him down. Wolf has to step up, but Feifei over the top finds 2. It's Woonon with the trade, but still Imperial reigns supreme on this bomb side as Hades goes down. It's Woonon stuck on the rotation to try and 1v3, but he's already taken down ADRF. What a shot there! Takes down Ryuzao as well. It's already a 1v1 Goken versus Woonon for a huge round between both of these teams.
Can Goken get this done? He watches the window. He has a sense. Going to swap over to the AK, back over to the AWM there. Has 2 guns available. Maybe hit the leg there. No, just missed it of Woonon. And Woonon is going to get it this time around. It is going to be Q9 finding a huge win here in the second half.
What a 1v3 there from Woonon. The IGL taking his team right back to the tie here, and it looks like there is going to be a pause coming out potentially from Q9 in the server here. But what a moment for that to happen for Woonon. It looked like it was going to get pushed to map point from Imperial, but it seems like for Imperial throughout this entire series so far, just when you think they're about to win it, their Q9 is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close but no cigar in the previous round. This time, unbelievable play from Woonon. And I like what we're seeing here. I think this is a great tactical pause. We've already seen this work for Q9, where after they win a round, they take a tac pause. And this one's a little bit different because that was probably not a round they should have, normally be winning, but, a hero play from Wunan puts it into their hands, and now they get a little bit of time to think about this. There's potentially 2 more rounds. If they can win this, they could maybe prevent another overtime, but goodness gracious, we may just get another overtime. It kind of feels like it.
It's definitely possible. If I'm Q9 here, though, I'm trying to think of ways to break that morale and just take these final 2 rounds, because overtime is a bit riskier for Q9 at this point, I think. Right now, they have the momentum of getting that clutch. Maybe there's a little bit of doubt in the minds of Imperial, and if they can keep that on their side for just a little bit longer, they'll take this series 2-0.
I mean, yeah, what if going to overtime is all part of the plan? That's just like, we just 4-0'd them in the last overtime. We'll just do it again. Like, that's the script that we've written here for Q9. I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, it just seems like Q9 is really getting beat on the point of attack a lot by Imperial so far in this half.
Yeah, definitely a much stronger half from Imperial. I think the difference is on the Blacklist side, there's not that hesitation we see from their defensive halves. They're always eager to go in as a team. The trades are much more on point than what we saw on their defensive half as well. And I think if they can continue to not really hesitate to be aggressive on this side of the map, they're going to have a good time potentially taking us to a map 3 here. But Q9, I think the wild card for me in this map's been Wunan. Whenever you think they're out of a round, he's just sneaking around the map here, finding the way back into it for Q9.
Yeah, I agree. I think Wunan has really been a difference maker for Q9 so far. You just going to be setting up as we have another push into this corner for you. A little bit of help as they're going to use that to gain a little bit of space. A smoke out, but there was nobody home for Imperial, so nothing to be gained there in terms of kills or anything like that. So smokes on every side, every corner for Q9. You do have another player pretty deep there. Push out onto the catwalk, but everybody still in the spawn. 5-man stack. And now lurches in towards the B side, but instead of you just by himself, he's got LXM. So a little bit of a different look here for Q9.
Right now we can see Hades' position as well. He's pushed all the way into the Blacklist side of mid. He can hear all the rotations going through the Blacklist spawn now, and you can see Q9 using this information to their advantage. They've got you pushed up, and they've got Hades pushed up into really key positions here, so the rest of the team can just set up for the passive execute hold, and until one of these players goes down, Q9 has a huge advantage positionally in this round.
All right, let's see if they can break it open. You awaits in the corner in that cubby. Now Imperial, 3-man. Of course, I have to assume they're going to be very aware of Yu's position, as he was kind of a thorn in the side previously. Are they going to be able to do anything about it? Yes, indeed. Wolf is able to find one in the meantime. Over in mid. Throws out some nades here. Buying some time, buying some space. Hades still backed up into that corner. Wunan now. Progress towards B. Hades there finally springs to life. Has got one, has got 2. Hades sneaks into the back lines, has the C4 down towards the Blacklist site.
You can see the patience there, just holding that position for almost a full minute, and now he's going to capitalize on it, but Gokun finally able to punish him and have a chance to get this C4 out of the Blacklist spawn. Here they go up the catwalk with it, but there's still a 3v2 in front of them to try and get a hold of this A bomb side. LXM going to be sneaking under the slats here, watching them cross above him. Above on the catwalk, he gets one through the slats there, and it's going to be a double kill as Gokun tries to jump down, but it's just not enough to find their way through, and now it's match point on the table here for Q9.
Great little play there underneath that catwalk, and now could be set point here for the side of Q9. Map point, set point, as they are up 9-8 currently. A 10th will give them the map win. Another win for Imperial. Will send this into overtime. Imperial pushes down on the opposite of the catwalk. Wolf got one, Hades got another, and it is going to be 2 for Imperial as well. A 2-for-2 exchange in that mid area. A grenade is going to connect into Lucam as he takes some damage and starts to fall back in towards the B site. Couple players backing off from the side of Q9, so the opening volley even between both teams.
And this is the right call from Q9, playing together for the trades here, but Lucam catches him off guard. It's going to be you to go down. LXM has to step up and hold, but he can't. Lucam finds 2. But of course, it's Wunan left to try and get this one done. He's had a 1v3 before, but can he do it again under the pressure?
This one may be asking too much. He spins the corner. There's a crossfire there, and it is going to be good. Lucam finds the kill, and we once again go into overtime between these 2 teams. Well, we said we wanted some good matches. This one is a hell of a match.
Definitely is, but in the back of my mind, I'm just remembering what happened in that first map of overtime. Q9 uncontested on rounds, wins it 4-0. Imperial, they've got to play a much stronger game in this overtime situation if they want to bring this one back, and they really need to show us some aggression this time around.
No doubt about it. And let's see if they can get it done. It was a 6-3 half for each team. And each team only finding 3 on their GR sides. An opener, though, for Lukum is good. Unan down, a spray around the corner is going to net Ryu's out 1 before he's shut down by Hades. Grenades out here right on the feet of Hades as he takes 25 damage and has to back off. Q9 off to a not so great start in this round.
Definitely a great change of pace from Imperial. It's the first time the whole map they've actually pushed this way into mid, going for that full control. You love to see it here. They get the 4-on-3 advantage out of it. But LXM, you can see he's eager with Hades to take out this player pushed up on Catwalk. It's going to be Feifei stuck here in the corner, and they know he's there. But Feifei, what a peek there. The golden headshot takes down Hades to make this one a 4v2. Now Wolf and LXM are trying to fight their way out of this corner. Wolf does manage 1, but it's not going to be enough here. LXM stuck alone now. Isn't going to have any impact there in the 1v3, but wow, what a way to pinch through from Imperial.
All right, Imperial finally able to find an overtime round win as they go up 1-0 in this overtime. And 10-9 overall throughout this. Again, like you said, you want to see Imperial get aggressive. They did on their GR side, and it worked a treat.
Now this time the aggression going to be maneuvered here over towards A long. No direct contest here from Wunan. He's just going to get the info and back off, but Wolf actually finds a pick down mid. It's going to be ADRF caught alone there in the GR spawn. A nice early way to get that 5v4.
No doubt. Wolf pressing forward through the catwalk towards the A site. Feifei underneath. Feifei jumps up. Good timing there. Isn't able to get the kill. Now he is. A repeat from Wolf is punished. Wunan at the doors. Sprayed down here. A lot of attention being paid towards that direction. Wunan, though, still good for 1 before he's shut down. Ryu's out, able to back up Feifei. Get the kill. C4, B site, looking to be the direction. Smoke is down. And they really want to get in there to try to get this plant.
Yu, though, hanging out under the window, waiting for Ryuzo to make his move. He has such a key position in this, but he looks down at the worst time. Ryuzo could have snuck in there, but Yu still holding on to this. Ryuzo has to try and find the initial opening, but there's just no clean way to take this fight. He has to try and force his way over the top. Lukam, though, it's on the flank. LXM just holding on to the back line, waiting to see what could potentially go wrong here, but it's just a game of cat and mouse at this point. No one wants to make the first move.
Yeah, I like the way LXM is playing for time, buying time for his team as the C4 ticks down. Not much time left on the clock. Yu shuts Ryuzo down. Lukam as well is going to fall, and just Gouken, no time really to be found. And that is going to be a win here for Q9. We are all tied up 1-1 in overtime.
It's only getting closer here. You can tell Imperial with that retake, it seemed like the pressure almost got to them, waiting a little bit too long to try and make their move, and they almost had to anxiously try and force their way in at the last moment, and it just wasn't enough to find a way through. Right now, though, we are going to see Imperial going for that early control with 2 players, actually 3 now, pushing up towards an aggressive play on Catwalk. Right now, Q9, though, they're actually playing on the opposite side of it. They know they like to do this push now, and they're just holding and waiting for it.
The setup there for Q9 is expecting, but I like the little micro change here from Imperial. Not going to be aggressive on the angle yet. Wait, oh, well, I take it back. They try to push out, and they're going to lose 2 for it. They're able to find 1 before they're taken down. Yu tries to be the point man, but it is going to be Lukam finding the kill, so it is a 3 for 3. Is Catwalk being pressured, frag out, doesn't connect with LXM. He's able to wait that out. Wolf has control over long A. They're swinging the bomb. Wunan is going to be bringing the C4 over. Wunan going to play point behind the arm of Wolf. Wolf, is he going to be able to win a duel against Gouken? Gouken here has to wait and watch. Now he's going to have to swing his attention, but he gets flashed up somehow. Gets that kill onto LXM. Swings back over, sees Wolf, has to hide behind the truck. Gouken, can he go huge? Can he go big? Wolf pushing forward. Gouken is going huge. Wolf gets 1, but it is going to be Gouken with a bunch of kills in that round and secures it for Imperial.
What a way to keep this one moving forward. Imperial close out the half with a 1-round lead here in overtime, but it's still not over for them just yet. They need 2 more to push this one across the finish line and send us into map 3. And what we saw in that first overtime on map number 1 was Q9 being that team to rise to the occasion under the pressure. We'll see if they can do it again here to try and fold this one into a 2-0 victory. But right now, Imperial, they're in the driver's seat, going into the more favorable side now as well.
What a play there from Gokin. The way he maneuvered around that site to keep himself alive and just kill after kill. Absolutely insane.
Definitely an insane performance from him. Great to see him stepping up at this point in the game as well, because last time around this time he was fairly quiet, but now Gokin rising up here in this overtime. We'll see if he can find his way into some nice early picks here, but Wolf again continuing to be aggressive on the catwalk, always looking for that early peek out of the mid windows there on catwalk. But as we see ADRF, he seems to be eager to sneak up A long, and he may have the right read on this. Nobody directly holding the bomb site, only Wolf there playing very passive on cat.
Yeah, an opportunity here for sure for the side of Imperial. Other than the catwalk, and now LXM finally going to be inching towards those stairs. ADF comes around the corner, and that is going to be the trap sprung here for Q9. A decent response here, though, from the side of Imperial to make it a 2v2. So even though the numbers advantage doesn't go either way, the space advantage falls to Imperial because they had 5 players. They're able to immediately push towards the site, see if they can get the C4 down.
Gokin here holding that key position as well. It's all about the timing from Hades on this peak. He has to catch Gokin off guard. If Gokin's just holding this angle, there's no way he should miss that shot, but you can see every so often he has to spot check to help support this player on A of Lucan playing just behind sight here, waiting for that peek out of window. But the bomb still hasn't been planted, so the advantage actually holds slightly in favor of Q9 here, because Lucam, he has to kind of push in alone here to try and get this C4 down, and if the window peek comes through from Yu, that could be an insta-kill to make this a 2v1.
Let's see if Yu is going to try to punish this glance. He sprays around the box. Nobody's there. A lot of bullets expended in that clip, and he's going to pay the price. It is going to be Lucam, who has 26 kills here so far on this map. A huge performance. Tries to find Hades. Not going to be happening. It's a 1v1. Hades had found Gokin on the backside. Good timing from him. Grenade out. And 81 health. He's going to win it again. Another one for Imperial here, as they only need 1 more, and they will claim Black Widow.
Definitely a great play on that post plan. It looked a little bit shaky for a moment, but they close it out once again. Imperial, though, this is where the pressure is at its peak here. The chance to close out this map. And they may just get it here. ADRF going to immediately take down one with Ryuzao as well. Hades finally able to get a trade there in the mix of it, but it's still a 4-on-3.
Unbelievable start here for Imperial. Just, again, guns blazing in the opening parts of these rounds, catching Q9. Trying to push space and punishing them. Gokin, once again, sits towards long A. Unan not going to reveal his presence just yet. Instead, going to push back in. Lucam takes some damage. Trying to think about going in, or cutting across mid there. Now it's a full rotation towards B.
As we can see here, Ryuzao creeping up for position towards B, but it's actually LXM solo pushing up mid, who finds one, but the trade will quickly come through. ADRF there to settle things up just for a moment. Wunan left alive again, that last player. He's done it before, but right now, more than anything, his team needs it to have a chance to somehow bring this map back in their favor. Right now, though, he's all alone. The C4 is down, but these 3 players have control of so much of the map, it's going to be almost impossible to find a way in here for Wunan.
Yeah, he was spotted. Ryuzao is going to switch to the pistol, take him down, and Imperial, in overtime, are able to clap back and take their map pick away from Q9. Back-to-back overtimes, and we get a map 3.
Yeah, it's really as close as it could be at this point. Both teams winning OT on their own map pick means we could really see that 50-50 Ankara after all. I mean, it's going to be a huge map for both of these teams. And, you know, looking at the performance in the rest of their group, arguably the winner of this match could be the winner of this group as well. So a lot on the line as we go into map number 3. But Imperial finally getting the first map win for Brazil we've seen so far here at CFS 2022. And now the question is, can they close out the series?
It is a huge question. This is a an amazing series. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better one. We knew this was going to be a great one, and certainly has delivered as we push towards map 3. And you can see Q9 a little bit dejected there after that. I think, they felt like they had opportunities. They were able to get those 2 rounds on round 16 and 17 to give themselves hope of closing it out before going into overtime, but weren't able to convert. And it was a big clutch moment from the side of Imperial to get us to another overtime, and this time around completely different than what we saw previously on Compound.
Yeah, I think for me the big difference was Lukam. He stepped up to the plate, almost putting up 30 kills in just this map. Night and day difference in his performance and really elevating his team to the next level, because Gokun, he was still relevant in this map, but it didn't feel like it was the Gokun show this time around. There was everyone on this team stepping up on Imperial in a way we hadn't seen in that first map, and if they keep that up going into map number 3, it's going to be a rough road for Q9 to try and close this one out themselves.
Yeah, a slow, steady momentum shift here for Imperial as we come through, and yeah, a 1.46 KD for Lukam. Absolutely insane. Feifei had a really nice map here as well. Gokun able to kind of stabilize as the map went on. It was a little bit of a struggle for him at the beginning, but still able to come out of this positive. I mean, LXM had a stellar performance. Wolf was good against, steady as she goes, right? And Wunan, I think, a real difference maker, but still not enough to overcome Imperial on that one.
Yeah, and just looking at the stats here, I think one of the biggest downfalls in Q9 was Hades seemed super relevant on Compound, but in this map, he just seemed to fall short in a lot of key aim duels. One of the only players here, actually the only player below 1,000 damage on this map, and when you're in overtime, having that little of impact is just going to shine through in a bit of a negative way. 3 of his teammates finishing over that 1.0 KD mark, and him not even hitting the 0.5 mark. It was definitely noticeable in the server on Compound. He was constantly an anchor for his team, being able to solo hold angles, and in this time on Black Widow, I just didn't see that from him.
Yeah. One other interesting thing here, our damage leader was actually Wunan. Put up 1,937 damage, pushing 2K damage there. I was really impressed with him and Lukam. I mean, a really good showing from both teams, of course. If you're going in overtime, that means everybody's playing good. So that's a real treat here. And Kara, a really interesting third map, a really good one, at least regionally, for the side of Imperial. But so far, I don't think any of that matters. I don't think any of those regional stats mean jack squat here, because these two teams are just seemingly destined for a lengthy battle.
Yeah, I think this match has really just been about who's going to adapt first rather than what they have in their history coming into this one, because every time a curveball is thrown, sometimes there's a little bit slower adaptation from Imperial from what we've seen, but I think they're finally starting to get the aggression when they need to. That's what we saw in that second half, and especially in that overtime as well. They didn't push mid at all in regulation, but when overtime hit this time, they were ready to go. They immediately pushed mid on the start of Black Widow, first round of overtime, and really brought what we saw back working so well for them at the beginning of Compound. And I think if they can take that confidence to kick off this third map, they're going to have a really great start as well.
I love what you're saying. I mean, you called for it in the previous overtime. Get aggressive, keep the pressure on, and this time around they do it, and it pays off. So really nicely done here by Imperial. A good change up, a good switch up. Now we switch up maps as we find a third map for the first time. We've gotten a lot of firsts here. We've got our first Black Widow. We've got our first 2 overtimes, and now we get our first 3 map set. So the players square up, get ready here for yet another game, and I mean, I'm so excited. I mean, again, my first ability to cast this game in some time, and to have a series like this, an absolute pleasure. A little bit of treats being thrown around here, a little bit of energy. Got to keep those sugar levels up. You got to stay energized, you got to stay focused, and I like what I'm seeing here from them. Spirit's now very high for Imperial as well.
Yeah, definitely. You can see it's a bit of a relief, because now they have that luxury of, even worst case scenario, they still have a map against Q9, which could be more than other teams in this group could be able to accomplish. So at the end of the day, this could be what at least guarantees them that number 2 seed when this is all said and done. But of course, they are going to be pushing for that win, but just having that map underneath their belt, I think gives them a lot more confidence throughout the rest of the series going into the rest of the event as well.
No doubt about it. I mean, I think they should have a lot of confidence, like going in towards the other teams later in these stages. When potentially, if they get out of this group, which it's looking right now, they have a pretty good shot of doing with how well they're able to compete here against one of our Chinese teams in Q9, then you start to feel like you can hold your ground against some of those other ones. Potentially, if you run into AG or Baisha, later on, who knows? I love what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm SGJ or Lazarus, I'm scared to face either one of these teams coming up in my group.
Kidding.
I mean, even Lazarus with a 2-0, they didn't have quite the opponent we've seen here from either of these teams, both playing remarkably well, and either one of them, I think, could win this group at this point. It's just going to come down to who's going to rise out into this pressure going into map number 3. And right now, I think the slide edge is in Imperial's hands to let go because they do have that map momentum running forward here in the map number 3.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like this is now Imperial's match to lose. I think they've got kind of control of this bus and they're driving it. Is it going to be able to be wrestled away by the side of Q9? Are they going to be able to recover like we saw with Imperial here on this second map? And again, this didn't start out good for Imperial. They came out that first half 6-3. They were down bad, and they were able to come back and put up a hell of a performance. So the mental here is so strong for them. Now it's Q9's turn to show that they've got a similar level of comeback ability. But another big point, like you've been really hammering, and I really like this, is Wolf. That kind of, that presence of somebody who has, the ability to get into a finals, to win a finals, to be a world champion. Is that going to be a difference maker?
Yeah, I think having that experience is going to help, but also another important thing to note, I think, is there's players who haven't played a CFS as well on this roster of Q9 who have been very impressive. Like you, for me, has been a superstar of this team, and this is kind of his major debut.
Yeah, he's been really, really good at times, on point, really crisp and clean at point of contact, takes a lot of good fights, wins them quite often. So he's been really, really a big part of Q9's success.
Definitely, and now as we go into it here, it is going to be Ankara to decide the fate of both of these teams, potentially deciding the number 1 seed of this group as well. We are going to see Imperial kicking things off on the GR side of this map. Q9 will be attacking on that slightly more favorable Blacklist side to kick off map number 3. But as we've seen in this series, it's really anything goes as we hop in for our third and final map between these two teams. Already aggression, though, on A-Long Gokin with an early pick onto Wolf to get us started.
He wants to come out swinging. Fei gonna push space and find a kill onto you. Hades now not even looking in this direction. Fei not able to get the kill. The backup comes from ADR, and it is a quick and easy first round here for Imperial. 1-0. They just blew the doors open and walked all over Q9.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said they needed aggression and confidence to win this one, but I did not expect that in the opening round. Fearlessly just pushing out their entire team onto A-Long and uncontestedly taking every single player of Q9 out in that first round. But now it's all about the response from Q9. It's only 1 against them, but Imperial, they're hungry to try this again. 4 players make it 5 now, already pushing through. Lukam down to Wolf, but here comes the difference in the pinch. They sneak a player in mid, already behind them, and now Q9 has control of the GR spawn.
Yeah, LXM there, able to kind of sneak by just in case the push came through from Imperial, but they don't fully commit until just now. He might find a kill, but no. ADRF is ready for him. Wolf found the opening kill in this match. Can he find another? Around the corner from him, and he's good for the kill on the Fei. Gonna hear those shots ring out. Now another player pushed through the smoke, and Wolf is absolutely rolling here. 3 kills in this round already. Gokin and ADRF left. ADRF slips in behind Wolf, shoots his legs out right from under him. Runan takes a bunch of damage as well, so there's still hope here for Imperial. But the C4, I think, may be getting too close to get done. And yeah, it is going to be 2 kills for Gokin. You still alive, but the C4 about to explode. You able to get it done. My God, another close round.
Very close there, and you could see Gokin, he just had to go for it at the end. He just hesitated a little bit too long on that re-clear. Even though he got those 2 kills, he just couldn't find the time to get that defuse. But Q9, you got to hand it to them, a very comfortable response after getting manhandled in that opening round. But now moving forward, they've got to build up even more than that, because Wolf's not going to find you 3 opening picks every round.
Right, exactly. I mean, those are nice. Those are, why you have a player like Wolf on your team. He's going to get you those, a couple rounds here or there just on his own, but there needs to be some more consistency behind him for sure. And now drifting in towards long A, maybe sending some into the tunnel here. In the vents, we'll see You just takes a peek, backs right out. It looks like it might be a full push here through the doors. Stuns are out, or flashes are out. They are catching members. 2 kills though for Feifei, a response, 2 of their own. Ryu's out, able to get another, at least make it a 3-4-2. Wolf steps up, has switched over to the AK, gets a kill himself. Now 2 members pushing over from the alley. Gouken with that AWM. Will there be another miracle?
Right now, the C4 down in a difficult position, but we can see the patience here from both Gouken and Lucam trying to sneak their way in. Wolf, though, on the quick peek, takes down Gouken, looking for the double. He can't find it just yet. Lucam stuck here on the back of the GR spawn wall, but rightfully so. Wudon's going to swing in for the support to make this 1v2 a very winnable situation for Q9. Lucam on the swing is going to be completely crushed here as Q9 are able to swing into the lead 2-1.
That was real back and forth there for a second, but just barely. Q9 able to get enough pressure that they're able to push through and get to the site. Now 2-1 for the side of Q9 on their Blacklist side as they kind of just take their time here. A little bit of information gathering. Grenades out on to both sides. No serious damage done just yet.
Here comes the push over towards A long. You and Hades going for the early vent control. Wolf trying to edge the smoke for a look at A top. Not going to find anything just yet. Feifei, though, he did manage 2 from the vents last round. This time, going to be playing underneath the A staircase, waiting for this push to come through. Nice double flash. Coming over the top of Feifei again, looking for the double kill entry. You somehow living in the corner here as the rest of the team swings in for Q9 to support him. And now they have full control of the A bomb site. Ryu's out and ADRF holding on to the edge here, but that smoke is going to cut them off.
A lot of utility, making sure that that alley isn't able to be pushed by Imperial just yet. C4 still not down. ADRF steps right out. Wunan cuts one down, gets another for a double kill here. Lucam able to step in. LXM right there for the trade. LXM versus Gouken. A 1v1. He saw him, he got him. LXM comes up and over the stairs at the right moment, and Q9 moves up 3-1.
A nice attempt there coming out from Gouken in the 1v1, but I almost think he was a little bit overzealous trying to jump on the rail of the upper bomb site. He had the advantage. He could have just waited for the potential plant to come through there, but instead Q9 gets the best of it here and a bigger lead along with it. Here comes the A-long push from Q9. This time it is going to be Imperial running through with some early nades outside of it. A nice nade goes down just outside of where Yu's going to be playing here, but they're able to sneak away and not really take too much damage out of this one. But right now Q9, they're playing it very reserved to kick it off, waiting to see if that early round push is going to come through like it has been from Imperial, and this is what Imperial needs to learn to adapt to. They're not used to this passive approach that Q9 seems to be throwing at them in these later rounds.
Yeah, it's a lot of utility, seemingly for nothing for Imperial, expecting maybe a faster push to gain space from Q9, but they haven't really been keen to do that. I think it's kind of like they're both kind of outthinking each other. Q9's expecting Imperial to push, Imperial's expecting Q9 to try to gain a little bit more control early. This might be a bit of a fake here from Q9 onto the A site. A lot of flashes and frags out, but the real story here is the C4 and 3 members all over towards the B site. Now you're cutting through the tunnel here as Wunan is going to make his way in, trying to pinch onto the B site. Players got Gouken around that box. Gouken looks out, sees a swarm of them. Wolf gets one, Yu's got another. The push is on. Ryu's out, able to hold the line. Lucam as well, able to take Wolf down. So it's a 2-for-2 so far. Stunned up is all of Q9. Imperial rushing into here, and Ryu Zhao is good for another. Hades, the only one left. No, he is gone. What a hold here from Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hand it to Ryu Zhao in that situation. All he needed to do was stay alive just a bit longer for Lucam to come in and help support, and that's exactly what he did here. He didn't overpeak. He didn't try to get too aggressive. Even though he had some good shots he could have lined up, he waited for the support, and it paid off in dividends here. Now it's going to be just a 1-round difference. Imperial again playing that 3-stack, though, towards that A-bomb site to kick off this round. Nobody directly on B, though, this time, as we do see a 2 setup with one player drifting slowly back there for the late game on B.
Wolf didn't take any damage from that frag. The overnade from Imperial. Not doing much. Into the vents he goes. Feifei, once again, on the other side of the wall here, is just waiting underneath the stairs. This position did net him a kill. The previous attempt by Q9 to push through A, and was not too bad. Another grenade here outside of the vents, but Q9 already left that position and taking their time. Still a ton to work with to try to figure out how they want to readjust after losing that previous round.
Q9, though, one of the teams here that's not afraid to take their time, play the slow pacing of the game, and see if Imperial will make that first mistake. Wolf trying to work his way up slowly for that peek onto the GR spawn, but Gokin patiently waiting here as well on that spawn box in the GR, just holding the narrow angle on this window. ADRF playing the jump spot on the lower B tunnels, just waiting for the push to come through. Q9, though, slowly grouping up for this pinch onto the B bomb site, but Imperial, they have to have sensed this. 4 players now rotate right onto site, and they are stacked and ready for this attack.
Yeah, they seem to be mirroring this. They seem to be wise to what Q9 wants to do in this round. A couple members slipping in, some smokes being put out from the side of Q9 to try to cover this approach. A flash as well is going to hit Gokin. That takes the AWM out. Doesn't matter. He's able to re-peek off of it. Find one. Gokin gets another here. A double kill for him. Lukum steps in. Ryu Zhao gets involved in the mix. And now you are just down to Wolf. Isn't able to find the shot. And that is going to be Imperial tying it up 3-3.
What a hold there from Imperial, but it just comes down to reading the attack so well. They had 4 players already on site and waiting for that execution. It really would have been Imperial in a pretty bad situation if they lost that round with having that many people there in order to hold. So now Q9, they're going to change the pace up quite a bit here, going for an eager play over towards A long. They know B hasn't been working out for them, but Imperial, again, setting up accordingly. They have 3 players already on site, 1 close by for the support as well if the push does come through. So great calling from Feifei to read this.
It feels like Imperial has really done their homework here. They really seem to have a good idea of what Q9 wants to accomplish when, what kind of adjustments they make after losing rounds. And of course, 2 opening kills, make it 3 now for Imperial. Ryu Zhao gets 2, tries to come in, and there you go. He finds his 3rd, and it is another win. Imperial retakes the lead 4-3.
What a way to hold it as well, but again, they're reading this so perfectly. They have the numbers they need to exactly when they need them. And if they can keep up this kind of play on the GR side, it's going to be a huge momentum boost for them going into their second half, because this map does tend to lead in favor of the attacking team. So already having 4 rounds has to feel very good for Imperial. If they can get a 5th here, even better along with it. ADRF, though, spotted underneath. Doesn't matter. Ryuzo on the peak. Lukum and ADRF coming as well. It's devastation reigning supreme in mid onto Q9. 2 players remaining. LXM now left alone as Wunon goes down as well. 1v5, not going to happen today. Ryuzo again double killing his way to victory for Imperial.
Flawless round there for Imperial. They don't lose a single player in the mix. Absolutely amazing for them. 5-3. My word, they have really found their groove. They have really started to get a good read onto Q9. Q9 now, the impetus is on them to find an adjustment, to find some other look here. Now we get aggressive on the right-hand side of the map, on the B side. Long B being pushed by 3 members. Wunon just cut right down, not expecting it. Hades trying to trade out, not going to happen. ADRF takes him down, and now on the other side of the map, Q9 at least able to get a kill onto Feifei. Wolf has found that, so some space is gained. LXM trying to get deep into mid, but gets backed off by a flash, and now this is really, really tough here for the side of Q9.
Definitely a tough road ahead, but 2 players very low in HP makes this possible. Lukum and Ryuzo both at 20 or less. Wolf, though, catches one of them, makes this one a 3-on-3. Ryuzo on about 5 HP. He's going to be trying to run up the bridge. You and LXM coming in underneath. ADRF has to step up and hold on to this, but he just can't. The 3v4 down to a 3-on-2 now in their favor. Q9 in full control of the map now as the remaining 2 players are stuck in mid, but Gokin opens it up with a beautiful shot there onto Wolf. Ryuzo still on a sliver of health. Has to rely on Gokin here to fight his way through.
Oh, that grenade is on an absolute sliver of health. That is finally going to get taken down. LXM has to go for the 1v2 to get this done. C4 was in the hands of you. Still a minute here, actually. So he's going to try for the rotate. Ryu's out, at least somewhat wise to it, is going to hear him coming around the corner. But LXM is able to win that. Ryu Zhao, well aware of the situation, but not able to connect with the shots. Is this going to be the readjust here from LXM? Gokin has just stood pat. He isn't moving a muscle. Finally does.
Gokin, he's got the information he needs to now, but LXM, He has the positioning. He's sneaking his way through, but it's all about the hold on this cross. If Goken's in position to challenge it, he should be able to win it. LXM, though, he sneaks across at the opportune moment, and Goken, he has no idea. The bomb goes down, and now it's all about the retake for him. He's going to be planting right between the double stack here, but LXM, he can dance around it. He can play this timer as long as he wants to.
Great frag there to try to soften up Goken. Got a little bit of damage in. Now swings around the corner, almost even in the HP count. Both players, and he gets the shot. He gets the headshot. LXM finds around for Q9. An intense moment there, and he's able to clutch it out.
Definitely great decision-making from LXM. Waiting for Goken to give him that small window to sneak across the site back and forth is really what did it for him in that 1v1. But now the chance to bring this immediately to a tie to kick off the second half is there for Q9, and they definitely need it because Imperial, they're no team to scoff at on their attacking side. Always strong on the aggression. But here comes the quick push. Wolf already underneath. It's just going to be a one and done, but now all of the players have been spotted.
I thought Wolf might get a 2-for-1 there for a moment. They almost lined up as it's just going to get cut down, though. Flash here into Ryuzao. Pushes him back. And Imperial push through mid. Trades, and now they're just kind of splitting up, seeing if they can swing back in towards A. Smokes are out here for the side of Q9 at the front of the site. Want to make this a little bit more challenging, kind of sensing that this may be the direction that the rotate comes through.
Push is ready to go for Imperial. Hades and you both going to be trying to lock this down. The smoke's starting to dissipate, though, so the opportunity is here for Imperial to try and sneak in. ADRF, though, moving into a key position as well, trying to sneak through a connector and potentially get these rotators cut off guard. We'll see if he can find his way through to it, but there's still a lot of hesitation on this execution. Feifei and Ryuzao, they don't seem quite ready to go here.
Yeah, I like the patience from ADRF to just check and see if there was anybody who was trying to, see if they could find a lurk. Nobody is budging for the side of Q9 until now, until there's some contact. Now they're starting to push out. Now they're starting to get aggressive, and it's going to pay off. You has the kill on to Ryuzao. Feifei, though, looking underneath the stairs. He knows that spot well. He is going to take Hades out. Around the corner, gets one before finally LXM able to take him down. LXM's got two. Can he find the third? He does. LXM holds the site strong for Q9.
And that's back-to-back rounds for him as well, stepping up in a massive way for Q9 when they needed him most. And he's been just the impact difference needed in the second half so far, but it's not over just yet. But Hades, that's the big standout for me. 1-10 currently in this matchup. He needs to step up as well if Q9 really want to close this one out, because when it's neck and neck, everything needs to be on the line here for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's definitely been a struggle for Hades, and Wolf and LXM doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, for Imperial, Ryuzao coming alive. We saw some early glimpses of some big plays from him, and now he's really stepped up here on Ankara as Imperial just taking their time. It seems to be kind of the normal modus operandi. Gain some space, check the angles, check the lurk spots, check the positions where there might be some rotations. And now send Wukong into the vents, some overnades here as I think there's just one right now on A site. It is just Hades all on his own. Let's see if he can pull off a big one if they do push.
Yeah, interesting choice to leave Hades alone for the first time here, especially considering he hasn't had the best of games so far. Leaving A site pretty much only in his hands to try and hold on to, and the push seems to be coming through. But this one player in the tunnels, Goken, is toying with them so well. They have three players just trying to deal with this poke that he's having in the B tunnels. But right now, Wukong single-handedly just pushes Hades out of position, and now they have full control of A. Yu, though, swings in just in time to try and get the trade here, finds one, but he still has to give up the plan.
Yeah, this is really nice for Imperial. Now, there is a really long flank here from Wolf. Is he going to be able to get Goken? Nope, Goken's going to win that battle. A huge sniper duel won for the side of Imperial. Another kill is found, and just snap your fingers and the round's over. Imperial there doing a wonderful job working the map.
Definitely so, and I think they may have learned their lesson on the side of Q9 as well. I don't think they can leave Hades alone at this point. He's just not having a good time playing extremely passive too as well. He was the only player holding sight. He wasn't playing for information. He was just sitting in a corner begging for dear life at that point, and he still couldn't even get a kill out of it. So I think they really need to have someone with him on this A position, but we can see once again that's not going to happen. Instead, LXM takes matters into his own hands, pushes underneath mid, finds one on the Feifei. Wunan and Yu find one apiece as well, and it's already a 5-on-2. Lukam and Ryuzao stuck in a very difficult position.
I mean, this is Q9's round to put their foot on the gas to reassert their control over this map. And they only have one player left to deal with. Luka in a 1v5. A ton of work to do just yet. Does have the C4. Could at least theoretically look for the plant, but instead is just going to keep pushing. 2 players back there in the spawn area. And he is going to cut right ahead of them. Is somebody going to step up and take him down? Not yet. Now finally spotted. Does get the kill onto Wunan. So A site technically open. He does not know that, but he is just checking to see if there's anybody putting pressure behind him off of that contact. He's just taking his time. He's going to wait this out. I mean, there's plenty of time on the clock.
Definitely a lot of time to work with, but a handful of players to work his way through and not a lot of positioning to grab an advantage with. He can try and sneak A, but it's still going to be a 4v1 retake that he has to try and set up for. It looks like he's still eager for a pick in the backside of mid, just holding on to this A connector, hoping someone gives him a chance at a nice 1v1 aim duel. But right now, Q9 knows how important this round is. They're not going to let that happen. All grouped up together in mid, and they're just feeling pretty comfortable letting this one roll over to a retake.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is the safe, smart play from the side of Q9. So C4 is down. Lukam just going to watch in towards the long A sides. And there is a couple players, so they're just making sure that every corner is accounted for here before they all collapse on the site at the same time. This is going to be a hell of a moment. Nope, takes a bunch of damage, tries to drop down, is shut down. And I believe there should be enough time for the defuse. Absolutely. Q9 is able to tie it back up. 6-6. I mean, I guess we're just getting another overtime, my friend.
I think it really comes down to Hades stepping up for his team, because with him playing poorly, it's an even match right now. And Q9, they're just having to be aggressive to make the opening without having to rely on his position. So you always see either Wolf or you or LXM, they're all pushing out for these early frags to try and counterbalance him, having a tough time on that A-bomb side. And sometimes it works, but sometimes they're immediately punished for trying to do so. So I think they're still going to have to rely on him stepping up if they ultimately want to close this one out, because Imperial eventually, they're going to catch on to the hole that Hades has in this map, and they're going to start exploiting it.
No doubt about it. You can see that now Imperial has to be a little bit more cautious about a push out from Q9. They're, you know, kind of stopping up and holding angles for a bit before they start making their push and just checking corners, and then they immediately fall back. As you know, Imperial has to be scared after that last round. You know, Q9, when they decide to step on the gas, they're a real threat, no doubt about it. Damage being done here. Gokun able to get the better of Wolf again. So here on Akara, it seems like Gokun is starting to really, you know, kind of settle into that groove, be that great sniper that we know he is.
Definitely great for Gokun to get this start for his team, but they still have to find their way into sight. They don't have a lot of map control just yet to work with. They're going to leave Lukam here outside of A long to deal with Hades if the lurk comes through, but still a 3v3 over here towards site, leaving one player to lurk on the bridge. Right now, ADRF going to lead that charge in towards the A-bomb site, but they're actually full rotating off of B. It's going to be left wide open here and for the taking, with Lukam playing the distractionary role in mid.
All right. Oh, Lukam had an opportunity, man. Just couldn't quite find the shots. We do have one player from Q9, Wunan, is over there in the tunnel. And now Imperial has the site. Can they lock it down? Lukam is going to help out with an early kill. Yu, though, able to respond onto him. Finds one of his own. Feifei letting loose with some grenades. Imperial able to make sure that any flankers are dealt with. ADRF finds Wunan. Starts to get risky. Nope. Ryuzawa says, no, sir. You are not going to be able to do that. Hades here needs to come up big. I mean, we've been saying it. It was a struggle at the start. Only 2 kills so far, and well, that's all it's going to be in the end of the round. Another one for Imperial, as this has gotten real back and forth.
Definitely, but I think the difference maker here has really been Ryu Zhao in this match, sitting at 17 kills, always being that impact player for Imperial when they need it, just to edge them out into that first position here by 1 round so far. 3 left to try and make it happen, but Q9, they're still neck and neck here to try and make it happen, but here comes Wolf underneath. Can he find the early pick once again from the spot? Doesn't go for the full wide peek, but he has to be careful. Gouken here playing the off angle, has already snuck into garage, spots his shoulder. ADRF can't find him, but he wants to hunt anyways, and he is punished for doing so. Wolf, good for a first here. Wolf immediately, though, does get traded by Feifei, and we're down to the 4v4.
I'm impressed he even got 1 out of that. I mean, he was on the back heel and was able to switch out that pistol, kind of re-aggressed unexpectedly, found a kill for himself. Really nicely done there by Wolf to at least take 1 down with him, because I thought he was dead to rights. A really nice trap play by Imperial to try to punish him, but he's able to make it at least something. And now around the corner, Ryu Zhao is good on LXM. The spray just a bit off for him. Now Gouken waiting for Wu Nan, potentially. We'll see if anyone's going to push out there. He's up onto the stairs into mid, watching that angle. Smokes out over towards A. Bomb just firmly planted in the middle. And now maybe starting to look in the A direction. Let's see if they are going to full rotate over. It seems to be. Gouken gets a spot, gets a kill, switches over to the pistol, is not able to find you. Now it's a 4v2 for Imperial.
Definitely looking good for Imperial on this one, but Hades has finally changed it up, playing the backside of Arches here. Might catch them off guard. Good for 1, good for almost a second, but he is going to be traded by Feifei. But you, with just a sliver of health, 2 HP, surely not a 1v3. He does manage the first, but still a 1v2 with 2 HP. A seemingly impossible task in front of him.
No way, right? Gouken says, yeah, no way, Jose. And that is going to be another round into Imperial as they are up 8-6. 8-6, 2 more away, and they're able to take not just this map, but this match. It was so close for Q9. They were on set point at one time, and now all of a sudden Imperial able to run things back, able to take this into a potential win for them.
The scary thought, though, I'm sure in the back of their mind is what happened in map number 1. They thought they were going to be able to close it out. They got it to a nice margin to do it, but then Q9 took it right back in an overtime win. So Imperial, they can't afford to second guess themselves here. They have to keep their composure and keep playing how they are, because right now it's just enough to get the job done, but they can't afford to let up yet. Q9 sending you early on here as well, trying to get aggressive on Ryu Zhao. He's been such a key entry for his team, but right now they're going to leave him alone just to hold on to this push outside of B long. Gouken looking for that challenge on Wolf underneath, who's going to be playing it a little bit more reserved this time around. Doesn't want to get caught early, wants to be kind of that late player for his team right when his team actually is going to leave him alone in the rotation. But here comes actually the push underneath. ADRF eager to take the challenge first this time.
Wolf there for a while. I was a little bit worried that if Imperial had took that timing to pressure him, he was going to have a couple angles to worry about, but it does not come through, so he's able to get back to safety. The rest of Q9 has moved in to reinforce him, and B site still under their control, at least for now, as Imperial now setting up for a multi-pronged push. So looks like Feifei along with ADRF maybe leading the way. Ryu's out on the other side from Long B. Pushes on, here we go. Wolf up point, can't get the no-scope there. Can't get the kill. LXM trying to bail him out, cannot do so. There you go, pushing around the corner. Him and Wu Nan able to shut 2 down. Wu Nan trying to get to the other side of this box to help his team out. They've got the number advantage. Gouken gets flashed up along with Ryu's out. They can't push this corner. Reinforcements have arrived from Q9. Gouken, though, somehow, some way, at least able to drag 1 with him. Feifei, Ryu's out. Can he do it? Can he get it done? A 1v2, up and over, gets the first. He's got the pistol, but he can't do it. You just barely wins the round.
What a nice attempt there, but unfortunately not enough for Imperial to pull it off. The bomb getting down by Feifei was just the slight mistake that they needed in order to take this one away for Q9, and now the potential to tie here at 8 definitely on the table for Q9, having a nice rotation in to hold that one. Gouken now looking for the pick in mid. Wolf, the question now is, will he go for the aggro challenge from the underpass? He seems eager to try and hold on to this angle, but right now between him and Gouken, it's really been a 50-50 matchup down here.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, for a while there, I thought maybe Gouken would start to kind of win the sniper battle, but Wolf's bounced back nicely. So it's been a wonderful a wonderful series between those two players. To watch those two snipers work against each other, it's been really evenly matched, I think, throughout the long run of it all. Maybe a slight favor to Wolf, but overall, a really, really good performance from both of them, trading equally at times, both getting the better of each other. So, I mean, it's a real treat to watch two superstar snipers in action.
It definitely is, and now here comes the execution prep, though. Imperial sending their full squad here towards the A bomb site, looking for a vent-heavy push. It is going to be Hades, who struggled throughout this map, who has to be the anchor and hold on along with you. This is his moment to really step up and make that necessary impact, because he has a full vent push coming right at him along with you. He has to make it happen. It's not going to, though. You only good for one here. Make it a double kill. He's holding on, but it's not going to be enough to hold the site here. 3-on-2 now, as the bomb should get planted.
ADRF doing a wonderful job there, taking space, just holding the W key down, pushing through and getting some big kills and some big damage done. Now a flash here, though, as it is going to be another round in the hand of Imperial. They take the last two members of Q9 down, and they are looking to potentially win this. It is it. This is it. Map point, set point coming now for Imperial. If they can win this, they are going to win this series 2-1. Otherwise, Q9 needs to run 2 rounds in a row here to send us into yet another OT.
An all too familiar story, though. They need 2 rounds and only need to win one of them. But last time, they went 0-2 in this same situation on Compound. Now, hopefully the confidence is there as Goken gets the opening. Wolf is down. It's a 5v4. Everything starting to look like a shot at closing it here in what could be the final round. LXM, though, always a threat here on the map. 15 kills for him so far in just this map, and he is looking for more here outside of B Long. He seems eager to take this fight to Ryuzao, who's also the top fragger for his team, and right now, this meetup could indicate who takes this round.
I mean, Goken may have had the last word here in this sniper duel between these two teams. Feifei just going to step back with that C4. Has to be real careful with that in hand. Doesn't want to put it on the ground and give Q9 a lot of information, a lot of opportunity to make this round more difficult than it has to be, as Imperial already able to take the numbers advantage. Over towards Long B they go. One player on the flank as well, but B has been left completely open here for the side of Q9. They are just willing to try to gamble onto A right now.
We'll see if the gamble pays off, though. Here they go, pushing into sight. LXM, he's been the anchor for his team, but he has to hold this initial take all by himself. But just as I say that, they're going to leave Lukaum here for a massive fake. The rest of the team slowly backing off and working their way over towards the opposing bomb site. LXM is good for the trade, but the bomb is quickly sprinting over towards A Long, and they leave one player in the middle of it all, and it's going to be Goken to try and hold the rotators.
Some phenomenal play calling here from Feifei. Just great bait. We've seen this a couple times from Imperial on this map, where they're really able to convince Q9 that one thing is happening when it is absolutely the opposite. Well, you should be able to put this C4 in once the site is completely cleared. Wunan catches ADRF trying to cut off the rotation. Not going to happen. It is going to be a big win there for Wunan to keep this round potential in hand here. Goken on a wide flank of his own. Swings in, shut down by Hades. So it's a 2v2 as Goken did find one before he was traded out. Another kill for Feifei. Wunan, the last one alive here for Q9. Can he get it done? A flash to back him up. Pushing around the corner. He does have Feifei down to 1v2, but it's Ryuzao who's going to get the kill. And it is going to be the map win, the set win for Imperial. Oh my word, Kyle. What a hell of a match.
What a game indeed, but a huge win to kick off their run in the group stage for Imperial. They had so many positives throughout this series, everyone really stepping up to get this one across the finish line, and that's really what made the difference in this match. In the final map, everyone in Imperial was doing exactly what they needed to take this one home for their team, and now they can hold their heads held high, taking down arguably one of the strongest teams in their group now to continue forward with.
Yeah, exactly. This was huge. This may put them in a position to be the #1 team coming out of this group. Now, we still have to see, how Lazarus squares up to either one of them. Lazarus did say yesterday in the post-match interview that, they think they could take a series off of one of these two teams. So, if that's going to be the case, we'll see if they're able to pull it through. But still, I mean, Q9, you got to give them a lot of credit here. They fought tooth and nail for this, just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, there were some incredible moments, Wolf especially, along with LXM, surprising me throughout this series with play after play to try and keep their team's fight within a grasp of that victory. But for me, I think the biggest letdown in this final map is going to be them looking at what Hades wasn't able to do here. I mean, he had so many opportunities to open up rounds for his team, and it seemed like consistently he was kind of the weak link falling short in this final map. And hopefully moving forward, they can find a way to maybe reposition him and get him in a place where he can really pop off, because on map number 1, he was such a key important player in their success.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, okay, that is going to be our match here between Q9 and Imperial. Q9 falls just shy. Imperial takes the win. All right, well, we are going to send it back over to the desk. Matt Slanderson, what do you got for me?
Thank you, Paper Thin. And my good friend Kevin with you as well. Good job, guys. Back here on the desk, we're still here. We've been a while.
Yeah.
Like, we are here too. Hello. Can we do something now? But no, Paper Thin and Carl were keeping us busy. Vamos, Brazil. We get one to that side of the world, which they will feel extremely proud about, not just for themselves, but you know right now they'll head back to the, I can even hear some people off stage clapping them right now. There'll be some people leaving, going to the player lounge, and you can imagine there'll be backslaps from Black Dragons and the other guys. Like, the whole region needed that, but it wasn't easy for any of them.
This is the thing, like, this was going to be Brazil's best chance, right? I think that Imperial, as we said at the top of the show, the best team in Brazil, even though they didn't win the regional finals. In between the Brazilian teams, they know each other so well. They always fight against each other, same as in any region, right? So they know each other, and Extensi was kind of able to take care of some of those weaknesses, whereas Q9 not necessarily able to do quite as well as Extensi was in that regional finals. So really got to hand it to Imperial. They showed a lot of the predictions wrong, and I'm just really happy that they were able to keep things at least competitive between the two regions.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the Chinese teams, I'm sure they're commiserating with Q9, although maybe they're also thinking like, we did it. What's wrong with you? What I found really interesting about that, off stage, just after the first map, just after Compound, which Q9 won 13-9, I was just getting some air, came back to the desk. One of the Imperial players passed me very quickly. I've got to admit, I didn't even catch who it was. But as he walked past me, he was like, let's go, let's go. And I was like, wait, you just lost that map. But they were like, right, okay, that's forgotten. And that's how it's done, I think. That's what you do.
You have to keep the spirits high if you want to be able to come back from that, because I mean, there was another. I mean, every single map pretty much down to the wire, very tight knit this whole way across. We didn't quite make it into overtime in our last map there of Ankara, which like we only have had overtime twice in this entire tournament though so far. It was in those first two maps today. We didn't get to see any of it yesterday, so it was already so tight between these two squads. They played it down to the wire. But you need to stay motivated. You need to tell yourself, like, let's keep going. We have to keep moving forward, because if you slow down, if you stop, that is when you're going to atrophy. You know, it's when it comes down to your play. You need to keep moving, and that's exactly what this team did. Yes, all of our predictions are wrong, but honestly, this is one of those moments where I am fine to be incorrect, because this is a fantastic series. This is a great one to watch, and it is huge for Brazil, as you said.
No one asked me my predictions, but so far I'm 100%. There's just no written proof of it anywhere.
And at the same time, if you think about it, these games were definitely anyone's game, technically, going to overtime in the first and the second map, and the third map as well. The first half was 5-4, so it could have been anyone's game. But I do think a key point to make here is where Imperial decided to make their strategic adjustments, where in the first map, they won the first two rounds, and then they got steamrolled 4 rounds straight by Q9. And then in round 7, they just decided to go aggressive on goal risk, which you definitely don't quite see often. And from there on, they started to play defaults here, play aggressive there, rush here, maybe stack A here. So all these strategic adjustments they made that really paid off. Even though they did lose map number 1, they made it back up. They bounced back right away.
Yeah, I thought some of their better rounds was when they didn't hold back, whereas that first map, Compound, as you're saying, compared to the 3 games we had yesterday, and if you didn't join us for group stage day 1, we had 3 2-0 stomps, and some very short maps as part of those 2-0s too.
Very short.
That first map of this one was so cagey, you know, 2v2, clockwise rotations, but really slowly. Imperial were super slowly catching up with Q9. But yeah, very slow, cautious play, which was beautiful to see compared to some of the gun action we had yesterday. It sped up a bit as we got into the later stages, and I think that's when Imperial got better.
And even if you think about it, even in Ankara, I think it was round 11, they pulled out the 3 AWM as well. Just at the beginning of the round, they did end up switching the guns back to rifles, but I guess they had the better spawns to look down an alleyway and see if they can get a pick. And these little things added up to basically grant them the win.
Yeah, it was just excellently done. Like you said, the micro adjustments they made, the just individual performances from everybody. I mean, obviously we knew going into this that Goken was an incredible player. He very much put that on display, but you know, like Lucom, another player who was incredibly clutch time and time again when the team really needed him to perform to be able to close out a round. He was right there, and this was very much a group effort between everybody on this squad to be able to get this win, and it's a massive achievement for them. They're finally on the board. Still losing record compared to China overall between the three teams that we have from each.
Overall.
But you know, that could be made up for as we go deeper into this event.
Definitely. I think we have highlights of that series that we can bring you as well. There was a lot of it, let's be honest. Remember, it was 13-9 that first map going to Q9. This huddle at the beginning as well was, this was long. They were, that's very insightful as how Imperial get ready.
Whatever gets you the win, gets you the win.
That's the fun thing about Imperial. I think they're the loudest team that we've had in this entire tournament so far. We've had a lot of loud teams, but Imperial, they love to get hyped, and the huddle is part of it. And, we saw early that Goken was here to play. That was very nice to see. It was definitely one of my key points coming into this match, that Goken needed to be on point, and he certainly was. Yeah, I think, you know, this is really, really tight. I think it's a lot of practice, though, for both teams. We'll have to see if Imperial can kind of step it up. Because keep in mind, I mean, Q9, as strong as they are, you still have All Gamers, you still have Baisha from China. Those are the stronger teams from their region as well. Right. So Imperial, hopefully, for their own sake and maybe for their region, they can take back some of this information and, you know, kind of get the ball rolling, get the brainstorming.
You do at least have a little bit of leeway, given that this is your first series. This is the debut for both of these teams here at the 2020 Grand Finals. They need to just continue to evolve, continue to develop, as you say. But you get a little bit of a pass, given that it's the first one out here. You come back on, you're playing on a stage for the first time in probably a long time, just given the state of affairs in the world. So you're finally on a LAN event playing against your opponents. You're in the same room. That does add a different atmosphere. It brings in different pressures. So now that you have that initial little bit of experience playing a single series, moving forward, additional comfort here on the stage, and just, you know, continue to make those micro adjustments to your play to make sure that you are unpredictable. You can catch your opponent off guard.
So we've got Lazarus from Germany and SGJ Gaming, the sole team here representing the Philippines, as the other two teams in this group. Ankara on this one went 10-7 to Imperial, and Lazarus won it 10-3 yesterday. They put in the strong performance over SGJ. So I think if you're SGJ, you might be worried about what happens when you face either of these two teams here. Lazarus is going to have their hands full against either of them, I would say.
Yeah, I think you would be worried before you even really saw, you know, what they did here at this event, just given the caliber of team that they are. But yeah, they're looking incredible right now. Lazarus especially deserves an extra little shout out, considering that they're playing with one of their substitutions, one of their subs, and they looked really, really good, and Maxim was absolutely pounding in the lobby. So you have to be very concerned about your odds of being able to get out of this. Obviously, there is that wild card draw that you can always get if you end up in third place, but you want to make it into that top two, but it's going to be a really tough road for them.
Here's the stats of that last map of Ankara.
My eyes have to go straight over towards Goken, and well, he's actually not going to be at the top as far as the KD is concerned. Did get picked off a couple times, but 1.3 still going to be very respectable. You can see he was, you know, not quite as impactful in this one, but the heavy lifting that he had done, at least in those first two maps, was just absolutely impeccable. But this was a big step up from everybody else.
That's the fun thing about Imperial. They have so many win conditions, essentially. You know, like Goken strong, but Ryuzao 2.44 in the same performance here when it mattered most. You know, when everything was on the line in the third map, and Lucom as well. I feel like those two guys, you know, certainly super clutch when it comes down to the final maps, and certainly did not disappoint here. You know, if you look across the aisle, some disappointing numbers from some of their opponents, so maybe that could be stepped up for Q9 in the future.
2,052 damage
I
in
was
the set.
just
That
about
is,
to jump onto
he's
that.
the first player to break 2K.
I
on
said,
that.
we have not seen that happen so far, so this is the first time in the tournament that we have somebody going up. I think really the peak numbers that we've kind of been seeing is around 1,500.
Yeah, I think
that
so.
Tete was able to do
Yeah.
for himself
Yeah.
as well. But to just go above and beyond and lock in over 2,000, it's absolutely incredible.
So Ruzal gets our MVP, 30 AP points. If you're not sure what the AP is, it's a ratio we use here just to compare all the players. Maths and equations, you just trust the numbers. Half of the shots that were kills were headshots from Ruzal, laying a few people down. That's across all three. Whereas we saw on Ankara, absolutely destructive. Ruzal, congratulations, you and your guys. You must be so pleased for Brazil.
Riozão, parabéns. Você e seu time devem estar muito, muito felizes.
Sim, com certeza. A primeira fase já passou, que a gente estava bem ansioso para jogar contra a China, que a gente tem um legado desde 2019 que jogamos contra eles, 2020, e muito bom agora esperar a próxima fase aí.
For sure, we have some rivalry against China, and the first stage has been concluded. Now we have other matches to worry about.
Did you talk to either of your Brazilian compatriots, to the other teams? Were they saying anything to you before this match to encourage you to win it for Brazil?
Vocês conversaram entre si, os times brasileiros, conversaram entre si, trocando palavras encorajadoras, táticas, alguma coisa?
Não, porque a gente lá não é muito de falar sobre os times chineses, porém, após a derrota a gente conversou só um pouco com os jogadores da Extense, mas assim, dando palavras motivacional, mas nada relacionado ao jogo, para não abaixar a cabeça que ainda tem muito campeonato por aí.
We don't usually talk about the Chinese teams there, but after Extense's defeat, we talked a little bit, just exchanging motivational words.
I wanted to know, going into this, because this Q9 is a Chinese team and you guys have such a regional rivalry against them, was there any difference in prep going up against Q9, or did you treat them as if they were any other team from any region?
Teve alguma diferença na preparação de vocês, ou o Q9 foi como qualquer outro time de qualquer outra região?
A gente estudou o time deles, assistimos replays, jogos passados e fizemos alguma coisa em cima disso, sabe? Então, é como todos os outros jogos. A gente sempre assiste o que o inimigo faz para a gente poder estudar algo em cima sobre aquilo. Então, a gente esteve.
Yes, we study every games and we made strategies based on it, but we do this for every team.
So I was curious specifically for Imperial. You guys, in my mind, were the loudest when it came to cheers and getting together and screaming together, across at the other team or together just celebrating. So, who came up with that idea to be so rambunctious and kind of crazy in your kind of personality as a team?
Vocês foram o time mais alto até agora, celebrando, comemorando. Quem foi que teve a ideia de chegar com essa energia aqui?
Então, foi o nosso capitão e disse que em qualquer questão, se estiver perdendo ou ganhando, se estiver 8-1, a vibração vai ser a mesma, porque como a gente aconteceu jogos passados, 8-1, já viramos, já conseguimos uma vitória. Então, a gente celebrou muito isso e vai ser daqui para frente a mesma vibe.
Our captain's idea, winning or losing, the energy has to be maintained the same.
So let's talk about some aftermaths. So you took down Q9, taking the first win here, and now in your group there's Lazarus and SGJ. Having to win this first game, does that give you any confidence boost to advance into the next round?
Considerando os dois times que vocês têm pela frente ainda, a Lazarus e a SGJ das Filipinas, essa vitória dá uma confiança a mais para a jornada de vocês na fase de grupos?
Sim, com certeza. Não desmerecendo a equipe, mas assim, a gente achava que a China é o time mais forte de se enfrentar do grupo. Aí agora a gente está mais confiante, porque a primeira fase já passou, que é onde a gente estava mais com o pé atrás. Mas também os outros times são muito bons. Estudamos também a Lazarus e a Filipinas também não foi diferente. Aguardar aí os próximos jogos.
Absolutely. With all due respect, we thought China was the best team, Q9 was the best team in our group, but we studied the other teams and we are ready for them.
let's go specifically to this game. Ruzo, specifically you went off on Ankara. Like you're the MVP, KD of, what was it, 2.5, over 2,000 damage, like huge numbers. What happened during that game? How was he feeling with his team as they, he just kept dropping bodies?
Riozão, eles te consideraram o MVP da partida e estão elogiando bastante a tua performance e estão te perguntando como é que tu está se sentindo, tendo jogado tão bem e feito números tão altos.
Eu estou muito feliz com o resultado. Antes do campeonato, eu ainda falei com o Adriano. Falei, Adriano, eu acordei hoje com um sentimento tipo assim, que eu vou jogar muito bem. E eu espero que seja assim daqui em diante, porque eu acho que a minha performance é melhor aqui no Mundial do que o rendimento no Brasil.
I woke up today and told ADR that I had a feeling I was going to play super well. So I'm feeling awesome. And I hope it stays this way because I play better on CFS stage than in regular online matches.
Yeah, and we thought that would be true for all of Brazil as well. We thought you guys rise to the occasion, definitely. Congratulations from all of us, Ruzao and Imperial. A really necessary win for your region. Congratulations for that. Obrigado.
Obrigado e parabéns pela vitória, Riozão.
So here's again confirmation of how that result worked out, and then let's have a look at how it stands for our Group B. Yep, 39 was Q9, looking like they would want to continue the Chinese dominance here at CFS 2022 Grand Finals, but Imperial show that you can't have it all your own way on this side of the world. 13-10 was that second map of Black Widow going into overtime. 7 was Q9's final score when it was all wrapped up on Ankara by Imperium. So let's take a look at Group B now that everyone has played. Remember, this is only the first game of day 2. We got 3 more to come.
Yeah, this is just the very beginning of it.
It was just a taster.
Strap in. It's going to be very long.
Appetizer.
So Lazarus beat SGJ yesterday quite comfortably by 13 points overall across the 2 maps that they played, which is why they're out at the top. And Imperial's win over Q9 there puts them into second place. With having lost a set, so they've got a 1-set difference, having won that one 2-1, whereas Lazarus won 2-0. So that gives Lazarus a slight edge over Imperial at the moment. Q9 Esports Club currently in that wildcard slot. We mentioned it a few times, it's worth explaining it now. The top 2 teams will go through, the team in 4th will be eliminated, but of the 3 groups, the 3 teams who are in 3rd place, such as Q9 are right now, they will all get a day for some wildcard action. We're going to pit the 3 of them together in their own wildcard group. 2 teams of those 3 will go through. So if you're in 3rd spot in one of our groups, numerically, actually, you've still got a decent chance of getting out into the quarterfinals. Not in a seed position that you want to have, but a reasonable chance 2 out of 3 are going to get that second life to go forward again. Q9 though have no intention of being in that wildcard play day.
And I don't think that they're. Well, maybe they do have to worry about it. It comes down to how Lazarus is going to perform moving forward, I suppose. They did look damn impressive, but Q9 put up a really tough match here. I think they started losing steam a little bit going into that second half of Ankara. Things were really neck and neck, and I think that the wind just got taken right out of their sails, legs kicked out from beneath them. Imperial just started running away with it, and there was just nothing they could really do to stem the bleeding. If they can really work on their longevity, their energy to be able to push through these marathon 3-map series when there is overtime and whatnot, then I don't think that they'll have too many concerns. But even if they do find themselves in that wildcard position, I think they're going to be pretty safe to get out.
It would be astonishing if we didn't get all 3 Chinese teams out of the groups into the quarterfinals. Once the groups are done, knockout times, best of 5s, and all of that is upon us as well. But we got plenty more action just on day 2 of the groups, so don't go anywhere, as we're going to be bringing one of our Egyptian teams and one of our Vietnamese teams. Finally, we get to see what these 2 regions bring. Anubis Gaming and Ranking Gaming are yours next. I'm just giving little nods to the fantastic production team who are working so hard, because some of these animations and graphics are second to none. That's absolutely fantastic, showing all the regions coming here, including the region of Egypt, which I'm super excited to say we're going to be bringing into our next match. Egypt versus Vietnam, Anubis Gaming against Ranking Gaming. I'm particularly excited to see Anubis because I was expecting to 4 years ago. Last time we did a big arena tournament, CFS 2018, they qualified, but they couldn't get there. I think it was visas. Whatever it was, they literally couldn't attend the tournament, which was such a shame because I've worked on, at some point or other, pretty much every esports title there is, to varying degrees, all over the world, all different continents. I have never seen a team from Egypt or even close to that region in anything. I am so excited that the esports world and the gaming world, that there are Egyptian teams coming. And we got 2 of them this year. I'm thrilled by this.
Yeah, I think it was only a matter of time, right? And it's kind of crazy that now, especially here in Crossfire, it's like something is growing in Egypt, right? It's not just Anubis, but also TeamMyth especially, right? Those 2 teams, they have fantastic practice against each other because they're both actually really good now. So they're kind of like building up together and building up that Egyptian Crossfire scene. And, you know, they couldn't make it due to whatever reason, and they didn't have the greatest results in the past, but nowadays they're just getting better and better. They started to dominate EU MENA as a region, and it's going to only go farther, I think, because these guys just keep getting better.
What they've got to handle, though, is Ranking Gaming from Vietnam, who are their oppositions in this. This is the next game in Group C. How did everybody feel this one would go down? Everyone who was asked, that is. Let's have a look and see how the predictions are. What did you think, guys? Anubis Gaming against Ranking Gaming. So the Vietnamese team of casters, they've gone for the Vietnamese team. The Chinese ones are split. They can have a little argument about that amongst themselves. The rest of us think Egypt are going to rule this.
Yeah, well, this time we're aligned with the Portuguese commentators, at least. So we got that going for us because they seem to have the big brains, I suppose. But, yeah, I think that Anubis is just looking a little bit better here. The records, as I'm sure we'll be seeing in a little bit, just kind of reflects that they just seem to be a bit of a stronger team. Like Valdez is saying, they've been dominating EU meta. That is something that is not an easy task when it comes down to TAC FPS in general. EU has always been a wild force. Obviously, China #1 in this game, but that is still no easy feat to be on top. So I feel like Anubis should have this, but at the same time, I've already been wrong today, so I could be wrong again.
You'll be 100% if you're consistent, I think, right? 100% consistent. You got them all right yesterday. If you get them all wrong today, You can
True.
spin that in some way or other, I think.
I'll figure out a way to just finagle
you'll be fine. Let's show you who we're talking about. So it's Anubis Gaming against Ranking Gaming, and here are our Egyptian team.
My name is Snake, and I'm playing for Anubis Gaming as an in-game leader. Yeah, I'm really excited to play with my team, especially because we have a new roster, and we will try to share the experience and the confidence with them to win the tournament. I think the key player is Snare because he's really important in the team. He's getting info around the map, and he's really important in the team. He's giving us all the info. I think we are lucky every time we play in CFS. We are lucky to play in the easy group, you know. And I think we have they are good teams. I'm not saying they are bad, but they are the easiest teams from the other teams. Yeah, I'm really excited to play against them, and we know how they are playing, and we are ready for this. I think if we play too slow, we will counter them really easy. I think the slow style will work against them. Yeah, I think we worked really hard this year together, and we were looking to be #1 in our region, especially in Elite League and qualifiers. But I think we did what we want. Yeah, I think our goal to be number one. I think our goal to be #1 as always, and this is something we worked really hard this year for it. Do you see Anubis? We will bring the trophy to our home.
What a story it could be if an Egyptian team could bring a trophy like the World Championship of Crossfire to their home. That may be it's a stretch for all of our teams given the caliber of the competition, but I would love to see these guys do well. Egyptians, Anubis Gaming then, Snake, Snare, Totzin, Beva and Doom. They've been sort of consistently doing well in the domestic league. They most recently, though, West CFL 2022 Season 2, they won that. They were second in this year's Invitational. They were third in their regional finals. So perhaps not the, what we might consider the #1 team coming out of the region, but very strong team. Welcome, Anubis.
I mean, that was a very bold statement coming in from that interview from Snake. One of the more easier groups perceived by them, but at the same time, the results do back them up. They were the second in 2022's West CFL second place and first place in the Season 2. And also their regional finals, they did have 3 wins, so the statistics do back them up.
Yeah, I mean, they've been consistently hovering around the top, which is something that you want to see for a team coming into this, having positive win records, having some solid score lines, and consistently getting at least, into those medal positions, whether it's bronze, silver, or gold, making sure that you're in those top 3 spots. So they have had that consistency. This is the tournament where it's about going above and beyond, though, rising above what you have set for yourself in the past, getting that championship. And as you said, if they can make that happen for Egypt, it's absolutely historic for the region.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You see in the regional finals they did fall to TeamMyth, and you might say, oh, well, maybe TeamMyth is better, but I don't know. Those two teams know each other so well that it feels like whenever they play anyone else, it's like a totally different game. So you never know. Maybe Anubis is going to be the one to pop off this time.
Could be. Their opponents, if they're going to pop off, it's Ranking Gaming who are going to fall down.
Em là Tia, em đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Team em hiện đang là team số 1 của miền Nam. Và ngoài cái hoạt động thi đấu thì tụi em có dẫn dắt những lớp trẻ mới lên. Và ngoài thi đấu thì tụi em có xây dựng cộng đồng và các hoạt động thiện nguyện ở Việt Nam. Team em thì được cái là thi đấu rất là đoàn kết và tập thể rất là vững chắc. Cái lối chơi của em là lối chơi tấn công. Các đối thủ hiện tại của em thì cũng đã có nghiên cứu qua thì các đội tuyển cũng khá là mạnh. Nhưng mà đã đến cái trận đấu lần này thì tụi em sẽ cống hiến hết mình và sẽ không sợ bất cứ ai. Hiện tại thì tụi em chưa biết rõ cái đội tuyển sắp tới tụi em đối mặt là thi đấu như thế nào, nhưng mà qua tìm hiểu thì cái lối chơi của đội này rất là khó chịu và đã thi đấu trước bọn em rất là nhiều.
Thực ra thì em chỉ để ý những đội mạnh nhất thế giới thôi, còn những đội mà không mạnh thì em cũng không cần phải quan tâm. Thực ra đây cũng là giấc mơ của em và tất cả thành viên trong đội tuyển Kinh Gaming. Với 8 năm thi đấu thì hết 7 năm em dành thanh xuân cho đội tuyển này và đã hơn 20 người ra đi và chỉ có mình em ở lại xây dựng và cống hiến cho đội tuyển này. Và với giải đấu lần này thì em sẽ cống hiến hết mình cho giải đấu lần này. Mục tiêu của thi đấu của tụi em lần này là sẽ vào được top 4 và có thể tụi em là một đội tuyển mới và có thể là đội tuyển kém nhất giải nữa, nhưng mà cái tinh thần thi đấu của tụi em sẽ lúc nào sẽ như là một nhà vua.
I love that commitment from Tam. He's had 20 other teammates. He's stayed here. He's been with this team for 7 years. Look where you are, Ranking Gaming on the World Finals stage at CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Welcome to you, thoroughly deserved as well. It's Tam, Pakhones, Nevis, Humio, and Duck. Their best performance actually was the most recent one in the Vietnamese CFEL. This season 2 this year, second in that with this roster. So this is a team that have gradually been progressing and getting better. And now come and show us if you can take it, on the biggest stage.
Yeah, 7-4 scoreline coming out of that CFEL, so not too bad at all to be able to have that placement. So, again, another team that is hovering around the top of their region, right up there in Vietnam. And now they're looking to really just be able to try to take that trophy home. You heard Tom speaking about it, saying this is my dream, this is what I want. I'm here now. I want to be able to bring that trophy. He's been focusing on fostering that new up-and-coming talent here alongside him, and it's been good enough to get them to this point. So we'll see how they continue to grow.
Well, according to the talent predictions, Ranking is the underdog here, but they're going to be the tough opponent for Anubis to take them down, because if you take a look at the map statistics, Ranking is constantly good on every single map. Ankara, Sub-Base, Port, they're all above 60%, well over 60% actually. And even Black Widow or Compound, they're doing well on those maps. So for Anubis to decide on which maps to back and ban and pick, it's going to be very tough.
And here we have the aces going head-to-head. Snake kind of the IGL for his team. Humio is also really fantastic. One of the things that Snake did say was that this team plays incredibly slow, whereas we just saw that the Vietnamese team here Ranking said they play extremely aggressively. So it's going to be an interesting clash of styles. But Snake, just a really solid player, very dependable. I think that's what you need out of an IGL. And there's other guys on the team like Snary's got a really kind of weird play style where it's all about getting information. He's in a very strange spot all the time as a sniper, looking down, strange routes, trying to get as much information. And Beva's really like the all-star rifler, so Snake kind of fulfills a different role in that sense.
Anubis and Ranking Gaming are ready on this incredible stage behind us here in Jeju Island. We'll go over to our casters. I've got this. Watch. ZZXQ and Paper Thin. Come and get it, Anubis. Come and get it, Ranking. Well done for qualifying here. Now let's see your opening game.
You know what? Thank you, Matt. I had a clapback ready, but we'll save it for later. I think I've got a good one in the tank, just in case you feel like getting spicy again. But I tell you what, dude, a great match to start the day. It's going to be hard to top that, but I'm really excited for this because we get two really interesting regions playing against each other. I mean, EU MENA, of course, with this Egyptian team, really excited for Anubis, but then you also get a Vietnamese squad, so kind of a matchup that you don't get to see every day.
Yeah, and I think the players kind of feel the same way. I mean, they don't know a whole lot about each other going into this match, so I'm actually really curious to see what the picks and bans look like. Not knowing a team, it's very hard to dissect what you need to do during this, but this could have huge implications in how this one actually plays out.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty interesting that the teams aren't necessarily relying on the regional data so much. It's more like their comfort picks, what they feel confident and comfortable in. They're more trying to lean into their own strengths more than their opponent's weaknesses, it feels like. So I'm pretty curious to see how this one's going to shake out. And, I mean, at least from what we heard from Ranking, they seem pretty confident no matter what. Like, they're an aggressive team, and I'm really excited to see them maybe explode onto the stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think going into this one, Anubis, from what I've seen, Port's going to be the map they want to draw here. I know they were talking the other day that they actually beat Celebi in a warm-up game on Port, so if they can have a similar showing here against another Vietnamese team, out here on the stage, it could be a huge win for them. But obviously, when you get to the big stage, anything can happen. Things are a little bit different, so you can't have the confidence of those warm-up games almost be a little bit of a misnomer and guide you in the wrong direction either. So we'll see exactly what's in store for us. But here we go right into the bans and picks here, and it will be ranking banning first.
All right, ranking. What are they going to try to eliminate? Regionally, their worst map was Compound. But, you know, they may be fearing Port. There may have been some scuttlebutt behind the scenes about what they were seeing from Anubis. It's so funny that you say this because it's like, okay, so Eagle Eye, well, let's just get that one out of the way. That's the standard so far here. But it's kind of funny. Port has been one of the worst maps regionally for Anubis, but it's more about the regional matchup here.
Yeah, and I think the Mexico ban for me isn't a big surprise either coming out from Anubis. Their playstyle, from what I've seen, is they love maps with long lane control, so the Black Widows, the Ports, the Ankaras, that's going to be their bread and butter and what they want to do because that's where Snake and Snare really thrive in that IGL and sniping role. They're a really strong duo together. They love to play off of each other, and they love to play the long lanes for picks. And it looks like map 1 is going to be Compound, so they will get some of that long lane potential coming out from Rankings pick, but excited to see how it'll kick off there.
All right, so right back to the same first map we had in our first match. And again, this is super curious to me. It must be a lot of these things are just, teams maybe sense a weakness in their opponent when they're watching the VOD, when they're able to kind of figure out how this is all going to shape out. Let's see what side Anubis wants to pick to start. They are going to go for the GR side to start, so that'll put ranking on the blacklist.
Yeah, I definitely expected that coming out of them. I mean, GR is the safer, more comfortable side for a lot of these teams, and especially considering, there's new players to CFS on both sides of the field here. Taking a comfort pick, I think, to kick off the first map, not a bad choice here, but Subbase coming out as the pick from Anubis, a little bit of a surprise, I'd say.
Yeah, no doubt. This is, a map that we don't often see. It's not a comfortable map for a lot of teams, so really excited for this. It is going to be Anubis starting on the global risk side once again for both maps. I'm excited. Subbase is, I think, one of the most interesting maps. Obviously, teams avoid it because it is kind of chaotic. It is large. There's a lot of angles you have to worry about, but man, oh man, it's fun to watch.
It definitely is, and within their region, they've been pretty dominant on it as well. It's a good map for them pretty consistently. I think my big question here is, what's that sniper duel going to look like down long? I think it's going to be Tom's the question mark in my mind. I want to see him really pop off and show us what he's made of, but he's relatively untested, I would say, compared to a lot of the snipers here in this event.
And how is he going to handle also being the IGL for his team? He's one of those ones. So we are going to go to Port. That is the last map. You were kind of hinting that we might see this. It does sneak through after Ankara is banned by Anubis. But yeah, it is going to be really, I think a lot of pressure is going to be on Tom, as a dual role player. Now he's widely regarded as maybe the best sniper in his region. Can he kind of bring ranking into this global stage, into the fold, and can they perform at a level to match Anubis, who I think, you and I were talking, we feel like they're kind of the favorites here.
Yeah, I think Anubis, this is really their game to lose, especially looking at the picks now. I mean, they have Subbase and Port, which are consistently strong maps for them, and they're just a bit more tested as a team, I think, as well. Ranking outside of their region, they don't have a ton of experience, and this is really a chance to show us what they've got here. Compound, they get their map pick to start it off, so maybe that's going to be a chance for them to build some nice early momentum and really get comfortable themselves here in this matchup. But I think realistically, if Ranking wants to take this series, they have to win map 1. I don't see a young new team coming in here and not taking it unless they win the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. It is often tough to come through and rebound after a map loss. Now, yes, we saw it in the previous game with Imperial, but that is a widely different situation in terms of experience, in terms of players who have done it, who've gotten, top 3 in grand finals for CFS. So yeah, definitely with this untested ranking team, we kind of want to see, again, Tom's talked about that he's had many iterations of this team. Finally, they're able to get here. Finally, they're able to showcase potentially what they're made of.
Yeah, and like he said in the interview, a lot of teams are doubting them, but ultimately that could play to their advantage. If everyone's doubting them, they're not studying them either. They don't consider them a threat, and that's a chance for this team to come in, throw some curveballs, and catch some of these early matches like Anubis off guard that might have overthought this is a free win potentially.
Yeah, and they can come out swinging. Sometimes teams will come out and punch you in the mouth. Like, they'll just push face, and you're not ready for it. You're not prepared for the way that they're going to use their utility. Like, maybe they're going to throw a flash where you're not expecting it, or they're going to smoke off an angle you're not quite ready for. You're going to try to hold an angle, and they're going to double peek you. Things like that maybe you're just not quite situated for. So pretty curious to see how aggressive ranking is going to be out the gate. And again, Anubis, you know, the desk really highlighted this. This is going to be a big-time clash of play styles. Is Anubis going to be really as ready as they expect to be?
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to really who comes online first here in this matchup. I expect this one to go 2-0, but I think it's going to go to whoever takes map number 1 here, because with so many untested players, I think the momentum's just going to swing heavy early on when it comes to these two teams. And I think when I look at the map pool, it's just a little bit more favorable for Anubis. But ranking, I'm always up for a surprise here. I'd love to see what they can do and what they can prove here on this map, and I've heard a lot of positives out of them as well.
Yeah, no doubt. This is the whole, like, whole rub of esports, how exciting it is, how we get to see obviously the games, the players, how cracked they are. These kind of things are just absolutely amazing. But to get to see regions, to get to see parts of the world that we don't normally get exposure to have them compete against each other on a stage like this, it's so exciting. And to have these young and up and coming players, like a lot of them are on ranking, to kind of have their first exposure to this, to a big esports stage, is really just, to me, truly just a beautiful thing. I'm really thrilled to be able to cast this match, to see these two teams play. But I think really, truly, this is going to be difficult for ranking. Like, what is their mental fortitude made of? How are these players? You know, what are they really built? What are they built for?
Yeah, and I think the big thing here for ranking is just, even if they can't win the series, trying to get at least a map, because they saw Black Dragons fall and they fell hard in their opening match. So even a map victory here puts them in 3rd in their group. And this is, I think, one of those teams that is going to be fighting for a wild card stance in their group. So I think there's a lot on the line for ranking to try and prove as we continue forward with kind of their life in this group. But the same thing kind of applies for Anubis. They are looking at Black Dragons as, you know, a potential threat to block them as well. But if they make a big statement here against ranking, they could potentially grab that number 2 spot and maybe even have a chance to contest Baisha later on.
Yeah, that's really true. There's a lot to play for inside of this. But due to some technical difficulties, guys, we are going to actually throw it back to the desk for a moment. They'll cover for us while we make sure everything is situated and the players are ready. So, Matt, we're going to have to send it back over to you momentarily. Oh, wait, that changed the mind. That production changed their mind. Hold on. Maybe not. Like, just give us a moment here. We're just trying to get everything squared away for the players. So sorry about this, guys. We just having a little bit of technical difficulties down there on the stage. So hopefully we can get that resolved pretty quickly, and we'll be on our way. But yeah, a lot to play for here early in these groups. You want to, again, set the tempo. You know, I talk about this a lot, but one of the things I really like about this format is that not only do your set wins matter, but your round wins and the match wins, like everything kind of flows down. So when you only have 3 matches to play, it can be super important for, you know, just getting even kills matters in some ways, because AP can end up potentially being a tiebreaker.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, the best of 3, Anubis is going to be looking at this as a huge win. Their last time at CFS, their run was cut short by a best of 1 where they lost in overtime. And this is a team that's historically really strong in best of 3s. And, you know, their last experience on the CFS stage was falling 13-10 to all gamers. So this is a team who's historically shown they can put up a fight against some of the best teams out there. But I think now going to this best of 3, it gives a team also that time to bounce back if they don't necessarily have the start they were hoping for, and not just give up an immediate 0-1 to start themselves off in the group stage.
Yeah, that's really true. I mean, that's why we kind of favor Anubis. We've seen what they can do against top-tier teams like All Gamers. So there's no doubt that these guys are good. We're just kind of looking to see how is ranking really going to square up now that they finally get an opportunity to perform here on a big stage like this. I think we're getting close to being ready now, guys. Again, thank you for waiting with us. Thank you for bearing with us. Just had a slight technical issue there, but I think it got potentially taken care of a little bit sooner than we expected. So, indeed, good news. We are getting ready here for our first match between Anubis Gaming and Ranking Gaming. It's Group C, second match of this group. We'll be kicking it off on the compound. Let's get it started.
Here we go. It's going to be Anubis Gaming kicking this one off. They're going to be on the global risk side as well. As we saw in our opening set of the day, it was the more favored side for both of these teams. A much different approach between the two teams we saw earlier, though. We saw Imperial playing it very aggressive on the defenses, and of course we saw Q9 playing it a little bit more reserved, but ultimately winning the map with that approach. But as we go into it, we'll see what the gunplay looks like to kick this one off. FotCon's going to be rocking the M4. Of course, Snare in position to potentially go for the early sniper challenge here down mid. A lot of utility being thrown down already at the start of the round, but as we can see, a very, very passive approach from Ranking to start this one off. 3 players posted just on spawn to see if any early pushes come through.
Ah, come on. We were told there'd be fast hits. We were told there'd be rushes, but that's okay. I totally get it. Ranking wants to feel this out, wants to feel the defenses of Anubis out, try to see what they can and can't get away with. Let's see. A little bit of a push through into mid, a delayed one, but still C4 being left in the back lines is definitely not the Ranking we were expecting. They're really being cautious and concerned about a lot of these early angles. They want to see if Anubis is going to stick their heads out.
It almost seems like Anubis took some notes from our opening as well. They're playing very similar to what we saw from Q9 in their opening setup here on Compound as well. The 2 players grouped up just outside of A-Long. You've got that 1 player being Totson here looking for info in the B tunnels, and of course it's going to be Snare anchoring down, holding that A bomb site cross from mid all by himself. Right now, though, Ranking, they're just playing a game of run down the clock here in this opening round to see what Anubis is going to do and how they're going to move across this map. I like this approach, trying to gather as much info as they can before they push, but right now, the time is ticking. They've got to make their move soon.
Well, you can see they tried to show some kind of presence towards Totson. Beva takes a bunch of damage, just barely able to get out back to the A site. Smoke's now coming down, but Snare is going to cut down Duck for our first kill of the match. Bakans is going to be able to get one. Humel as well, able to get involved, but Snake able to trade it back onto Bakans. Nevis up and over, finds a good one, and he turns and gets a double. And now it is all on to Totson. A really nice start here for Ranking.
Definitely a great way to open this one up. Totson still with some potential here. Humio and Nevis both very low, but Tom in the tower here is going to be there to cut it off, but Humio gets the job done a little bit sooner. Nice opening round to Ranking to kick this one off. Anubis looking a little bit flustered there on site, but it's still early on.
Yeah, no doubt. I think nobody probably expected this really slow, calculated pace from Ranking. They took their time and really kind of made sure that they were disciplined and clearing their angles early. Now a lot of utility. It's going to be Anubis who wants to change the pace. They want to change the tempo. They are sending in a lot of, again, smokes and other things into that mid area. Now, not real any damage done to Ranking in the midst of all of it, but it's going to keep them back for now.
Initially, too, I thought Ranking was just playing too passive, but they've actually done their homework. Snare, he loves to go all the way on mid and wide peek all the way down. It looks like they're just avoiding that challenge instead of taking it because they know he's got a slight sniper advantage in how he plays there. So I actually like this approach here earlier on, trying to see if Anubis will maybe just get anxious off the clock and make the mistake of overcommitting a little bit too early here. But still, they're going to have to get these executions down solid. Anubis, I'm sure they're going to adapt here in this next round, and you can only see the slight approach here changed by Snare, who's already creeping up a little bit further in those B tunnels, playing for that info and maybe a connector pinch here, but Ranking ready to meet them right there.
Yeah, there's a smoke at that connector right now as well. So Ranking situating to try to put some, make sure no lurks coming through that smoke, nobody trying to pressure that angle in through the B connector. They're going to send Bakans down there as he gets a little bit deeper, throws another smoke in there. And there's a big kill here for Duck onto Snare. And that short B potentially open. Let's see if Ranking is going to get aggressive push on that.
The rotation is going to come through from Doom, trying to help pick up that angle in mid. Unfortunately, Snare just caught completely off guard, and Ranking, they're going to force their way through pretty comfortably here. Totson and Beva now left in a 2v4. Ranking getting control of the back of this B bomb site. Totson still waiting for the retake, holding on to this B tunnel's position, but it's only going to be him left alone now. Beva taken down on the lurk. Not an easy task now, 1v4. Beautiful headshot to start it off. He's going to be isolated now. 3v1, grabs a second, looks for the third. It's not going to happen. A valiant effort, but it's just not enough.
I thought he might have it there for a second. Some great shots early, just not quite able to convert a little bit further down the line. And I like what Anubis tried there. They tried to kind of pincer Ranking in mid. They put one from short A, one from short B, and tried to do like a timing push down there. They get one out of it. Totson almost able to come up with a huge clutch, but that's 2 rounds now for Ranking. And Tom coming up big, gets Snake. So far, I tell you what, the Ranking boys, even though the pace may not be what we expected, they certainly are capitalizing early.
Anubis, though, They're going to try and push through all the way into spawn here for the first time. It works out in their favor. Snare gets the opener onto Fotcons to answer back for Snake falling early on here. Now they're going to be able to rotate around the map, but with 3 players spotted all the way on the opposite side of the map, they know A is fairly open for the taking. Only Beva here to try and hold this one off, but there is time for the rotation.
Yeah, long A, slow but sure for ranking. Just kind of thinking about it, getting ready to make the push. You do have one player, is Beva on site there, waiting around the corner. Let's see what the execute is going to look like here for ranking. Thinking about it. Is there going to be any utility throw? Nope, it's just guns, and they're going to get one, but immediately Beva gets a double. Doom comes in, finds another. Even though Tom found one with his AWM, he has to back off and rethink this. C4 is still in hand, but you have a member. You have Snare for Anubis in mid already, moving back to the connector. Going to wait for it and going to find it. A good hold, a good positioning late round for Anubis finds them the win.
I love the read from Snare there too. Knows that he might be falling off of A, drops down onto the box in mid and just waits for him to come right into his crosshairs. Anubis getting a much needed answer on the board here to make it just a 1-round game. You can tell they're starting to get their footing here and get comfortable on this map, but there's still a lot of game left to be played here, and they need to start swinging further. But right now it's gonna be Tom who gets the opener. Snare goes down, and it's already a 5v4 once again.
I tell you what, Tom has been really impressive so far. 4 kills already in this one, 3 rounds in. Looking down mid again, he's been winning those early sniper duels rather often. C4 placed just to the backside of mid there. Ranking just kind of waiting this one out. Some shots ringing across mid, but again, slow starts here for ranking. They're really, comfortable just kind of feeling Anubis out, just seeing if they're going to get aggressive early.
It's kind of a decent change of pace, though. We're so used to seeing these teams fighting so aggressively for early map control that it almost comes back to haunt them sometimes, and this may be Ranking's way of trying to maybe shift the meta and play how they're comfortable, even if it's not how everybody else is playing right now. So we'll see if that can continue to work for them, but right now they're going to have to try and fight their way through mid, and this time around it's completely stacked here for Anubis. They've got 3 players in position. They don't want Snake to get caught off guard again here. Some pre-fire through the smoke. They get the kill onto Humio, and now they have a chance to work their way in.
Yeah, good opening, good follow-up pick for Snake there, as there was some pressure in the mid, and now they're going to back off for Anubis, as it is all 4 of the remaining players for ranking beginning to try to make their way through. Tom is going to provide overwatch with that sniper. Now they are going to begin their maneuver. Doom here trying to gum up the works a bit, gets flashed, starts to swing the corner, but Nevis was prepared. Now they're trying to swing into the doors, and it's going to be a shutdown here for ranking. Quickly find 2 more. Totson on his own has no idea that player's behind the box, and Nevis takes him down.
Just great patience play there to close out the round, but you got to hand it to Ranking, playing very well so far on Compound. You can definitely see why this was their pick. They seem very confident and ready to continue pushing forward round after round. Tom as well, being beautiful on these early round entry frags, not being overly aggressive like we saw from Goken and Wolf in our last match. He's the more methodical sniper, waits for them to come to him and hits the shots when he needs to. This time around, though, it's going to be Fotcons. I'm not sure what happened there. That's going to be, I'm not sure how that death occurred. No player kill to be known, but it's going to be a 5-on-4 as we continue forward. Doom and Totson ready to put someone through the meat grinder here, but there is definitely some hesitation after that one.
I have no idea what happened there. Fotcon's just heading out into outer space as people needed him, I suppose. But we move on with the round. Still mid. Nobody really wanting to get too aggressive just yet. So Ranking swings in towards long A. Couple members await for Anubis. Last time around, Beva was able to find a huge double off the rip on the execute. But no real utility was used by Ranking. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to try something a little bit different. But look at this positioning here at the side of this door. Beva playing off a contact immediately, throws the smoke out, shows a completely different look here to Ranking, and stalls things momentarily. But again, a lot of time left on the clock, so Ranking can really think about this for a bit longer.
And it looks like they are going to leave Humio here, but rotate the rest of their players back towards mid to try and find a new opening in. I like Anubis's play there, though, of just flashing and smoking and often forcing them to have to take it through smoke if they really wanted to push then and now. Right now, it's going to be a full push back into mid, though, and this time it's pretty open.
All right. Working their way through, and Humio is good for the opening onto Beva on the other side of the map. Let's see where they're going to rotate off of that. They find a couple more. They are just slicing and dicing. 2 kills for Humio. And now you got one left. Totson again trying to work some kind of miracle. Gets flashed. Not much hope here. Tom around the corner is going to find the snipe. And ranking, dude, they look clean.
They really do here. I mean, honestly, just an impressive start from them, and this is generally a map that does lean in favor of the defense as well. So 4-1 on their blacklist half, looking very good for their likelihood to at least take map number 1 here. But now there's a chance for Anubis to answer. They just need to find a way to change the pace here. It almost seems like they're letting themselves play a little bit too passive into the hand that ranking almost wants from them at this point. And now we do see a nice little change up. Beva pushed up on long here outside of A with Snake, maybe to try and catch one of these 2 players off guard here, but still they're not getting a whole lot of info on the other side of the map. I'd like to see them maybe push out a little bit more in these other angles that aren't getting challenged consistently.
Yeah, I definitely think that Anubis needs to give a little bit of a different look here to ranking, and the only difference right now is they push out just a bit further out towards the A long than they normally do. That's Beva's trying to, each round see if he can get away with a little bit of extra space, but that's been about the only change from the side of Anubis, at least on the A side. Doom, a little bit of pressure coming through now in towards short A, but he's got backup immediately behind him, so if this push does come through, it could be difficult for Rankin to get through that door. Instead, wisely, they kind of sense that with those smokes and other things there, maybe the B site's a better choice.
Definitely a strong choice here. There's actually nobody directly on site for Anubis. Surprising opening for them to just get in this plant. Basically uncontested at this point. So now it's all about the retake here. It is 5v5 for it, but Anubis, they have to work their way back into the site. Totson, though, holding on to the window position, trying to find that initial pick. Tom going to be caught in the tower as well by Snake, who's trying to hunt him down, but Tom finally will be taken down in that position. Now Ranking's just going to try and hold on here.
All right, here comes the utility dump from the side of Anubis, but Ranking continues to be firm. No one is finding space for the side of Anubis. The C4 ticks down. It has to happen now for Anubis. Snake and Totson come in, but Humio has been so good so far this half. Finds a kill. Nevis there for the double, and that is going to be yet another round here for Ranking. So at worst, in this first half, they are going to come out ahead with 5 rounds already.
Yeah, I mean, for Ranking, you really couldn't ask for more in how this one's playing out so far. Anubis just kind of letting them do what they want to with these pushes. I mean, you saw in that previous round, they were able to push up mid, uncontested, completely walk onto the B bomb site and get a free plant. And honestly, they just need to change their approach across the map because Ranking, they're able to take wherever they'd like to at this point. Snake taken down early here already in round number 7 as well. Not looking like the best of matches here so far for Anubis.
Yeah, the double up now coming out for Ranking. I mean, showing some really unique looks to start this one out, and it's going to actually be Nevis. Tom has been amazing so far. Humio has Beva right around the corner. Humio able to call in the reinforcements, try to at least make this a 1-for-1. Beva now has to wait this out. Here comes the swing. Beva gets the first. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. A huge hold for Beva on that double snare. Got one in the background. A 4v2 for Anubis here in this round, and that is a big win.
Definitely a great way to get things rolling back in their favor, but Fought, Cons, and Duck here. We'll see what they can do to try and maybe hang on and redeem themselves in this one. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade outside of B-Long. Not a whole lot left that can be done here, though, for Fought Cons. The bomb is down, and Beva, he's holding that angle nicely. And this is going to be almost impossible to grab. Snare takes him down, and finally, Anubis get around to answer back, but still 5-2 in favor of Ranking.
No doubt, but man, Beva has had a couple big multi-kills in the round wins that Anubis has been able to scrape together, and another one for them. So he's come up huge a few times. Let's see if Anubis is able to kind of push a little bit, gain a little bit more space. It looks like they are trying to cut through mid, and they have found that entry into the connectors on the both sides. Now 3 players coming through a crossfire here available for Anubis. They cut down 2, make it 3. As now it is only Fakans. He has a double kill though. Can he find a third? Oh, snare. Tries to shoot at the tailing player. Not able to do it. Fakans has a double of his own. 3v2 now as Tom very low on health. Fakans just holding an angle, and Ranking pushed to the back of the map because the C4 was downed in that exchange.
And now a very difficult 2v3 in front of them. Tom on about 10 HP to work with, and this one Fakans at around half HP. And with the bomb in their hands, Anubis, all they have to do is trade at this point when they go for the bomb grab. It should be their round for the taking. But right now, we're still seeing such patient play coming out of Ranking Gaming, waiting to see if one of these players gets a little bit overzealous, makes the mistake of peeking, giving them a chance to redeem themselves in this round. But still, it's going to be a tough one to try and make that happen with the time ticking away and still the C4 nowhere near their grasp.
It's like you're playing retake here as Ranking, you know, you just gotta try to somehow, some way just basically win this round via kind of flipping the idea of the sides on their heads. And they are gonna try to flank from a couple different angles, so really taking their time to make this difficult for Anubis potentially, we'll see, but with Tom being so weak and Fakans as well, it's gonna be tough, no doubt, any way you cut it. Let's see if Tom can find a good opener. 43 seconds left on the clock as they have a little bit more time to work with, and they're setting up for the double push. But with how far forward that snare is pushed, he is going to catch Tom out indeed, just on the Fakans.
He's already been spotted as well. It's going to be Beba who gets the spot, almost the kill as well. And here comes the push right onto his position. They don't want him to get out of there alive, and Snake's the one to seal the deal and pick up another round here for Anubis. So some momentum now starting to go their way.
No doubt. If they can find one more, that'd be a hell of a way to salvage this half. They were down 5-1 at one point, and 5-3 at the end of the world. 5-4 would be definitely feeling a little bit better mentally for them. And all 5 members of Ranking in toward mid. Duck took quite a bit of damage from a frag, but they are able to sneak a player outside of those smokes to the other side of it, sort of into Anubis territory. See if they're able to capitalize off that.
Look at this push out of the B tunnels from Anubis. They already have full control of this side of the map, and they have no idea. Thompson is tucked away there. Doom just waiting to see if they'll come through and push onto that position, but he has to be careful. He doesn't want to go down in the process here. But right now, there's a full control play coming out on mid. The only opening they have to sneak in is if Ranking realizes A long is completely empty, but right now they're so hyper-focused on this mid that they're just going to try and funnel into it. Duck goes down. Snake, good for 2. Beba, good for a double kill as well. And now it's all onto Tom, left alone, who gets the quick flank kill onto Totson, but that'll be it as Beba seals it out.
Huge round win there for the side of Anubis. Really well done to string 3 more together. Loved the aggression there at the end. Loved the way that they pushed into B. Really made it difficult for the side of Ranking to do much, and then set up the crossfire at the exit of mid. So finally able to find a read. Finally able to kind of catch Ranking off guard a bit as they were playing so far back early, and then they started to kind of slowly but surely take space, and that eventually kind of crumbled Ranking's half a bit, a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a tough half to go 5-4 when you're up 5-1, but now Anubis, this is their chance to start off immediately with a tie here at the top of the second half. Nevis getting a little aggressive here, looking for that pick in the B tunnels. Duck quickly rotating in for the support nearby. But Anubis, they have 4 players here ready to strike right onto their position. They're just going to go ahead and swing on it. Doom gets the kill. Duck taken down as well. It's a nice 2-piece for him as they get the full entry on the site.
All right, Fakans letting go with the utility. Found a kill with the frag. Make it 2 here for Fakans. Finally, Snare able to find him with the AWM. And now it is all on to Tom. Tom there flashed up, smoked up, just completely smothered. And Totson swings in behind and takes him down. A nice round here, 4 in a row if you go back to that first half now for Anubis.
And now this is the true test for Ranking. They were doing great when they were on a roll, but now They have to face that adversity of 4 rounds in a row now from Anubis and show us that they have that ability to bounce back even when things aren't looking the greatest. We'll see what they can do to maybe adjust here, but right now, this second half is their chance to maybe bounce back into it and find their way to adapt. But Anubis, I think the aggression they're showing so far, you can really see the confidence change in these last 3 rounds from them.
Yeah, Humio pushing out a bit out of A into the lobby in front of it. But Anubis is putting some pressure on the other side. Counter pressure from the side of Ranking is going to send them back into the connector to just regroup, rethink. You know, so far, you know, Anubis in the first round there got pretty aggressive, but now they're trying to get a little bit of information, trying to see if they can make a little bit, you know, better decision, maybe catch a member of Ranking pushing out. But I mean, Ranking here pretty disciplined in their defense, and oh my God, Snare wins that battle against Tom. So Tom going down, that's going to be Sight trying to be busted open. Vakan's only good for 1. Humio steps into Snare, takes him down. He's able to trade it out. Okay, that's a big double kill for Humio. A 2v3. Is Anubis going to be able to do this? This is going to be difficult. Humio trying to swing off of the plant. A flash into Doom's face. He sprays in, gets one before Nevis takes him down. And oh my God, Snake up in the window, can't fall back fast enough, and that is going to be Ranking punching back.
Great retake there from Ranking, keeping their composure, forcing the 2v1s. Anubis, I think, just got a little bit too anxious once they got the bomb down, over-peaking just a hair and giving Ranking that opportunity to swing back into sight and comfortably get their hands on the retake, but still bringing this to just a 1-round game. Anubis, they had a great run before finally losing a round, so they still have that chance to swing right back here and keep that momentum on their side.
It's actually Ranking, I think, that's taking the tack pause if our card holder does not deceive us. And indeed, it is a Ranking tack pause. So I will say that it is good for the side of Ranking that they're able to punch back, take a round after, you know, so many were strung together that went against them. So are they going to be able to correct the slide? Are they actually going to be able to take a map?
Yeah, I think this is a smart pause either way, because not only do you have the stop of the round run going on from Anubis after they won 4 in a row, now you add some time and pressure to that too. And Anubis, they have to be rethinking their approach during this time as well, because Ranking, they seem to have found their way to get back into this one. I think for them, though, they're still playing a little bit too safe on the side of Ranking. Anubis seems to be the team that, when they want to control the map, they have a little bit better time doing so. I think Ranking, just shot for shot, has been kind of waiting for Anubis to warm up. Ranking shots have been a little bit better. I just think tactically Anubis has a slight advantage right now.
Yeah, it seems like just the reactions from the side of Ranking are really, really good in those kind of hectic, chaotic moments when everything's just kind of happening all at once. There's been a couple really clutch plays, and I agree. I think Anubis is making good maneuvers. I think they're setting up for good hits. We saw there that it looked like that site was theirs. They were going to be able to get that plant down, win that round, but Ranking able to turn the tables.
Yeah, and I think it just goes into kind of what we're thinking might happen against teams that face Ranking. Maybe a little bit of underestimating them goes into some of these aim duels, because Anubis, they're normally a pretty reserved team, and it seems like they're maybe swinging a little bit too wide because they have that confidence to think, you know, maybe we're the better team, or we're assumably thinking we're the better team. And it seems like there's been a few times where that's actually cost them the round.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it, my man. All right, let's see if Anubis can bounce back, bring this to 6-6. Ranking will push ahead to 7-5. Beva. There's a few members of Ranking out there. Quite a few. 3 members there. He throws the smoke down. Beva has to hold the line here. He's got a bunch pushing, able to find the headshot. Takes down Vakan's. Now Beva going to swing this corner. A crossfire awaits him if he pushes. He's not going to. Goes for the frag. Maybe gets a smidgen of damage on the duck. And that's going to be it for now. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is trying to put pressure onto A. The C4 sits in the back, maybe trying to potentially sell a flank. But I think if they get A site for free here, the C4 will indeed drift that direction. Let's see if Ranking's going to try to force the issue.
Ranking, they seem to have read this quite well. They've sent 3 players now back towards A. They know the rotation is pulled off. Even though it's a 5v4, it's still going to be a tough site to just walk into for Anubis. You have Nevis here holding the off angle onto site. He's got the support right behind him as well. So there's really no clean way in here. They've got to go for the pop flashes and just hope for the best shot for shot. They do have the numbers here, but still, this lurk is going to have to be huge for them to really try and pull some of these guys off.
It's almost felt like it took too long here for Anubis. They might have had an opportunity, and, well, okay, they just pull the trigger, and Snake kills 2. Great entry, just kind of a 1, 2, 3, and go, and everybody guns blazing, just caught Ranking with sleeping just momentarily. Good timing, good execution from Anubis. This one looking very much in their favor with a 5-2 retake coming. Humio close, has to pre-fire around the corner. Tom trying to push on him, but Beva was awaiting in there, and it is going to be all 5 members still standing at the end of it for Anubis. So able to come back, get another one, and kind of an interesting tactical pause there from Ranking. They come out of it and they look a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, I think their initial goal was to maybe come out of the tack pause, go for that aggressive play on B long, and use that to catch Anubis off guard, but I don't think they were ready for Beva to react the way he did there. He came out swinging back, but this time around, Beva's not going to be ready for that one. Tom takes him down, gets his number, and finds a nice way to answer back.
Oh, what an angle there for Tom. A really narrow one that he's able to find a good shot onto, so it's going to be Beva losing his life in that kind of same spot we saw him in the previous round, holding it so well. Yeah, dude, this is a really good back and forth. I mean, Ranking here really coming out swinging at times, and meanwhile, you know, Anubis punching back. Love what I'm seeing. Could be a fight brewing just outside of A. Long A is under pressure. Duck, great 4. They could have won it, and now thinking about the frag. Has to spray down the box. Keep Totson at bay, and Totson just gonna fall back into mid.
Nice 5-on-3 advantage for Ranking. This should be their round to win. But still, Anubis, they've got a chance to open it up here from mid. There's not a whole lot of control in the hands of Ranking as well. That one smoke should be able to get them through for a chance at this mid to B. They do have Fotcons, though, waiting behind this wall, potentially to strike on to them, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. His flash comes through, finds the first, Tom there for the second, and of course, through the smoke, Fotcons will push through for the round.
Yeah, they're just so good at adapting right now as Ranking. I mean, I'm really thoroughly impressed. There was a moment there where we were a little worried that maybe they didn't have it in them, but certainly they do, and they are showing us that they belong here. 7-6 now for them as let's see what Anubis wants to do in response. A little bit of grenade pressure there. Snare is going to take a bunch of damage. So that AWM a little bit weakened. Its presence towards long A is going to force back Duck, I believe, there for the side of Ranking, and he's going to get taken down for it. Totson and Snake going to combine for that opening kill. Humio trying to hold that angle, but he's taking a bunch of damage. Flashed up as well. Peeks the corner, though. Somehow gets one. Can he get a second? No, just barely. Totson able to find him on the jump down the stairs.
You're going to have Snare getting caught here, though, on the rotation, making it a nice potential 1v or 2v3 here for Ranking. They're going to be able to rotate over towards that B bomb side and probably stall this one out here. The C4, though, going all the way back to spawn instead of through mid for the rotation. So Beva maybe a little bit cautious that someone's pushed up in these V tunnels, but they're actually going to be playing both fairly passive on the side of Ranking here, sitting out towards that mid and B hold. But a 3-man grouping here should give them a chance to still take this one.
All right, the 3-man push begins to check the corners slowly but surely. Plenty of time. So I can think about this a little bit. They're actually going to just take a glance over into mid as you leave one in towards long B. Doom and Beva on the opposite end. Totson on his own, as he seems to often be. Seems to be a guy they can trust to really lock down angles by himself. A smoke out there to just kind of delay Totson a little bit. Give Tom the opportunity to push out, move back in, and take a different angle. And maybe they're thinking about A here.
As we say that, though, Totson actually sneaks into the backside of B, maybe to throw a fake and draw this remaining player in between them of Tom over. But here comes the fight. It's going to be doomed to catch Tom off guard, and now Fotkons is left alone here on the A bomb side. Surely no way out of this one, but they're actually going to leave him on the site and just send their numbers over towards B. Fotkons, he's trying to hunt down Doom, but Doom perfectly timing that smoke to make sure there's no quick way in. Fotkons pushes through it anyways, though, but Beva thankfully there for the trade.
I could hear Totson just yelling, B's open, and they swing right back. And I mean, it's smart there at the end, you know, from the side of ranking to try to catch Anubis as they're trying to go for the setup for that plant. I think that's kind of the smarter time to, you know, don't give them the opportunity to get set up, just try to catch them off guard a bit. A decent opportunity from Fotkons, just couldn't quite convert. Got one. That's not too bad. A whole bunch of damage done to Beva there as he was... I'm not exactly sure if he just took a bunch of grenades or what. I didn't quite catch it on the mini-map, but he is down very, very low. Having a solid map, though. Bevel. Now we're 7-7. I mean, are we going to have another overtime? Is this just the day of overtimes?
It's definitely a possibility here. Ranking playing very well this opening map, but Snare, what a shot, takes down Humio. And that is a huge pick going the way of Anubis to get this one started. Beva, though, still on about 20 health, has to be careful for the remainder of this round. But now with a hole in the defense, Anubis can start to slide their way in here.
Yeah, they're thinking about it at the very least, but it's just, again, probing pressure, sending smokes out to kind of keep the members of ranking pinned on their side of the map. Now they're going to try for the mid push, flash out, but there is a crossfire set up on the other side of Snare. Of course, you still have a sniper in his hands, and he's just going to be peeking the angle. Duck might have caught a glimpse of him or just suspects he's up there. What a shot from Snare. Going to find Duck. What a reaction. Takes a bunch of damage, though. And this is now all set up for the B push. You only got one member of ranking holding this.
Going to be pretty much Anubis in full control here as Snare finds himself yet another kill here in mid on the Fotkon. Snake finds Tom, and that's basically the end of this one in this round, unless Nevis can do something incredible here. 1v5 in front of him as the bomb goes down on B. Surely not much you can do in this kind of situation.
Yeah, this would be, again, one of those, like, goes down in history as one of the great plays. He is able to find Snare there, but Snare already super weak, so a stray bullet will connect and take him down. Flash will help finish the job here for Anubis. Now all of a sudden, as great of a start as this was for ranking, Anubis has found a lead, 8-7.
Yeah, definitely a great way for them to bounce back here in the second half, looking better and better as this one has progressed. Anubis starting to feel that confidence as we continue forward, and potentially 2 rounds away from their first victory here at CFS. We'll see if they can close this one out, though. As history has told us with this team, they are a team that has some trouble crossing that finish line, so we'll see if they can get it done. But right now, ranking changing their setup as well. 3 here in mid, a nice triangle pinch on the mid push with 2 pushing out towards B in the tunnels as well. It's all about the read here from Anubis, though. They do still have Snare already working his way up A long. He could catch on soon that the backside of this A bomb site is pretty free.
Yeah, I like the change up here from ranking. I think recognizing that mid has been a bit of a sore spot for them in terms of controlling it and therefore at times losing control of the map in some of these later rounds. So I try to go for it. But Anubis, with a great call of their own, just kind of changing up, going for the extremities of the map, going for the edges.
Yeah, and I really respect the patience, at least, though, from ranking, not trying to over-peak, just holding these forward positions that they've gathered from themselves, hoping they can get something out of this mid-stack that they've set up for. But Anubis, I think they're starting to favor slowly towards this late B take. They do have just that one player in Snare holding outside of A long, but the rest of the team quickly grouping up here for this B execute, and there's only one player directly holding this for the side of ranking. It's going to be Duck, who has to try and hold on, but he has finally called for some support here. Humio going to be rotating into the lower bomb side as well, as we do see a potential contest from Snare on the lurk.
Yeah, Snare here going to be really important for either taking control of A or selling a fake, it looks like. Right now, everybody going back into mid for Anubis as A is being pressured by Snare alone. And there are couple members of ranking in the vicinity. Smokes are coming down. Time begins to dwindle. Anubis going to have to pull the trigger on this execute sooner rather than later. A lot of utility being thrown in the mid, but it's only really 2 players that are diving in there. This is really going to come down to Tom, how well he's going to be able to hold the Snare. Misses the open shot. 1-for-1 trade so far. Snare took some damage, but found another one. Was help from Beva. Doom trying to keep that window clear and able to do so at least for now. So with only a few seconds remaining, C4 will be planted. Snake got another, a couple in the window. Snare good for 1. Doom tries to put some pressure there. Snare's going to finish the job. It is 9 rounds now for Anubis. They have almost got this first map won.
Definitely a big round for Anubis to take away, but ranking, I'm almost a bit disappointed they let go of that mid hold, because ultimately Anubis took a free mid and ended up winning the round because of it. They were able to sneak Beva there under the vents, get through, and ultimately he was able to pick apart all of the rotators in the round, giving up the initial hold that ranking had on mid so well. But now it's all down to these final 2 rounds here to see if Anubis can close this one out. We do see ranking playing a bit forward outside of B and A. No presence, though, this time around in mid at the start.
And it was tough for Tom. You know, the only guy on site there on A with a couple guys pushing around him. He just really, really difficult hold for him to make. And then, you know, you can leave Snare at that A door, and he can just, you know, wreck everybody trying to get through that window. So Anubis there doing a really good job. But look at this situation that ranking has set up. They've got 3 members pushed way out of A.
It's definitely a tough one here. Snare, though, eager to take this duel as well in mid onto Neves. We'll see if he can find it, but Neves playing pretty patiently behind the wall, hoping he can catch them off guard. But Anubis, they see a hole in A, and they're just going to go ahead and push right through it. It's only Duck alone, and he is not ready for this fight. He's taken down immediately. Beva pushes through, and it's just a complete steamroll onto bomb site, and already it's Tom left alone, but it doesn't matter. Snare takes him down for the win as well. A nice 2-piece to close this one out, and Anubis will take it 10-7.
My word, what a map there. I mean, a great back and forth for a lot of this, and then at the end, 4 rounds in a row strung together by Anubis, and once it seemed like they smelled, you know, blood, they were able to really just clamp down and rip their opponent apart. Just any weakness they sensed, they were immediately pushing on it.
And you can tell there was just a big confidence swing as well. They had a 6-2 half on their Blacklist side, not something we often see on the Blacklist side of Compound. So it really just goes to show that, you know, once Anubis came to life in this game and were able to break out of that early 5-1, they really just stepped up and took control of this match.
Yeah, it really felt like, yeah, a comfort thing. I think ranking came out there a little bit stronger, a little bit more aggressive, not aggressive, but a little more patient actually than maybe Anubis was expecting. I think they were expecting sort of a fast and furious pace from the side of ranking potentially, based on frankly what ranking said in their interviews and probably the VODs they've seen. But that wasn't the case. So I think that set them back a little bit mentally, but they were able to reset and really come through here at the end.
Yeah, definitely, and now Anubis in a position where they're going into their own map pick of Subbase coming up. I have to believe they're feeling very confident with this one, and they swung back hard, which gives them, I think, even more confidence. They didn't even have a great start here. It looked like at one point ranking might have just had a chance to run away with this game, but I think if you're ranking at this point, they just have to think about maybe playing a little bit more aggressive, because now Anubis seems to have read how to play around their passive playstyle.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think this is going to be interesting to see, you know, how ranking is going to regroup, readjust coming into this map. It's going to be tough, it's going to be fun, but I was really encouraged. I genuinely thought for a moment, I'm like, oh, ranking's actually maybe going to win this map. Like, they were starting to really put their foot down, and you can see, you know, the scores here eventually swung pretty decently in the favor of Anubis. Snare was absolutely money with that AWM.
Definitely, and looking at the damage of Beva as well, though, another key player in this one. Those 2 guys alone were just doing so much work to open up these rounds, especially later on in that second half, to really make sure they were able to seal the deal, having one of the best Blacklist sides I've seen on this map in quite some time. And now they get to move forward into map 2 with their heads held high. But now that we are in a best of 3 for the first time ever in the group stages here at CFS, that means it's not over for ranking here. They still have a chance to maybe pull the upset on Subbase and take this into a map 3. And with what we saw in this first map, I wouldn't say it's an impossible task for them either.
No doubt. I don't think so. I mean, that I was fully confident they could win this map during this. I mean, eventually, yes, Anubis did start, you know, running away with things, but it took a while, and therefore, you know, if Ranking could come out with that same kind of swagger, that same kind of sort of confidence and kind of catching Anubis off guard a little bit, yeah, there's definitely a world where they do this. I think another good thing here for Ranking is with how one-sided that Baisha match was, the fact that you're able to put up these amount of rounds, kind of at least keep this close, potentially could be a difference maker. So, you know, 7-10, yeah, you're not happy with the result here as Ranking, but, you know, there's silver linings to be found.
Yeah, definitely. I think with 7 rounds, that actually puts them already with more rounds than BD was able to acquire in this group. So they're actually, I think, already in that 3rd place position. Of course, remembering that both of these teams also still have to play Baisha could change that, and, you know, they could have an even harsher time than Black Dragons does in that circumstance. We don't know yet.
Very true. Very true. I mean, it's tough to, you know, it's tough to know for sure what the power levels of those teams are until they get to play, but yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for Subbase, a map that a lot of times you don't get to see because it gets banned out pretty frequently. But now with Eagle Eye in the pool, you know, some of these maps, these lesser seen maps, are starting to kind of scoop their way in to the rotations. Teams have to be a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Subbase, too, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is I noticed with Ranking on Compound, their nade usage was really, really well thought out and very methodical. And with Subbase being a more close quarters map, I actually think they could bring a lot to the table if they have that same kind of utility presence prepared for this map. And it could potentially catch Anubis off guard, since Subbase is generally a map with how close it is. If you have some good nade usage, you can literally have teams on their way pushing into sight with just a few good nades.
Yeah, definitely. All right, really exciting now as we move over to our second match here between Anubis Gaming and Ranking Gaming. It is Subbase. Anubis Gaming leads 1-0 so far. Can Ranking take Anubis's pick off of them?
Hopping into what could be the final map of this series if Anubis can close it out, or if Ranking is able to take away Anubis's pick and win it for themselves. We'll go into a map 3 on Port as the decider, but as we can already see, Anubis setting up for that A-long duel. It's going to be Snare in position, waiting to see if Tom will meet him there, but it doesn't seem to be the case just yet. But Tom does swing into that position just a little bit later on in the round, but Ranking already getting early control of BC. We'll see if they decide to push in for the full commit onto B.
Yeah, B control here under their purview, as they're going to use smokes to try to make their way a little bit deeper in. They're going to get there. Totson already up top, waiting. Potentially, if anybody comes in, you can see he is keen to make sure that that entry is plugged. Ranking now starting to get a little bit spicy into it. Spot it out a little bit. They are just going to hammer down on top of it. That's the opening kill going the way of Anubis. Devis there did not see Doom on his left. Snare gets 2. The headshot on the pistol on the second, and Tom trying to escape, trying to make something out of this round.
A tough road ahead for him, 1v5. Totson already playing on the corner of the quad boxes here, waiting to see if Tom will go in for the push. Definitely not one looking to go his way here. Ranking already having some difficulties to start off this second map, but rightfully so. This is Anubis's choice, so no surprise to see them coming out swinging here. Tom just kind of throwing himself in the corner here, maybe trying to hope a player will run into him, but I mean, there's no save rounds here, so I'm not sure what he's going for with this one.
I think he's trying to bait somebody around the corner, and then he's going to pop up and try to kill him, I suppose. You know, that's the best I can work out of this. Either that or Tom's just, you know, just trying to make people laugh. Just trying to have a little fun with it. He waits it out. Nobody comes. He goes around the corner. Totson sits, waits. Oh, well, Tom got one there. He got Snare and, well, isn't ready for Totson around the box. And, all right, Anubis is going to take our first round here on to Subbase on the GR side. So Ranking a little bit sloppy there in the beginning and just kind of got caught in rotation.
You can definitely tell this is a much more comfortable map for Anubis just off that opening round, because they had the numbers to fight through and push on to B, but they just couldn't find their way in at all for Ranking. We'll see if they change things up here, and it looks like they're already aggressively working their way on the lower A, but again, they're met with Leva, who takes down Humio, but this time around, Tom finds Snake to answer back quickly.
Yeah, found him in the middle, and now Ranking doesn't feel like they can breach through long A here. The pressure just too much. There's at least 2 members, they know him for sure. Yes, they got a kill. On the right A side, they're going to try to reaggress. Try to see if they can catch him sleeping, and they do a bit. Beva gets cut down by Tom and Nevis. A grenade in their face, and quickly 2 members go down. Anubis now back in the driver's seat. 3-2 is the numbers advantage for them. So kind of a sort of a little bit of trickery attempted here by Ranking to try to think Anubis they were backing off.
Definitely a tough one here. I think the hesitation, though, is being the killer here for Ranking. They almost seem unsure of themselves when they decide to go in on these pushes. And Anubis, they're just using that to their full advantage here, tearing apart these pushes and still getting numbers back, even when they don't have the advantage to work with in the first place. And now they're left in another difficult numbers down situation for Ranking. Tom looking for the pick here outside of Bellator. Almost has a chance to catch Totson there. Duck on top of him as well. Totson stuck in the corner. He needs the support to come through quickly. Duck challenging him now from the rafters. His team finally rotating in, though, to make this 3v2 a bit more winnable. But Tom, what a shot there. Takes him down early. Duck good for another one, and now it's all down to Snare in the 1v2.
Snare gonna have to be clutch. As he is looking to see where they went. Maybe caught a glimpse of Duck there for a moment. Not able to pull the trigger. C4 is going to be planted. He's ready for it. Isn't able to connect on the first shot, though. It is going to get taken down. Tom is going to swing the corner, take him down. And this is a good bounce back here. It looked like it was going to be a potential round 2 loss for Ranking. They're able to stabilize and recover.
Yeah, definitely a great round from them, 2v3 to open things up. Tom, though, I think he's kind of the saving grace of this Ranking team. Whenever they need him to kind of bounce back in for him, he's always been there. But the problem they have right now is he's kind of there and firing at top notch when they need the rest of the team to kind of step up here as well. As we can see, the hesitation keeps sinking in once again as they push.
Tom's got 5 kills. Devis finds one on the Beva, though. So that's going to give him his first on the map. Duck, the only other one with one. Now you can see a lot of utility being dumped into the direction of Ranking. They're stuck up trying to get through long A, but Duck's going to get a big one on the Snare. That opens up some breathing room here. Snake has to fall back, has to recover, and this could be a rotation coming through for Ranking. They may feel like this took a bit too long, like they couldn't break through as fast as they wanted. Let's see if they double back.
But right now we do have a player pushing out as well. Totson sneaks his way all the way into B control, so if they rotate back to B, they're going to run right into him, so they almost have to commit to A at this point. But Ranking, they are still playing so extremely passive at the start of these rounds. They're just trying to potentially peel someone out of the situation, but now they're almost in a funnel where they have to go A, and Doom and Snake, they're ready for this. It's going to be 2 kills each as they come through, and right from behind, it's Totson to finish it off, and Ranking, again, the hesitation just comes back to haunt them.
Yeah, I mean, I think these double backs, we've seen it a couple times now already. We're 3 rounds in. We've seen them try it twice where these double backs just do not work out for them, and Anubis doesn't really falter. And that's such a choke point to get through, of course, coming down those stairs. It is a really difficult maneuver to make, but Anubis still really clean with their gunfire, really well coordinated there on their defense.
Definitely so, and now Totson playing the corner box here just outside of control room. We'll see if he can find the opening pick. But right now, again, Ranking playing that patience game. At least this time around, though, they don't have a complete opening behind them to sneak in and go for the backstab, so they've at least recognized and adapted and made sure they always have someone lurking to watch that back. But right now, it is going to be a slow pinch here as they do send a player into vents. The first time we've seen them maybe go for that roll here. But Duck, he actually decides better of it. He's going to drop down and start working his way for the pinch onto B. Everyone now grouped up for Ranking to take this hit.
Yeah, looks like they're going to try to come with a couple different angles. Bakon gets the opener. Snake able to get one before Humio comes in and gets Doom. Beva has Duck down. Nevis up and over. Finds Snake. Now Beva's going to have to come up big once again. Find another one of those multi-kills. Can't catch Nevis with the grenade in hand. A backstab from Stare. Finds one. Pulls out the AWM, but not good for it. And it is going to be another win here for Ranking. So, keeping it even. It's 2-2 now. Ranking, you know, a little bit kind of sus on a few of these rounds, but the other rounds have been really good.
Yeah, definitely a lot of back and forth. I think right now it's just coming down to these B-bomb side hits. Anubis, they seem a little bit flustered sometimes when those executions come through, and it always seems like Snare's just left trying to clean it up on his own. Beva not having the best of time on those B hits, but the A holds have still been strong, but we'll see if Ranking's able to read into this and start abusing that B even more now.
Yeah, well, Ranking slipping in. Anubis played very farther back for the most part here. Snake kind of toying with the idea of getting into Ranking territory. Some smokes are out. I'm going to try to sneak through these, kind of reposition underneath Ranking's watchful eyes. Grenade is going to catch Tom. So a little bit of damage done. Still, though, you know, Ranking being really patient with this. They're just out, you know, waiting out these smokes, just seeing if they can find a pick or somebody crossing a little bit too far forward.
3 players now grouped up here just outside of the lobby. They're going to try and nade their way through onto Snake's position. But Snare, he's in there for the support as well. It's just going to be a complete mow down here. Snake good for 2, making a 3K through the smoke, and Totson grabs a double right behind it. And again, Ranking funnels themselves right into another disaster, as it will be Anubis to take the round.
Yeah, ooh, look, player cams. Oh, look at that. That is awesome. We get to see the players from the view of their desk. Get to see some of their reactions live and in time. It's now a few grenades out and about, but nobody taking any damage from it. This is, I mean, it seems like it's like all or nothing for Ranking. They either just take a site or just lose on the way in.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case here. But for Anubis, it almost seems like the rounds that they do lose, they're just playing a little bit sloppier too, giving them kind of those openings that they need to take that full force push. But this time around, Ranking, we are going to see going for that vent control, something they haven't done a whole lot of just yet, but could be a chance to maybe change the pace for themselves and find a new way to execute onto these sites. It's a really good position to get in there, hold, and play for information, to hear these rotators from top A into that page on the backside of B. And now you see the rest of the team in Ranking ready to hit right behind it as well, outside of lockers.
Yeah, and they were trying to get through the vent again. They're going to fall back out of it. Nevis was the player trying to do it. Totson on top of 2 players. Vakans was ready for him. Snare, in the meantime, did find 1, but Humio able to get in there. Totson gets in, Beva gets in, and now it is on to Vakans as he tries to find 3 kills. Clutch out this round to prevent this from becoming a 4v2. Going to be really challenging here, of course. Anytime you're in this situation, he's getting surrounded, he's getting pushed from behind. Beva, a little bit sloppy there on it, doesn't matter. Still, the rest of his team able to come in and help out.
Yeah, just great rotations coming out from Anubis, doing a great job on their defensive half so far. It still feels like they're a little bit shaky and hit and miss with some of their shots, but they're just tactically outplaying Ranking at this point, so I don't think they're quite as worried about it now as they continue forward in a really safe position in this match. Ranking, though, again, we're seeing them go for a lot of early control over towards this long A position, starting to push up into lobby. Last time, though, it didn't work out quite so well from them, but this time, they're going to meet it with some nice success. Botkons finds 1, Humio finds another, and now it's going to be up to Doom to try and stall this one out.
Yeah, they are just trying to clean in, but Totson gets 2 on the other side. Doom is good for 1, and now all of a sudden this push is just crumbling as Duck tries to hold on for dear life, a 1v2, and it is Beva who waits on the other end, takes him down. 5 rounds to 2 now for the side of Anubis as they are beginning a slow climb towards what looks like potentially a victory.
Definitely seems like a momentum swing has happened now, heavily in favor of Anubis. Ranking just trying to almost force the hand at the wrong times, it seems, and now we do see Beva swinging in to meet these players early. Already Humio going for a little bit of a challenge on A bottom here, but again, the hesitation, he could have easily beat this player down to A bottom, but now he gives full control over to the defender here of Beva.
Hans works his way through vents. Duck got the opener. Nevis follows right up behind him. Nevis tries to get another. Aska throws some utility behind him. Vakon steps in to help out his teammates. Vakon's good for a double. And now it is all just on to Totson. So here we go. Ranking able to punch back in this one.
Great way to swing things back towards themselves. Just a little bit. Totson not going to be good for it either. as it closes out. Ranking does find the round, still fighting from behind here, but a very successful take for once here.
Yeah, good to see them try something very different, a very different look than a lot of the early parts of the round we've seen from them, and they're able to, capitalize on it. So the playbook a little bit deeper here for the side of Ranking. They're able to turn another page. Let's see if they can continue to do so. Drifting into the mid part of the map, and where are they going to go with this one? Fakhan's leading the way. Members here await them on B, and oh boy, they didn't fool anybody. Anubis, a 3-for-1 so far on their hands. Noob getting the spray here, switches to the pistol, and he is good for the finish. Tom, well, he's out in no man's land here. Might get caught by Totson in rotation. Well, they just passed each other. Okay, Tom is able to hear him or something. Got the kill. 3, 2, well, there's 3 left, 2 in front of him. Okay, he gets another. There's maybe a world. Nope, not going to happen. Snake shuts him down.
Great half from them, but you got to hand it to Ranking in that last round. That's the first time we've seen them actually push aggressively from the start of a round and try and at least go for a fast execute. Unfortunately for them, it just seems like there's a little bit of mismanagement in how they coordinate their executions onto these sites, and those slight hiccups is where Anubis consistently is able to abuse them.
Just a couple crossfires that were absolutely devastating. Snare opens this out fast. Tom going to respond on the Snare, so sniper down for the side of Anubis, still up and running for Ranking, and their key player still in it as well. 8 kills already for Tom. Now Anubis, their turn to try to make these long A pushes work. A smoke comes out for Ranking to block this up momentarily. A frag in there as well. I'm not sure if that caught any damage or not, but a similar looking start for Anubis to what we saw from Ranking often in these rounds, but it looks like they might be backing off.
Anubis now trying to creep their way up lobby, though. It is uncontested, so they could actually sneak into upper A. And that's exactly what they're going to do here. Now that leaves Fakhan in a really difficult position. The whole team of Anubis pushes down onto him, but there's one important factor here. They've actually snuck and left Beva in the vents as well.
Yeah, just too much space given up. You might have a player coming behind him. Indeed, Nevis there on the counter lurk, able to clear out the vent. Now you have 3 players on site for Anubis. It is going to be a really difficult potential retake, but I think maybe a little bit of damage done. Smokes out all over the place. The site just covered in it. A 1-for-1 exchange to start. Another one taken down by Tom. Make it 3 there. A triple kill for Tom is going to give them a round. Oh boy, I mean, that looked pretty decent for Anubis, and then Ranking with the counter lurk, and then a great push from Tom.
Yeah, you really got to hand it to Nevis there, having the forethought to actually go for that counter lurk. If Beva stays there, Tom doesn't even make it on the side at that point, so that really gave them that opportunity to walk back in and win this round, and now it's just 2 rounds separating them from the tie, but still, Anubis with that lead, they're going to be feeling pretty confident, but a nice way to start the half still for Ranking.
No doubt. I mean, Tom is huge right now. 11 kills, 14 for Totson on the other side, so a couple big players having some real impact here so far. Now a grenade out in front of Humio. Just clips in for a slight amount of damage, nothing too serious. As a few more grenades, a few prodding attempts here from Anubis.
And we can see here too, kind of almost no presence over towards the lockers and control side as well. I'm curious to see if Beva maybe pushes up and tries to poke at this a little bit, because they only have just Tom there holding the cross from lockers onto the B bomb site. If he's able to be contested, they could just sneak right in there and grab this one, but Anubis actually seems pretty keen on going over towards this A bomb side. Snake, though, still hasn't made the decision to grab the bomb and commit, but they do have 2 players here now getting ready to poke at the bottom of A.
Looking to see if Ranking gets antsy, loses patience. So far, that has not happened. I mean, actually, Ranking has been pretty damn disciplined. I mean, they really aren't as aggressive as I think was advertised. They're very much content to try to outplay you on these sites, to try to win in these trades. I'm really curious to see if this is going to pay off for them as this one rolls along. But we have 4 members of Anubis swapping over towards that B side, so eventually they didn't feel as comfortable with A. You can see they are getting ready for it. Tom is just absolutely money right now. He is really putting on a show. Can't find that shot, though. Trying to swing around the backside is going to get it. Totson down. Snake able to get 2 there. A big double kill. Nevis trying to swing into the fray is going to find Doom. Good spray here. Snake, though, is going to be able to get Nevis down. Vatkans pushes in with the help of his teammate. They've got Snake surrounded and taken out. Ranking here, punching back.
Definitely a great retake there from Ranking, and now they're just 1 round away from pulling this one back to a tie. Starting to look at least a bit better on this side of the map, but they still have to try and be a little bit more aggressive, I think, and make sure these gaps don't go unnoticed. They are relying a lot on Tom to get these initial frags, but if he goes down early, they need to have a plan to answer back.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles to cover, of course, on this map, so it can be tricky, but Ranking is really, really steadfast here on their GR side so far. As Anubis now thinking about an A hit, at least initially. C4 still in hand, so maybe they're just going to make a go. Oh, God, that grenade. I think that did a fair amount of damage here to Anubis, at least across the board. Smoke, though, they're going to push right through it. Himio trying to throw a smoke of his own under pressure. I think he's flashed up. Yeah, Tom is going to get snared, but Doom has taken down Humio, and now sight is available here. Anubis with a fast hit.
A nice post plant setup as well. You can notice they're playing very tight angles to try and avoid Tom getting those entry frags to the side of Ranking, but Ranking, they're actually going to go for the full group up here, and we've seen the funnel disaster happen before. If Anubis is ready for it, it could happen again here. Vatkans leave the charge, but the flash hits both teams here, and it's going to be Doom who gets the triple kill. Finally shuts it down, but it's still going to be Anubis to pull through. Snake with the final kill there, but Anubis, a nice hold on the post plant.
Yeah, Anubis finally able to find a round on their blacklist side here to put it up 7-5. 3 rounds is all they need to find that 10th to get themselves the map win and the set win. Totson takes a bunch of damage there, as does Snare early. Humio a little bit as well. Nevis now going to be holding onto this A site, but they're already on the ground. Nevis doesn't care. He gets a big double kill. The headshot onto Snake, the follow-up onto Totson. Duck is good for the kill onto Snare. This round is crumbling for Anubis. Doom trying to win a long-range fight. Doesn't matter. Humio steps in front, gets the kill himself. Now it is just Beva able to find a headshot onto Humio. Still has a lot more work to be done. Duck wins that duel, and in the end, Ranking punches right back.
Honestly, an extremely confident round from them. Probably one of the cleanest we've seen in this map so far. If they can get this momentum now to swing on their side, there's a chance they could still make it to a map 3 after all. We are seeing some solid redemption here in the second half, but they still have a little bit too much reliance on Tom in his role. But we are starting to see Vatkans and Nevis step up to make it happen. But Tom again opens it up, takes down Snare. Beautiful pick to get this one started.
Dude, he is just absolutely cracked. Just a phenomenal player. So fun to get to see him out on the stage like this, just shutting down Anubis at times. They have to rotate over towards B, or at least show presence over to B. C4 still on the other side of the map. Doom now just pressuring these angles, just seeing if anybody's going to lurk for the side of Ranking. Nobody has done so. Vatkans in the vent, waiting to see if anybody comes through there. Doom's going to find one. There's Vatkans down, so nobody fooled on the side of Anubis here so far. Some players just kind of dancing around the door. Is Anubis going to make a go of this?
Slow push now coming towards the A bomb site and up the lobby as well. Duck in position to potentially cancel this one out, along with Tom, who've been pretty much side by side here on their hold of lobby and upper A. Meanwhile, it is going to be Neves just playing pretty passive here on the back of the A bomb site, but that's exactly where Anubis is heading here. Duck already in position to support from above. We'll see if they can hold on to it. Totson, though, spots Nevis, catches him off guard. It's going to be an opening pick. Totson, good for a second on a Duck as well. And now it's a 2v3 retake, but Humio's already been spotted as well. Totson somehow still alive and kicking here, but Humio finally takes him down.
Somebody's got to do something about Tom up top. Snake taking quite a bit of damage. Doom still at full health. The C4 planted. It is starting to tick down. Snake's got Humio. Tom, though, is going to find Snake. A 1v1. Doom able to hold the angle and get the win. But my word, Ranking made that really, really challenging there in the end. And Tom, I thought for sure he was going to get that. It just feels like Tom has got magic in those hands.
He definitely does, but not enough to make that one happen. Doom bringing it down to the finish line here for Anubis to keep them out in front here. Just 2 rounds away from the victory as well. Tom misses the shot this time around. Anubis, they're going to swing back through. He gets the follow-up on to Doom, but it doesn't matter. Totson takes him down in the trade fire, and now there's a chance to push through.
The headshot through the box there for Totson. Good lineup, good angle. Duck here trying to reaggress into this position, trying to put some pressure. Gonna get flashed up momentarily. Nothing doing there as he has to back off. Another flash. Buys a little bit of time here for Anubis, but this early pressure hasn't amounted to too much. Looks like they're going to set up Totson to wait for this push out. They're ready. Oh no, he whiffed initially. Has to swap over to the pistol. That's costly here as 3 big kills immediately follow for Ranking. Beva over to B, but does not have the C4 as it fell in that exchange. Oh man, that Totson, I thought he had that.
Yeah, he had the perfect spot to make it happen. Unfortunately, just couldn't follow through with it. Now Beva left with a very difficult task at hand here. 1v3, no control of the bomb. 2 players on full HP against him as well. Humio just doing a great job of maintaining control of this round for Ranking. Duck holding off the flank as well. Beva, he's trying to spot that crack over the door to see if he can spot them, but he actually just misses Humio there on the peak. Beva now trying to fight his way back through, but Duck, he's got such a good angle on the backside of this lobby door that Beva just has to try and go for the full flank here. 50 seconds on the clock, though, and he still hasn't found that opening.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a player now chasing behind him. Humio is right on his heels. Humio doesn't really find much damage out of it, but now they know he's there. Now he's able to call in the reinforcements, just trying to buy as much time as he can. Beva is able to take him down, but Duck, no problem for him as he catches Beva on the backside. So Ranking, a little bit drawn out, but able to find the win, and they're not far off. This is a neck-and-neck sub-base here so far.
Definitely a close game on our hands. Anubis just barely hanging on to the lead, and now they've got to try and find their answer back here in this round. We'll see if they can find the opening pick, but it's really coming down a lot of times to this duel and how they engage between Snare and Tom on A long. Snare consistently having some struggles compared to what we saw from him in the opening map today. Totson having to be that kind of saving grace between him and Tom.
No doubt. Tom, 19 kills, just phenomenal from him so far on this map. Can he bring Ranking back? 7 rounds, if they could win 3 in a row, they'd be able to do it. They'd be able to take the map without even going to overtime. Duck tucked in behind the box momentarily, but everybody just kind of funneling around the B site for the most part for Ranking. They seem to be calling that they think this is going to be a B hit, when in fact, looks like it's going to be an A hit for the side of Anubis as they swing in there. I can see one player drifting in this direction. It's Fat Khan. Thinking about it. Yeah, he's going to walk in and be like, oh boy, everybody's here. He still gets a kill. He gets the headshot out of Beva. Now a big retake has to happen as they are got the C4 down. Totson, though, good on the front for a double. Humio strikes back onto Totson, at least able to shut him down. A 3v3 now. Doom takes some damage. Duck trying to get in onto the site, has to switch over to the pistol. That flash pretty good there. Snare and Snake, though, combined for 2, and Snare is good for the last. That is a big win, as now Anubis is on to match point and on to set point.
What a way to finish it there, too. Snare, beautiful reaction, shots on the back of sight, hitting massive ones from the back of that missile there, and now they're just 1 away from a 2-0 sweep here against Ranking Gaming. Still, Ranking Gaming, they have that chance to keep the fight alive. Tom wanting to be the leader to make it happen. Duck helps secure the kill on to Totson to make this a 5v4 to kickstart this round.
Oh man, that was some cute little play there. Oh, Fat Khans is gonna get snaked as well. So now 2 down here, but Beva is just storming the site. He's got a double, looks for the triple, can't get it. Duck is able to find the kill. Tom around the corner, gets a kill of his own. Snare here on his own, and isn't gonna be able to best Tom. Tom is good for some big kills of that round of those doors. And okay, we're not into OT just yet, but it's possible.
It's definitely possible, and Anubis, a team I know that struggles a lot in overtime situations, so they have to be hoping they can take this one in regulation. Otherwise, it's anybody's game going into overtime here, especially with how well Tom has been playing on this sub-base matchup so far. We'll see if they have what it takes to close this one out, though. Anubis playing very slow at the start of this round, just feeding some information across the map as they do try to sneak Doom here into the L turn.
It seems like Anubis has had a little bit more success onto A and are leaning into that direction. B has been just kind of a bit too much for them to handle, a bit chaotic, as the C4 still sits over in this direction, but so far nobody's picked it up. And Snare here trying to keep his eye down the doors. Nobody so far is peeking. Tom this time a little bit further back. I'm not really watching these doors this go around. Some utility being thrown in there, but Anubis is, again, being patient, being slow, being methodical here. This is such an important round. Now Tom stepping back up towards those doors, can't find the shot, takes a little bit of damage himself. They're gonna take him down. That's a huge first kill. Yumio able to respond on the Toxins. Beva up and over, gets a headshot. Snake able to get in there, Doom as well, and now it is all on to Duck to save the life here for his team. He got the kill. Snake takes a bit of damage, has to back up. Doom in there. And now the grenade out in the front of Duck. Duck pushes down the stairs. Doom the only one here. Snaked out in the window. Is he going to be ready for this crossfire that has been set up? He is. He looks up there. He knows they've likely got a player up and in there. Doom has to be so careful, and he gets the last kill, and that is going to be it. Anubis is going to take sub-base 10-8 and take them set 2-0.
Great way to close this one out. Honestly, though, very close maps. Each and every time these two teams went head-to-head here, 10-7 and 10-8 respectively. Not a bad showing for ranking to kick off their life here in CFS. Anubis just barely having what it takes to get the job done, but when it came down to the wire, they were still able to prevail here. But ranking, definitely no short of talent, especially from Tom here, and excited to see what these guys can do, you know, moving forward.
He's disgusting. He's just absolutely disgusting. Tom was nasty. A lot of other good plays from some of their other players as well, but yeah, I mean, I think ranking really making a statement, really showing that, hey, we can go toe-to-toe with the best in EU MENA. Like, look out. I mean, nobody else is safe from this team.
Definitely, and Anubis now moving forward with a 2-0 puts them in a great position in their group. On top of it, they're going to be sitting tied for that first place position, and now it's just a matter of what they can do against Black Dragons moving forward. Maybe a potential to even go for a win later on over Baisha, but I think they've shown they have what it takes, but now they're on to an even harsher task in the rest of their group for sure.
Now, let's not forget ranking's not done today. Still have to play again, so maybe a little bit of a warm-up for them here. Maybe they can bounce back in their second match of the day, but we are done with this one. We're going to bounce back over to Matt and the desk. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. 2-0 to move us on through day 2 here in the group stage. Anubis showing a strong performance over Ranking there, but Ranking doing well, keeping it close. We had a lot of times on both of those maps of Compound and Subbase where it went one round one team, back the other way. We just had a round go to Anubis, a round go to Ranking, a round go to Anubis, a round go to Ranking. That kind of flip-flop. We haven't seen that so far this tournament.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, the very beginning of Subbase especially was very back and forth, just kind of going 1-1-1-1, you know, then you get some actual rounds strung together. People were finally starting to find their footing, but it was still neck and neck the whole way throughout. I mean, 6-3 the first half, not too great there. It's clear lead set up there for Anubis, but then 10-8 as a final score line, 10-7 in the first map as well. This was a very close bout between these two squads, and you know, it's what we love to see, even though it is a 2-0. It's not anywhere near the blowouts that we were seeing yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
Teams just getting absolutely obliterated 10-3 on certain maps and whatnot. This is a bit of a blow, though, for Ranking because they have another series that they have to play at the very end of the evening.
Yes.
So hopefully they can walk away from this, brush it off, and get prepared for that last set.
Yeah, and that was the point we raised at the start of the show, wasn't it? That they are going to be playing not the next game, but the one after that, the last one today. Were they going to go into that against Black Dragons with a win to their name to feel, you know, like, come on, we can take anybody, or are they going to have to brush off a loss? Well, it's that one. So we'll see how they contend with that later on today. We have another game coming up before that, though. Let's bring you the highlights of this as soon as we can and have a look more over the action on these two. Bench, were you surprised that we ended up on Compound and Subbase?
Well, I mean, for the maps, I believe the bans on Mexico and Eagle Eye is definitely reasonable because both teams don't really want to play the new maps.
They're just so new, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of anticipated to see these classic maps come into play, but I did wanted a set 3 so that we could see how these two teams play out on port, but it looks like that didn't happen. Well, I think for Anubis, Totson really carried the weight on the second map, and I do believe Doom also carried a lot of weight, although Doom didn't have too many kills, but he made the critical frags when entering into the compound, so
yeah.
There was that.
Great performances. I'd say just overall between everybody, all 10 players that were in this lobby. You know, everybody was putting up figures at different twists and turns. But I mean, Beva, especially on that first map, was coming up huge for the side of Anubis. We saw Snake and Snare both getting their hands dirty at times. So it was very much a team effort coming through. This was not the a crazy, Shao-esque carry performance where he's just putting everybody on his back. This very much was, hand in hand, teammate with teammate, making sure that they were able to get across the finish line together.
Valis, I think we've got the replays coming shortly, but you pleased what you saw of Anubis? It's a good win there over Ranking, which we knew they wouldn't underestimate. Is it a strong enough performance to get a lot further in this tournament?
I don't know. I feel like it's still hard to say. Like, as we kind of saw, it was still very, very close between the two teams. So even though it was a 2-0, 10-8 victory on sub base, it's sub base, so it can be a little bit funky, but, Ranking's a really strong team. I think they showed that for sure. But I think it might just get even harder and harder from here for Anubis. So, yeah, they got through. That was a very important win for them. They took out the opponent that I think on paper they should have been able to. And now they got to do it again twice. So maybe a good warm-up for them. But I think they should have to take it one step further. They looked decent, but I've seen them play even better at times.
Remember, it's Baisha Gaming from China and Black Dragons, who are the other teams in this group. Compound and Subbase. It looked like this. Let's bring you the highlights.
There's plenty of them throughout this entire thing. I mean, so many great holds coming through. We were really curious going into this series how the playstyle clash was going to play out. And, I mean, obviously, it played out a little bit better for the side of Anubis, who were doing a decent job of actually tapering the aggression that Ranking is so known for, that they themselves came into this in the pre-match interview saying, like, we love to play aggressive. We don't really care who the opponent is. We want to just kind of run at them and skill diff them. And Anubis was able to really hold them back at different twists and turns. They broke through the cracks a couple times, but in the end, Anubis was able to hold it down.
Yeah, Ranking was basically rolling the dice here and there, but their aggression did work from time to time, but at the end of the day, Anubis was able to definitely hold them in, like as you just mentioned.
Yeah, it was really cool to see some of the team play from the side of Anubis. Individual players were doing very well. I was impressed by some of the angles that Snare somehow always happens to find, but really fantastic spray and like team moments in like 3v3s and stuff like that from Anubis.
I think the thing that gives me the most concern, though, is if Anubis can make it out of this group and they go deeper into the tournament, they make it into the playoffs, and they have to play against a team like All Gamers, that's where things are going to very much get tested, and I'm not sure if what they showed today is going to be up to that task, because that's another team that loves to just go fast, that loves to play aggressively, but just given the skill differential, Anubis, if they want to go deep into this, if they want to become the champions, they need to have cleaner results than this against aggressive squads. They need to be able to really slow the gears down to a complete halt.
I'm just seeing, I think we're going to have Snake join us in a minute from Anubis to have a chat with him, but I've just seen TeamMyth walk by, and there are big hugs and congratulatory slaps on backs there. That's a happy moment for that whole region. So the summary of the second map of Subbase, we'll delve in a moment to the numbers on Subbase, which of course, let's have that now. That ended 10-8. 5-4 in the second half for Ranking Gaming. So, the draw was on. The overtime was very, looming as quite likely. Good work from Totsin there. 2,000 damage again. That number's popping out again.
Yeah, the damage figures just continue to go up and up as we go deeper into this tournament. It's only on the second day, but I mean, 1,800 there for Tom, as well as, 2042 here for Totson. So we're seeing some really huge figures really starting to creep up now into these scoreboards, and it just goes to show how much impact a couple of these players are able to really have. I think Beva as well, at one point in the first map, had broken over 2,000, or at least had gotten very, very close to it. But it's overall just some very strong performances being shown, and I love to see the impact.
5 of these 10 players spread across both teams are on a positive KD there as well, which is a better showing than we've had from some of the other teams where it's felt a little bit, like 1 or 2 players have really laid the work down. Todzin, our MVP of the series.
Yeah, damage numbers, really, really high in terms of damage per set. Really consistent, I think, is the biggest one. You even saw in the last one from Muzao that he was able to put up some good numbers, but not even quite this level. So Todzin really having a big day out for the team. Really consistent KD as well. And yeah, so it's really nice to see him step up because they're a great team, all 5 players, but he wasn't necessarily the first name that jumped to my mind when I was first introducing this team. So really good to see him perform well today.
That's consistent impact, and he's consistently taking part. As you can see, just the damage coming through as well as that kills per round. So he's almost averaging 1 kill per round, but even when he's not picking up those kills, he's at least setting up his teammates to do the same because he has all that damage that he's pumping out onto the opponents. So very well done and well-deserved MVP.
Is that what you were aiming for, Snake? Todzin is putting the work in.
Yeah, this is the result what we expected, man.
Yep. I just saw TeamMyth walk by you just that moment, some big hugs, everyone's very happy. What did they say to you?
They said, nice, you did a really good job leading the team. Yeah.
So what does this mean, being here on this stage? Because your country is not one that's often represented in a lot of different esports. So what does it mean to you to be able to represent your nation here?
It means a lot for me. It was my dream to be here in CFS Grand Finals. This is my dream. This is my dream this year.
Awesome.
Can you remember back when, I think it was 2018, you guys qualified for CFS, but you couldn't be there. I'm sure it was because of visas. You must then have just been so gutted and disappointed. How does now compare to that?
I think now it's different. I think we are not sad about what happened in 2018, but now we qualified for CFS Grand Finals. So where we are now.
Yeah, I had a question. So you guys, obviously a great performance today with the 2-0. So what is your impression of the Vietnamese region from your perspective? And also, how do you think your performance today will match up against the other teams in your group as well?
For ranking gaming, I think we have the read about them. We saw the tournaments that they are playing in the tournament. We know their play styles. We were too ready for them,
So you've got Baisha. You've got Black Dragons, who we saw yesterday lose to Baisha, and they're going to be playing ranking again later on today. You feel good about your chances of getting through this group? I think you've put yourself in a good spot.
Next 2 matches is going to be tough, but we will do our best to win this tournament. We know their play styles, the Brazilian and the Chinese teams, and we're going to do our best. We watch some demos for them, and we are ready. We are ready for them.
Who do you think is going to win out of Black Dragons in ranking later today?
I think Black Dragons, they have more confidence and experience in game, and they played a lot of LAN, and they have a lot of experience and good individual players.
Hey, congratulations. So pleased to see you here. As Achilles was saying, to see an Egyptian team at a finals, I'm absolutely delighted for you as well. And we got your teammate, your country mates coming up next as well. Give us a message for TeamMyth.
TeamMyth, I will cheer for them now. Now we are going to the practice room. We will cheer for them, of course, because they are from our country. Yeah, best of luck to them. They really deserve to win.
There you go. Thank you, Snake. Congratulations again. Thank you. Let's just remind you how that result ended. 10-7, the first set played out on compound, and then on sub-base got a little bit closer. I'd say the second half of that was 5-4 for ranking. They'll feel like, ooh, just one round here or there, and we had a load more overtime to come.
They all add up over time, but I mean, this was looking like it was going to be another series, potentially going to OT, potentially going into a third and final map, but unfortunately we didn't quite make it that far. It was good on Anubis to be able to put their foot down and stop ranking in their tracks, but they still very much had to fight for it. So ranking again, hopefully they can just go back to the practice room, rest a little bit, get ready for that next series. They have a little bit of a buffer, so depending on how close our third series is, they might have some extra time to get rested and relaxed, but we'll have to just wait and see how they perform.
So a 10-7 and a 10-8 between Anubis and Ranking. Compared to the Baishar win over Black Dragons yesterday, they did it in a 10-4 and a 10-2. So Baishar and Anubis tied on the amount of game wins here, both having done it 2-0, but Baishar's sweep of Black Dragons gives them the advantage in terms of rounds won. That's how those teams are being separated. But remember, it's the top two of a group who qualify to the knockout stages. The fourth place team get eliminated, and the team who are in third get a day to fight again on our wildcard day coming up in a few days' time. Black Dragons and Ranking will properly solidify who's third and fourth for now later on today, as they'll be playing in the fourth match of today. But we've already enjoyed one Egyptian team beating a Vietnamese team. Can their compatriots do it? Can TeamMyth beat Celebi, or can Celebi get revenge for Ranking Gaming? TeamMyth and Celebi, the last two teams that we haven't yet seen in the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, they're up next. TeamMyth against Celebi is our next game to look forward to here on the second day of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. We've just seen their Egyptian compatriots do a fantastic job there. Anubis taking down Ranking Gaming, but it's only the first game of the group. And we're going back to Group A now for the last two teams that we haven't seen yet. TeamMyth and Celebi, I beg your pardon. TeamMyth and Celebi going to be playing for Egypt versus Vietnam again. Not planned that way. It's just how the groups were done. The teams were split, so nobody would play a team from their same region in their group. Just means we ended up with two Egyptian teams and two Vietnamese teams falling against each other on the same day. But if it's anything like the last game, I'll be happy to see it.
Yeah, we'll call it a happy little accident.
Yeah.
Happy little accidents. Well, I was catching some fresh air a couple hours ago, and then I saw Booker, actually, from TeamMyth, just outside, and I was asking him some questions. Are you guys feeling confident going against Celebi, which is the top Vietnam team? And he was ready. He was ready to fight on.
And let's see if that was before or after your predictions. Then who have we got for TeamMyth?
No,
against
just to kill my spirit there.
Celebi.
Thank you.
I mean, your insider information. We'll find out shortly who this one's going to work out for. I'm gonna make a prediction now. I'm going to predict that the Vietnamese casters went for the Vietnamese team.
That's a good prediction.
You reckon I'm good here? Yeah.
I think you might be right on that
That's
one.
my prediction. Let's find out how I'm doing.
Probably pretty safe.
Nailed it. Oh!
And we are all across the board.
Ding,
Now,
ding,
look at
ding.
that.
That's a jackpot.
We haven't had that since the first game of the first day when everybody went for AG, which was quite an obvious pick, I feel. No disrespect to their opponents. This one, this is very interesting and also looks a lot like the casino you seem to be spending a lot of your time in as well. So the Brotherhood next to me might be looking at that and going, ooh, wheels. Ooh, put some money down. Why Celebi so confidently? Valdez, go on, spill it.
They're real good.
They're just too good.
So,
they're just too good.
They're too good.
We're going to get some stats in a few, but from what we have seen and heard, Celebi is by far the best team in Vietnam, and ranking looked pretty good already.
Yeah.
So when I say by far, I mean this team doesn't lose,
Leaps
right?
and bounds
They don't
over.
lose. They are the best team in Vietnam by far. It's even beyond what Imperial was able to do in Brazil. So that's that. And personally for me, knowing TeamMyth, it's like a team that has an enrage counter. You know, they're not that strong until they get beat a couple of times, and then they get really, really strong. So they always start out every single tournament very slow, very down. You know, they take a couple losses, you know, and they're like, okay, let's start trying now. And then they start getting really good, and generally they fight through a bracket to make it up. So if TeamMyth go to like the wild card and slowly fight their way up to semis, I would not be surprised at all.
I really want graphics in production who are doing a fabulous job to add a little rage counter in the top corner of the screen right now. I really want to just clock Myth's kind of mood.
Getting closer and closer.
So, the raging team of TeamMyth, this is what they look like before they get angry.
My name is Penguin. I'm currently the captain of TeamMyth. Our play style is to play a bit aggressive, but lately every team knew that we were playing very, very aggressive, so they waited us and they played super defensive against us. So we had to change our strategy. So now we are in the in-between aggressiveness and defensive play style based on the team we are playing against. TeamMyth last year placed 7th. It wasn't the best, but it was our first LAN as a team. We didn't practice very much for it. Our goal was just to reach the CFS finals, but this year our goal is bigger. We want to become one of the top teams, maybe reach the playoffs or become top 4. This is the third time we're facing the top of each region. Alucard is the best sniper in West. He's always watching his mistakes, analyzing the mistakes. So that was make him want to be on top. I always improve him more. Everybody should be careful for Alucard. He's coming here to win. And now we are facing AG Celebi again, as well as with the top 1 in Brazil. So it is a good competition. It's going to be good games for us. There is nothing to lose here. It's either you win or you learn. So I guess it's going to be a very, very good team. We've played Celebi a lot, so we know how they play. They are at the top at Vietnam, but we are coming here at the top of EU West, EU MENA as well. So I guess only playing together as a team, we should focus on. So I don't think we should be careful of anything else. I guess my goals are getting bigger and bigger every year. Being the CFS champion is now my goal, and I have everything, and I'm going to do everything to achieve this one day. Guess that we are famous, the 3 big pyramids. The 3 big pyramids is going to be the tombs for the 3 teams we are playing against in the group.
There it is. I was waiting when something might come. A lot of the statements from our teams have been fun and confident that, yeah, we are going to demolish them. That was nice from Penguin. He's like, our expectations are that we'd like to make the playoffs or maybe even the top 4. And we always learn. We either win or we learn. But you know those massive 3 tombs that are pyramids in Egypt? That's where the other teams are going. Get in there, Penguin. Give us the little statement at the end. I like that. He's with JWoww. Alucard is praising up there. Horace and Booker are playing for the team, as you mentioned just now, Bench. And this is a roster that's done great things for TeamMyth since, well, they've won both of the seasons of the West CFEL last year and the start of this year, and then they came 5th in Season 2, which was a bit unexpected to everybody. But they won last year's regional finals. They won this year's regional finals. They are capable of some very strong showing.
Yeah, and that's the thing about TeamMyth, you know, just get a quick 5th place. Everybody's scratching their heads, wondering why, what happened, you know, is this team, what happened? Are they washed? You know, no, they were just getting ready to enrage later on, where they did win, of course, in the regional finals, and they got out of Viumana in 1st place. Definitely a super strong team, very well-rounded. In terms of players that really stand out, Penguin already mentioned Alucard. He's their sniper player. He does insane stuff with the pistol. We always used to call him the Pistol King because he can just go off. Sometimes he doesn't even pull out a sniper at all. He's like, okay, I'm just going to go kill you with the pistol. So he does a lot of good stuff. Penguin's a great IGL. Everybody else kind of just does their job. And it's just a really strong teamwork thing they got going on.
Since you have a lot of familiarity with this roster and how they play, Valdez, I want to ask you, what do you think about the statement made in that video that they're going to be slowing down their play style a little bit more, playing a bit more defensively?
Yeah, I mean, Viumana as a region in general, I think is slower than the other regions, especially China and Brazil. So from my standpoint, I was like, well, it already felt a bit slow the way you were playing, but I do understand. TeamMyth is definitely one of the teams that tries to mix it up a lot more, whereas Anubis, you know, they even said in their video, they're like, we're slow. We take it slow. They didn't necessarily play all that slow today, but that's kind of the way that goes. TeamMyth is, they've played aggressive at times, they've played defensive at times. I think, you know, as Penguin was talking about, Alucard does a ton of research and a lot of thought goes into their play style, so it's not like they're just going out there trying to click on heads. They're actually, you know, really trying to read into, okay, what's our matchup? How are we going to play these guys? Do we go fast or slow? How are we going to play this map? So I think that's a lot of it. You know, it's hard to garner too much from the small interview, but I think they're going to come in with a very specific plan for this match.
Let's meet the team they have planned for. Let's have a look at Celebi.
Xin chào mọi người, nickname của mình là Sadi. Hiện tại mình đang là đội trưởng của team Celebi Last Legend. Đến với LCS 2022 năm nay thì thật sự đây là một giải thưởng càng ngày càng lớn và team mình rất là cảm thấy vui khi mà giải thưởng và các đội nó tăng số lượng hơn rất là nhiều. Thì bọn mình cảm thấy rất là vui khi được góp mặt tại CBS 2022 năm nay. Hiện tại team mình đang thay đổi rất là nhiều để theo kịp cái meta của đột kích. Bọn mình đã cố gắng sẽ mang lại nhiều bất ngờ cho giải đấu năm nay. Hiện tại thì team mình là một trong những đội tuyển mạnh nhất tại Việt Nam. Team mình đã được khoảng 3 chức vô địch sau 4 giải đấu trong 2 năm. Thì bước ra giải quốc tế, team mình được đánh giá rất là cao. Thì khả năng cao năm nay mình sẽ cùng team gặt hái được thành công. Về năng lực thì mình đánh giá là trong team mình cả 5 người mình nghĩ là đều như nhau. Tại vì nếu mà phải có một người hy sinh, phải có vài người hy sinh thì nó mới giúp được cho người kia mạnh lên được. Phong cách chơi của TeamMyth thì mình đánh giá là họ đánh về phong cách rất là chậm và có những lúc khi mà thua rồi thì họ bắt đầu mới triển khai nhanh, thì đó là một cái phong cách mình nghĩ là nó đã quá lỗi thời rồi. Thì sắp tới thì họ có thay đổi chiến thuật thì mình cũng sẽ đề phòng họ một chút. Hiện tại thì team mình trong cái thời gian vừa qua đến với CBS 2022 thì bọn mình đang có một cái mục tiêu, đó là ăn cùng nhau, ngủ cùng nhau, tập luyện cùng nhau và hướng đến chức vô địch cùng nhau. Anh em ơi đi thôi!
That's nice to see a team with smiles on their faces. They love being here. They're enjoying being here. They are Celebi from Vietnam. You just see Shady there, together with Rambo, Lucas, Dola, and LDX. They have been very, very strong domestically. They've won 3 out of the last 4 CFEL seasons, and were second in the one they didn't manage to win. And this roster has been together throughout all of that, throughout all of the other things in 2021. They came fourth in last year's CFS 2021. Brilliantly strong lineup.
I mean, at the same time, they were able to come out back-to-back first place in Season 1 and Season 2 in 2022 in Vietnam CFEL. And at the same time, their 14-0 win rate is just 100% win rate. It's
we're going to
amazing.
need to put that on screen because people will go, sorry, what?
Yeah.
That's coming up on screen.
It's coming
so
up
brace
soon.
yourselves.
You'll see it soon,
You'll see it in a moment.
so you can really believe it. But I mean, 14-0,
There it is. There it is.
32-4 overall in 2022. These are just astounding numbers. I mean, even just down to the win records on GR and BL sides, it's, I mean, well up above 60%. This is absolutely phenomenal. So this tells you that the wins that they are getting, these series that they're taking, the maps aren't really even that close because you don't hit a 69% GR win rate. You don't go above 60% really on BL unless you're really crushing those series and not dropping any rounds anywhere. It's just amazing to see, and I really can't wait to see them take to this stage because it also seems like they have a very good idea about TeamMyth, at least the older TeamMyth. Now that they're changing up their play styles, maybe that'll throw them a curveball, but in that interview they're saying, we are prepared. We expect that they're going to change their strategies because they have been so old-fashioned in their approach to the game. You're coming to the biggest tournament of the year. You need to make some adaptations, and it seems like they're ready for it.
Yeah, that's exciting to see. We're going to get a real study here on how well do you prep for your opposition?
I mean, this is just somebody that you have to be worried about. We take a look at the aces here, and the difference in numbers across the board is somewhat staggering, to be perfectly honest. Booker coming out with a 1.06, that's great. Your KD, you're averaging over, 1. Yeah. That's good. Lucas is sitting here with a 1.41.
Yeah.
He's almost double in the AP factor as well, just narrowly missing that mark by a couple, a few tens there. It's just dangerous to see, and this whole team is stacked. That's the worry. It's like we're highlighting Lucas, we're going in on this, but you don't become the absolute dominant force in a region unless everybody on your roster is terrifying. As Valdez was saying earlier, we've been told that they are leaps and bounds ahead of ranking, who already look strong. So the full 5-man squad of Celebi really needs to be highlighted. Unfortunately, we just don't have enough space in the graphic.
So they said they've got quite a lot of experience together. We just wanted to highlight, in the grand finals last year when Celebi came fourth overall, they got a win against Myth along the way, so that rings quite well in their minds, I'm sure, and on the side of Myth too. And they met in the Summer Championship as well.
Yeah, Myth is going to have to go for the vengeance, hopefully take a win out here against Celebi, but as Achilles just mentioned, Celebi's roster is definitely stacked. Every single player really plays really well, so now Myth really has to find that crack, find that single zone to just break the defense or the offense of Celebi to win out here.
Yeah, as you were saying, Bench, 2022 is really the breakout year for Celebi, but they were already making huge strides at the end of 2021 as well, because that was really when they got in the semis of the last World Championship. That's when we were like, oh, damn, Vietnam, Celebi, they're so good. They were really good, and Lucas was actually the guy that stuck out in my mind. I recognized him immediately. Just from last year because they made such an impact there, and hopefully they can do just the same at this tournament.
Well, let's find out. Maybe this one will be a little bit more one-sided than the games we've seen today. If Celebi can get it all going their own way, Myth say that they know how teams have figured out how to play against them, so they're bringing some new stuff. Celebi say, well, if you bring new stuff, we'll adjust to that. Let's see what happens when the words stop and the guns start firing. We'll go over to our casters, and then we'll line up TeamMyth against Celebi.
Thank you so much, Desk, and I'm really hyped for this, of course, after that. Phenomenal matchup. Who am I kidding? We've had great matchups all day. This has been a hell of a day. I mean, we're halfway through the day in terms of number of matches to be played, and we're 5.5 hours into this broadcast, so this has been an absolute banger day. Hopefully we've got some more coming. Celebi here, I think the heavy favorite. I got to disagree with the Desk a little bit that I think their logo kind of looks like the Trivial Pursuit board more than it does something I'd see at a casino. That being said, I actually adore their logo, but that's neither here nor there. Kyle, Celebi's been really good. We saw the head-to-head matchups here. What is it going to take for Myth to overcome this?
I think the first step really is this pick and ban phase. They have to come out swinging with maps that they're confident on more than anything, because Celebi, they're a very well-rounded team. I think TeamMyth can't really find a weak point there in terms of trying to get a map that Celebi is going to be weak on. I think they just have to play to their strengths in this pick and ban and hope they get some of their best maps here, because from what I've seen in these players on Celebi in the past is they know how to pop off at any moment. I mean, Rambo, he's been in a grand finals at CFS before, something that TeamMyth as a roster, they just haven't touched yet. So these guys have experience and they have the ability to adapt under these high pressure matches that TeamMyth hasn't really seen enough of yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is really tough here for TeamMyth to get a good read as well on what maps that Celebi is like comfortable on. What, you know, what's their weakness, what's their strength, because they're freaking dominant on everything. I mean, they are absolutely just smoking everybody on just about every map. I mean, a couple maps they have 100% win rates, including Mexico and Eagle Eye, which are maps that we see teams completely avoid as much as possible so far in this tournament.
It's got to be a bit daunting as well, considering they've met twice in the past year, and both times it's gone pretty overwhelmingly in Celebi's favor. And having that as your first match in a competition this huge has to be a bit of an anxious feeling for them, because they know what it's like to lose to this team, and they haven't had the experience of beating them on a stage this big before. So I think from them, it's really just taking what they've learned from those past two meetups and trying to find the best maps for themselves in this situation.
I think that's really well said. We'll see exactly how it's going to shake out. Now, it is going to be TeamMyth up first. Actually, Celebi, by the way, won the coin toss, but they opted to give the first ban over to Myth, so Myth also gets the first map pick. Let's see what's going to be. I would think Eagle Eye here, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe, you know, again, this tournament has thrown a few curveballs in terms of what the teams have been good on regionally versus what they want to bring out. So it's actually going to be Black Widow.
Yeah, and I think if I'm TeamMyth against a team like Celebi, I want to catch them off guard. So, you know, maybe we will see an Eagle Eye for the first time potentially, but Celebi knows that, and they don't want to go anywhere near it here. So we're going to see them go ahead and remove Eagle Eye out of the pool, Black Widow being out. TeamMyth now has the first choice of map here. I would expect something that plays to their playstyle. Maybe a port or a sub base could be a strong pick for them, but we'll see what they go ahead and lock in with here. It's going to be probably something they've had comfort in their region on, since so far they haven't had a lot of comfort at all against Celebi. So we'll see how they decide to lock this one in. But you know, honestly, it's a tough call here when you've consistently had trouble against a team. It's a tough choice.
Yeah, Myth really taking their time, and they're going to go for Compound. So for the third time today, our first map is going to be Compound, and it's going to be the GR side is what they start on. So Celebi picks Blacklist for their starting half. Now we move over to the map 2 pick for Celebi.
Yeah, I think for Celebi, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ankara come out. There you have it. It's going to be Ankara coming out for them. It's a strong map from them. I've seen them perform really well on this map, as well as Mexico, so that could be a target for one of these final maps. We'll see exactly which way Myth leans with the bans here. A Mexico ban, I think, would be a smart move for them, but we'll see how this one falls. The side selection, though, going to go Blacklist for TeamMyth on that second map. GR going to go over to Celebi.
All right, the follow-up bans coming. A potential third map. We'll see what it shakes out to be. It's going to take a little bit of time to think about it. They are going to ban out Port here. So is it going to be a sub-base ban potentially here from Celebi? You were kind of mentioning that they're pretty good on Mexico, but I mean, you never know.
Yeah, I think it's just going to come down to Celebi trying to pick what's going to be best for them against this team, and it's going to be Mexico that comes out of that draw. I'm not surprised there. This is a team where they were able to have Rambo shine with an older roster in 2018, and he kind of carved their way into the finals on this map, Rambo being one of the best snipers in the world here. So I'd love to see what they can do on Mexico, but, you know, Myth, they've got to get there first. This could still end in 2, and I would say all of these maps lean slightly in favor of Celebi, just looking at the strength of this lineup.
All right, well, definitely going to be a tough one here for TeamMyth, but can they recreate the success that we saw earlier from Anubis for their region, for the EU MENA region, or is it going to be Vietnam able to bounce back, find themselves a win, as this one should be, I think, really interesting. I mean, I'm curious about Celebi. I'm curious beyond just like the sniper battles, Alucard and Rambo, but we saw there on the highlight, kind of like the rifler battle. Lucas and Booker, really, really good players in their own right who have a lot of impact.
Definitely. I think Booker's a huge element to have in this game for TeamMyth. He's consistently a very solid entry fragger. JWoww and Horus, very strong players as well. For me, the most difficult player head-to-head, though, is going to be Alucard versus Rambo. I've seen them both perform really well under pressure, but Rambo, he just has so much more experience to work with in these type of events, and he's consistently performed a little bit stronger. So I'm expecting him to consistently dominate that matchup, and I think for Alucard, it's how his team adapts to that.
All right, great matchup once again here today. This day is just wall-to-wall bangers. And So you don't want to go anywhere. You want to stick around. It's been a long one, and of course we appreciate you guys hanging out with us today, having a good time, but we have plenty more Crossfire to play here today. And again, a friendly reminder, it will be Compound first. It is Myth's pick, and then it will be Ankara Celebi's pick for the second map. If we go to a third one, Mexico. So we hope for a third. We want to see it. We've already seen the third for the first time. We've already seen overtimes today. That's where we really kind of want to see if we can find it. And here we go. It is going to be the first match between these two teams here in this event. It's going to be Celebi versus TeamMyth on to Compound. We know this map. We love this map today. Let's get into it, guys, here. CFS 2022 Grand Finals rolls along.
As we prepare for this one, it's going to be TeamMyth looking to try and start it off with some confidence on their pick. We'll see if they can get off to the start that they're hoping for, though. Not an easy opponent for them to go up against, but honestly, a lot of these teams in this group probably feeling they drew the short straw. All the #1 seeds basically in this group, so a tough one to fight your way out of, but starting it off with a win, very important for both of these teams here. Of course, we've got Celebi on the attacking Blacklist side here first, TeamMyth defending on that GR side, and we can already see Horace and Booker eager to take control of the B tunnels as the rest of their team pushes for long control.
Penguin deep into enemy territory, or well, almost enemy territory, throws out a frag, a couple smokes to buy a little bit of time and space here on the A side. In the meantime, Rambo definitely going to be keeping our eyes onto him, a highlight reel worthy player, no doubt about it. I'm seeing this kind of poking through the smoke, just seeing if he can get lucky there. But, you know, I think it was interesting. I just went back and looked today that it's been pretty balanced between the Blacklist and the global risk side throughout this map today. We played it 2 times already, and both times it's been really, really close. So maybe a little bit favor in terms of Blacklist side, actually, so far here in this event.
Yeah, definitely interesting. And now push already. It looked like Horace was going to get a little antsy there, but he actually just feeds the information and backs off. We'll see if he can find a way to maybe get this opening, but the rest of Celebi is actually going to be falling off here and grouping up in mid. Still a very patient setup from TeamMyth, but notably nobody holding on to that mid control for them.
Yeah, it is an abandonment of mid right now. A few players starting to shift back through their spawn over towards A, as I think no pressure on the B side has let them kind of believe that Celebi is at least leaning in this direction, and indeed they are. As you get the opening kill for Rambo, who else to kick things off but the man, the myth, the legend himself. I didn't mean to do that, but I did. Celebi now starts to swing through. We've seen this door be problematic and at times really good when you just kind of bust through at the same time. Dola good for a double kill there. Almost able to find the triple shady. Good for the kill. Horace up and above. Swings in, gets a big double himself. Now Horace is going to have to find the 1v2 to clutch this out. He's going to use this opportunity to let the plant likely go down and kind of rethink and readjust.
Great already from him finding 2 without taking any damage, but there's still 2 fantastic players in his way. LDX and Lucas trying to fight their way and hold this bomb site for their team to get the opening round. Horace already taking half damage. He's basically stuck here in this corner, has to try and swing his way out. It's just not going to happen, though. Lucas finds him, and Celebi take the opening round and give themselves a nice start.
Yeah, these coordinated hits through that door have been devastating so far today. Seen it a couple times where teams just, they don't even have to use much utility. It's just a run and gun, and they're able to really make it work. So fantastic to see that Celebi is, I think expected, is able to find that first round. Now a little bit of pressure this go around. 14 Myth in the mid. We didn't see much of this in the previous round. You see again, the Penguin is putting some pressure, kind of keeping long A, you know, at least putting the brakes onto Celebi to start. But as we've seen, they're comfortable with that. They don't mind. They'll take their time.
And again, we see not a whole lot of mid-presence as well coming out from the defensive side of TeamMyth, but Horace gets a nice opener there onto LDX to get this one started. 5-on-4, but Lucas and Dola already going for control of that vent position on A. They're flashed out of it, and now they've got to back off and reset. TeamMyth doing a great job of making some nice early round pressure here in mid.
Celebi stuck in the mid, and Alcard's going to punish it. Finds a kill on to Dola. Booker here swinging around behind. The C4 is actually caught out in the open. Rambo gets caught trying to lurk. Great presence of mind here from Booker. Lucas, though, is able to swing a corner, get one, but he's the only one left. He's got 4 more to go. Gets a kill, low on health, gets taken down, swing around the corner, and that is going to be the end here. The first round in the books for TeamMyth. And a nice little bounce back here, 1 for 1. So far, pretty good match. I mean, it's only 2 rounds, but, you know, it's a good bounce back here for TeamMyth. Already different looks.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at Booker in that previous round, just opening things up nicely. Alucard as well, not actually playing in mid and holding it from the back of A, gives them that flexibility to rotate a little bit earlier across the map as well for that early support. Dola caught off guard as well. Horus finds a second in the round. He's looking for a nice 2-piece, but unfortunately it just won't fall through. JWoww caught in mid now as well to make this one a 3v3, but Penguin on the hunt to keep the numbers in their control. Will manage to find the pick there on LDX.
Oh, Celebi swinging back towards their spawn, but so is their opponent. Penguin got one. Shady able to trade it out, but he took a ton of damage in the process. He gets Booker, so now it's a 1v1. The opportunity is here. Alucard left with that AWM, and you have Shady sitting with half health in the C4, waiting to see if this push comes through. Well, actually, he's starting to head onto this angle himself. Alucard on the other side gets the kill with the sniper. And that is going to be a 2-1 lead picked up for TeamMyth.
Great start from them, and I think this just goes to show why this was their pick. They seem very confident and not afraid to make these aggressive plays, pushing down B tunnels, pushing down mid. And as we saw earlier in the day, the aggressive team on this map tends to have a lot of advantage when it comes to that mid control, and Celebi, they just don't seem to be able to find a way in very comfortably so far on this map. And again, we see TeamMyth already in this round getting aggressive in B tunnels and taking 3 players in for that early control.
Yeah, a little bit of kind of fall aggression towards mid from TeamMyth, where they back off to allow JWoww to push up into connector around the corner. Are they going to be ready for it? No. He's able to get one, traded out by Dola with the double kill. And now he is going to be able to storm through the rest of the connector. They have another player waiting. Booker sitting behind the pillar, seeing if he can catch a member. No, Dola, so good this round. He has gotten some big kills. And now you only have 2 members left for TeamMyth.
A tough round already with Dola popping off for 3, just out-aiming them, outclassing them on these corner aim duels, and now TeamMyth have to try and find their way to fight back. Alucard looking for the opening, but they seem to know exactly where he is. Dola spots him on the shoulder peak there. He's counter-flashed from above, and LDX just drops on him for the nice quick kill. Penguin now left alone, able to grab one, but the trade is quickly there. And it's already Celebi with a good answer.
All right, Celebi now starting to get a little bit loud behind us on the stage. Feeling good about that round. Dola, just phenomenal. Like you said, on those corner pushes, just absolutely nuts. So now, let's see what already I've seen, a lot of adaptations round around from both teams, a lot of different looks, and Rambo is good for the open round. Alucard wins the sniper duel early. And TeamMyth not quite ready for that. Dola took a little bit of damage off screen, and now you can see over towards long A. A little bit of pressure, but again, the one thing that has remained fairly consistent here is this early pressure that Penguin puts towards long A to kind of keep Celebi pinned in.
Yeah, it's been great to see him constantly apply that pressure, and Celebi don't seem too keen to challenge it, but Penguin, if he gets too greedy, he might get caught here from Dola, who's picked up the himself this round since he's down to half HP. I like the swap there between him and Rambo, knowing the HP advantage for Rambo could play better to have the AK in his hands moving forward in the round. Still a very passive setup, and it makes me wonder if this is where Ranking got it from. It's a very similar passive structure to the start of round.
That's a really good point. It does look a bit familiar to, the way that Ranking was approaching this map on their BL side, excuse me. Now, 3 members in a connector. The C4 drifting up into mid across here from JWoww. Not sure what he spotted there. Maybe got a glimpse of Rambo. Again, Rambo dropping that sniper. I like the selfless, it's not selfish, it's selfless play here from Celebi to, recognize the situation and be willing to kind of swap roles.
Yeah, definitely, and they said it in their interview. They're not afraid to take one for the team here, and you can see it in how they're playing. But look at Horse on the flank, gets a 2K, still hasn't been taken down. Finally, Shady able to save this one from complete devastation, but still it's a 3-on-3 thanks to the nice flank there. And now it's all about the response from Celebi.
All right, it looks like they are going to at least look towards the B direction. The C4 is already pretty far over there on the long B, so they send out a flash to try to buy a little bit of time and space from TeamMyth, and they are going to be granted it. The B site is theirs, at least for now. Dola with that AWM, watching the exit from the A site, and he's going to have that. Oh my God, what an angle he's taken here with the AWM. Booker going to push out this door. Is he going to be ready? Going to be able to play off Shady's contact. Here it comes. He gets one, and he's going to get the second. Great play here. Great bait from Shady. Can't find the final. JWoww able to pick it up onto low health. Rambo versus JWoww in a long-range assault rifle duel, but JWoww gets it. I think he's got it. Oh, my word. They are fired up.
What a play, and just in time as well. TeamMyth now move into the lead. Dola there, he got the 2 kills with the He did well with his swap, but the AK in the hands of Rambo just could not get it done, even with the HP advantage. But now TeamMyth getting a much-needed lead control on this side of the map. It is the more favorable one as well, so knowing this is their pick and the more favored side, they do definitely need to win this first half, but they're off to a great start, and I think it's kind of a similar problem to what we saw in the previous matches. You can't play overly passive on this map, otherwise eventually this defending team's just going to push out and pick you out one at a time.
Yeah, no doubt. I like the setup there from Celebi. It almost worked a treat. Again, great selfless play from their team. The bait and switch got them 2 kills, but couldn't quite find the clutch from Rambo, not maybe having that sniper comfort in his hands, having to switch over. That's all right. Rambo pushes up. Well, Rambo not happy about that one. Took a whole bunch of damage for his effort. Has to back out into mid. Meanwhile, 3 members pushing. Penguin is tucked in behind this box, identified, eliminated. And now JWoww is going to try to step forward a bit. Alucard behind him with the AWM. Pushes on. They're pushing mid, and they might catch somebody out. LDX took quite a bit of damage. Now they're going to drop down, and the C4 was there with it. Dola able to get a trade, but that was a really effective push there for TeamMyth.
Yeah, great shots by Booker. Unfortunately, they still lost a player in the trade, not able to even up the score in player count here, but still some damage done onto LDX in that push as well. Makes this winnable for TeamMyth in the round. They're going to send 2 over to B and actually have JWoww get a little aggressive here outside of A long. Dola, though, holding the angle. It's going to come down to who sees who first, but it's actually Dola who doesn't see him at all, just tries to spot check it with a little bit of pre-fire, takes JWoww down to 18 health.
JWoww there, just trying to hold it down, praying that he'll be able to survive, and he just barely did. He's able to start slipping through into mid now. Him surviving there might be huge. A ton of utility used into that corner. A bunch of damage and the kills done onto Horus. Alucard gets 1 with his AWM. Alucard gets another. Finally, LDX takes him down. JWoww trying to push a sneaky angle. Nobody saw him behind that box. They don't think he'd be able to get here this fast. Oh, but the shots come through, and Shady's able to take him down. A good reaction here by Celebi.
Definitely a great round from them. That nade stack 2 onto the back corner of B, instantly annihilating a player, just goes to show you the knowledge of Celebi and how TeamMyth is playing this map consistently. Not only that, you had the pre-fire onto JWoww through the box to get him down to 20 as well. They're just reading these defenders so well. Even though shot for shot these teams seem evenly matched, I think Celebi just seems to have a little bit of edge in knowing what TeamMyth is going to do sooner.
Yeah, the prep seems to be really strong right now for Celebi. So again, a little bit of early pressure from Penguin out to long A, but he's going to back right up. Mid is being pushed really hard, really fast right now by the side of Celebi. They are drifting in towards A. LDX trying to spray through, jumping up and over with the pistol, but he's going to get taken down. JWoww combining with Booker and Alucard, knock 4 of them in. Lucas is gone as well, so that did not fool the TeamMyth at all. The change of pace, the change of aggression here from Celebi does not quite work.
Definitely a great way to answer back. Just a solid hold all around from TeamMyth, doing a great job of maintaining the slight lead for themselves on the GR half. Still have to worry about that second half on the way, because that's when the pressure will hit its peak for this team. But right now, hitting their stride and continuing to be very aggressive with their map control. A nice nade over the top. Alucard does a little bit of damage onto all 4 of these players just outside of A long, and now they're able to back off and just kind of wait for the push here.
That was a great little set piece there from TeamMyth. They got a pretty fair amount of damage onto 4 different players out of that frag, so really nicely done. Now Celebi kind of licking their wounds a little bit, trying to figure out how they want to readjust, but you can see that the mid push here for Myth is paying off. Rambo able to clap back, but that doesn't matter. Horus gets a double in the meantime. Lucas saw some players going to try to use that frag to do some damage. May have clipped Booker there momentarily. Lucas up and over, gets a good one. He's really good with these rifles, folks. Booker trying to pin him down. Horus getting underneath. Lucas sees him, tries to get up on the ledge and take him down, and does it just barely, and he's going to get another with the help of LDX. Great round there from Lucas. Good hold of that window.
Yeah, amazing response there from those 2 players on Celebi just to hang on and grab that 2v3. TeamMyth just getting a bit overzealous on that push. They went a little bit too deep and lost the 3v2, just trying to challenge one at a time. And with how strong of a player Lucas is, you just can't afford to make those mistakes. And now the tie is the reward for Celebi here as we go into the final round of the half.
All right, a very important round for both of these teams to see if they can come out of this first half ahead. And it is a slow start for Celebi, a heavy stack onto A here for the side of TeamMyth. 4 over there. And this is going to be a little bit tricky for Celebi if they start to lean in that direction. Let's see. Horus is going to potentially make a little bit of noise over there, but it's actually going to be a grenade from Celebi that keeps him pinned. I'm curious to see about this.
It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Alucard, though, does have control of this mid-hold position. He has been smoked off, though, as we do see Celebi push right behind it. It's a mid to B, and there is no way to block this for TeamMyth. They have to just play full retake at this point because Celebi has full control of their spawn, but they may flip this right onto an A pinch, and that's exactly what they're going to do. There's no way TeamMyth is ready for this, but they flick onto it anyways. Everyone on TeamMyth picking up frags. JWoww good for 2, and it's completely shut down. TeamMyth uncontested, no players fall. They take the round, and what a way to shock their opponents here, who had an open site they could have taken.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like maybe they thought that, you know, they peeked into the B site there, didn't see anything, and maybe they thought that was the trap. But it's hard to say for sure what was going through Celebi's mind, or they just are like, well, we've got a great angle, like you were saying, for the pinch. Hard to say, but still, TeamMyth able to stand tall there, come out on that half, just barely ahead, 5-4. Now we swap sides. TeamMyth over to the Blacklist, Celebi on to the Global Risk. And the defense, really good for TeamMyth. Is Celebi going to be able to match?
It's going to be a tough one here, but Celebi now on the more favorable side should give them a little bit of comfort in that regard. TeamMyth establishing a nice early presence here outside of A long. Dola, though, very strong in this matchup so far. 12 kills, not the person you really want to challenge here outside of A. He's going to recognize there's some players pushing up, though. He backs off and calls for the support here from his teammates to rotate back towards A. Meanwhile, Booker and Penguin, they're still filtering information, but no real presence towards B from either team just yet. Just that singular player of Rambo holding the back sight.
Celebi with a late smoke in the mid to obscure any potential rotations, or at least make it a little bit difficult for Myth to push through there. So they're going to move into the house window to get that information. You can see a player from Celebi now drifts into that mid angle to cover it. Shady in towards there, but opts to back off. Some pressure outside of A. Swings a couple of players from Celebi in that direction. And now with a minute left on the clock, TeamMyth rethinking this initial A push.
Now with the group up outside of mid, Alucard moves to tower to try and find that pick down mid. Penguin going for the jump spot and a nice smoke throw to throw down with it, but still, there's no commitment, surprisingly, off of that. They send Alucard out of tower now, and it's going to be a full push up mid into A. Just guns blazing. JWoww finds the first. Alucard finds another horse. Falls in the trade fire, but JWoww through the smoke, able to keep numbers as Rambo finally secures the trade. But on the flank, he grabs a second as well, and it's already a 1v2. But Rambo, he's done it all. 3 kills in a row, and the round. Celebi out of nowhere, thanks to Rambo, take this one right back.
unbelievable play from Rambo. I mean, just stepping up huge when Celebi needed him the most. It looked like they were about to fall in that round, and he just comes in, sweeps through, gets 3 kills. What a play. What a player. And we move in a tied 5-5 once again. Celebi takes the opening round in the second half. And there is Lucas, who's got that AWM now, and he finds the big opening kill. LDX pushes around the corner. He gets 2 before he is finally shut down. So this little bait and switch here from Celebi nets themselves a huge advantage, a 3-1 early start.
And now it's on to Alucard to see what he can do with that Alm in hand. Booker, though, a great entry fragger as well to try and make this happen with. They're easing their way over towards B. Only one player on it, but it's Rambo who was able to 3K them in the previous round, so still not a challenge you want to take lightly here with him on that site. Booker trying to find that opening here. Still no vision. Rambo just spot checking, crouch jumping to see if he can maybe catch them early and call for the rotation. But here comes the nade set from Booker and Alucard.
All right, they let go. A grenade to check the corner. Nobody home on the back end of that one. Rambo didn't maybe see Alucard get through, and in the window, now he knows for sure. Some noise made, so grenades are out. A good one to at least keep Alucard at bay. And now reinforcements not coming just yet for Celebi. Rambo on his own, buying quite a bit of time, and this sends TeamMyth packing.
Yeah, TeamMyth just not committing quickly enough here. They're going to have to force their way back towards A. They do leave Alucard here for just a moment longer to maybe try and get the pick on to Rambo before they fall back, but Booker, he's got to go all the way across the map back towards A now to try and find an opening, but they still have Dola on the back of site here as well. Shady holding down mid, now starting to peek out a bit for info. They know these players are going to be split up here, and Alucard, he really has to try and find a way to open things up.
All right, a deep push here from Shady into mid. He's going to be swinging around the backside of Alucard. Let's see if he's going to be ready. He is falling back as well. Booker, in the meantime, taking advantage of the open space, and yeah, Alucard with the rifle, able to catch his opponent a little bit off guard. Booker should be able to get the plant down. Indeed, he does. C4 is down. Now he has a 1v4 to deal with, pushing this angle aggressively, and he gets 2 before finally gets shut down. For a moment there, I thought he was just donezo, and instead, he made a hell of a run of it. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Celebi finding their 6th round.
Yeah, nice timing attempt there, just 1v4. Not a whole lot you can do with that many players right around you, but still Celebi doing a good job of swinging back into the lead here on their defensive half. And TeamMyth, really, I think it's going to be about adapting on this execution style. They almost seem to be splitting themselves a little bit too thin on some of these rounds, and if they want to win against Celebi, I think they have to go full force more on these executions.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see if TeamMyth is maybe going to think about, especially if this round goes sideways, maybe dialing up a pretty aggressive hit, maybe going for a fast rush or maybe a 1-4 kind of split. They sell a fake on one side and fast hit another, but so far this round, it is actually Celebi that's getting really aggressive on the B side.
Yeah, full push out here. Only one player holding it, but here comes the connector support for TeamMyth. They could actually catch some of these players off guard here if Shady is not ready in this position. Rambo on the Alm as well. 2 Alms in this round on the defenses, playing fairly far forward, but Shady, he's got to hit the shot. Hits the first. Lucas finds one as well. Great way to get this round started. JWoww going to be caught here, but actually decides better of it and gets out of there.
Oh, great reaction here from Celebi. TeamMyth now, all 3 members swinging in through the mid side. Rambo is there waiting. He throws a grenade out, but he's cut down, trying to go for a follow-up. Dola on the other side of the door has Booker dead to rights. Booker tried to jump up into the window and was punished for it. Now the other members coming in. Dola able to find another. JWoww is going to get Lucas in the cross. JWoww trying to find some kind of space. Swapping into the AWM here. Had an opportunity, but took a bunch of damage. Couldn't connect his shot, and yep, Shady good for the final with his pistol.
Just a great response there. Celebi starting to really find their footing on this defensive half. TeamMyth, they're able to get these initial entries here and there, but the problem is Celebi just seems so coordinated on how they rotate across this map to support each other on their GR half that there's almost no chance for TeamMyth to have a kill go untraded in this one.
And it feels like Celebi has a good idea of how the reactions are going to come through for Myth. When they pushed up through long B there, it was like, they were there long enough that they're like, they're probably going to try to flank us through connector. Let's be ready for that. And they certainly were. And now they're going to push up into mid this round. There's a lot of pressure into that long B area as well on the outside of it. So all kinds of space gained here for Celebi, and Dola's going to profit. He's going to find two. Another big double. Penguin able to get one. Shady in there to find another. Penguin has a double of his own. Can he get any more? No. Well, yes, he can. LDX got a kill onto Alucard. Penguin, 3 big kills, but is it going to be enough? It's a 1v2.
Only 24 HP to work with as well. The C4 down on the opposite side of the map, and Shady and Lucas, 2 of the strongest players on this roster, are quickly starting to try and hunt him down. He has fallen back here. Penguin trying to work his way back to the C4 slowly, but with no real idea of where these players are going to be hitting him from. He has to be extremely cautious. He still has a minute on the clock to make his move. However, there's going to be almost no way he's going to know these players are coming up connector.
This is going to be tough for Penguin. If he catches him here, he might have an opportunity to win this 1v2. I'd say a slightly favorable position. Did he miss that on purpose? Well, regardless, he gets cut down. He didn't pick up the C4, so I was kind of scratching my head a bit, but maybe trying to play with the time a little bit more. And Celebi still continues on their roll. 4 in a row now, and they are really taking over this second half.
They really are. I'm surprised TeamMyth hasn't maybe pulled attack pause out at this point, maybe a chance to mentally reset. Could play to their benefit, but, you know, just as we say that, this is the time to do it. I mean, they need to try and find a way to put a stop to this quickly. Otherwise, it could be already a 1-0 start in this series over to Celebi, who honestly, you know, as the series has gone on, I think what they were saying in their interview has spoken through to be true. They're the team that knows how to adapt first, and they're showing that full force here.
No doubt, no doubt. And so you actually kind of have like a connection with this team. You know the coach here. So what do you think is going through the minds of this team? What are their, I know he's not there to talk to them right now, but you know, what do you think he would say if he could?
I think for them, they just need to play a little bit more to their strengths. I think a lot of these guys get pretty distracted in trying to take aim duels because they're such a strong team in that regard. But a lot of times, from what we've seen, it leads to them playing a little bit disjointed as a team. So they really need to focus on setting up trades a little bit more effectively, and I think they'll be in a great position because right now, that's where Celebi's been tearing them apart. They're able to get some nice isolated picks, and the 1v1s aren't mattering. Celebi's constantly setting up to catch them off guard with a quick flank or a 2v1.
I like that. I like that a lot. Well, we'll see if TeamMyth can make some adjustments, if they can find their footing to make a run back here. Down, I think 8-5, if I'm not mistaken. And it's been really great. You know, the first half was wonderful, a great back and forth. Almost the only time anybody strung more than one round together was TeamMyth in rounds 2 and 3. They got 2. Otherwise, it was back and forth, back and forth. So now 4 in a row, pretty devastating here for Myth. But still opportunity to recover, opportunity to find some success.
Definitely, and I think it just goes to show there's that comfort on that side of the map with the GR. I think defensively, it's just easier to function around your team and rotate a bit smoother because there's so much ground you have to cover on that blacklist side that it's a lot easier to get torn apart and picked one by one. But here you can see both teams aggressively meeting each other, but look at that flash. Perfectly timed out. JWoww and Booker find one apiece through it. It's going to be Celebi having to back off onto this B bomb site, but still TeamMyth is full force, ready to push into it.
I mean, this is kind of the change of pace. I was curious to see if it would come out of Myth, a full force, you know, fast hit, a 1-4 push. And even though they were full flash there, they somehow picked up 2 of those kills. I mean, I thought they might be in a world of trouble potentially. Shady trying to hold the angle around this corner. He's actually going to push up a Booker. Went up top. Is he going to be ready for it? No, sir. Great change of angles. Great change of height there for the side of TeamMyth. Horus as well, going to take Rambo down. And Dola on his lonesome, trying to work his way in. And, oh boy, this one looking real darn good for TeamMyth.
Yeah, Dola needs a miracle at this point. It's not going to happen, though. TeamMyth, the pause working out in their favor. A fairly uncontested round and a nice aggressive change of pace coming out from them. I hope we can see more of it, but as we've seen, Celebi, they know how to adapt, so TeamMyth, I think they have to keep throwing curveballs. They can't just hold the pedal down the rest of this match either.
Yeah, no, exactly. Those are the kind of maneuvers that only work once against good teams, and you gotta show them a bit of a different look. I like Celebi getting a little bit aggressive on a couple different angles, but leaving the A side completely open, and that actually allowed, you know, for them to kind of unintentionally bait out a bunch of TeamMyth's utility. I saw a bunch of grenades be used over on the left-hand side of that map. So now Readjusting in towards mid. Penguin up there along with Alucard, working in behind him with the sniper. Head up to the house. There's a lot of Celebi sitting underneath this window, and they're gonna hear that smoke come out, and they're gonna be ready. Let's see if they can capitalize on these angles. This is a tough corner to push. Penguin now is not gonna be able to even sniff at it. Immediately, shots ring out towards Alucard.
Yeah, Alucard basically left helpless in that situation. Now he has 3 players who are very aware of his position. Still gets the kill onto Rambo, but is quickly traded down there by Shady. 4-on-3 as the push starts to come through towards B, but somehow there's only Lucas still holding the back of side here. So the opening is there, but he's going to call out here to his teammates to start rolling in for support, but here comes the push. Lucas holds on nicely, grabs 2. It's all down to Booker, and Lucas is still alive on site. Grabs the 3-piece. What a way to hold on all by himself and keep his team on top here.
There's that ace we were looking at coming into this. We highlighted him on the desk as one of those players to look out for, and that right there is why. What a great little set piece from him, maneuvering back to the other side of one of those. They look like server racks to me inside of there. I'm an old IT guy, so that's maybe why they do, but he kind of comes around there at the perfect timing. Some great shots, great connection. Celebi on to match point, as one more win will grab them this particular map. Of course, there's still another one at least to be played in the set, as Rambo peeking up and over, alone with his sniper on the site, but so far nobody has pressure. The C4 in Booker's hands, inching in that direction, but otherwise 4 players from TeamMyth into mid, maybe setting up for some kind of pinch onto A here.
Here comes the quick utility, trying to nade down mid and get some control, but they don't smoke screen for the actual push just yet. They're just going to be stacking down to try and get some early chip damage, but they don't really find anything out of it, so it looks like they're going to go ahead and rotate slowly towards a B execution, but little do they know, Lucas, he's already pushed up here and ready to strike.
All right, Lucas is ready, but this is a one-and-done position potentially. If maybe he gets 2. Lucas behind the pillar, he's all on his own. Finally, I can see a little bit of help. Sliding behind him, LDX there, but no sir. Penguin well aware, of course, of that position, and it cleans it out pretty easily. So now a 4v5 in favor of TeamMyth. Dola, and he is good for the push around onto Booker, takes him down. That's C4 down in that spot. Immediately smoke comes out to buy some time. He needs help, he needs reinforcements, but JWoww cuts off Rambo in transition. 4v3 here for the side of Myth again, still up in the numbers, but the C4 remains stranded outside of long A. But really spread out is Celebi.
They are very spread thin here. Shady runs into trouble, but it's not going to matter. Grabs the first here, quickly traded, and it's down to the 2v3. LDX and Dola still have control of the bomb, though, as Dola has held it for quite some time here outside of A long, and now they actually have a perfect flank set up here to try and support it. Dola, though, is going to have to fight this one all on his own, but I love this approach from him, not directly on the C4, just waiting for the pickup here before he swings. LDX on the lurk as well is going to perfectly catch this backstab onto Penguin. He has no idea. Alucard tries to trade as well, not there in time to make it happen, and now the 2v2 gets the bomb down just in time for TeamMyth to have a chance, but look at Dola through the smoke. He's going to find JWoww on the edge of it, but can't seal the deal on the kill, but it doesn't matter. JWoww hangs on for just a moment longer, but can he get the 1v2? Dola looking for the swing, but JWoww is stuck here between the generators, but he gets it anyways. Wide swings, grabs the round, and TeamMyth somehow there live to find another day.
I thought LDX made a really great play there where he got up in that window, got that backstab, and then immediately backed off and wrapped around and came out at a good timing with his teammate, with Dola. Just couldn't quite connect there, could Dola on that spray. I mean, if he had gotten that, I think that's probably Celebi's round, but a really nice attempt there from Celebi to recover after getting the C4 down, even with the numbers disadvantage. A strong round from them, no doubt, but still another round before they're able to find a win. Myth needs to run 2 in a row here if they're going to force OT, as they lean towards the B direction right now. 4-1 split, but the C4 is still, again, in the hands of Booker, so no commitment to either side just yet.
Very bizarre, though, to consistently leave that C4 by itself. A huge risk. We do see one player this time at least peeling off to support them in mid, but it's a tough ask to try and get control of this B bomb site and really get that player to rotate late in with the bomb, considering he's pushing A long all by himself. And could potentially fall to that duel with Dola once again.
Yeah, he's been really good for him. There you go with the AWM this time. Alucard going to take Rambo out, but Shady there to take JWoww. Now it is a 4v2, make it a 3v2. Alucard finds a good snipe through the house in towards mid. And now the defenses of Celebi slow up. They pump the brakes. They want to wait this out a little bit longer. They want to force the hand of TeamMyth. C4 down over it to long A. Alucard changes angles, changes position, tries to get up and over Celebi. LDX can use this opportunity to try to sneak around. Has an opportunity to get behind the stairs. Alucard not ready at all. Great maneuver here once again from LDX. The change of position, great. Horus, the last hope in this map for TeamMyth. Pushing in. Might get cut down by Lucas. Lucas gets around the corner. Doesn't have any help. Horus gets 2. That's a double kill. LDX now the last hope here for Celebi. 17 HP on Horus though.
What a feat it would be to get this one done for Horus, but with such little health, there's so much at risk with only 30 seconds as well to get the bomb down. He has to move quickly. Either way, he decides to go at this point. Horus now trying to slide his way up mid. LDX, he may have just timing lost this potential, and now Horus is right behind him. LDX has no idea. Horus sneaks into the B bomb site uncontested. He's actually going to go for the flank, spots the shoulder of him, but it's not going to matter. LDX with the flick takes him down and holds on for Celebi to win the map 10-7.
Unbelievable. What a final round there. A real roller coaster. Celebi just barely able to hang on. You can see they're having some discussion about that. That, I think, might have gone a little bit off the rails more than they expected, but still, regardless, they are able to take the win. They are able to take TeamMyth's map pick away from them. 10-7 win. And once it went over to the GR side, it was all Celebi.
Yeah, really impressive all around from Celebi, but you got to hand it to TeamMyth as well. There was so many positives for them that going into the second map, I can definitely see that swing back potential on the table for them. You know, looking at these two teams on paper, I thought there was a chance this could be a steamroll, and TeamMyth at least showed here they're not going to go down without a fight.
No doubt. I mean, really impressed to see them, you know, still continue to put some pressure, make some good changes, took a good tack timeout, tack pause, maybe a little bit too late. Maybe they should have taken that a step earlier, and this might have been an OT potentially, but still, regardless, some good things coming out of them, some good adjustments, but man, Celebi so strong, so stalwart when they're on the defender side.
Very true here, and I think it's up to TeamMyth to show us how they can adapt themselves here going into map number 2. Ankara, Celebi's pick at that as well. It's going to be a tough one, especially considering what we saw from the likes of Lucas and Rambo in this first map. Both of those guys consistently popping off and providing the plays when they needed to, because it felt like there was a lot of rounds where TeamMyth had the upper hand, where you had either Lucas or Rambo just there on the back end to dismantle them.
Dola had some really big moments in here for the side of Celebi. Some huge multi-kills, some clutch holds, doing a really good job being KG. LDX in those last couple rounds, I was really impressed the way that he was maneuvering himself, kind of coming from unexpected angles, taking contact and repositioning. Really, really smart stuff overall from the side of Celebi. And Kara now, you got to have some concerns here for Myth. You know, the stat line here is going to be, really, really good for some of these players. Yeah, Rambo maybe not performing, but man, Dola, 1.67k to D, 17 AP, 2,000 plus damage. Hell of a map.
Definitely a great performance from him. Hopefully he can keep it up here going into their map choice as well. I know Lucas was the player everyone kind of highlighted going into this one, but looking at that stat line, over 2,000 damage from Dola, you really couldn't ask for more from him as well. But honestly, a very well-rounded performance from this team.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think also TeamMyth, a lot of good stuff going on up on their side. I mean, JWoww had a hell of a map. Huge numbers there for him, 1.25k to D, 1,700 damage, really doing his part. Alucard, Horus, Booker, all really close here. So TeamMyth, a lot of kills, a lot of damage, but like you were saying, I think early on, you could tell there's just enough of a strategic difference for Celebi.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show their experience here in this matchup. They've been in this situation more times, and they have that extra confidence of knowing as well every time they've met TeamMyth in this situation, they've been able to come out on top. And now going into their own map pick as well, I think TeamMyth has the cards stacked against them. But, you know, we've seen teams like this before bounce back when the pressure's on. We saw it with Imperial earlier today even. They lost the first map, but they were able to bounce back and win harshly back in their favor over the next 2 maps and really gain confidence throughout the series as it progressed. And you know what Vada said earlier, I think Green's very true with this team is they're a late game team. You know, they don't always start strong, but they know how to finish.
Absolutely, late bloomers, but maybe they can string some luck together, string some success together here as we move into our second map of the series. It's going to be Celebi's pick. It is Ankara. And we go through TeamMyth versus Celebi. 1-0 is the scoreline so far in favor of Celebi, taking the map pick from underneath TeamMyth, but let's see how this one's gonna go. It's gonna be TeamMyth starting on the Blacklist side, Celebi on the GR side. And TeamMyth opens out some smokes early to cover off the A door, and a frag just in case somebody's coming out of the vent there, but nobody so far for Celebi, so kind of a fanned out isolation sort of defense to start for Celebi.
Great way to get it started as well. You can almost see the start of a collapse across the map from Celebi, slowly gathering info from all of these different angles. Meanwhile, you do have Booker, who somehow sneaks through AC fairly unnoticed as well early on in this round to try and push up mid, which is actually wide open. He's got a great angle here to maybe push through and get some solid information, but the rest of TeamMyth kind of just bunched up here outside of B-Long, playing in connector together. Not much information you can really gather here, so I'm not sure what here, but just as I say that, that's the real reason here. A flashbang over the top, and they all wide swing to start the push here towards the B bomb site. Shady and Dola gonna wrap around, backing off here to set up for the execution.
Yeah, Dola there, not really much he could do there. It's just too many players in his sight lines for him to deal with, so he has to fall back. But TeamMyth settles in for a moment. They still have a lot of time on the clock, so they don't want to push too hard. A lot of information was given over there from Dola, and he got away successfully, so you got to be a little bit careful as you give Celebi enough time and opportunity to reinforce the B site, and indeed, it is an adjustment here, a rotation from TeamMyth.
And now we do see a player creeping out into mid. It's going to be Rambo from underneath, trying to find that pick. But actually, TeamMyth have already grouped up here for this push onto B. It's on A. LDX all alone here, just sitting underneath the A staircase, waiting to see this vent push come through. But Rambo finds the lurk of Penguin in mid. A great way to get this one started, and LDX able to find the initial here. Lucas swings down for the support, grabs one, make it a double kill, and now it's all on to Alucard, who's gonna fall as well. Lucas, a huge triple kill, holds on all by himself, and Celebi take a nice early lead.
Insane play from Lucas. Johnny on the spot, got there just in time for the side of Celebi. I mean, that was, it looked like it was gonna just be LDX on his own. He did get an initial kill on his own, on him by himself. Well done in his, to his credit, but man, Lucas is absolutely nuts with those rifles. Just mowing players down, hits 2 big headshots. Now we move on to the second round. So Celebi continues to have strong defensive runs on their GR side. TM just kind of sniffing at A, some overnades here to try to soften up the Celebi forces. And they once again aren't really keen to try to put any fast pressure down.
We do see a 3-player setup on A this time around as well. Rambo making that early presence, spotting 4 players just outside of A long. That's a lot of early information for them to work with, but TeamMyth, they've decided to go full force into mid now. All 5 players grouping up for the attack on mid, and this is actually a pretty solid read from them. There's no direct defense really on mid. They've just got Shady here, who's slowly rotating back into position, and he's going to be caught off guard as well. He has to try and swing late into this one, but TeamMyth going to be caught by that flash and force themselves into the underpass here.
They're going to swing back. Potentially, they need to grab that C4 at some point. Still sitting directly in mid. Dola again on his own. He's got the AWM, tries to go for the swing, can't find the shot onto Penguin. Penguin able to escape disaster. That's going to allow Dola, though, at the very least, to get back to help. Flash coming across, and Shady and Dola combined for 2. Shady steps in again and gets another. Dola's good for his 4th kill of the round. Huge plays here from the side of Celebi, and Dola picking up right where he left off.
Already a great position for them to be in now. Penguin, the last alive. No shot here. He can really get into it cleanly. The C4. And LDX, he's there to get it done. Both players a little shaky there on the finish, but they still manage to find another round here. 2-0 start for Celebi, and now TeamMyth, they've got to go back to the drawing board once again. Right now, though, it just seems like they're so fluid with their rotations to support each other on the side of Celebi that any way TeamMyth has tried to push so far, there's just no execution inside for them.
The timings are so good for Celebi. The way that they collapse onto those pressure points of Myth. Whenever Myth tries to make an entry, it's two players swinging on with great precision, great accuracy. But this time, it is going to be Alucard with the precision and accuracy, finding the kill onto Shady. Rambo still has an AWM. He took a bunch of damage, still able to re-swing that, get Penguin. Ballsy push, but able to make it work. Alucard still singing his song with his AWM, gets Dola. So now it's a 4v3 in favor of TeamMyth. Booker has Lucas potentially ahead, but didn't realize that he was done. Lucas gets the drop down, gets the timing. Well played.
Looking for more here too, finds himself a second. Alucard looking for the challenge to trade, but Rambo comes on the flank and LDX finishes this one off with another big round going the way of Celebi. TeamMyth, time and time again, they seem like they have a chance to win this round, but again, they fall with the nice quick rotations.
Dude, they're fired up back there. They're absolutely starting to lose their minds. I mean, again, it is like once they kind of figure out where you're at, it is all hands on deck. Everybody is swinging on you, and you better have your head on a swivel. Even though those opening kills went pretty in favor of TeamMyth, Alucard with some good shots, it just still isn't enough. I'm just really thoroughly impressed right now with Celebi. It is their map pick, of course. 3 over, onto A this go around. One watching from mid, one over in the tunnel over on the beat. And JWoww just checking to see if anybody's going to get aggressive out of that door. So far, nobody really keen to put pressure from Celebi.
Now TeamMyth slowly shifting their way back towards the A bomb site. Again, though, they have this tendency to let the C4 roam alone. They had the C4 in the hands of their mid player peeking out. Would be a shame to see them get caught again in that fashion, but right now they're about to go into a 3-man stack as well, a difficult one with both LDX and Shady on top, Lucas underneath the bomb side as well. It's going to be difficult to crack this side.
No doubt about it. An uphill battle for TeamMyth. As you can see, LDX there. Ready, Lucas from underneath the stairs is still good for 2, gets flash, but it's not soon enough. JWoww is able to get the kill onto LDX, though. So a 4v3 now for Celebi. They're trying to push the corner. Doesn't matter. Shady is good for the kill. Rambo gets another. Alucard at least able to take Shady down before. Striking from behind is Rambo with a double kill. And Celebi is just rocking and rolling. So far, haven't dropped a single round yet on Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing I've noticed is they haven't found a good way to deal with Rambo on these lurks. He's constantly finding an easy way to get behind them and just helping his team collapse even faster than they should be able to do. And now Shady, he's going to be bringing the arm out himself here, going into the underpass to try and maybe go for the early peek onto mid. But you can see TeamMyth, they're just spread out looking for picks, almost unsure of what they want to do to continue this one forward.
Yeah, and now TeamMyth is scrambling to find answers. This has gotten out of control on this half, and they need to really rein it in if they're going to be able to push this map to any kind of success. Alucard is jumping around so far. Not much contact onto either side. Again, not too much time has ticked down, so TeamMyth can take their time. Really just seems like they're not sure what to do anymore. It seems like every time they try something, Celebi just responds perfectly.
Yeah, they have everything in their hands to win this match right now. Celebi has just been completely dominant so far on map number 2. TeamMyth just trying to fight their way into this early round opening right now in here. Round number 5, hoping they can find their first in this second map. Still, we do have 2 players sitting on the back of this B bomb site as they go into it. It's going to be Rambo and Shady. set up to hold off the attack, and I love this setup as well. Nobody completely exposed on the execution, just ready to set up for the trade.
Yep. Smoke out, or flash out, excuse me, over onto the B site. Shady still with that AWM, still holding on the back site. Rotations coming through for the side of Celebi. It's a trade 1-for-1 so far. Horace in the back side has a back angle, and now sight has opened up for the side of TeamMyth. It's only a 2-for-2. And now the smokes and grenades start to come out, but somehow Dola able to find Penguin as they're getting up and over. Celebi up high, Alucard at least able to take LDX down. 2v2 now. Dola puts some pressure onto Alucard. Lucas is great on the response onto Horace. Alucard stuck behind this box. He gets one, he gets two! Alucard with the double in the clutch. And it is going to be finally a round taken for TeamMyth.
Alucard definitely saves the day there on that one. It was close down to the wire, but finally they're able to get a round up on the board, but there's still so much left to do to recover and bring this one even to a tie here that TeamMyth needs to continue forward with this momentum and try and stack at least a few rounds back to back here.
No doubt, looking to see if they can do it. It's been tough sledding so far, but maybe now the tides will turn. And just an early fan out for the side of TeamMyth. A lot of space being gained as Celebi has crammed a lot of players into the hotel on the other side. And now finally going to start moving back across the bridge in towards the spawn area. 2-2-1 split for them. 3-2 split for our TeamMyth. They're getting in towards the A site, it looks like. Let's see if that's going to be their final destination. No, C4 moving in back towards mid.
Celebi getting a lot of info here, though. They have LDX already pushing out of B, potentially looking to flank here maybe as well. TeamMyth, again, not having anyone watch for this lurk could prove to be their downfall, as they do have that slow push coming in towards mid. They do actually send Alucard off to watch the lurk this time around. He's going to be in the underpass trying to stall back, but Rambo through the smoke grabs two. Huge way to get this one opened up. JWoww going to be caught, but he still manages to answer back out of it. Shady, Dola, and Lucas now rotate into position, but still Alucard and Booker collapse onto site to find one apiece. Lucas now left in the 1v3.
The patience here from TeamMyth pays off. It looked like it might go sideways, but the answer from JWoww was astounding. Lucas gonna head up into the perch, check out, see if he can find any info, spot any members of TeamMyth out. Nobody there, as Lucas has been good for some big time plays so far. This one's gonna be probably the most challenging. Alucard sprays at him, and Booker is ready to play off contact, swings the corner, takes him down. And there you go, 2 in a row now for TeamMyth.
Loving the confidence we're starting to see out of them on their blacklist half, finally finding some good success in these past 2 rounds, but they've got to keep the momentum train moving forward here to try and bring this one back in their favor, because still, Celebi, they're the team that knows how to adapt to these situations, and you can see the change now coming out from them. They haven't pushed fully through on an aggressive counter push just yet, but now they're ready to do just that. 3 players already peeking their way out of B long. They're going to catch Horace alone. LDX finds one. Rambo and Shady pushing the other side as well, taking down several players, make it the whole team. And that's going to be a quick, less than 30-second round as Celebi decides to say, hey, it's time to slow down, TeamMyth.
Just insane. They were just pushing on every angle, and they won every trade. I mean, just absolutely insane. The skill level there that you're seeing from Celebi, the change of direction, the change of pace, the change of everything there to stop the bleeding. And they do so. They put a big Band-Aid on that one. Really well handled there by Celebi. Early grenade splashing near TeamMyth on the stairs, and everybody knows that grenade comes out. And, oh my God, they're just too good right now. Rambo gets JWoww. TeamMyth continues to push through. Lucas is waiting. He does get taken down, but LDX is starting to step in. He gets a double kill. And now Alucard in a 1v4. This is tough. He does get one. Okay, 1v3, all right.
We'll see what he can do now, though. Not a whole lot of hope left in store for this one. He does manage the C4, but with Rambo, Shady, and Dola all here together, just waiting in the shadows for him, he's got to be as cautious as possible with how he takes this approach. And without a rifle in hand, trying to get this duel and then a 1v3, I just don't think he's going to be able to react fast enough with these guys pushing so tightly together.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. If you know, Celebi sort of playing for retake in a way, just gambling that A will be the site that he hits. But now they're starting to make their move. They're convinced that, well, this ain't happening here. We haven't had any contact. There's still a minute left. Let's stick together. Let's try to work this. Make sure we don't give Alucard, especially since they know he was a sniper, don't give him any opportunities to kind of get those isolated duels, get those isolated fights. Keep pushing through. So they take their time. They're going to set up right in the middle. Just, you know, play the 50-50 here. Either way it goes, you're ready to respond.
They're definitely in position for the quick response here. Alucard sliding his way onto the back of the B bomb site. Has to be careful, though, on the cross. Isn't sure if anyone's going to be holding it. He does manage to sneak in position where he could plant here, but he's almost being a little bit too cautious, giving them a chance now to catch him before the plant. He's going to go ahead and peek into Shady and Rambo here. He's going to be met with a quick trade there as Rambo takes him down, and Celebi find themselves yet another one on the board.
6-2 now for Celebi. Alucard at least making a go of it, but tried to catch him off guard. Made a little bit of noise, and I don't think he really expected there to be a crossfire inside of the GR spawn. Celebi fanning out a bit. It's like a 3-2 split over towards A with the strong side, 2 on the weak side, and 1 in the middle, I suppose. And a little bit of aggression. Not too much going on here for TeamMyth. Again, just on the back foot quite often. Are they going to be able to recover?
You can see Rambo here again doing what he does best for this team, already working an early flank here outside of A long, while the rest of his team just fully rotates on to B, and this is what that information will do for them. Celebi, though, could run into trouble if Rambo goes down here. Pops onto A connector, finds the first kill onto JWoww. Penguin now stuck here behind the A connector boxes, and Rambo is going to be flashed out of that corner as Booker comes in for the response. Lucas, though, he swings wide to hold on as well. He's still holding this off angle. Penguin and Dola are going to get into a fight here. Penguin, though, actually going to have to back off here, but look how many players on this team of Celebi are just collapsing in one by one for support. Dola able to get one, and now Booker's stuck A-long and will go down as well. The smooth rotations just reigning supreme to close out this half for Celebi as they take it 7-2.
You can see kind of wiping the sweat off there is a member of TeamMyth, and a little bit of a rough go of things on that half, no doubt about it. 7-2. I mean, just all over that map, so many great reads, so many great positionings from the side of Celebi. Is TeamMyth going to be able to find that same amount of success on their GR side, or is this going to be a Celebi Penguin right around the corner, shut right down, quickly Dola able to respond onto Horace's kill. And now it is already an early advantage for the side of Celebi, making it even bigger advantage as it is 2, make it 1. Rambo, good for the opening shot, or well, not the opening, but the follow-up shot with the AWM. Now Booker. Suck trying to do something to Rambo. Doesn't want to have anything to do with it. And that is going to be another round. 8 rounds for the side of Celebi. Only 2 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like at this point, Celebi's almost taking a bit of a victory lap here. TeamMyth, they seem a bit shattered in their spirits, just not able to piece anything together for the second part of the half. And now we'll see if there's anything left in the tank for them. But Celebi, they seem ready to steamroll their way right to the finish line. Horace and Penguin going for a last ditch attempt, trying to push underneath, but it's not going to be met with much success. It's only going to be a 3-2 in favor of Celebi to come out of it.
It's a bit of a slaughter there. Celebi able to barely come out ahead of it. Booker just slamming through the Celebi lines, but gets caught by Dola, trying to bunny hop his way in there. Alucard once again, a 1v3 on his hands. And this is not an easy one. Spotted the head of Rambo. Rambo now gonna let loose with some utility, try to keep him at bay. Alucard does find Lucas, a 1v2, so they offered up you know, a little bit of an opportunity here for him. C4 is down, he's gonna go up high. Dola down low. Rambo just going to be watching for the change of angles for Alucard. Toughy, but this is now pretty doable.
We'll see what he can find here, but Dola and Rambo, not who I'd want to be up against in this situation, and they're going to double swing onto him. Quick shutdown there, and now match point on the table for Celebi, rightfully so. They've been completely dominating this second map of the series, and now they just need one of the next 7 to close this.
I mean, for Myth here, the thing that is concerning is you haven't put up many rounds on this map, and that's a problem in this group stage format. They could really use a couple more rounds here. Even if they don't win the map, a few more rounds would actually be pretty important. A lot of damage done to Lucas early, down to less than half health. Sweet in the corner is JWoww, a little help from Penguin along the way, and they're able to get a couple. Lucas still somehow finding kills, Rambo as well, but Penguin, a double kill here, gives a 3-2 numbers advantage for the side of TeamMyth.
We'll see if they can hang on to it alive a bit longer, but LDX through the smoke able to find Penguin, narrows it to a 2v2. The bomb about to be picked up as well. Booker holding on to it for just a moment, but Lucas and LDX, they're slowly closing in on these players. LDX finds one, and it's down to the 1v1 now. Lucas trying to rotate in for the support here, but Horus actually finds the two-piece to keep it alive for just a moment longer.
And again, every round here is so crucial. Every round worth fighting for, worth playing for. And TeamMyth gets a big one there. At least, you know, maybe they don't win this, but at least able to keep that round differential in check a little bit better. Pushing in is Celebi towards the A side. 4-1 split. It's going to be where that lies. A lot of early utility here to put pressure onto Celebi to try to keep them pinned back, but they're just going to try to wrap around it. Some kind of smooth operating here from the side of Celebi. They're going to send one into the vent. LDX comes through as a fast hit here for Celebi. Pressure is on now for Booker. He is not going to win that. It's 2-for-1 so far. Okay, and 2-for-2. Even exchange here as Penguin tries to spray down through the smoke. Got shady in the process, but that's all he's going to find so far. C4 yet to be planted for the side of Celebi. Maybe they're going to be able to get it, but all of TeamMyth coming through just this one alley. Dola ready and waiting here, and he is good for another. Lucas gets two, and that's going to be it. Celebi gets a 10-3 win onto Ankara. They take the set, they take the match, and an impressive showing here on their final map.
Yeah, just an incredible performance here on map number 2. You know, it seemed like things could have been close after that first map, but Celebi just taking things to a whole new level in this second map of the day. They close out the series really comfortably, but Lucas and Rambo for me is really the story on the second map. Both of those guys just popping off and not being afraid to show us what they can truly do. And honestly, just a remarkable performance from both of them here.
Yeah, they're cracked, dude. They're absolutely amazing. Fun as heck to watch the way this team operates on this map. Really challenging to kind of guess what they're going to do. It's different looks every time. It's tons of willingness to be aggressive, tons of willingness to push space, but other times being fine, just letting you kind of make the mistakes, letting you try to take your time, maneuver around the rack and then around the map, and then collapsing at the right time.
Yeah, and for a team like Celebi, this is the win they needed as well. I mean, looking at the rest of their group, they've got All Gamers and Extenzi as the next two teams they're going to go ahead and face. So you have to have a confident start looking at that as your future in this group.
That's a really good point. This is an absolute group of death. This is a nasty, nasty group to get through, and there's a statement to be made early. So really excited to see Celebi. Really excited to see the way they played. A struggle here on the second map, but a good first map for the side of TeamMyth. So there's some hope, and like the desk has been saying, they are a kind of a late blooming team. So speaking of the desk, let's send it over to them and get their thoughts here on this match.
Victory, as it says on the big wall, in a big way too. A bit of a not quite the stomp that perhaps a few people feared. First game going 10-7, but 10-3 puts that to bed on Ankara.
Yeah, we kind of got there in the end, I suppose.
Yeah. I think that's kind of the idea. I think TeamMyth, they came out really strong. They're a great team in their own right, but the enraged counter is just not filled enough yet. They need some more time. They need to take a couple losses maybe, then they'll get really strong, and then they're going to come back. But jokes aside, I mean, Celebi, I think they really showed their true power in the second map. Like, they just got it going, and then they were so dominant. There was one round where they just attacked from every single side. Like, even Paper Thin was saying this on the cast. It's like they attack from the right, from the middle, from the left, and they just win every single firefight, and they just stomp them in that fight. And that was kind of the round where I'm like, that's going to be a soul crusher there, I think. And it ended up being 10-3. That I kind of thought it was going to be a couple of 10-3s, but TeamMyth actually fought really well in that first map and made it kind of interesting. Compound seemed like they were pretty ready for that one.
I mean, I think there were 8 rounds, 9 rounds on Compound where they just alternated winning them. Like, nobody could really stretch away from the others. Myth were very much in the fight there, and then they lost a few rounds consecutively. But at the end, you know, Myth get one, Celebi get one, Myth get one, Celebi end it. But, you know, there were lots of times when you couldn't count them out. Ankara, however, did feel like a different story, didn't it?
Yeah, so Myth had some nice strategies in Compound where they were stacking A sites and somehow they were able to just pick out the players of Celebi just coming into the site. But when it came to Ankara, they were very quick to fall into shambles. I don't know what happened. It feels like Celebi was just better in organizing their global risk side where they don't over-rotate. They play default very well. Each player, whenever they see an enemy, they trade out the enemies as well. So they're always keeping the numbers equal, and that just plays out to be how Celebi took that 10 rounds easily.
We didn't quite yet to get to see Mexico. It was in the pool and coming up as map 3, but we're not there yet. We'll get it at some point. We still haven't had Eagle Eye either. But let's take a look at what we did get with the highlights of that game. Compound and Ankara.
Yeah, I think maybe by the time we get into the best of 5s down the line in the playoffs, that's probably when we'll get to see some Eagle Eye and some Mexico plays. But Dola especially on this first map just went absolutely nuts in his performance. Some great lurks, some great pickoffs there. It just time and time again was coming up huge for the squad. Rambo as well, showing off his fantastic sniping abilities. But it was, as Valdez was saying, a really great effort from TeamMyth. Making this as close as it was, having that back and forth, trading blows consistently, was, I think, a very good sign, just given the caliber of a team that Celebi is. Like you mentioned, that whole first half, only 2 rounds were ever strung together consecutively, and it was TeamMyth who were able to do that. Otherwise, it was trading blows the whole way back and forth. As soon as that side swap came in, that's when Celebi really got their footing. They started very much just surging forward, picking up 4 consecutive right off the rip, and that really is the difference maker. That's what set them up to be able to take that as a 10-7. If they weren't able to string those together, maybe if Myth were able to put their feet down a little bit sooner, that could have been an OT map, or that could have been Myth taking it, and maybe we'd be going to Mexico right now. Yeah. Either way, I think it was a good effort. I think there's still clearly just some things that need to be improved upon here, you know, for Myth as they move forward, as they try to fight their way out of this group.
I mean, it was the Compound was Myth's pick, and that's the one that they put that strongest showing in. Yeah. That's the one that they stacked up a load of rounds. You might think, oh, maybe it was a mistake that they had Ankara for the second one, based on how that performance went. But as soon as this game started, I had a quick chat with TeamMyth's manager. He said this is exactly what we wanted. The map pool was exactly what they hoped for. So this wasn't a mistake going to Ankara beforehand.
Sure. And I mean, you can be very happy with a draft and you can say, okay, this is exactly what we want, but you still then need to be able to get the results. You need to be able to perform on those maps. So this definitely is not the result that the manager, that the team was looking for. But if they can tighten some things up, really, you know, work on some of their mid-round synergies here between these players and try to get into the minds of their opponents a little bit more, I think that could help them going forward. Because there was times throughout this, especially on Ankara, where it just felt like Myth could not really get a grasp on where Celebi was going to be at any given moment. They were catching them by surprise time and time again. We saw that lurk coming through from Dola, one of those, you know, that kind of play. That's the thing that they need to be expecting. They need to be ready for that, because if not, they're consistently just going to get caught, you know, just clocked in the mouth and really offset. So if they can get into the heads of their opponents a little bit moving forward, I think that there's still hope for them moving in, you know, towards the playoffs.
Yeah. Bench, do you agree? I feel like it was the noise on stage during Compound in particular, the first map, like both those teams were giving as good as they get, right? It was getting louder and louder as they traded rounds. But the second map, they did seem like they lost heart.
Well, as we were just speaking on the desk while our mics were off, where whichever team that goes quiet first is going to lose out this sets, and looks like Myth was the first ones to go quiet. But Myth did put up a good fight. I would definitely say that. As their Compound matches, they did go back and forth, as I've just mentioned, and I guess the momentum wasn't brought over for Myth to just win out on Blacklist side, but so that's just how it goes.
It can be disheartening at times when you're playing a competitive game, whichever one it may be, when you have a map pick and you go for it, and then you drop it. And sometimes that can be a momentum killer. That can really kill confidence that you have built up as you get ready to go into a series, because you say, oh, well, this is the one that we elected to go to. This is the one where we feel the most comfortable, and we can't get the win here. And that can really start to become disheartening for you. So I think maybe that is a slight little factor here for Myth, but they just need to keep the chins up and get focused up for their future matches here in this group.
I think we can take a look at the stats of that second map, the 10-3 loss on Ankara, before we then find out who our MVP is going to be. We'll have that ready in now.
Perfectly timed.
I know.
We bring it in.
Yeah, we bring it in.
Take a
So
look at
Lucas. You can look at the scores for Myths there and the survivals per round. I mean, 4 of them are in less than 0.1.
Well, we had Dola during after map 1 joining the 2K club as far as damage dealt. Didn't quite get there, but also given the more limited number of rounds played, I should say, it's not too surprising. And I think that even hitting 1,600, breaking 1,600 in a 10-3 victory is pretty damn impressive. So Lucas can be feeling pretty darn good at the end of it all.
Were you talking about something impressive? Because, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading Rambo's 4.0 KD.
I was working my way up to that one. Yeah, kind of blows all the other statistics out of the water. But I mean, it's really only Shady who kind of walks away being the one in the body bag here for the side of Celebi. Everybody else was just absolutely crushing it with the 4.0, the double 2.5s as well. That's nothing to shake a stick at.
2.5s for Lucas, 2.5s for Dola, along with some other great numbers across both of those maps, makes him the MVP.
It's a lot of damage. He did a great job. It's pretty clear who was the MVP, especially on compounds is really good stuff. And look who we do have with us. It is the man himself.
Dola, congratulations. Huge win for your team. How do you feel?
Cảm ơn bạn và chúc mừng bạn đã hoàn thành cái phần trình diễn của mình rất là tuyệt vời. Bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào về phần trình diễn của team ngày hôm nay?
Thật ra là đối với em thì em nghĩ là team em hôm nay làm khá là tốt, nhưng mà theo nghĩ thì mình nên cải thiện thêm về một số những giao nó quan trọng thì sẽ chắc chiêu hơn.
I think my team did quite well today, but I think that my team needs to improve in some important routes so that we can get a better result in next time.
So for your team, I feel like everyone kind of just supported each other. The synergy really went on. You were clutching at times, and Lucas started clutching at times, and your teammates just started clutching one by one. So what do you think brought this team synergy against TeamMyth when you were fighting in the set?
Sorry, again?
Oh, so what brought the synergy of teammates basically helping each other, you know?
How do they play so well together?
Yeah.
Bạn nghĩ sao về việc là TeamMyth họ làm rất là tốt với nhau?
Theo em nghĩ thì qua rất nhiều những giải đấu thì TeamMyth đã tham gia thì các bạn đã cũng rất là cố gắng. Cũng như trận đấu ngày hôm nay, trận map đầu tiên các bạn ấy bắn rất là hay. Thì em nghĩ là các bạn thì em thấy là ổn hơn, nhưng mà map 2 thì bên đấy hơi buông.
I think they have so many experience in tournaments, and today they did quite good in the first match. And but in the second match, they lose some of the concentration, some focus, so that they lose their confidence.
Curious to know. I mean, it seems like you play incredibly well together. You know, much like Bench was saying here. How much time do you guys spend together outside of playing the game? You know, obviously you're practicing, you're scrimming together, you're doing a lot of that, but when there's not a tournament, how often are you spending time and just kind of hanging out and building that out-of-game synergy?
Không biết là ngoài những lúc chơi game ra thì có lúc nào mình dành thời gian với nhau không? Những lúc mình đi chơi, đi bơi với nhau, những lúc mình hoạt động riêng với nhau, team mình có hay gắn kết như thế không?
Thật ra thì team em đối với em thì team em bây giờ hiện tại thì rất là thân với nhau. Thì cũng có thường xuyên anh em đi ăn, đi chơi các thứ. Nó cũng rất là nhiều kỷ niệm đối với em. Và em rất là hạnh phúc khi mà mình được ở trong một cái team mạnh như thế này.
Actually, we in a good relationship. We're going out, eating together, and have so many good memories together. And I feel so happy to be in this strong team.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear. I was curious, Celebi, the org, did make it to the semis last year at the World Championship. So what is your guys' goal? How far do you want to make it? And do you think that you can make it to the finals?
Bạn có đặt team mình đặt mục tiêu như nào cho cái đợt chung kết này và bạn nghĩ là mình có thể làm được hay không?
Mục tiêu của team em thì là cố gắng để vào top 4 cũng như là tất cả trong tất cả các giải đấu thì team em đặt mục tiêu cao nhất là top 4 thì sẽ cố gắng bắn hết sức, còn đi đến đâu thì đấy là tùy vào khả năng của mình.
In every tournament, we all set our goal to be make it to top 4, but and we will do our best to make it happen. But we will never know what will happen. So, right.
And you've got AG, and you've got Extensi as the other two teams in your group. How do you fancy your chances against each of them?
He's talking about the team.
Yeah, against those two teams.
Bạn nghĩ sao về team AG và Extensi trong bảng của mình?
Đối với em thì em thấy trong giải đấu này thì tất cả các team đều mạnh, cũng không phải là một dạng gì đấy, thì em nghĩ là tất cả các team đều mạnh, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng trong trận sau và tất cả các trận sắp tới, nói chung mà sẽ cố gắng để giành được chiến thắng.
In my opinion, to get into this this grand final, every team is strong. But I think we will try our best to get our results.
We're sure you will. We'll look forward to seeing you again. There's many more matches come up in the group stage. Thank you very much, Dola. Congratulations.
Cảm ơn và chúc mừng bạn.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good win for Celebi. A lot of teams will have been aware of how good they are, of course, but if they weren't kind of realizing what a threat they could be, they should do now. 10-7 and 10-3 over, let's not forget, a strong team from the Egyptian region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things I think now, continuing to see this team perform, obviously, as Valdez mentioned and asked the question about, got to the semifinals. Everyone knows the firepower of this squad, but you already, I think, have to be shaking in your boots a bit if you're in the group with them. But you also have to be scared if you're a prospective team that's going to be moving into the playoffs, because there's a decent chance that you're going to get matched against them, and then you have to play against them in an extended series. And given the way that they're performing, the way that they're looking, I think that they are going to be a tough opponent for just about anyone. All gamers, when these two teams clash, that is going to be an absolute banger of a match, so I cannot wait to see that one come up.
Now, what we've got here in Group A is actually the closest so far. We've had 2 matches in all of our groups. After yesterday's loss for Extensi against AG, which went down 10-4, 10-5, actually TeamMyth have fared a tiny, the smallest margin better, losing this one 10-7, 10-3. So they conceded 10 rounds, not 11, which is why they are just a tick above Extensi Gaming there. Small things might be the difference between you going home or you going to the wildcard match, which is coming up in about 4 days' time. All gamers currently at the top of this, along with Celebi.
I mean, not only that, but just the seeding with what you exit. Like you said, these guys are separated now into a second position because of that round differential. So even if you want to just have that slight little advantage going into the playoff, be in the #1 spot, be able to play against the #2 seed from a different group, it's damn important to make sure that you're putting up every, strong performance that you possibly can in every single series that you play.
Yeah, you don't want to take your foot off the gas at all, do you? You want to put all the teams to the sword, get all the rounds you can. I mean, if you're Celebi and you think, this is how the group finishes, you can be like, if we've taken another round off of anybody, we might be the #1 seed coming out of here or something like that. Yep. We'll see. We've got a long way to go through the group stages yet. We've had 2 games from each of our 3 groups. To finish today on day 2, we're revisiting another one of our groups. Group C are going to be the first one to get 3 rounds in the book. And the teams who are going to be first to play their next game are Black Dragons and Ranking Gaming. They both lost their first matches. Black Dragons yesterday, Ranking Gaming only 2 matches ago today. So both of them coming off a loss, both of them wanting to move up in that table. So don't go anywhere, because they're coming for you next.
到了。
小刀这边占赢的麻烦。Shot off, but now from Diana, not good enough.
小分飞 late of an entrance，过在这个。这边宠儿
直接被打掉。
飞下来。 知道了，房里面有无难，1楼直接被秒了。突一个走中路自己突，一个往 A 区来突，这个 A 有没有第4个？被小梦给补了。
哦，没看了，难受。知道血不多，宝宝打得非常有耐心。
对啊，刚才说了，就是这个位置。 过来了，哦呦，这枪，这个飞博位这边。
Faye is here. Gonna try for it.
Oh, but Silva's gonna solve it out.
That's insane! Oh, insane!
Oh my! First. Gets one. Headshot with the.
Oh my God! That
Go
was
get.
just gross. What? This is not a favorable sniper angle. Doesn't matter. MG is. So it's a not able to land up the backside. Loons. They are in.
Wow. Left alone.
Spraying through, trying to get a pick, gets one. There's the headshot, picks up another. In they go, Awesome has the back angle, 9 to 5.
The spray with the triple.
Yeah.
Right? But Eva stuck in from the back. Again, second. Might be a little bit more. 2 in a row. Headshots all over.
Which right now, nagpapakitang kilat! 4K! Oh my goodness!
We're getting down and enjoying ourselves here on day 2, a big day 2 that we've had. Got loads more games for you tomorrow, and all the rest of the day as well. Big tournament. But sometime around now, we need to get towards the end of this one. So let's do that in style with our third round. Remember, we have 3 groups, 4 teams in each. Everybody has played their opening game. Now we need to start seeing how these teams are going to work out with some records against their groups to contend with. First time we're going to revisit any of our teams, and it is going to be Black Dragons, and it's going to be Ranking Gaming. Black Dragons, legendary org out of Brazil, but had a big loss yesterday to Baisha Gaming from China. They're playing against Ranking Gaming, who we saw only a few hours ago when they lost to Anubis. Ranking Gaming coming out of Vietnam. So Black Dragons and Ranking Gaming, teams who've both got a loss. Ranking Gaming, team who've got a loss just now. Got to wipe that one up from their memories and deal with that. I had a chat with Black Dragons during the last game, was in the player lounge just having a chat with them. They don't look like they've lost a game, ever. That's Black Dragons. They look totally relaxed, like a Brazilian team, ready to play like a Brazilian team, not concerned like a Brazilian team. They're here to go and get this win.
Honestly, I feel like sometimes concern is good. It can be that thing that lights that fire under your rear that you desperately need to push across the finish line. I mean, if we can anticipate that ranked is going to be feeling very much the same, and feeling confident in being able to bounce back here, this, maybe the team that actually has some concern would be the one that ends up inching this one out. So you don't want to be overconfident. You don't want to be complacent. As long as they're avoiding those qualities in their preparation and how they're feeling about this series, I think that they will be okay. We know that they are a strong caliber team.
Yeah.
But you just don't want to overdo it because then you're going to end up with egg on your face. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You've got to, not take any of these games lightly.
Yes.
And confidence is good, but don't underestimate what you're up against here. Ranking Gaming will be sore. And Valis, from what we saw from them earlier on, they lost, 10-7, 10-8. So they weren't wiped out by any means.
No, I mean, Anubis, again, is a really, really strong team. Like, that's a team that if you go 7-10, 8-10, it's, it sucks to go 0-2, but, I mean, they were really close. And to be honest, they looked pretty good as well in those games from Ranking Gaming. So I'm a bit worried for Black Dragons. I think they really need to come into this with a lot of concern, a lot of preparation. This is not just, the second team from Vietnam and Celebi is the one that everybody knows and, they were here last year. Like, no, this is a damn strong team. So Black Dragons, yesterday, they will have that fire under them because they lost to their rivals, essentially, their rival region. And I need to see them pick it up a bit because yesterday was not the Black Dragons that I knew.
That's right. So what did you all predict for this? I think you had to make your predictions before we saw ranking earlier, right? So
yes, we did this all right at the top of the day.
This is not based on ranking coming off a loss.
And I don't think I would change mine, even if it was. Yeah. I think that I would still stick with them. But clearly, myself and Valdez are the only ones who feel this way. So boom, fist bumps for us.
Bench, you're picking the Dragons for this one.
Well, I do believe that one-day buffer that Black Dragons were allowed could be a key factor here because Black Dragons were able to see how ranking played earlier this afternoon. So, that could basically allow them to learn their strategies and get it going.
Yeah.
Can I highlight Variant? Who is no longer going to be a Vietnamese caster after this.
He's dissenting.
Okay. He's changing regions.
I hope he's learned his Portuguese because he's moving to a different stream.
It's very interesting. I don't think anyone voted against ranking when they were playing against Anubis.
Yes.
From my memory.
No, that was Celebi had the clean sweep across the board. Anubis was a bit here and there.
I think we had a little bit of confusion. Either way, I feel like they're going to be able to bounce back. It's really going to come down to me, it's going to come down to their mental game. They've shown that they have the talent. I know that they can perform up against a squad like Black Dragons. It's more about have they recovered from the loss earlier. And I'd like to think yes. I mean, at the end of the day, these are competitive gamers. These guys do this on the regular. You have to learn how to bounce back. And if you can't bounce back from losses, you wouldn't find yourself on this stage.
I do agree, but at the same time, Black Dragons were also at the same time had the day to lick their wounds and, bounce back from their loss they had, right? So that could play offset those differences as well.
My main concern for Black Dragons going into this is just have they cleaned up some of the sloppiness that we were seeing from them yesterday? Because there were some good moments, there were some highlight plays, but when you saw the tactical timeouts getting called, it was just like complete and utter chaos as far as the comms were concerned. Just so much conversation back and forth. You could tell that they were trying to fix and rectify so many mistakes that they were noticing throughout the game, and they just weren't able to do it. They do have a little bit more time now to really clean that up, but if things start getting chaotic in the game and it starts slipping out of their hands again, I think that chaos might just ensue once more.
Yeah. Black Dragons and Ranking Gaming. Let's remind yourselves about the boys from Brazil. The Black Dragons ready on the stage. We're talking about Nodzin, MG, Viana, Will, and Action.
Yeah, and this is a roster for 2022 that in the region, of course, the super team of Imperial was formed. So some of the members from the Black Dragons org did go over to that super team, and they're essentially on the rebuild. You know, these guys are also fantastic players that have been around basically forever, and they're just trying to continue with the Black Dragons organization and try to, you know, keep that name brand value really high, because they definitely have it within them. But I think a little bit of what Achilles was saying in terms of like the team atmosphere and everybody being on the same page, the sloppiness, we really need to see that picked up, because I mean, that's the same stuff that kind of got them third in the America's regional final, and also I saw very similar stuff when I was casting their series.
And one of the players that I'm really looking forward to see if he's going to step up even more is MG. He had some really nice highlight moments. Coming into this, like, this is the guy to watch. He's going to absolutely pop off. He's going to destroy him. We got that a couple times, but it wasn't with relative consistency. I think that if he can find the same peaks that we saw from him yesterday, but more often, then this could very well go the way of the Dragons.
Their opponents. Get to you in a minute, Bench. But first, I need to get to a Vietnamese team called Ranking Gaming. There they are again on our stage here on Jeju Island. Ranking Gaming out of Vietnam. Tam, Patcons, Nevis, Humio, and Duck. And let's have a quick look at this, and let's just talk a little bit about maps, because obviously there's a factor here playing in. Both of these teams played their opening matches of CFS 2022 on Compound and Sub-Base. And they both lost on Compound, and they both lost on Sub-Base.
So if they pick it again, somebody will finally have wins on those maps.
Oh, yeah. Or they'll both lose.
Everybody improves it. Ooh.
Or we see Mexico for the first time.
Or Eagle Eye.
Or Eagle Eye.
EagleEye doesn't exist.
No, that one's not going to happen.
It gets banned out every single time.
I am curious to see if there's going to be any curveballs, or if they just have basically a backdoor handshake and say, hey, you know what? We both like these maps. Let's just run it forward and see who comes out on top.
That could be really interesting. It was Subbase was picked by Black Dragons in their game against Baisha. Compound was picked by Ranking in their game earlier on today. So yeah, these and I mentioned earlier on, these teams were really happy with the map pool. They're really happy with the picks. I wonder how different this one's going to be. I wonder, is anybody just going to go, here, we don't want to touch that again? I don't expect that.
I think it's going to come down to how comfortable you feel after watching each other's tape. Because obviously, Ranking would have been watching the series yesterday. Black Dragons, of course, were watching Ranking series from just a couple series ago. So it really is going to come down to, do they see something that they think is exploitable, or something that they think that they cannot deal with on one of those maps that might shift them away from it? Honestly, I think that it's highly likely that we just end up with Compound and Subbase yet again, but there's always that potential that they decide to change.
So it all relies on Black Dragons' decisions after seeing how Ranking played. But for Black Dragons, Action is their ace. Action did play decent, I would say, yesterday. He did come out positive in his KDA, I believe. At the same time, I don't know. He definitely has to step up his game today to beat Ranking Gaming.
What I'm excited about here is, we're looking at these ace players, Action and Humio. Like, these are the closest pairing we've had.
Oh, yeah.
In any way, really, across all the 6 matches we've already had here at CFS 2022. If this is representative of the teams, then, you know, this psychological effect that we've been talking about, oh, well, you know, who's going to shake off what's happened already and come in, you know, really charged for a win here, that may have even more of a factor, because statistically, I think Valdez think these are a fair match.
Yeah, I think on paper, it definitely should be, you know, coming into this one, like Black Dragons and Ranking being in a similar position in their region. And you could say, like, okay, maybe Brazil is slightly stronger as a region, maybe a decent amount stronger. But especially from what I've seen, I think that both of these teams played a very similar style, and I think it's going to be a very even match.
Let's find out. The CFS 2022 Grand Finals Day 2 has been a thriller with some great games and some very close match contests as well. We go into the last one of today with our casters ZZ, I'm going to say ZZXQ and Paper Thin. Take us into our last game, and let's see out of Black Dragons and Ranking, because from this point on, your matches are going to count even more.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, last match of the day, it's been a really good one. The first one, of course, a highlight reel match, an absolute banger. But now we go into this final one with two teams who are a little bit on the downswing. We've already gotten to see Ranking Gaming once today, Black Dragons yesterday. You know, how are you feeling about the relative strengths of these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, on paper, I think Black Dragons would be the team I favor here just because of their experience. Ranking Gaming being that kind of young and hungry team, of course, going to be disappointed after that loss earlier in the day against Anubis. But comparing their first two matches, Ranking did play a little bit better than what we saw out of Black Dragons in their opener. But I think the big caveat there is that it was against Baisha Gaming for Black Dragons, a much harder first opponent, I would say, than Anubis Gaming, which is why I still think Black Dragons has that chance here. You also have teams that have won world championships on this Black Dragons lineup before, which you don't really see on Ranking Gaming. They haven't really proven themselves to that level yet, but there's still an opportunity here to make a big statement in this match. But I think Ranking Gaming definitely have their work cut out for them.
No doubt, no doubt. It's going to be a good match. I think for me, it's like, is Ranking kind of warmed up? Is that going to be the advantage that they're going to be able to press here? Or is the kind of informational advantage that Black Dragons has, being able to watch their previous game, have a little bit of time to kind of study that and kind of work off of that? The map pool is going to be interesting. You know, some similar, like the desk was really highlighting, similar picks, kind of similar bands. You know, neither of them seem to like Eagle Eye, so that one almost feels like for sure it's going to get wiped out here as Black Dragons won the coin flip. I believe they opted to ban first, which means they also get the first map pick. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see Subbase again. That's the one that I'm kind of curious about. I feel like Compound's going to come through, but maybe Subbase, you know, more of kind of a curveball pick for both of these teams, but maybe they're practiced on it and they feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think at some point you're going to see, too, maybe as a confidence play, one of these teams might avoid the ban on Eagle Eye just to get rid of something they'd rather not play that they have practiced or seen Black Dragons be really strong on. And I think eventually Eagle Eye might just slide its way in that regard. But we'll see what happens here in the picks and bans. I think Black Dragons has probably a better idea of what they want to do here. Ranking not really much experience playing against a team like Black Dragons, so I think they're going to have their work cut out for them. But I think if I'm Black Dragons here, I'm going for a power pick such as a Subbase or a port still, even with a considerable loss against Baisha on Subbase yesterday.
Fair enough. Really curious to see how this one's going to pan out as Black Dragons, again, get the first ban here. So Captain Viana thinking it over. He's actually going to ban Ankara first out the gate here. So neither of these teams banned this in their first match, so that's a new one for the side of Black Dragons. Next up, Ranking. What do they want to throw out of this pool?
It's going to be Eagle Eye, no surprise there. And I think Black Dragons, in taking that first pick on the ban, was kind of hoping they would ban Eagle Eye, so they didn't have to. I think that was kind of their play here, to get the ban they wanted out and hope Eagle Eye came down along with it. And Ranking going to be having to face them on Black Widow as our opening map. A pretty good map for Black Dragons, I'd say, to start this one out on.
Yeah, and this was the other map that Ranking Gaming banned earlier in their first match. They banned Eagle Eye and they banned Black Widow with their second ban. So I think, yeah, a good map for Black Dragons, and also maybe targeting Ranking a little bit here. And it is going to be Ranking picking the GR side first. So that means it will be BL for Black Dragons on Black Widow. My God, look at that. Black Dragons on Black Widow. They're starting on Blacklist.
Well, there you go.
Say
Hopefully
that 3 times
it pans
fast.
out for them. But that is a strong opener, I think, for them. But ranking, I actually love this choice from them. Mexico, a very strong map historically for Vietnamese teams, and not one that many teams have seen so far at CFS. It's going to be the first time we actually have it going through and being played. It was picked as a potential third map earlier, but this time we'll see it for sure. And I think that's actually a strong map for ranking from what I'm seeing from them in the past. So I think this could be their chance to take it to a map 3. We see the compound and sub-base bans coming quickly along with it, but Port as the decider, that's a scary one, I think, for ranking to take against Black Dragons.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier that that's a map that they seem to favor, so no doubt it's a toughie there at the end. With Compound being the ban for Black Dragons, I think they leave 2 comfort picks open. No matter which way ranking goes, it'll be a challenge for sure. But Black Widow to kick things off, really excited about that. Then I think, is it the first time we've seen Mexico this tournament so far?
It will be. It was a third map draw potentially earlier, but we didn't get to it in the Anubis ranking match. I think it was as the third map potential, but nothing has been touched on Mexico so far. But now we'll finally get to see it in ranking. Let's hope they have what it takes on that map. That's their pick, coming out bold with it. So we'll see what they have in store for us. But right now, I think the pressure is really going to be for them on that first map, the pick of Black Dragons. Black Widow, a very tough map to go head-to-head against them on.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like this is a really favorable draft for the Black Dragons. I think they did a really good job pinning down ranking, at least from what they've seen in the bad positions. You know, you're able to remove Compound, a map they clearly prepared for in the second half of the draft as well. So really excited. Maybe Mexico, though, can bring us a bit of a change for ranking. Of course, you know, Tom is absolutely bananas. So I'm excited to see him, how he's going to perform overall. But yeah, Black Dragons, they need a bounce back. They need a big win here to kind of stabilize themselves in this group.
Yeah, they really do, and I think I'm most curious for that Tom versus MG matchup because MG was kind of underwhelming in their opening match against Baisha. Everyone talked him up like he was going to be the stellar player, and he was just kind of underwhelming throughout. So I think for him it's a chance to bounce back here, but Tom, he wasn't really the problem in the earlier match for ranking today. He was actually doing quite well, so I think for him it's more of a consistency play at this point.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And if the rest of ranking can step up behind Tom, then maybe, you know, they might just really give Black Dragons all they can handle. I'm really excited for this. I'm really excited to see Tom play. I mean, I was thrilled with the way he played in that first game. So now he's gotten a little bit of time to, you know, stay heated up maybe, keep those mechanics nice and fluid, nice and fast. But Black Dragons, yeah, you got to feel like MG's going to bounce back today. You got to feel like he's too good to have that kind of performance again. So we'll see what the changes are going to look like as we get all the players situated. We get everybody ready to go for our final match of the day. It's our last one here. It's been 4 matches. It's been a heck of a day, a long day, but a good day. And we are ready for one more here to wrap up day number 2 at the Crossfire Stars 2022 Global Championship Grand Finals. That's what I'm looking for. This is just taking a little bit to get everybody into the game and get all set up, but this should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and a really important match for both of these teams as well, being 0-1 in their group. This could actually decide the first team to go down and out completely in the whole group stage here. One of these teams will fall to 0-2 in that Group A, and ranking, the only team they have left after this is All Gamers.
Oh, just All Gamers. That's it? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's actually wild to think about. I didn't realize that. That's really interesting. All right, well.
Or sorry, Baisha.
Oh, well, yes, you're right. Sorry.
It's not quite as
I knew what you,
Number 2 in China, not an easy task.
Yeah, and we saw what they did to Black Dragons. So it definitely feels like those 2 teams on pretty even footing in terms of power levels. So scary either way. This is going to be a wild one. Taking a little bit to get in. Oh, okay. We're showing the map. That means I think we are about ready to move on over towards Black Widow here. First map here in our 4th match of the day. It's going to be the Black Dragons versus Ranking Gaming. A lot on the line here. Neither team has found a win on any map, so someone will find their first one. Let's jump into it. Match number 3 here for Group C. Set 1 as we dive in to Black Widow.
Keeping this one off. It is going to be Black Dragons on the blacklist side of the map, the more favorable one for most teams here going into this map of Black Widow ranking. Having a solid defensive showing in their earlier matchup today could hold well for them on a map like this, but we'll see how they kick this one off. Vienna, though, surprisingly picking up the sniper to start things off for the Black Dragons with MG as well. Actually, yeah, 3 snipers on the field. Not something we've come to expect from most of these teams, but it's not really going to be met well. Humio with the opening pick there.
Yeah, he tried to get a snipe through the smoke. Wilt going to get tagged up as well. Tom takes some damage for his troubles, so some grenades to allow himself an escape. Fakans is going to be able to get one, so good start here for the side of Ranking Gaming on this defense. This kind of cheeky little triple AWM setup for the side of the Black Dragons is not paying off at all as a headshot from Humio takes down Will. This is looking really, really nice for Ranking Gaming. Oh God, what a shot though from MG. He needs a big start.
Definitely a good way to get things maybe slightly back in their favor here. Knotson switches to the M4 as well, picking up a rifle for his team. Surprised that he was actually one of those players with an AUM at the beginning of the round, considering how strong he was on the rifle in yesterday's game. But MG still looking for another pick here. 2v4 in front of them to try and cut their way in towards this B bomb site. Knotson gonna go ahead and drop the bomb outside of the B arches here, slowly working his way up to try and find a pick. Duck holding the entrance onto the B box room, but Knotson just taking his time, clearing these corners one by one as we do see MG slowly grouping up with him.
Yeah, leaves an out here. He can play point, and if things go sour for him, MG at least has an opportunity to maybe try another angle, try another rotator. He could just try to set up a fake, but that's pretty risky to try to isolate one-to-one. Duck, here's the contact, tries to push around it, isn't ready for it. Well, there you go. There's a good swing, but MG, pistol in hand, gonna take Duck down. Now MG, a 1v3 in front of him. Fakans picking up over the box. MG tries to punish that, not able to find the shot. Knows there's probably help coming. He's looking towards those B doors to see when that will happen. Doesn't find anybody. Waiting for that jump peek. The peek out is too strong for Vakans. Too many angles for him to deal with. And that is going to be Ranking Gaming taking the first round.
Definitely a clean opening round there. And I think really for Black Dragons, it was just a questionable choice on that triple AUM setup. It's not abnormal to bring out 2, but 3 is a very big risk, especially with Ranking Gaming being a pretty aggressive team on their defensive side of the map. And we see here now already in round number 2, they're going to go ahead and think better of it in bringing out those extra AUMs. Only going to have 1 on the table this time, and I think that's going to play to their benefit here.
Yeah, I just trying to catch the other opponent off guard. Time Tom pushes a corner, pays the price. It's taken down by Action. Action getting into the action. Oh, much longer. Nevis shuts him out. MG working the angles towards the catwalk. Knotson just chilling, and the C4 still sitting in the back as it is a wide fan out from the Black Dragons. Looking for some aggression potentially from Ranking Gaming as they now set up maybe for a B push, or excuse me, an A push.
Here comes the rotation. They do leave a lurk over there. But right now, it's all about Humio on this initial entry. He's the only one really able to lock down on this site. Nevis underneath is going to rotate for the support here as well onto A long. No commitment just yet, though. Black Dragons just creeping their way up here, trying to slide in for maybe an uncontested pick onto Humio. They can catch him off guard, but he's ready for it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and now it's time for the explosive execution to come through as Black Dragons push in.
Oh, look at Nevis waiting underneath in the tunnel. Just seeing if anybody's going to come through around the truck. 3 members of the Black Dragons, and Vakans is ready for it. As soon as the plant was attempted to go down, he just sprung into action. Knotson good for the takeout of Duck. Now you got Nevis trying to go up and over, and Knotson having none of it. Gets another kill. It's 1v2 now for Vakans coming in from the window. Is he going to be able to stop this run that the Black Dragons have put together? MG, though, able to cover Knotson. Knotson a little less than half health. Vakans going to try to re-aggress potentially. It's a tough angle here and just pushed by Knotson. A great job there. Great timing. Gets the finish.
Yeah, again, Knotson being the key player for his team, finding 3 on the post plan in that round. And Just a beautiful hold from him. Black Dragons, there was a point where that round looked a little bit unwinnable for them, but Knotson on the top of Catwalk, just taking them down one by one, brought the opportunity to get themselves back into it to life. So now 1-1, we're all tied up, and Knotson is already on the move again here, working his way early on into the B connector as they do have Vienna alone taking control of A long, just going to be holding on to that barracks position and waiting to see if somebody peeks out early. But right now, there's a lot of map control already in the hands of Black Dragons.
Yeah, they're really taking a lot of space. It's being given by ranking. Fakhan taking the worst of that trade in through the mid doors. Rotates back over towards B. Going to throw smoke towards the entrance of B from the BL side. And 3 members now in mid, 1 on each end of the map for the Black Dragons to cover the extremities to make sure that there's no lurks, no big flanks. So yeah, information in terms of like their half of the map, Black Dragons have a lot of it.
And now they're going to be working their way up the catwalk as well. Humio going to be that first point of contact, playing behind this triple stack, looking for a potential peek here, but Black Dragons actually back off and will reset into mid. It looks like they're slowly going to be grouping up for a B execution, but this play from ranking is actually quite interesting. They have still most of their team stacked towards the backside of mid.
Yeah, now they're swinging in, and that is going to allow Tom to strike from the mid, get a kill there. And now things getting a little bit spicy for the Black Dragons. Tom pushing in towards B, and this time it's MG. Gets the better of him, pistol in hand. Not going to be able to win out against that AWM. Black Dragons not able to get through just yet. Khan's able to catch the lurking Viana. And Duck here starting to wrap behind. Oh, the Black Dragons, they have no idea. He's about to strike from behind. MG gone. Will in action in, but Action able to respond, able to get the kill. Tries to get up. It's not going to happen as 2 kills come through for the side of the Black Dragons. A really nice piece of work here, shutting Vienna down, and then with the late lurk, able to catch the backside.
Yeah, great back and forth so far, but ranking having really smooth transitions on their defense has really made all the difference, especially Fotcon's finding all of those players on the lurk that he has been so far is a huge impact for his team. Action down to about half HP as well. Some great utility being thrown on A-Long, but Action gets the opening here. MG follows it up with a kill on Anubis, and it's already Black Dragons storming their way onto the A-bomb side. Fotcons goes down as well, and it's already a 2v5 here. Ranking not sure what's gone wrong. They're going to be caught off guard as well. Tom found behind the back of side, and MG gets the lurk. Quick round for Black Dragons to tie us up.
Yeah, a great change of pace, and then some really good shooting. And this time they are so ready for Duck coming from the behind. I mean, he was coming in that lurk position again in that flank, and MG was just like, nah, I know he is. We know what he's doing now. So let's see if Black Dragons can continue, or if it is going to be the side of Ranking Gaming punching back. Pretty decent amount of damage done from that nade. Nevis now getting aggressive on the backside, gonna catch Action. Able to respond though with 2 kills is the Black Dragons. So that ends up in their favor as they're trying to take control of Catwalk.
And now the numbers down situation is going to be in store for Ranking 3v4. Not much presence in the middle of the map. Now it's been taken down early, leaving Duck all alone on his side of the map here. They do send Fotcons late to try and sneak underneath here. They've snuck a few players into mid before, but Black Dragons now very aware of that positioning change. Fotcons, though, he still seems eager to challenge the mid double doors anyways, but he has to be careful here. There's 3 players on Black Dragons ready to attack. Vienna spots him, goes for the jump peek. They'll take 2 players down in the process. Duck falls as well, and Tom's now all alone on the backside of A.
All right, Tom, tell you what, if there's anybody you'd want in this position for Ranking Gaming, it'd be this guy, but it is going to be Vienna sussing him out and taking him down. And now the Black Dragons starting to look clean. Only 1 player lost in the last 2 rounds for them as they have swung 2 together. They now lead 3-2 here on their BL side. They're starting to look clean now. This is looking like they've kind of got a read on the ranking.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences so far is, in the first matches we saw today, Tom was always on getting picks, but this time around, that's not the case. Now, Fotcons goes down. His Action just says, hey, I'm going to push out mid all by myself here and start clearing through. Tom, though, Duck answers back as well, and Humio finds a third on to Vienna as well. is still able to push into B and grab one. They have control of the B bomb site, though, and the bomb in hand, so even though the numbers are down and against them, they have full control of this site.
Yeah, it was a good response here from Ranking to collapse towards mid, take a couple out in the process, so they're getting some big kills. Action takes quite a bit of damage. It's going to have to come up huge on point for his team. Yes, C4 is down. We do have Will lurking in the back, but Action does come up huge. A big double kill there. He's on a sliver of health. Tom trying to push in. That grenade is perfect. Getting at the finish. No, Will able to win it just barely. Black Dragon squeaks that round out.
A tough one, too. He was actually killed by the nade of his teammate in all of the cluster going
his
on
teammate
there. It was the teammate who actually took down Action there, but thankfully the trade was there.
I thought it was Tom's grenade. I was like, yeah, Tom, like, you're doing it.
Yeah, teammating very hard to accomplish, but Black Dragons doesn't seem to phase them there. They get the 1v1, and more importantly, a bigger win for them along with it. 4-2 now, they're in the lead. That's 3 in a row as well. You can see the momentum starting to build for this team, and rightfully so, the pause coming out right behind it.
Yeah, I think this is a great time to take the tactical pause, stabilize, turn this around for the side of Ranking, but I thought they did a pretty good job responding. You can see some frustration here. They know a missed opportunity with that grenade, potentially. You know, Tom, a real might have been able to get it done, but still not able to capitalize on a small mistake from their opponent. And let's see what it looks like for this young team. You know, they've talked about this a lot where, yeah, Tom's been there, but some of these other guys, not nearly as much experience.
Yeah, and I think that's really the big difference here. I think Black Dragons, they're just adapting faster, and they know how to create that pressure on the teams they play. I mean, just a few strings of rounds and Black Dragons constantly screaming across the stage from you. It's quite intimidating for a young team to go up against, especially looking at Ranking not having a lot of experience on this type of stage. It's definitely a tough feat.
No doubt, and you can see, you can feel the confidence starting to build for the Black Dragons. They're getting faster. They're starting to hit pressure points. You know, they're creating pressure on one side of the map, and then they're like, okay, now we're going to try a different angle, and we're going to hit you just as hard and just as fast. Good luck. Like, try to defend it. And to Ranking's credit, in that previous round, they actually did a pretty good job of shutting down the initial hit, but by that point, they had already gotten B under their control enough to get it done. So we do have a technical pause here as we just kind of... We have an audio issue for the side, I think, of Ranking Gaming, so... Take a few minutes to get this squared away. Hopefully it won't take too long.
Yeah, hopefully not too long, but in the meantime, we do have a pretty good match still on our hands. I think Black Dragons definitely off to the right start here. But I think for Ranking, the big thing at this point is really just trying to claw back and have a good fight to position themselves to be a bit more confident going into their pick on Mexico, since I think that's their chance to really shine in this series. Even if they can't win it all, I think they can still have a great showing on Mexico. It's a map where their region's been very strong in the past, and I'm sure they've studied a lot of what Celebi does on this map, and that's a really high win rate map for that team. So I think there's some potential to take this to a map 3, even if this one doesn't go their way on Black Widow. And, you know, maybe getting at least a map here gives them a chance moving forward to not fall out of the tournament here in the group stage. But right now, they definitely have to start swinging soon to make that happen.
You almost feel like this is like a deciding match. Who is going to go out of this tournament at this point? It already starts to feel like that. I was actually curious. Black Dragons this year on Mexico, not good. 1-3, 25% win rate. Again, a different region, a different kind of setup. They did play it twice in the regional finals. They were 1-1 on it. So looking ahead to that map, you know, they're not terrible, but it's hard to say. Again, it's so hard to read. Like, I look at these stats and I'm like, wow, this team's really good on this map. And then they're like, ban it from themselves. And I'm like, well, like, maybe they're not as good as I think, because it's really hard to, again, regionally kind of compare how they all stack up to each other. And even the metas, map to map, is different.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, and I think for Black Dragons, I don't think they're too intimidated when it comes to playing against Ranking, so I don't think Mexico was necessarily the priority to get out for them. I think for them it was just getting a first map where they know they can get a big win on, because Black Dragons, they have that emotion behind them. They're a very momentum-based team, and I think no matter what happens, if they get a first map win under their belt, it's going to make it extremely hard for Ranking to get back into this game, just off the pure mentality they're going to have behind Black Dragons after a win like this.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It is going to be tough, no doubt. as we continue to work on our issue. I saw the window screen there, trying to get the device probably set up again. I used to work in IT, so I've got a little bit of knowledge about what's going on, but it seems like the players are getting situated, and that to me tells me that we are just about ready to go. As the headset's back on, a nod of approval. Yeah, we got the OK symbol there from Tom, so I think we're about ready to go to get back into it. So tech pause. Looks like we've got it resolved relatively quickly. Good job all around. Handshakes, applause, whatever you want to do. I appreciate the help from our staff here to get this resolved quickly.
Yeah, definitely. We can get back into the action here in just a few short moments. And, something I was going to ask you here during the break is we saw so much from Tom in that first map, but it seems like so far he's been pretty quiet in this matchup. I mean, only 2 kills in 6 rounds. Meanwhile, it seems like MG's adjusting pretty comfortably compared to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I think so far that it was a concern with the side of ranking that, again, that they're going to have reads on what Tom likes to do, how he likes to play. He's gotten a couple nice long-range snipes, but when he's had pressure on him, we haven't been able to see him respond with that same level of lethality that we saw before. Meanwhile, yeah, MG, they're putting him in better spots to succeed. Like, he's not just kind of on his own. He's not on an island. He's supporting his teammates, and I think that was a big part of, what you and I saw yesterday on the desk was our criticism was you can't just leave MG to just kind of fend for himself. He needs to support his team. He needs to be backing them up. And I think that's a really nice change. But, guys, I think we're going to show us for a second. Sorry, we're going to turn the lights on and show us on as we get ready to take another tech pause. We thought we had it fixed. We got absolutely debated on that one.
Hey, that's just how it goes sometimes. But, we got to build the suspense here in our final match of the day. It wouldn't be a final match of the day without it. So, looking ahead here, though, I think ranking, we've seen a lot of positives out of them. And, it'd be a shame to see them fall 0-2 here, even though Black Dragons, so far they have the momentum on their side. But, a 4-2 is not too bad, especially considering, this is Black Dragons' pick after all. They've got at least another map to try and bounce back, even if this doesn't end well. And, Mexico, I'm actually excited with that, too, just considering we haven't even seen it yet in the event. And it's such a unique map. Not having it at CFS for the last 2 years has been kind of a bummer. But now that it's back, I think it's going to be a great chance not only for these 2 teams to see it, but everybody who's really curious to see, how this map actually fares once again on the international stage.
Yeah, it's really weird to me because back in 2019, the last time I had a chance to cast Crossfire, I actually got to cast Mexico. It was still in the pool at that point, and so I had it in my kind of pool of prepared to like the map call-outs and all this stuff. So I'm kind of excited for that to get to see it again. Yeah, I mean, so far though, again, a lot of teams avoiding those maps that haven't been in the pool. I think a lot of kind of nervousness, or maybe it's also, I think, some teams saving it for pocket picks. You know what I mean? Like they prepare it. They feel like it's kind of their ace in the hole. Like this is something we can bring out later in the event to kind of be like, haha, this is my, trap card,
Yeah, I feel like, especially when we look at how much Eagle Eye has been banned out so far, that might be that map in this pool now, because Eagle Eye feels like no one wants to touch it. But I have to wonder if some teams maybe have that map prepared as maybe a best of 5 thing to bring out later on in the event, because a lot of these teams, they've played it in the past. It's just not something that's made the international stage before, but a lot of regional play used to have Eagle Eye involved, and even in this year, they brought it back in the regional play and had best of ones where they had to play it. So some of these teams have had a chance to get their hands on it and really have some really good matches on it, and I think it's going to be a chance to maybe shake things up here as we get into the later stages of the tournament, having these 2 maps back in the pool.
I think you want to see the other teams play it first. Like, you don't want to be the first one to kind of show your strategies on the map. You want to let the other teams tip their hand first, and then you come through and you can say, okay, we saw what they did. How are they playing it? How can we adjust to that? I think having that advantage of being sort of potentially not the first team to have to play it is also something to think about. But we'll see. Maybe I will get Eagle Eye at some point. There's just almost no way we don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, some of these teams, they're going to have that first ban every time to work with. So, I mean, there is a potential Eagle Eye is the one map we don't see at all. But I think we will have a chance, at least in the top 3, to see it come out, because I think some people have things up their sleeve that they're saving for this one. And
yes.
Most notably, I think just seeing what Lazarus was doing in the earlier rounds, they want to play some of these close quarters maps. You could see it with Awesome pulling out the XM, and with Mexico and Eagle Eye in the pool. Those are two very, very small maps, and I think, you know, they're one of those teams I might expect to see that from later on.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. We did see them be a little bit more up close and personal. Ready. Speaking of ready, I think our map is ready. I think our game is ready. I think our sound issue is resolved. And I think we get back into the action. It is the Black Dragons up 4-2 right now. Still in the first half of this. So still the Black Dragons on the Blacklist side. And it's more ops here, or OMS here. Nutson doing a good job getting the opening kill. It is double OM for the side of the Black Dragons. And now they've got full control over A-Long, at least with one player. MG able to secure that, but you know, this looks like maybe bait, because I don't see anybody drifting in that direction. I see the C4 still back by the spawn.
Yeah, I think Black Dragons at this point, they're up 5v4, and I think they're still looking for more here. Right now, though, we do see Ranking as well trying to respond with some aggression up the catwalk. Duck goes for the quick peek around the corner, spots a few players, and decides to get out of town here. 3 players on Black Dragons now working their way for that aggressive mid control. But with a few being spotted, Black Dragons is going to figure out sooner or later that this B bomb site is fairly uncontested here.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I thought maybe they were trying to, you know, with this double OM setup, bait some players out of catwalk, see if they can maybe catch one coming through, but never really fully materialized. Ranking kind of was toying with it and then backed out. So for now, Black Dragons able to use this opportunity to set up for this long A hit. And that is where the majorities are. You got one player waiting in the back. It's Vienna, who's watching for the lures. Duck, good angle, good headshot, but Wilt responds in kind. And he finds a double. Mayo taken out, jumping out the window is Fak Khans, and he is quickly dealt with. So a clean, fast hit here for the side of Black Dragons may net them yet another round.
MG going to spawn Nevis under the catwalk as well. He's trying to work his way back in through the A window, but Notson is already wrapping around right behind him. Nevis, he's ready for it though, gets the first kill on this 1v4. Still a mountain of players to get his way through to try and win this round, and the time is ticking. The bomb has been planted, but Nevis, he's good for number 2. MG and Vienna now the only 2 players left in his path here, but Nevis, he has to force his way in quickly. The bomb is ticking. He's found a third. The 1v4 down to a 1v1, but MG thankfully there to save the day before things got too far away.
Ooh. Oh boy, Notson tipped his hand a bit. I heard the footsteps from Notson, so he kind of got a little bit too fast too soon. And the sound cue there gave Nevis a real opportunity. That backstab should have been pretty clean, but that opened the door there for Nevis to almost come through. Good patience there for MMG. And again, he's showing up big when they need him, right? Today, he was a big player we want to highlight, and he has come through. Now, getting aggressive into long A is Ranking Gaming. They send 3 members down there, and they thwart any, at least the thought about attempts by pushing for Black Dragons. So they're able to keep that angle on the lockdown, as that was a problem in the previous round.
And now Black Dragons as well. They're on 4 round wins in a row here, back to back. That's going to give them so much strength in how this one continues forward. Action and Will now trying to work their way up for mid control as well. Action sliding up the catwalk. Will hopping into B connector here to try and potentially scout out what's going on the B bomb site. Meanwhile, a still passive setup played by Ranking Gaming here, not really playing anything too forward aside from this player on A-Long. It's going to be Humio, who's pushed up for control, having a chance here to maybe catch Vienna on the lurk.
All right. Looks like a setup for a B hit. 2 members of Ranking Gaming are in there. Duck playing at the door, Tom in the back. Tom's going to see the jump. He's going to get the follow-up onto Action. Good reaction, but cannot get the bottom player. Has to switch the pistol, able to find the double kill. Can he find the triple? Duck, good on the cross. Finally, Will able to at least do some kind of damage to this hold here. Vienna trying to wrap through. Will still in the front. And Nevis now going to step up into Duck's position, but Will shuts him down as well. Big kills here for Will in this round. Vienna still yet to find his first. There it is. And all of a sudden, it's crumbling. Fak Khans in the back, though. Going to get shut down by Vienna. Vienna in a 1v1. is Humeo trying to spray through the windows here. Vienna needs to hit a big headshot, a couple of headshots with that M4 to get this done. Humeo pushing space, they're going to get the final kill, and that is going to be a third round win for Ranking Gaming.
Still a scary close one, though. A 5v2 comes down to just a 1v1. Vienna almost with the chance there to take it away, but Ranking, that's a big round for them to keep this one just a little bit closer here. 5-3 as we go into the final round of the half. We do see only one on the side of Black Dragons. Now it's in the hands of MG. As we'd expect, but 3 out of the mid doors. It's not something that they're going to be ready for on the side of BD to actually make that happen for themselves. Tom able to get a 2-piece there and hold on nicely to make this one a 4v2. Duck going to be spotted, though. MG finds one from the B box room, and again we see Vienna, this time with MG trying to find a way back in from B.
Yeah, Tom's found some big kills in the last couple of rounds to get himself up to 4 kills total. So now top fragging once again for his squad, but Humeo is taking Vienna out on to just MG, a 1v3. Oh, he has a player flanking from the wide side. It's Nevis swinging in. Let's see if he's going to be ready for it. He's just going to tuck himself into this cubby. Just wait this out. He's got all the time in the world, to be honest. Could swing underneath through the tunnel. Nevis jumps down, and oh, he whiffs on the opening shot. Nevis going to be able to take him down pretty easy peasy there. So another round win here for the side of Ranking Gaming. Makes us a 5-4 half, a pretty respectable half.
Yeah, nice bounce back in those final 2 rounds from Ranking to really keep things tight-knit going into the second. It is going to be the more favorable side now for Ranking to play here as well and continue forward with. Maybe this is enough momentum to make this a much closer game than how it started, but it's still Black Dragons with that slight lead and slight control in this match. But I'm loving the step up we've seen from Tom in these last few rounds.
Yeah, that was necessary. Some good holds. You know, not really breaking under the pressure of Black Dragons in those rounds after this tech pause. So water going to be passed around. It's important to hydrate, folks. Make sure you're I know you and I have been making sure to stay hydrated today. We have had a long day, and got to keep that voice nice and fresh. Got to stay nice and, you know, alive. For lack of a better term. You know, water's pretty important for that.
Yeah, and you never know. We could be going the full distance here. We saw it in our first match of the day. It wouldn't surprise me to see another one go that way, and this is pretty close so far. I mean, 5-4 at the first half. Overtime, definitely a possibility here in this opening map. Black Dragons pick, though, so they still need to be the team, I think, to pull ahead here and take it, especially considering Mexico is coming up next. Not a map I think they're going to be as confident on, and this is actually a little bit closer than I anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely starting to get a little worried for the Black Dragons, and I'm starting to gain more confidence for Ranking Gaming as this one goes on. You know, obviously, a lot more question marks surrounding Ranking Gaming coming into this event, but it's the opening kill for Vienna as he has gotten that AWM once again. It's going to be him and MG and Knotson with the triple AWMs. Seems to be their opening round strat. Did not work. They were on the other side of the coin, but here so far, not too bad. They have to lock down the B site. C4, though, nowhere near in any kind of position that gives you any indication of where it's going to go.
Right now, the challenge may come quickly onto Will's position here, holding that off angle in mid, but Fotcons, he seems like he wants to potentially swing here out of the mid double doors. Meanwhile, we do have Duck and Humeo creeping up towards the B bomb site, but there's another player already waiting in the shadows over here as well. Knotson to the spot that, and here comes the swing. It's Humeo who picks up a beautiful double kill. Fotcons out of mid as well, finds Will, and now it's down to the 2v4. MG and Vienna left alone quickly in this one.
Oh boy, Ranking Gaming may just be tying this up. Well, I said that, and MG finds a big snipe on the Fotcons, trying to lurk through into the back of A. Not going to happen. Tom juggling a gun, trying to get back in towards the site so he can plant this and have some options available for himself. Vienna on a long flank. It's only 2 arms in the hands of the Black Dragons. MG spots one out, gets the kill. Humeo down, 2v2. So this is pretty doable. Time a bit of an issue, but MG, he might be able to push this. Vienna gets flashed up, has to hold on for just a second. And it is going to be MG taken down by Duck. Vienna in a 1v2. Tom up above on the box, catches him a bit off guard, and is able to find the kill.
Yeah, it's just a tough one there, especially when the final players you have both have arms to work with. They don't have those rifles to actually push in for the retake, and I think that's part of the reason Black Dragons wasn't able to take that one away in that retake of the bomb site on B. But now, Ranking, they've shown us a lot of strength to bring this one back. That's now 3 in a row as they take us to a tie, and now the potential's on the table to take this lead.
All right, let's see if they can get it done. Sitting in the back of their spawn, just looking for some kind of aggression from Black Dragons, kind of expecting them to push the tempo potentially, as we've seen the Black Dragons are willing to do, at least on the BL side of the coin. And but really, it's just a hold. A lot of eyes on towards the B area, a little bit on mid, of course, as well. But yeah, for the side of the Black Dragons, just pretty standard hold. You are hiding, other than the one player hiding, Knotson hiding behind the box on B. Action. Ooh boy, playing with fire here. Got to be a bit careful as he's trying to check that angle. Just peeking back and forth. Now he's going to call in the reinforcements. Another player joins the fray. Can the Black Dragons hold this down? C4 is in this vicinity.
Ranking playing this one incredibly patient, though, waiting to see if Black Dragons will make the first move and potentially make a mistake here. But here comes the push out of mid. Ranking going for the quick split, but Will, he's in such a good position, but it doesn't matter. Fotcons pre-fires the box and takes him down, and through the doors they come. Ranking with full control now of the B bomb site, completely takes out every defender here without a single player lost. Now leaving another 2v5 on the table for MG and Vienna.
Absolutely nasty stuff here from Ranking. They haven't lost a player. Duck doing his darndest to make sure they don't lose any more. Good shots onto MG. Now Vienna once again on his own, and it's even worse. This is near impossible for him. He is just not even gonna try. It's just, you know what? I don't want to give them the satisfaction.
Yeah, Vienna just calls it a day here, just denies the kill, but certainly not the round here. Ranking Gaming moving into the lead here for their first time since the opening round, so we'll see what they can do here and potentially swing themselves all the way through to a map victory. That would be a huge statement as well, considering this is the Black Dragons pick and they'll be going into Mexico next, the pick of their own.
You start to have some concerns for the Black Dragons. They seem a bit off kilter this event. I think a lot of expectations for them higher than this. Vienna tries to get the shot onto Nevis. Oh, he's just going to swing around to the other side, try to reposition, but Nevis backing off. Meanwhile, in mid, Fotcons checking the door. There's nobody around, so just going to reposition. And another kind of slowish start for the for Ranking Gaming.
Now it's all about this B bomb side hold. Two players now grouping up, but Action, key player along this wall in the box room, has a lot of players getting ready to push right onto his position. The smoke swings out. Action, though, swings out early. Can't find the first kill. Looks for the follow-up to take down Humio. He'll find it. And Tom is still stuck underneath as well. Action just calling for the support. He wants to swing even deeper here, but gets caught getting a little bit too aggressive in this one. Tom quickly there for the trade, and now it's a 4v4.
This is a bit unorthodox here for the side of Black Dragons. I mean, just kind of swinging that door a bunch is Action, just really trying to create some kind of contact, but there's no follow-up for the side of Black Dragons. It's still people just standing pat, holding position, maybe just trying to get information is Action. But at the end of the day, it's just a one-for-one trade is what he finds out of it. Now, Ranking looks like they're going to set up for a head. Just got past the 1 minute mark in the round. And they are going to start working their way through. Smoke's coming out here a flash coming through to make sure that this area is, see if anybody's going to poke out of it, see if there's going to be any attention paid, but nobody biting for the side of Black Dragons. 30 seconds I mean, here we go. The pre-fires already start to come out from the Black Dragons, and Will actually going to get Fakans, but Nevis gets one. He's still got players tucked in on both angles. Doesn't matter. Nevis is good for 2. They spray through, and it looks like they are going to be able to get the plant down.
And now, an all too familiar story. MG and Vienna alone on a retake of B. This time we'll see if they can find a way through, but again with 2 OMs, it's not an easy task to find your way back into this site. We do see Vienna holding the flank here while MG tries to find the opening pick. Vienna going to swing slowly here out of the double doors, but Nevis finds his 3rd on the round, but Vienna will quickly trade it, but still has to find 2 more with only 10 seconds to grab this. It's just not going to be enough time to make it happen. Vienna, he's going to go down and out, and Duck finds the round, and Ranking continue to reign supreme here so far in this second half.
These multiple AWMs just do not seem to be working for the Black Dragons so far. They have yet to find a round win in this second half. It is so far all Ranking Gaming. Now they lead 7-5. And you can see, indeed, Vienna switching back over to the M4. Says, okay, enough of this AWM shenanigans. Let's go back to the tried and the true. Still MG going to sit on his AWM, as you would expect. Now a bit of a defensive change. No push in towards long A. And you kind of have a 2-1-2 set up for the side of the Black Dragons.
It's crazy to think as well. This is 5 rounds in a row that Ranking Gaming has won to bring this one back. It was a 5-2 start for Black Dragons. They looked so confident right out of the gate. But Ranking Gaming, they seem to just be learning how to counter this team each and every round better and better. And Black Dragons, they just seem sloppy in their response to try and find an answer back. So it's on them to really find a way to get back into this match, because Ranking Gaming, they have everything they need right now to try and close this one out. Meanwhile, though, in this round, we do see Vienna trying to creep his way into an early pick here on the double doors. It's going to be Fakans playing patiently behind it, but we do have Nevis here and Duck now sliding their way up the catwalk.
All right, let's see if they can break this open. C4 leads the way, so far it looks like this one's going to be pretty important. All right, now they're going to swap positions a bit. Duck moves into sort of a point roll. They're just really taking their time setting up for this. I do see Vienna trying to push through mid, and he's going to be taken down by the combined fire. Well, just not the combined fire, but Fakans actually got a grenade in there as well to follow up, set up his kill. Flash out to Fakans. He tries to push around the corner, trying to create some attention towards B. That's been the site that has gone really, really well, and he's drawn quite a bit of attention. But what in the world is that from MG? He gets the double kill there. Knotson as well stepping in. And all of a sudden, a round that looked really good for Ranking is falling apart. And I say that Nevis finds a big one, trying to take out these players underneath the bridge. Not going to happen. Action there to shut down Tom. Nevis, a 1v3. Plant is down. What a huge shot from MG.
Nevis now trying to keep this streak of rounds alive. Spots an initial player, has to drop down though. Knotson is on the hunt. Nevis though, better of the positioning so far, finds the first, but it's not gonna matter. Knotson slides in for the trade, and finally, they're gonna put a stop to this round streak from Ranking Gaming. 5 in a row. Finally, Black Dragons answer back, and hopefully they can start to stall this momentum.
I mean, that MG shot, dude. I wish we could have got get a replay on that one. Absolutely nasty from him, and he's been a bright spot for sure for the Black Dragons. Some weaknesses there as well, but this looks like maybe a fast hit. A ton of damage and utility being thrown in towards the Black Dragons, but they only take a little bit of actual damage. His action, and he falls right back. So this is just a kind of a space gaining maneuver for the side of Ranking. They haven't committed to the site just yet. And yeah, only 1 kill here for Will, 2 for Vienna, 2 for Action. So MG4, a solid day so far. Nevis having a big one here for Ranking. This is what we're talking about. You know, Tom can't be the one-man show for this team, and the other members are stepping up and they're getting it done.
Yeah, definitely a big step up from him in this match, but it's still far from over just yet. Black Dragons now grouped up on the B-bomb site. They're very aware of this execution that's about to go down, but surprisingly, they still only have 2 players on it, but they're playing the full bait and switch here on the back of the B-bomb site. Knotson goes down in Action. He's going to wait super late, and it's going to be perfectly timed here. Finds the first, looks for the second, gets it, and now it's Tom all alone, 1v3, trying to sneak around and find the trade, but action, he's gotten back behind the smoke, and now he can just hold on to the box room position, finds a third, and there we have it, Black Dragons. This is them waking back up.
Many clutch moments there. Huge plays, good timings, and they need this. You're absolutely right. 7-7 as they tie it up. All right, here we go. This has been a real back and forth, and maybe the Black Dragons finally got their feet underneath them, and they may be able to take this off running, or is Ranking going to be able to punch back? And it is an aggressive push out of B. Keeping Ranking pinned on the backside here. C4 not picked up. Top. WM again, and just putting some shots into the smoke to keep the Black Dragons from being able to aggress any further. But now is Ranking, this gets tough because you have zero information about what's going on in this map right now.
The big benefit, though, being they did a lot of chip damage to 3 players early on, 2 under half, 1 just over it. So those early nades still doing some work for them, even though it's still a 5v5 on the table. It puts a lot of pressure on these players to get back in there with that low HP, especially Action, who's at about 30. MG alone on the back of the A bomb site, though. Vienna is underneath to provide some support, but Ranking, they are still unsure of how they want to approach this one. They're going to be going back into mid. They do leave Tom here on the A long angle to try and potentially challenge onto MG, but right now the pressure is on them. They've lost 2 in a row now. The momentum is gone, but they need to find a round to keep themselves out in front of this match.
Yeah, no doubt. Some smokes to cover their approach. Another one deep. It's a flash, actually, and towards underneath the tunnel. Just, again, fishing for information. So far, none given. Duck, he is going to potentially be working this corner. They've got control of A. They're going to try to pinch in onto the site. The members of the Black Dragons, now they're going to be aware of it in just a moment as the push is on. Potentially, I thought that was going to lead it, but so far, Ranking hasn't pulled the trigger. There we go. Duck steps around the corner and gets taken out by MG. The follow-up from Will is also there. Will with the double, MG with a double of his own, and it's clean defense from the side of Black Dragons, and they get loud.
That's exactly what they needed here to keep things moving forward, making it their 3rd round in a row as well. And this is kind of the first match we've seen close, but teams going on these streaks of rounds back and forth. You had 4 from Black Dragons early on, then 5 from Ranking, but now 3 in a row again from Black Dragons as we approach closer and closer to the end of regulation. This time, though, Ranking going aggressively very early towards this bomb side. 4 players already approaching it, but the C4 lurking alone in the backside of mid.
Yeah, again, trying to see if they can get maybe an early pick, see if Black Dragons were going to try to kind of mimic what they did in the previous round, what they had success with that early push out of B, but instead it's a lot of utility for naught for the side of Ranking Gaming. The Black Dragons showing different looks at good timings, at least to keep their opponents on their toes. Shifting back into the B direction, C4 is here as well. Let's see if they are going to really commit to this one. They've been taking their times on these setups. They're really trying to make sure they kind of figure everything out before they go, but Knotson right underneath this window. This seems to be a difficult challenge to get through. Duck, though, takes Will down. That's a big piece of this puzzle. They break through with relative ease until Knotson does something about it. He got a 2K, so now it's a 2v3 on this retake.
But again, it's Vienna and MG, snipers in hand. Such a tough retake unless they can find an AK or M4 to pick up. I think that's the change they've got to make here to try and break through. Vienna looking for the opener here from the double doors. MG sneaking his way up as well, but there's just no way in comfortably with these arms in hand. Vienna, he's stuck at 2 players. He's going to be taken down. MG, the time is ticking over the top. He finds 1, but the trade is quickly there as Ranking finally answer back to keep this one neck and neck.
They go back to this double AWM, and it again just it puts them in this situation where they're playing for these retakes, and like you said earlier, they don't have the firepower to really break open the site like they need to. Yeah, sure, they get 1, but Vienna is easily taken care of, dealt with, and makes it much more difficult. But they are going to try it again. They are going to stick with the double AWMs. Flanked out way into long A, but that has been an area of the map that Ranking hasn't been super keen on trying to do much with. Let's see if they're going to set up for another short A hit. Kind of looking. See if they get lucky onto Will. Will was able to escape any damage. Yeah, indeed. Good so far. Ranking. Let's see how they want to approach this round.
Vienna still pushed up on A long in this hold as well. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to at least poke through a little bit on a potential flank, but meanwhile we do have Nevis and Knotson maybe to face off here on this angle in box room. I like the change though from Action and Knotson here. Nobody playing in the corner or underneath this time. They're playing a little bit more forward to try and catch them off guard on the side of Ranking. Meanwhile though, Tom, Duck, and Humio going for the play over towards A. MG hasn't really been contested much from this angle. This is his chance to maybe prove what he can do.
All right, Khan's trying to deal with Will in mid. Let's see if he's able to get it done. Nevis found one. Oh, MG just a bit off, and Tom's gonna make him pay. Has the M4 in hand. Khan though gets shut down quickly. Couple players traded on both sides though. Sits into a 3-2 advantage, but Vienna with that sniper able to connect onto Tom, a 2v2. Still the C4 not planted as it was taken out while it was attempting to be put down. So finally, Humio gonna be able to grab it, put it down. Big defense coming, but 2 angles of attack it looks like for the Black Dragons.
Action's got to be the one to open this one up here. Now rotating his way through the GR spawn, but you can see Humio and Nevis already on to what's going down here. They're gonna spot him in the GR spawn, but Action, he gets across, only losing half health here, and now he's going to be able to work his way in to time perfectly on the peak with Vienna, but these 2 players are ready and playing that time perfectly on the catwalk. Somebody has to hop on this bomb. The smoke comes down for it, and I think they're just going to try and stick it here with Vienna on the bomb. He gets the first, he gets the second. They're going to have just enough time potentially to do it. It's down to the wire here. Can they get it with just minimal time on it? Less than a second. They get the defuse. What a way for that to go down. Black Dragons take this one to a 9-8.
Finally, Vienna with that AWM able to come up big. Some great timing. The ability to still have that utility in hand at the end of that round is huge. And they were kind of able to really, when they're coming from those 2 different angles, clear out the site. They know nobody's on the site. They know they're in the catwalk. They know they're coming from short A. They're able to really lock that down. Just really methodical, really efficient from the Black Dragons. Now they are on match point. If they can get this here, they're going to avoid overtime, and that's a good start. Knotson has one, Action has another, and they look to see they can find the third, but Khan able to keep himself obscured. Nevis with the cover, AWM. Humio took a bit of damage, but nothing significant. But this map firmly under the control of the Black Dragons, and a tough round for Ranking Gaming.
And this could be a bitter end again for Ranking here. If they fall, it's 10-8, and Action wants to make that happen along with Will over here towards the A-bomb side. Will takes down Khan's Nevis, and Humio left alone in a 5v2. Nevis looking for this shoulder peek desperately all day long. He can't find it though, and Knotson takes him down. Humio now left alone, C4 nowhere in sight for him.
All right, Humio trying to keep these hopes alive for the side of Ranking Gaming, trying to send this to OT. He needs to come up huge. Knocks it out in the open. Taken down with a headshot. Put some spray in the mid. Caught vision of, I think it was Action down there briefly, but not able to connect. Now he continues to work this mid area, kind of checking every corner, making sure he has the space to safely push forward on both sides. So let's see if they're going to recognize which angle Humio is going to take, but instead, again, you'll see this a lot. Teams just kind of set up towards the mid area, although I take it back. Black Dragon's actually going to gamble on the B site initially, and it looks like they may be playing for retake here momentarily.
I like the approach here, though. You can hear how loud they're being behind us, just trying to make sure the comms are crystal clear to stick together and get this retake going smooth. All they have to do is make sure they don't line up and trade him down at this point. And even if the bomb gets planted, there's no chance that Humio should be able to comfortably win this round. He gets the plant down, and now it's all onto Humio here, 1v3. He's gonna have to come up huge, but he's already being collapsed onto. They're gonna take him down very comfortably, and that's a 10-8 victory to kick off the series for Black Dragons.
Well, it was certainly a battle here on their map pick for the Black Dragons, but just barely able to squeak this out at the last minute. I mean, what a performance, though, in the middle part of this map for the side of Ranking Gaming. I mean, they really pushed the Black Dragons to the limit. It looked like to me for a moment that they were going to take the map.
Yeah, I mean, Ranking Gaming, when they went on that run of 5 rounds in a row, it looked a little bit grim there, but then Black Dragons, they just came back swinging, and this is what really shows what caliber of team they really are. That experience comes into play under the pressure here, and they're able to close this one out and take their map win 10-8. But for their map choice, a 10-8 win, not a massive one to come away with. So up next, we are going to have Mexico, and given this is Ranking Gaming's choice, I still expect the potential for a map 3 on the line here.
I think so. I mean, if just on what the eye test tells me here, that Black Dragons are, definitely not, up to snuff on, their opponent's map pick potentially. I mean, it looks to me like this should be Ranking Gaming's map coming up next. I mean, hats off to the Black Dragons for being able to pull this back and get the win, but it's still not clean. It's still a lot of rounds where they're not able to kind of get their heads on straight. Eventually they do, and eventually they're kind of making some of these unique strategies work, like the multiple AWMs. It was really shaky in the early to mid part of this. At the end, it actually looked pretty good, but until then, there were some mistakes. Not big ones, but they were enough to give Ranking the windows of opportunity they needed to get some rounds.
Yeah, I think for Ranking, the tough part at this point for them is not only looking at this map that just happened, but the day for them. They have so many maps that have been a potential win for them, but they seem to just fall short. And having that happen 3 times in a single day can ruin your morale a little bit. And going into your own pick, you still kind of just have to mentally reset and try and redeem themselves, because for Ranking, this could be their last shot going into this map to make it out of this group stage.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. It's really challenging to face that level of difficulty, that level of just, you're so close, especially here. You're so close. You've been so close all day, and you can't come through and finish the map. So, yeah, the mentality here is going to be so important for Ranking to face 3 maps in a row, to lose like that. It's going to be rather challenging. See the players walking by to take a short break. I think, a well-deserved restroom break is probably needed here for the players. So we got a bit of time before we move over to Mexico. Good stats here for the Dragons, especially on MG. I mean, the player that we were really concerned about had a good one. Tom's still okay. Maybe not that superstar that we saw previously, but yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with the adjustments that MG in particular made today.
Yeah, not only that, I think it was nice to see, what they could do with the multiple sniper setups as well. I don't think that Ranking seems totally prepared for that, especially the round where Vienna was able to almost dismantle them from that A-long position. That was a crucial turning point to help them close out this match. And, we questioned it early on what value it might have since they were struggling on those retakes. But ultimately, to close out this match, having that on in his hands was really valuable for Vienna.
Yeah, eventually they were able to make those small adjustments to make it work. It took a little while. You could tell the theory was there, the idea was there. It just took a little bit longer to come to fruition than maybe you would like to see. But still, you still get it. And now Vienna's all on his lonesome there. They left him all alone. Everybody else just taking a quick restroom break. And of course, we'll be getting into the next map relatively soon. So don't worry, we aren't going anywhere. I mean, I'm still thoroughly impressed with Ranking here, though. I mean, even though they don't win, they still come up short. They've been in it in literally every map we've seen them play so far. They are just centimeters away from being able to challenge these teams in a real sense.
Yeah, definitely, and this is their chance to do it. I mean, Mexico, I think, out of any map they could have got here, this is their best shot to really come back into this series. I mean, it's a map that they're confident on. It's one that Black Dragons also hasn't played yet this event. It hasn't been in the rotation near as long. They had almost 2 years with this map out, so maybe Black Dragons is a little bit rusty, and Ranking can use this to really burst back into the game. And you know what? At the end of the day, even a map win here could be enough to maybe find their way into that wild card round coming up here later in the group stage.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very, very true. I mean, again, every round's so key, and for the Black Dragons, getting that map win so key. So, all right, Ranking, what do you got for us once we get to it? As see the players making their way back to the stage, we should be ready to go relatively soon. Let's see First up, Ranking is back at the Black Dragons, not too far behind here. Just walking right by our little caster stand, looking good with the black and pink jerseys. I like the change up today. They're looking good. They're looking sharp, no matter what they wear. But I really like these ones. I think the colors really stand out nice.
It might be the good luck charm as well. They're 1-0 on this, 0-2 in the other jerseys. So
there you go.
Maybe this is what they need to roll with moving forward. But right now, it's just nice to see them kind of playing up to expectation as well. I think everyone was kind of disappointed yesterday with, what happened in their match against Baisha, because there was so much hype going into that game, and it was almost a bit of an underwhelming performance. But obviously, Baisha being the dominant team in this group, everyone's kind of afraid of facing them. But I think, especially amongst these other three teams, now seeing Anubis and how close they were earlier in the day, it's a very close-knit race between these other three teams in that group with Baisha.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I think that's really true. It's everyone else underneath Baisha, it seems like, from what we've seen, are relatively close in terms of their power levels. So, like you were saying, if you can take a map, if you could take any extra rounds, that may be the difference maker throughout this group. It seemed to be a kind of a Baisha on the top of the the four-man pyramid, and then the three players underneath supporting them. Looking towards Mexico, we are going to jump right into it as we have what could be our final map of the day. Maybe, maybe not. We will see. Black Dragons versus Ranking Gaming. Black Dragons up 1-0 as we find ourselves in Mexico for the first time here at the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Let's get into it.
Excited to hop into Mexico here for the first time. There's really three key elements on this map that you want to look for. It's controlling mid, controlling the alleyway, and controlling the sewers. And a lot of these teams are going to be a very aggressive approach in how they try and do that here. So I'm excited to see what Black Dragons do right off the cuff here, because this is a very, very close quarters map. And there's a lot that can go wrong here if you don't position very early to block these early crosses. As you can see, a lot of utility being thrown into the sewers early on to prevent anyone from getting out in front of them. And of course, forcing their way onto the A-bomb side as well. Just given the spawns here, it's very hard to get to A quickly because you spawn on the back of the B-bomb side on this map.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time and effort to get to that left-hand side. Of course, the Black Dragons on the GR side, able to start swinging in that direction. A lot of contact is bringing the attention of the players of the Dragons. Ranking, in the meantime, falling back a little bit off of this. Don't like what they're seeing, and I think rightly so. There's a little bit of attention here towards those narrow angles that are on the far hand side of the map.
Yeah, the tough part about this map is it definitely leans in favor of the GR side, and that's where Black Dragons is going to be starting off in this match. It's just a very narrow corridors you have to push through as a Blacklist player to try and get control, and as you can see, Fotcon's not having any luck in that alley position, trying to force his way towards A, and now they're going to go ahead and do a quick little boost here back onto the A-bomb site and just play a little bit more comfortable. Ranking, though, a lot of utility being thrown to take mid control, but little do they know there's already a pinch set up here from Will and Vienna, but just as I say that, they completely catch Vienna off guard, and Will goes down as well. Humio single-handedly finds both entries and the B-bomb side for his team.
Yeah, Will there just couldn't quite get a handle on his spray. He had a couple attempts. He had the opportunity, wasn't able to convert, so that's going to allow Ranking Gaming to put the C4 down. Here comes the retake, setting up from a couple different angles. That grenade in the back lines there, a flash, and that is a kill off the back of it. Really nicely set up there and executed by the Black Dragons. They get another good flash in. They get counter flash though, and that's going to allow Ranking Gaming to clean them up. Good defense, good hold, good adjustments in that round from Ranking Gaming.
Definitely, but you got to wonder what went wrong there. I mean, Vienna and Will, they had the pinch set up, and neither one of them could find a kill. They just came in swinging on the side of Ranking, and maybe this is why that was their choice here in this map coming onto the table. I mean, they had so much perfection in how they pushed to take this B-bomb site, and I don't think Black Dragons was really ready for that, considering the pacing we saw from Ranking in map number 1.
Yeah, that seems to be a bit of the case. Just a little bit of kind of off mechanics for the side of Black Dragons as well. Just didn't seem like they quite had their spray under control, as now you can see again an early sort of attempt to push a little bit of space, at least for Rank Gaming. And like you hinted at earlier, this is a tough map to kind of push through. A lot of times you have to be real careful. You don't want to get stuck in one of these narrow hallways and just either sprayed or naded down. And, yeah, okay. Now send out the over flash. Try to buy some space, but the counter push, or the counter utility from the side of the Black Dragons keeps ranking pinned in for now. Players start to make their way, at least thinking about going towards the alley for ranking, but no hit early for ranking. They're taking their time.
I like the decision here from Black Dragons as well. Not going for any mid control because they just don't want to waste the utility here. They want to save it for the retakes, and that could prove to be very valuable for them later on in this matchup. Right now, though, ranking, the clock is ticking, and they have to find a way in. Action, though, it's the early pick there on to Tom. That's a huge player to get out of the picture early on in this round, and the shotguns have now come into play as well, and this is what you love to see here on the alleyway. Vienna going to be rocking the XM here, playing that close corridor, and this is where it has so much value, holding those close angles on mid and alleyway in this map, and that's why I love seeing Mexico back in the pool, because you don't get to see this gun too often.
Yeah, I mean, other than the rare moment on maybe on Car, and there you go. As soon as you start talking about it, it comes to life. Duck, though, able to find the kill onto Action. Knotson trying to hold the members of ranking at bay. Will just not able to pull the trigger. Nevis and Duck combined for 2. And all of a sudden, ranking once again able to slip into a site. This time it's going to be the A site. The wrap coming from Knotson. Still has full health, still has a good opportunity. MG with that AWM. They're going to hit this site at about the same time. A good shot from MG. Evens the score up in terms of players. 2-2-2. Now Nevis peeking around here, but Nevis is going to get the better of Knotson. MG going to move right back into that position, trying to catch his opponents off guard, but he has to make 2 incredible shots. Catches one. Can he find the other? Nevis behind the forklift, stuck in there. MG's just going to push him. He's got to hurry, but he's not going to get it done. Nevis able to hold on and get a second round win for Ranking Gaming.
Yeah, tough one there from Black Dragons. They had the initial picks, but they just couldn't hold on to the push. And it seems to be a repeating story of the first 2 rounds so far. Ranking, though, getting rounds on this blacklist side of the map, very crucial for them because it's not an easy map to push on, but they're making it look a very confident one for themselves and how they've approached these late round executions, even with the disadvantages they've faced. This time, we're not going to see the shotgun come back into the hands of Vienna. I think he had some trouble retaking with it, and that may have been part of the hiccups they had in pulling back into that A site. But now we see a much more unique setup with a boost play coming out and Knotson playing on top of the quad box here in mid.
All right, let's see if this kind of mix up a little bit more pressure in towards mid for the Black Dragons. They've been ceding this territory, and it hasn't worked out so far. The flash comes in, Popcorn trying to push through. See a lot of players from the Black Dragons come in the works up, but somehow Tom is able to get 2 kills in the midst of it. Black Dragons trying to respond, and yeah, it is going to be Vienna who's able to take Tom down. 3v2 for the Black Dragons as they fall back towards the safety of their sites. Duck on one end, Nevis on the other. Nevis trying to sneak this in through the alley. He's going to come up and over. MG watching it with the sniper. Is he going to be able to get it through these ammo crates? Vienna spraying underneath. And he is going to find, it is going to be Will actually who finds a kill on a Duck. And Nevis trying to work this one out in his head. It's a complicated math.
Yeah, it's a tough one, too, because almost everyone on Black Dragons is just holding these tiny cracks, but Nevis is able to find MG over the top of the ammo stacks here as the bomb will get planted. But a 1v3 would be such a massive feat here. Will trying to find a way to filter in, but he's also waiting for the rotation of Vienna as well. But Nevis, we saw what he did before. He was able to hold on to this position nicely from the ammo stacks, gets the second here. And now with time ticking, he's got to make the move. The 1v3 clutch, though, happens for Nevis. What a way to get this one going for his team.
Yeah, it's disgusting, and you can see that the Black Dragons are frustrated with that. They thought they should have had that round, and you know, MG left all on his own in a tough position. Nevis able to kind of sneak around him in front of those crates and get behind that forklift, and once again, win another round for Ranking Gaming. 3 in a row to start this. They are really firing at all cylinders, so Black Dragons get a little bit aggressive once again towards mid, trying to keep Ranking Gaming from gaining any more space. In fact, they're pushing real hard towards their spawn. Ranking Gaming, though, somewhat ready for it and haven't bent just yet. Flash there, not really much to do off of that for the Black Dragons except use it to fall back while the smoke dissipates.
Black Dragons kind of backing off here. Vienna going to be holding onto the sewers now, doubling up to see if anyone's on the lurk down there. But Ranking, a lot of their approach has been to just go for the late execution here onto mid and alley, and it seems to be paying off for them. 3-0 so far on what I would say is definitely the harder side of this map. They've made it look easy though, but I think a lot of that credit has to go to Nevis here. 7 frags in just 3 rounds in this matchup so far.
All right. Ranking now has weathered the initial push from the Black Dragons. Can they follow through and find yet another win? 7 kills for Nevis here. And again, other players other than Tom, if they start stepping up, that's when things start to feel pretty good for the side of Ranking Gaming. Tom, 4 kills of his own, no slouch, no doubt. These Black Dragons wait behind these boxes. Duck gonna be pushing. Actually, try to play off contact, but Vienna was good for the initial point anyway. Double headshot there. His way through towards the approaching members of Ranking, but some grenades to back him off. Ranking still taking their time. I think they're going to have to pull the trigger on one site or another here relatively shortly. Action's position still hasn't been revealed.
Yeah, huge position for him to hold on to. Humio, though, thankfully checks it, looks for the second. He's going to find a nice double kill to open this one up, looking for the triple kill. MG, he's almost taken down as well, gets away with 20 HP, has to back off onto the backside of B, but here comes the rotation. Will able to find one to trade out onto Humio. MG still alive on the back of side as Knotson picks up another. MG finds one, and it's all onto Nevis once again. This time, it's a 1v2 that's not going to happen.
All right, there you go. A good recovery here for the Black Dragons. A much-needed one in this half. Finally putting a round on the board. And there's at least a few little smiles there. And Nevis, as nasty as he's been, as clutch as he's been so far in this map, not going to be the case this time. The Black Dragons look to see if they can string a few together themselves. Maybe get this back to an even score. Maybe get this 3-3 into the sewers. Just taking a check. Nobody home. As Ranking still stuck early. A lot of utility being committed by the Black Dragons to try to control this mid space. And even though they hid players there, Ranking, I will say, one thing I've been impressed with so far today is they do not kind of fall for any of this trickery very often. Action pushing forward, though. Going to get ducked down. And they are really hammering this backside of the map.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of starting to read the early round setup here coming out from Ranking, who consistently puts their numbers towards mid, prep, and alley at the beginning of the round, and they just slowly ease their way in now with Black Dragons getting a nice early pick onto Duck, but now they're able to back off and just hold the numbers advantage and just stop wasting utility in mid, and this is a great numbers game for them to roll with now.
They're going to send Nevis into the sewers. Go seeing if there's any Ninja Turtles down here, and so far he hasn't found any. It's the Black Dragons still looking in this direction. They know it's coming. The crossfire was there, but Tom is able to get 2. MG ran out of bullets. I thought he had that for a second. Tom just barely able to win that battle. Had almost gotten taken down, but the spray was just not quite good enough. So now we're in a 3v3, and Will takes one down clean with his AK, shifting back over as Ranking gonna put the C4 on the ground, leave it for Fakcons as he has way more health. So trying to use Tom to gain some information, but look at this lurk, look at this flank.
Nice play from Will, is able to take down Tom Knotson on the flank. Gets caught actually. Fakcons with a nice spin around, takes the headshot onto him, but it's not going to be enough to redeem the round. Vienna closes it as Black Dragons find another round.
I just thought MG had Tom dead to rights there coming out of the sewer, but the Black Dragons just look shaky at times. They just look like they're just not quite clean enough. I don't know if they're jet lagged or what. You know, it's just so far they haven't really at times been able to impress me. But they are starting to outthink the Ranking Gaming. There's a fast hit now through the alley onto A. Grenades are out. A ton of damage being done here on point through Vienna. He's able to hold on to pick up one. Knotson able to combine for a second. So now 2 members of Ranking Gaming are taking down. Tom watching for the crosses, watching for the lurks. This time MG doing a pretty sizable amount of damage to Tom. Tom going to get cleaned up by Action, so they're not going to let him go through the sewers. And now you have 2 members of Ranking left, and they're making a wide swing Botcon trying to sell some kind of bait here. I don't know what good that's going to do, as you just have Humio on a sliver of HP and not much you can do.
Yeah, tough one here. Black Dragons in a perfect position to tie this one up after a pretty shaky start as well. 3-0 against them, now 3 in a row themselves. Should be the answer back unless Humio can do something crazier than we've seen all CFS so far. Only 10 HP to work with and 5 players still up for the Black Dragons. The bomb, though, is in his control, but there is nowhere to go forward with it. He's just going to be looking for anything and everything he can at this point to try and find a way through. But right now, he's going to run right into action, trying to force his way down this mid position, but he actually sneaks past him, trying to maybe sneak over for a quick B plant and maybe hold from there. But Knotson, he's already playing in the back of side as well.
And Knotson's got a full HP bar to work with. Humio, not much, and gets caught trying to cross over to the backside of the site and gets taken down. Good hold here from the Black Dragons. A much needed stabilization for them, and they're able to string together 3 in a row themselves. So all of a sudden, after a rough start, it's 3-3. I mean, these teams, they play so evenly. I mean, it's just back and forth. Once you feel like one team has kind of figured it out and got, has a real solid grip over the other, it slips right away, and that's a pretty good grenade. Does a ton of damage to Ranking.
Yeah, 4 players taking the hit from that double nade stack into mid. And now Ranking is already feeling the pressure in this round. More nades coming over the top to try and maybe do more. It's not doing quite as much, but Ranking having to use a ton of utility just to break through mid. And even then, Vienna still gets that opening kill onto Humio. Already a 5-on-4, and 3 of these 4 remaining players have taken a pretty big hit as well.
I think it's really cool to see the way that the Black Dragons are now putting pressure outside of mid on this edge towards the alley, and also kind of changing where they put it. At times they're pushing a little bit further forward towards mid prep. Other times they're letting them come in first and then, doing the damage. So it's good kind of micro adjustments from the side of the Black Dragons round to round that have been really impressive. Still, though, Ranking has 4 up. They still have a lot of work they could do in this round. Sending one up towards the alley. Nevis going to be the point man here for them. Vienna this time playing in that box cubby. Will behind the forklift. Can they get this one done? They've had a little bit of trouble holding this site at times.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot of back and forth here over towards the A-bomb site, though. Nevis may have a little bit of an aid strategy here to try and get in. Throws one deep onto the forklift. Does a decent amount of damage onto Will. Takes about half off of him. Tom through the doors. Grabs a second as well. Looking for a third. Grabs the triple kill onto the forklift. And now things have completely shifted in the favor of Ranking Gaming for the post plant.
He's bananas. He is absolutely amazing. Tom there doing a lot of work to break this open. Bacchans is going to hear those shots and just take MG down. Took a minute, but able to get it done. Knotson now, a 1v3, finds the first. Can he turn this round on its head? He's going to come out the door, and he's got 2 players waiting for him. Tom with 4 kills in that round. Huge play from him to get another round back towards Ranking and put them back in the lead.
He always seems to be there when his team needs him most. Between him and Nevis in this match, doing some amazing clutch work already, just 7 rounds into it. And now they have to continue forward strong, though, to close this one out. It's only a 1-round lead, and they need to start extending this to feel comfortable going into that second half. Right now, though, it's a full push aside from 1 player grouping up in the sewers here. Will, that first point of contact has to come up big time. It's only going to be a 1 and done, though. Quickly traded out by Fotcons, but we will see Ranking falling off after that one.
Yeah, the sewer push there didn't look too appetizing on the other side of it. So back towards the spawn. C4 waited. Anyway, they needed to pick it up, and they are going to try another go towards the mid, towards the alley, towards the mid prep. Still, that kind of maneuver allowed the Black Dragons to take a little bit of space on that side themselves in action. And Vienna going to try to play crossfire, try to see if they could cut down the members of Ranking. They've been pretty good at times, but a little bit off at times as well. Let's see how this one's going to look. Pressure here from Ranking. Doesn't have to come just yet. There's a lot of time. Okay, there you go. Oh, Nevis just caught the timing on to Vienna, but action's good for 2. to respond. Can he find the third? Yes, he can. Can he find the fourth? No. Fotcon finally able to shut him down, but that leaves him all alone. It gets flashed up, has to drop back down into the alley, heading over towards the A site. He's got MG awaiting. That flash on the backside is not where it needs to be. MG with the sniper, able to get the job done.
Yeah, definitely coming down to the wire there, but MG stepping up and hitting a nice little quick scope there to get this one sealed. Black Dragons still neck and neck here as we go into the final round. As a GR-sided map, they really need this final round to be pretty confident going into that second half. They've been a bit shaky to start it off. They've started to rebound nicely as we continue forward, but as we can see here, already a lot of early pressure coming in on mid. Will taken down while Flash Vienna blinded as well. Nevis goes in for the double kill. Humio there for a third as well, and now things have completely fallen apart for Black Dragons to start off this final round of the half.
These A hits are so clean. They're so good at making sure that every angle is accounted for. There's flashes where they need to be hitting the Black Dragons players, putting them in difficult positions. It is going to be a kill there for Knotson, but at the end of the day, it is going to be a 5th round for the side of Ranking Gaming on their Blacklist side, going up 5-4. So Black Dragons are going to have to dial up some pretty good stuff here on their attacker side. I'm really curious about what they're going to show. They've just looked a little bit off. It seems like they're just not as clean as you'd like. And sometimes it's the sprays that just kind of lead me to believe that, but they're going to go for a fast hit right down in, and Humio is ready. Oh, they're just ready. Black Dragons getting cut down here by Ranking Gaming, and they did not bring the C4 with them, so at this point they still have the option to try for a different attack.
Yeah, and this is the tough thing about this map. Black Dragons, they love to take aim duels, but this map will always favor the teams that play a little bit more calculated. With the angles being so close, you can't just go diving in on a map like Mexico. You have to be well thought out in your ability to set up and trade, and that's where Ranking seems to be a little bit stronger in this second map of the series, now leading in a 5v3 in this first round of the half as well. They've got everything in the cards to win this opening round. On their defensive side, Knotson and Will on the hunt for that opening, and Vienna now sliding in to that upper alley position as well to get a peek onto the back of Forklift. But right now, Ranking has everybody set up in positions to only trade here.
All right. Vienna just hoping someone walks into his sightlines. Instead, he takes a bunch of damage for his trouble and has to back way out. Grenades there. We're sure to follow, of course, knowing they had hit him. Finish not going to happen. Knotson taken down before Will gets in there to get the trade. Humio pushing around, and everybody for Ranking Gaming just swarming to go for these last kills. They are hungry. They want to finish this map. They want to go on to our third and final one. We aren't there yet. Will, 16 HP in a dream. And I don't know there's much you can do here.
Yeah, at this point, the bomb's down as well. And that's going to be a quick Will to follow along with it. Ranking continuing to build that momentum here in map number 2, and they really need it at this point. This is their chance to get back into the series. They have to win their map pick in order to send us to port for this third and final map of the series. They're 4 rounds away from making that dream a reality. It'd be their first win here on a map at CFS, and now Ranking, you can see the nade stack coming out, not letting them have any chance to cross early onto that A bomb site that they tried to in the previous round for Black Dragons, but they are quickly working their way up this alleyway here.
Yeah, some smokes are out to try to cover the other angles outside of the alley. And it's everybody that is going to try to swarm through here for the Black Dragons. 2 players on site. They now make their entry, and Nevis is up and above, and so far it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Ranking. Oh, they just line up there for Duck and Votcons. Double kill for him. Vienna trying to do something. Can't find any connections. He's the only player left, and it's again a 1v4. And I mean, the Black Dragons just have no answers right now. The swing from behind from Mayo. Okay, well, Vienna deals with that. Takes a bunch of damage for it, and yep, there you go. Ranking Gaming now up 7-4, looking to close this map out. It's starting to feel like we're going to port.
It seems to be That potential is on the table. Black Dragons, though, they did have a string of 5 of the last 6 rounds to bring back the previous map, so it's not to say they couldn't do it here, but they definitely need to step up here and action. The charge out of mid, and Ranking knows that Black Dragons wants to take mid as fast as they can, and they're just consistently throwing all of the nade pressure they can to stall them out here. Vienna holding the cross, gets smoked off as well. Can't find any early peaks coming out of sewers, and Ranking again falling into their comfortable setup, but it works so well because they're just so close and able to trade off of each other in almost any circumstance.
Yeah, and now you can see that the Black Dragons are really taking their time, really trying to see if they can catch a member of Ranking out early, or maybe if there's like a attempted aggression, but maybe they could find some space underneath that sewer, try to bust out into the backside of the map, but no opportunities being afforded by Ranking. They have been rather diligent on both sides of the map so far. And like you said, this is a tough map for the attacker side, and they make it look pretty strong. Now it's going to be another alley attempt, or, well, a fake alley attempt, as they back right off. C4 is still sitting on the other side of the map. Let's see how they want to set this one up. This is going to be tough. I mean, Ranking is dug in.
Yeah, and rightfully so. They've got a great setup. I mean, things are looking good for them. They're up, haven't lost a single round in this half. The pressure is really on Black Dragons to make their move here and see how they can fight their way through. It seems like they're pretty eager on working this A bomb site. They've got a 3-2 split set up for it, but there's still no way in here because the smoke screen came out, and then a counter flash just comes over the top from Ranking to stall things even further, doing a great job of keeping these smoke cycles going and really putting that pressure onto Black Dragons as they try to get their way in here.
All right, let's see if they can figure out a better way to make this site go. A little smoke, try to cut off the right-hand side as they push in from 3 different angles. MG got the opening snipe. Notson just spraying as he's full blind. Finally able to get in there and get the kill. The help of Vienna. Now, oh God, there's a push here from the side of the Ranking Gaming, doing a really good job. Black Dragons hold a bit, and they are finally able to get a win. And that is a big cry out from them. They still are in this. They still know there's an opportunity to turn this map on its head.
The problem I still have with Black Dragons is even though they're getting these rounds, they just seem so scrappy on this map in order to make them happen. On Black Widow, their wins were a lot more fluid in how they were able to approach them. Here it just seems to be these very indecisive aim duels that it comes down to. Keep their composure to make this one happen. Duck, though, catches Vienna trying to push out early, but here comes the push onto the A-bomb side, and Ranking, they're not ready for this one. Botcons and Humo both have gone down now. Nevis tries to sneak in, gets the kill there onto Notson, evens this up to a 3-on-3, but MG, he is still holding on to the back of sight here. The ammo stacks are going to be his saving grace, though, but Tom over the top gets one to trade back as well. It's a heavy back and forth, but now it's down to the 1v1. What a way to go down there, though. Duck gets the 1v2, and somehow Ranking find that one.
Just heavily back and forth. I mean, both players on very low amounts of health there at the end, so it's going to come down to who can get that first bullet to land, and it just barely went the favor of Duck. Crazy back and forth here as Ranking Gaming starting to put some more pressure down into mid. A ton of grenades in response, and Will able to turn the corner, get the kill on the Vakhan, able to step through some of that utility and get the opening pick. Black Dragons may be able to find a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more space off the back of that. Nobody trying to push through sewer just yet. C4 is not being brought anywhere in particular, as again, we saw previously that Ranking Gaming got pretty aggressive at the beginning of that round, so now Black Dragons have to respect it, have to make sure that there's no follow-up.
And now there's really no room for error for Black Dragons as well. If they want to win this in regulation, they've got to win 5 in a row and probably push themselves a little bit extra. And now we do see Will kind of ready to execute here in mid-action, and Notson coming along for the support as well. The nades are going to come out over the top here, but there's nobody directly holding it for Ranking Gaming. Again, playing very passive, especially now being numbers down in this round, but the flashes over the top very aggressive here as they come in for mid-control.
Yep, all right, here we go. We're going to try to push on through. Nevis trying to play point. Nevis is nasty, but there's a 2-kill affair for the side of action. Now, Tom responds in time absolutely just disgusting with these M4s up close and personal. Are those two on this map? They are just so good at knowing these angles, but able to jump on through. Oh my God, he just tries to push on the back of it. Fortunately, Vienna able to watch their backside. I like the idea there from Tom, trying to catch the two members crossing. He knew it was happening, but just a little bit of extra layer of defense there, or well, sort of defense on the side of Black Dragons. I mean, it's like kind of a defense they're trying to plant. So really nicely done here. Push it to 8-6. I mean, the Black Dragons are finally starting to make a map of it here on the back end. But can they, is it too little, too late?
And maybe at this point, but ranking, this is a lot of pressure. These 2 rounds they need could be their life in CFS on the line, so they really need to bring everything they've got here to try and push us towards that map 3 situation. But right now, there's a lot of pressure on them to do so. Nevis looking for that opener. Can't seem to find anything just yet. Black Dragons taking their time, running down the clock, trying to get these opening picks, but this time we do see a bit more aggression towards mid coming out from ranking.
Yeah, no, I mean, the ranking has been really good on this map, in my opinion. I mean, Nevis in particular has been absolutely nuts. The way that he is just so fluid up close and personal. Of course, we know Tom is quite good. We've already seen it plenty of today. But Nevis really stepping up big to keep ranking in this map, to keep them in this game, to keep their tournament hopes, like you mentioned, alive so far. Let's see, things slow up for a moment. Black Dragons slipping in towards the alley a bit. Cross up and over. Smoke there as Vienna's just checking in. Another flash hits him. So Vienna can call for a bit of a retreat, at least momentarily, for the side of the Dragons. A minute left on the clock. Now's the time where they got to start really considering where they're going to go. Vienna going to pay the price for trying to come up and over the bridge. Is there going to be a response here from the Black Dragons, or Ranking Gaming going to be able to push us to match point?
I love the approach here from Ranking too. Consistently just flash stalling or smoke stalling this push out of mid, and Black Dragons, they don't know how to time this, but finally will. Able to crack this one open, gets the kill onto Humio. Nevis there for a quick trade back, takes down Knotson on the cross, make it a double kill. Looking for more here, going for the triple, gets the triple kill onto Will. It's now all onto MG, 1v4, and it's just not gonna happen. Tom takes him down, and Ranking Gaming move to map point here.
He's insane. He's absolutely insane up close and personal. Just nuts. The way that he repeaks, the way that he's just so crisp, so clean, so fast. Absolutely shutting Black Dragons out of this map. Him and Tom, they play off each other so well here, and you can see why this is a map that they definitely wanted to be bringing out. I would like to have seen this sooner, maybe, from Ranking Gaming. They look damn good so far. And it's now a little bit of attention towards middle here for the side of the Black Dragons. They're pushing through. See, Knotson wants to get aggressive on it, but isn't able to get any kills. He gets a lot of damage. Action now, trying to join him. Gets flashed for his efforts, so smokes abound. Nevis is going to use this opportunity to get deep in the paint. He is going to be wrapping all the way around, and if he can do this undetected, it is going to be devastating.
Now the pressure on Black Dragons. They've been won 3 in a row here. They've got control of mid, but there is a lurk coming behind them as well. They've got a flank in the process coming from Ranking, and I don't think they seem to have much of a clue here. They all have their backs turned. It's going to be Nevis who actually falls. MG ready for it. 5v4 now as the execute comes towards the B bomb site. Fotcons, he's going to try and fight his way through here, but Vienna in action have already opened this one up. Knotson able to find another, and Will just completely shuts things down, and Black Dragons somehow see the light, and the potential of overtime could be on the horizon now.
Yeah, 2 more, and they can send this into overtime. It's so funny that Nevis gets out through the sewer, wraps all the way around through spawn, and just at that moment, Vienna chooses that moment to jump down into sewer himself, come underneath, and ships in the night, just passing each other there as now, okay, now Black Dragons are like, all right, we're going to try to push through, but MG, well aware, and he was waiting with open arms with his AWM, 1 kill already, all of a sudden. I mean, this is where, you know, you kind of wonder about Ranking Gaming. That youngness, that kind of lack of experience. Are they going to have the wherewithal to close this out, to make sure that this map is certainly within their hands?
This is where they've got to try and rise to the occasion here, because this is such a difficult map to close out. Black Dragons especially, a very tough team to try and prevent from taking this one back into overtime against, but they do have a shot here. Still take this round. Fotcon's almost able to catch Will there. Takes him down to just 12 HP to work with moving forward in the round, but still they are numbers down, and they don't have a whole lot of strength outside of this A bomb site. Black Dragons, though, starting to group up here for the 3-2 split onto A, and now it's all about the hold here for ranking for this last minute of the round.
I mean, they've been really good on these holds on the A site. Let's see if they can continue it. Some spam. It's going to put quite a bit of damage into Will. A flash to try to back Fotcon's off, but so far he is not budging. Time underneath a minute. Still a little bit of room to maneuver here for the Black Dragons if they choose. I saw a few players kind of sniffing over towards B, but didn't like the smell. And now they surround A. Think about making their move. A player shifting over for Ranking Gaming in towards the mid area as well. And I think they're talking it over. It sounds like the Black Dragons getting ready for something big. And here comes the return utility. A good flash, catches a couple members of the Black Dragons on the way in. It's going to be Tom who gets one. Action gets another. Fotcon's trade. Quickly he gets two. Action in the mix. Nevis has a kill. MG with a sniper trying to finish this out. He's going to swing on by. Takes a bunch of damage. I don't know what he's looking at there. Finally turns, but it's going to be Duck who takes him down. And it is going to be Ranking Gaming finding their first map win. And they will take us to map 3. Port is coming up next.
What a way for this coming down the wire. But, I mean, Nevis, he's got to be the story of this matchup here. Stepping up in a way we haven't really seen from him so far, and just really dominating on this map of Mexico. And honestly, got to tip my hat a little bit to Anubis for banning it out earlier, because now a lot of teams are going to have their eyes on what this team can do on Mexico moving forward. And now it all comes down to Port. Still a scary one, I think, to go up against Black Dragons on, but now they have that extra vote of confidence from taking them down on Mexico.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to mess around with Mexico against them anymore. I think this is potentially going to be kind of a permanent ban against them. They seem to be really crisp, really clean, really well rehearsed there. Now we go over to Port, and the Black Dragons, you know, maybe Mexico, okay, not their best map, certainly. But again, Black Widow didn't look maybe as clean as you'd like for their pick. And this was slightly better for the side of Ranking Gaming. I think it was 10-7, right? For the side of Ranking here. So one round better. And that again, it could be kind of a big difference in the long scheme of things with the way that this group stage works out, right? Like this is a lot of pressure here on both of these teams.
Yeah, especially considering whoever loses here in map 3 is very likely the team to fall out of the group stage here in that 4th place position. They may have a map in their favor now each to work with and maybe get out of that, but Anubis, they won 2-0, so they have a bit more confidence even if they do fall to Baisha later on in the group stage. But as we can see the stats on our screen here, no surprise to see Nevis leading the charge here. 2249 damage in this map. I think one of the highest we've seen so far in the group stages.
I think that is the highest. He was just filthy up close and personal. Just so many multi-kills, so many times where he was just absolutely shutting the Dragons out of a round by himself almost, it felt like. So great job by him. Tom, great job to play off of him as well at times, putting up some huge multi-kills himself. But yeah, those two absolutely nuts on that map, and kind of got to try to find a way to brush that off as the Dragons and move over to Port and try to get the win. Very doable. Either way, I could see this going. I don't know. I'm starting to favor Ranking, if I'm being honest. I know it's a bigger map. I know Port plays a bit different. But gosh, they're just, I don't know. There's something about them. I'm starting to feel it. I don't know.
I think for me, in the back of my mind, is just knowing what Brazilian teams have done historically on this map of Port going into it. It's a map Black Dragons has been very dominant on in the past, and it's one that I've rarely seen them give up. They know how to play across this map, and having those multiple snipers like we saw on Black Widow, I think going to be a huge factor if they bring that back coming into map 3.
All right, we find our last map of the day, a third map here for our 4th match. Goodness gracious. It has been a heck of a day. It has been a very, very long day. We are into our 8th hour, past our 8th hour for this particular day. So, hell of a day. Plenty of great games for you fans at home. Hope you're enjoying it. We're having a great time as, Port is going to be the decider here between these two teams and potentially tournament lives on the line for them, as it is going to be Ranking Gaming that starts on the Blacklist side and Black Dragons over on the Global Risk.
Yeah, I mean, we said this is going to be the day where we're seeing these matches truly go the distance, and surely we've gotten just that here. And now we see, just as I mentioned here, the double snipers coming back into play, like we saw be very successful for Black Dragons on that first map of the series. We'll see if they can make it happen here on Port as well, being on the defending side. A bit more favorable here in the matchup to start on the defensive half. Generally a 5-4 standard here for that defending team, but still, in a match as high stakes as this, truly anything can happen. And now it's going to be up to Ranking, who are setting up the cross smokes to work their way towards the A bomb site, trying to get that bridge smoke to come down nice and early. Knotson in action, still looking for that early pick though.
Tom as well was situated back in his spawn, waiting to see if there was any aggression. With that AWM from the side of Black Dragons, none coming, so now they have to try to make the push. Nevis has been just phenomenal in the previous map for them, trying to gain a little bit of space, able to kind of do so. Moves up over into the A connector. Now you do have a member pushing here. It's Will out ahead, catches Himeo in the back, but he only gets one before he's taken down. Duck with a good response. 1-for-1 trade so far. MG in that sniper's nest. Just waiting. Nevis putting some shots down to keep him at bay. Can Tom get him? Tom has been absolutely nuts. Yeah, he absolutely can. Tom, very, very good. Action trying to reinforce up into this position. Going to try to catch somebody coming up the ladder. Does, and just barely able to swing in time. Now he's got a bunch of members barreling down onto him. They're going to take him out. Ranking Gaming could have A side open, but actually they're going to back off. They're going to re-rotate.
Yeah, a bit of a hesitation here. Almost maybe a mistake, though. The site was theirs for the taking. These other two players weren't really in a position where they could hold this one off. And now I think the Black Dragons may know what's going on here as well. Knotson already doubling back to the B bomb site. He's going to go ahead and hold out there while Vienna still holds onto the cross here. But we do have a lurk in the mix. Botcon sneaking into the GR spawn. He takes down Vienna on the lurk. Knotson left alone, gets flanked as well. And that'll be the opening round here, going to Ranking.
Ranking's taking the opening round of every map. All three maps, they've been able to find that opening round. So able to come out the gate swinging every single time. Really nice from them. Again, just the way they work off each other. Really impressive so far. Now, they're going to fan out a bit more. Heavy stack towards the A side. 3 players over there. First MG sets himself up there. They do have the double AWMs in the hands of the Black Dragons again. Seems to be their kind of, in these bigger maps, the way they want to approach Ranking Gaming. And it did end up working out in the long run, right, on Black Widow. So see if they can get it done.
Right now we see the long boost coming out here. Fotcon's in position to maybe go for the peak. Vienna looking for one of his own outside of the B tunnels as well. Humio just dancing behind the corner here. But Black Dragons playing this one very patiently. But outside of Vienna, they've got all of their numbers towards mid and A.
All right. Let's see if anything happens here. Tom took a smidge of damage. He is watching the bridge area. Action there. Going for the grenade, and Tom trying to punish him, but not able to connect on the shots. So Tom swings back over towards A. Now, you did have MG fall back a bit from top A. Maybe going to make his way back up there. We'll see. As this is definitely looking like an A hit from Ranking Gaming, setting up for a 2-3 on the long side. And they are going to swing out from a couple different directions at the same time. They swing through. They don't find anything in response. Will is hiding up on the box. Gets one, gets two. Tom able to outduel MG once again with that AWM, but they got to deal with Will. He has been a real nuisance. This is giving some time here for the other members of the Black Dragons to swing on in. Action up and over. Will as well getting involved. Himeo gone. And a great response here from the Black Dragons in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, especially Will in that position, gets 2, hides back, peeks up for another 2, grabs 4 on the round. MG not having the best of times in that duel against Will, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Will with 4 to push them forward.
I mean, just kind of one of those rare moments where we've seen Ranking get kind of caught in one of those sneaky positions. This time, MG is going to win the sniper battle against Tom. So a back and forth duel between those two players. Now MG up on top A, hiding, waiting for some contact. But right now, I think without their star sniper in play, Ranking has to really reconsider these A hits.
Definitely so. Now we see Humio playing just under the A connector here, trying to get his way out onto the A bomb site, but with already a disadvantage in front of them on the push. They're going to have to find a huge way to open up this round. MG playing on the back of the GR spawn wall as well. Will playing for the nice little bait and switch on the back of the ladder, playing just in the corner so nobody can see him as they wrap up through long A. Nevis going for the heart jump over in to make it, spotted by Action, who just can't connect here, but Will gets the kill onto Humio A long, and now it's on to Duck here to try and see what else he can do here as he finds Action, at least for the trade, to make it a 4-on-3.
Still a lot of work to do in this round for Ranking as they swing in towards the B site, getting ready to come through the barn. Setting up for it. You could hear, if you could hear, I can hear BD talking this out, and I think they're pretty well aware that this could be the rotation that's being made. You have one player to watch for the lurks, for the flanks. Way down in the corner is Will. You can see, initially Ranking was thinking about it, and they're really taking their sweet time, trying to really work this map, trying to be as methodical about it as they can. And Nevis putting some attention over onto the B side from the barn, and he's done a good job of at least getting the attention of the Black Dragons. The reinforcements arrive for Ranking. Coming up and over. Nevis on the point gets shut down this time by Knots, and MG as well finds Duck. Bakhan's trying to play through that window. Not much he can do as he's about to get backstabbed by Will. Okay, there we go. Will gets him in the end, and that is going to be a big win here for the Black Dragons.
Yeah, we definitely see them starting to step up here. Will getting a great read on the round 2, pushing up for that control of A along and letting the rest of his team just comfortably rotate early over towards that B bomb site. But I love how he wasn't too overeager as well. He didn't try and go for an aggressive play on the players in mid. But it looks like we do have a tech pause coming out from Ranking Gaming. A quick chance to maybe take a breather here from both of these teams, a quick mental reset before we get into the final action of this last map of the day. But honestly, still a lot of back and forth so far here in this third and final map.
No doubt. It's been a absolute battle between the two of them the entire time. There has never been any give on either side. They both want this so bad. You can tell for sure that nobody is going to roll over in this particular matchup. Just trying to get the keyboard all fixed up. Let's see. Hopefully they can get it squared away soon. Shouldn't hopefully take too long. Sometimes you just got to unplug it, plug it back in, and that fixes the issue. But that did not seem to be the case. Maybe we'll be able to get this resolved. But, I mean, it's just been insane the way that these guys just don't give up today. In terms of this match in particular, it's really, I mean, for Ranking, it's been tough. You've had to play 2 matches in one day. Black Dragons, you got absolutely slapped yesterday. So for both teams, they had a lot of adversity coming into this, and it's really inspiring to see them play like this.
Not only that, there's some big potential to shake up the group now if Ranking can actually find a way to pull this off, because the big benefit for Black Dragons to maybe bounce back is they still have Anubis to play. Ranking doesn't. They only have Baisha left. So Black Dragons, I think they could potentially take down Anubis Gaming. Ranking, though, against Baisha, can't see that one really going their way. So I think for Ranking, this one's a little bit more important for them to win to keep themselves alive. But Black Dragons, even if they go down here with that one map, they could still take this back and win back with a win over Anubis.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think there's a lot more potential here for Black Dragons, even if they lose, to somehow figure this one out. But right now, they are up 2-1 in the third and deciding map of this best of 3. A little bit of pressure being put forward towards just inside the barn by the side of the Black Dragons, looking to try to maybe pinch Ranking Gaming if they push through. They are not. They are chilling. They are just staying back. They don't want any part of this yet. It's kind of interesting to see the way that these early rounds are pretty different for both sides. Ranking just going to wait this one out, at least for now.
Black Dragons, though, playing a lot of presence here in the lower B tunnels so far. Meanwhile, a pretty passive setup over towards the A bomb site. Ranking trying to filter potential pick over here towards that B bomb site, though. They've got Cons and Duck looking for the mid pick as well. But it's Black Dragons playing extremely passive. They know with those 2 players in the lower B tunnels, they have all of the intel they need to really make the rotations around the map accordingly. And right now, it's pretty much a full stack towards mid from Ranking. Not really any big map control, but we do see Tom now starting to work his way up into the A connector with Humio here. Some counter flashes coming through, but still no picks either way.
All right, setting Tom up into the top there. Trying to go through the connector, and that is all just him going to be set in a position to watch for the rotations, for the lurks potentially, while the rest of Ranking thinks maybe the barn again. Maybe this time if we do it a little bit sooner, maybe put 4 players in there, we can get through a little bit cleaner. Let's see what the utility dump is going to look like when they come through. Making sure that everything is clear on the way in. Here we go. Flash is good, but still Action at a better angle. Oh my God, Action with a phenomenal angle. Gets 2 headshots to take down 2 members of Ranking here. Grenades out to at least try to buy some space from the side of Ranking. Knotson pulling in underneath the wall. Vienna as well. Hasn't caught anybody jumping over. All of a sudden, Ranking able to turn this round on its head. They've got a couple down. It's a 2v2. Long-range shot from MG. Able to put Humeo down, and oh my word, the plant is in. Black Dragons have a retake.
Tom, though, gets the first here as they push, and it's all down to MG, the 1v2. Not going to happen. Tom and Nevis step up big time once again for their team. These 2 guys continuing to lead the charge for Ranking Gaming.
I think Black Dragons felt like that's a round they should have had. The opening assault there was handled pretty decently by them, but as it went through, it started to really fall apart, and the keyboard still not maybe functioning as nicely as he would like, so we have to take another look at it, try to get it figured out, and hopefully it'll be resolved pretty quickly, but sometimes these things happen. I can tell you from personal experience, USB devices are finicky. They're finicky. They break more often than anything. When I worked at IT, just so many times, like in USB ports too. A lot of people don't know this. USB ports, at least, I don't know, maybe it's changed in the last couple of years since I've been doing esports full time, but they used to break all the time. Like the ones that are on the computer itself. They just break. They suck sometimes.
Yeah, it's got to be unfortunate, too. I mean, with a match of this magnitude for Ranking, this is kind of their tournament life, and, to have your keyboard kind of fluke out on you, not ideal in this situation. Hopefully they can find a way to get that sorted out quickly since, at this point, they got to have that full focus here to really try and bring this one to a close in their favor. Otherwise, it could be, at the end of the day, if they don't fall completely here, they have a chance to pull it back, but if they go, it is going to be probably them as the first team out if they can't win this map.
Yeah, absolutely. So a crucial round 1 to keep it even as we chug along here on port. Still a lot of map to be played for both teams, and we're just gonna chill and watch our player while he tries to get his keyboard working again. I think he's got it. I hear some game sounds, and we are into the 5th round of this 3rd and final map of the day. One way or another, we're ending it here. A lot of utility. There's a big push coming in towards mid. Some boosting going on. They're boosting the farm up there. They're going to send almost the whole damn team up here. And now they're going to try to catch the Black Dragons a bit off guard. Himeo, a little bit of attention. Some shots ringing out, but really, of course, all eyes here on the top, the A top here. MG getting smothered with utility. That's going to let them get underneath him. He still finds one. Nevis, though, up close and personal is so damn good. 2 big kills. Tom as well getting involved. I mean, this dynamic duo here for Ranking Gaming today, absolutely nasty when given the opportunities.
Now the 2v4 underway. Knotson and Vienna trying to fight their way back into this site, but it's just not going to happen. Tom already finding one onto Vienna, leaving Knotson alone here on the GR spawn wall. He finds one There's not much more left to do for him. Nevis takes him down with the third kill for himself on the round, and now ranking they're back out in front 3-2.
Nevis is just nuts. When he's given these opportunities, he is fast and furious and just is capitalizing so well on these opportunities being created by Ranking Gaming. So back in over towards the A site. And again, this looks like the first round to me, where we leave Tom back, send a few in, a grenade early from MG just to keep them back. Smoke there as well to help cover his angle. They're going to use that to push Will a bit further forward and set up the defenses. You can see on the other side of the map, I see a few players starting to think about potentially pushing out, at least getting close to the kind of door there.
Well, eager to challenge on A long, getting control up to A connector. Has to be a little bit careful, though. A lot of players outside of his position just holding on to the corner. He actually decides to play a little bit safer here, playing behind the AC boxes, looking up into connector, doesn't spot anything just yet, and Ranking, they are running straight into Knotson, though. They don't seem to have much of a clue of his positioning. He's just holding on to the perfect angle here. 5 players running straight at him, but will they check this corner? This is a huge opportunity, and they walk right past him. Just at the last minute, though, Duck, the final player, able to check him and take him down.
Oh, Knotson had an opportunity, not able to convert. Flashed up on the back of the site, but Action able to re-peek on that angle. Vienna taken down. Action and MG combined to take DeMeo out. See if Tom can hold it in. Nevis still just firing on all cylinders. Bakan's getting involved now, finding his 4th kill of the match. Wilt, the only player alive, no longer. And Fakans finds his 5th. Another really just good, fast and coordinated hit from the side of Ranking. And they are really in this one to win it. I love the way they play, man. They are so good. When they can get Nevis on point, they can get him into that site. He just seems just so capable of busting it open.
Yeah, I really love the burst play style we're seeing out of them on their blacklist side. Most of these teams, when the execution's happening, it's just pedal to the metal, but these guys kind of slowly ease their way in and then just dismantle the site one piece at a time, and I love this approach they have across the map. This time, though, they're going to be targeting along A very early on. 4 players grouped up outside of it, and they do have Tom with the sniper holding just onto the back of mid in case anyone pushes through underneath that bridge.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's the early round to just check for aggression from the Black Dragons, see if anybody's going to be pushing out through long A. So far, it hasn't happened too much, but you know, better safe than sorry for sure for Ranking, and the way that they're able to make sure that their backs are clear and they're able to kind of set up for these, I like the way you put it, these burst hits. It really seems to be the way to go so far. 4-2, the favor of Ranking Gaming. Black Dragons have had a really tough time on both sides of this map holding these sites down.
Here we have the push starting to come through, Ranking all 5 players ready to go towards B once again. This time it's Knotson holding on to the corner as we do see Vienna there starting to slide into position as well for the support. They've got the nice little cross here on the side, but here comes the push. They've got to try and hold on. Knotson good for a first. Knotson good for a second. Knotson good for a third here. Humio finally with the trade gets the double kill there. And Nevis, he's good for a third as well now. Vienna stuck on the back of side alone. Nevis gets a second, and now it's all on to MG in the 1v2. Nevis, he's going to be caught off guard, but MG, he can't connect the shots. And Nevis, with the 3rd kill, takes the round for Ranking.
He's absolutely bananas. I mean, this Nevis has come alive in this match, and he is starting to just wrangle these rounds away from Black Dragons, and the Black Dragons going to have to take a tactical pause now as he's wonderful. He's just absolutely phenomenal. The timing, his senses, his spray control, just all so good. I mean, Knotson there flashed up, able to recover, regroup, and get 3 huge kills, and yet still Ranking comes back and gets these rounds. I mean, they're insane.
Yeah, and I think in this pause, they've got to be talking about that. That's the 2nd time now they've had the numbers advantage on B, but still lost the round, and it's just to 2 players. It's Nevis and Tom. They do whatever they want on that B bomb site, and that alone could be enough for Ranking Gaming to win this match if they can't get a hold of it soon here. There's only 2 more rounds left in this half, and it's already a 5-2 against the Black Dragons. Not where we thought this team would be looking like on board, but at the same time, for ranking, they've stepped up in a huge way in this final map.
No doubt. I mean, I am just tickled with what we're seeing. But the Black Dragons, they've come back from situations like this before. They've been able to recover, in these matches in their previous history as well, for sure. So, don't count them out just yet, folks. I mean, as much fun as we're having with ranking, no doubt that the experience on this Black Dragon team is deep. The skill is deep. The talent, we know is good. So buckle up. This may be a long one. See if they're able to bounce back after this tactical pause. Fist bumps abound as the tactical pause burns down to its end. And I think for ranking here, just kind of this bursty style seems to be working. Just continue with it, but maybe not. Maybe we'll see more of a kind of a fanned out, kind of isolation type play. Curious to see how they want to approach this.
Yeah, for Black Dragons now, they just need a few more rounds on the board. Get that extra confidence to maybe swing back in the second half here and just keep ranking out of a position to run away with this one too quickly, because Black Dragons on their attacking side, they do know how to rebound here in these types of games. But right now, a lot of early pressure going to be on them to try and find this early pick. MG looking down the middle of the map, and we do see a few players here on the backside of mid getting aggressive as well from both teams.
Yeah, trying to see if they can find a pick in mid here. There's a Black Dragon. There's another player down to help assist. Some damage done to both sides. Vienna taking the worst of it, but Tom clipped the damage in there as well. Nevis gets clipped by a grenade, so does Action. So both teams doing a good job kind of evenly trading in that middle space, but that's going to allow players to start drifting towards A. Here we go. Another big setup for the side of ranking. We've seen this one before. This time around, though, there's a lot, there's no one here on the long A side. It's all coming from connector.
It's going to be up to MG on this hold once again with Will kind of being the star player in this position, but we'll see what they can do here. Tom and Nevis on the attack as well. Very deadly for the side of Ranking Gaming. The push starting to come through, but Will and MG, they're just playing incredibly passive on these off angles.
And this time around, MG's not up in the top, so the utility dump isn't there, and it doesn't matter. MG, good for one, though. Will still holding this corner. Not dead yet. Finally gets taken down, but MG has two. Notzen's now stepping in to get one. The reaction here is great from the Black Dragons. A little bit of a micro change, but Duck has gotten up top before he is taken down, all onto Fakans, as Notzen is about to pop him from above. This is not good. He is waiting it out, seeing if Fakans is just going to rotate, but not going to be the case as the body floats above him, watches him die. And there you go. Finally, the Black Dragons are able to get a much needed round here to make it 5-3.
The pause definitely seeming to help there for the Black Dragons. They bounce back immediately with a round to follow it. And honestly, MG, he was the player to really step up there, holding on to that A-top position, making the impact known. And now Ranking, they run straight into the trap in the B tunnels as well. It's Nevis already down and out. Top fragger for Ranking, struggling to hold on there in that one. 5-on-4 now. They're forced back, and already a great start to this round for Black Dragons.
Yeah, just kind of expecting maybe a bit of a faster hit and trying to make it so, hey, you don't even have to play defense on the back of B if you just push ahead of it. Taps forehead, just doing a good job here. Changing their strategies, changing their ideas. A much-needed tactical pause that, at least so far, has looked to really help out the Black Dragons. They may be able to bring this back to a 5-4, give themselves a really good opportunity to potentially steal this map away from what looked like a potential assured ranking win. Now they're going to reaggress. They have this space. This site has gone very much in their favor when they've made these hits, other than the one time. So here we go. Tom, Duck, and Humeo. Now they're going to make the push in. Notzen, Vienna. Vienna just trying to pop some shots. Notzen runs up and over, and he gets one before he's quickly taken down. Now the reinforcements have arrived. Will and Action are here to back up Vienna, but it's actually a rotate, it looks like, from the side of Ranking. They got a little bit of time. There's a counter flank here. Potentially, nope, not going to come through as they are falling all the way back to spawn. Maybe? Himeo?
It's going to be a tough fight there in the lower B tunnels. MG misses the shot, but this is a round that they can win ranking, this could be a great way to maybe steal that momentum from the pause that Black Dragons was starting to feel after that previous round. Humeo, though, looking for that potential pick here over towards me, but Duck caught off guard on A as Humeo goes down. That'll be 2 in a row to close out the half for Black Dragons, and you can hear the yells behind us. The confidence is back up, and now they can see the fight here definitely within their grasp to bring this back.
No doubt, and each one of our halves, our first halves, ends 5-4 on every map so far today. It just shows you how evenly matched these teams are, as we are going to flop sides. It's going to put Ranking Gaming on the GR side, Black Dragons on the BL side. And they're going to stack up a 4-1 split here for the side of Ranking. Tom up and above, Nevis with that opening kill up close and personal, and they are just absolutely shutting this push down. And it is the combined fire from many players for Ranking, just reading that opening round of Black Dragons like a book.
Beautifully executed there from Ranking as they continue forward out in the lead, only 4 rounds away from saving themselves from elimination in the group stage here and pushing themselves further as they continue forward. But Black Dragons, they'll surely have something to say about this one. MG looking for that opening pick in mid. Ranking, though, sending 3 players early with the nice little counter boost into the top of the B barn here. They're going to be able to pretty much isolate any player that comes through. They're not going to have any knowledge on the side of Black Dragons as well as to what's going on here, but still the Black Dragons unsure of the commitment just yet for this execution.
They're poking and prodding, but so far not much has been given over. A little bit of damage done to Tom there that pushed him back a little bit further over towards the other side of the map. Now he sits on top of A, top instead of in mid. Some spray through underneath the bridge. A little bit of return fire from Botcons. That's about the only action happening on this map so far. It's now Knotson working his way back up to connector. Action potentially setting up to cut off Nevis, but close and personal, Nevis has been absolutely insane. Action no slouch himself for sure. Now Nevis re-aggressing, and that's actually going to be Action backing off. So Nevis is going to be given this space.
And that's a lot to work with here. He's going to use it to get all the way behind Action in the BL spawn, and Action, he's going to have no idea here. The timing almost near perfect for Nevis. He's going to be sneaking up in the B tunnels, but MG, his barrel's going to be spotted here. Nevis quickly takes him down, looking for more here, gets the double kill. Nevis finally gets shut down in the trade fire from Will, but it could be too little too late, as now the bomb has to push in to an already stacked B site or quickly run away.
Yeah, they're able to just barely get it out of there before the reaction come through. Ranking kind of aware of it, knows the situation of the clock, and they are going to start swinging in. We do have one player, Knotson, waiting. Vienna actually gets a kill. Now it's a 3v3. There's a real opportunity here. Knotson comes in, gets another one. Tam able to bring it back to a 2v2. Bakan's able to get the kill there with the pistol. And Tom, and he is going to finish the job. Tom does it, and Ranking Gaming, they continue their roll. They are going to get this to 7, and they are 3 rounds away from taking this map and taking this set.
It's going to be a tough road ahead for Black Dragons, but there's still that potential to claw back and take this one back into their hands. Right now, though, they need a big round to stall this momentum. Ranking 2 rounds in a row to kick off this second half so far, and they don't seem to show any signs of slowing down just yet. Nevis being able to get behind them time and time again, though, has to be shut down soon. Otherwise, it could come back to haunt them here if they fall in this series 2-1.
I think Botcons got a glimpse of Vienna. In fact, does quite a bit of damage to him. Able to put some pressure early onto BD. Now they are swarming in towards the B side. I think that's just kind of, again, faking some pressure, faking some attention. Now, gonna opt for a different direction. Nevis, he is already thinking about trying to push this angle again. I think for now, he's going to be content to hold it. Has some backup, of course, from Tom. These guys, they're magic. Let's see if they can hold true once again. The corner may be about to be pushed. A flashed up into the connector to make sure it's clear. Nevis now has to turn his direction of that attention, and he's just so good. I mean, he's just ready for it. Gets the kill. Tom up there as well to cover his escape. But Will gonna sit here with the C4. He might wait this out.
Here comes the late peek onto the A-bomb site, but it's Tom and Nevis ready to lock it down. Tom good for the first, Tom good for 2, but it is going to be the trade fire for Black Dragons to keep this alive for a moment longer. Vienna and MG, though, are quickly getting out of there, but there's already a flank coming in from Duck to try and push through B onto Vienna. We'll see if he can find a way through. Vienna tried to sneak out there, but it's not going to happen. The C4, though, still down in control for Nevis.
Oh, MG not able to connect with Nevis. That would have been a huge shot if he had connected it. That would have given them potentially the opportunity to get the C4, get the plant down, and maybe get this much needed round. 30 seconds remain for the side of the Black Dragons with Nevis. Absolutely insane. A double kill for Nevis. Unbelievable. I mean, we said someone else needed to step up with Tom, and Nevis has done that and more.
Yeah, we may not have seen much from him in their match earlier today against Anubis, but surely here and now he is the difference maker that Ranking Gaming has needed to take this series back into their hands, and now they have an 8-4 lead. 2 rounds is all it's going to take to close this one out and take the win over Black Dragons. Right now we have Tom looking for that early pick onto A-Long, and he may get some action here very soon as Black Dragons, they are already in line for the execution. Tom gets the opener, the counter flash comes through, and the execution's already in full motion here, but it's going to be FotCons to fall. Duck swings in for the double kill, though. Tom gets a second as well from the top of A. It's MG all alone, and there's just no way out here. He's stuck behind the A-connector box and has to try and fight his way back, but Tom, of course, there for a third and the round, in Ranking are just 1 step away from their first victory here in a match.
Here we go. Match point, set point for the side of Ranking Gaming. Black Dragons clinging to life, but it is going to take a miracle comeback now to get this one, even just to go to overtime. The setup for the side of the Black Dragons is an attempt to push through mid. Ranking put some attention in the barn, and now they're immediately going to be rotating back. Tom, once again, up on A top, waiting this out from the nest. Black Dragon's going to drop down underneath him. Of course, you can do that undetected. Tom here, just getting ready for contact. I think they've got underneath him enough. FotCons is over here as well. He drops down. Is he going to be able to get a kill? He got flashed up. No, it's going to be the Black Dragons with 3 quick kills. Himeo able to at least find 1, but I think this may be Black Dragons taking a round in the, jeez, MG up close and personal takes Nevis down.
Now Humeo, 1v4, not much he can do. Vienna finds the last kill of the round, and the pressure is on Black Dragons. They can have 0 mistakes if they want to take this one into overtime. Ranking, though, just looking so good on the defensive. This one round could be too little too late from Black Dragons. 4 in a row, an almost impossible task just to send it into OT at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, with how clean Ranking has been at times, you can see their confidence. They're going to try this double peek to try to clear out the tower. Nobody there. Turns out they're just spraying into it, and now they're going to back off. Don't like what they see. At least not enough to try to gate. I think they smelled that was bait, and I think they were like, that's a little too easy for us. And yeah, indeed, here you can see that Ranking was really, I think, hoping that they would make that push. Not going to happen. Himeo, though, is going to try to take some extra space, but it's a double back here with the side of the Black Dragons. The initial push is so good. Himeo, he's going to get a bunch. Nevis is well in there, and this could be it. It's all down to Vienna on the other side of the map. 1v1 versus Tom. He is going to win it, but the C4 is down, and this could be the end. Black Dragons need some magic to take Ranking out.
And this looks like it should be it. Vienna, 13 HP. He needs a miracle to save this match at this point. The bomb out of his grasp, and now it's FotCons just swinging on him. He knows he's low in HP, and that'll be it. Ranking doing the unthinkable here. The 2-map sweep to bring it back. They'll take it 2-1 over Black Dragons.
I mean, we've seen it twice today. We saw it with Imperial, and now we see it again with Ranking Gaming. Hell of a win, a much-deserved win, as they just came alive throughout this day. A tough day for them to start, losing 0-2 and then coming in to win 2-1 against a difficult opponent. So hats off to Ranking Gaming. Played their hearts out today and came through big when it mattered most.
Definitely, and now Group C in a really interesting place. I don't think anyone would have predicted Black Dragons to be that team sitting at the bottom of this group at the end of today, but that's where they'll be. They've only won one map and they've lost 4, a very surprising record for them to have, but they still have that hope moving forward for some redemption when they face off against Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. This isn't over by any stretch of the imagination for the Black Dragons. Of course, dejected looks as you expect. It was a tough, hard-fought match, one that they certainly felt like could have swung their way had a few more rounds. Fell into their hands, not to be today. And just, I think really for me, obviously the Tom Show has been the story of the day for Ranking Gaming. But here in the second match, Nevis really making a name for himself. I mean, absolutely insane stuff from him.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if maybe he was just a little bit nervous in their opening match, being a younger player, but now that he's got that comfort on stage, maybe Anubis wouldn't have gotten away with it if they were the second matchup of the day, but nonetheless, moving forward, Ranking, the opportunity is there for them now to at least get the wild card or better.
No doubt about it, and a huge upset win here for Ranking Gaming. We are going to send it back over to the analyst desk to close the day out. It's been a long one, boys, but let's wrap this up and let's see what they have to say.
Paper Thin, ZZXQ, thanks very much, boys, for another thrilling encounter and a 2-1 to round off day 2. And our emotions during that game went one way or another as we thought, oh, okay, BD, I think we were all agreed, had to take the first map. We felt more confident about Ranking on the second and third. Second goes to Ranking. Yeah, it wasn't all plain sailing.
It was just another series that was close the whole way through.
Yeah.
The 10-7 scoreline, or 10-8 into the 10-7 scoreline across those first 2 maps, and then Ranking just persevering, really digging deep in this final map, just able to really push it to the limit there on port, take it 10-5, significantly cleaner. But from the outset, we did see a little bit more of that back and forth to kick things off. Then all of a sudden, Black Dragons, they find their footing, they go on some streaks. Ranking starts running it back, and it's just nail-biter action that whole way through.
Yeah, and most importantly, Achilleos and I got the prediction correct, so congratulations that we did that. But yeah, it's really rough. Black Dragons now, they are 0-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, I knew it was going to be a close one. I just felt like Ranking was going to be able to pull that one out, and they were just barely able to. Like, Black Dragons were even looking pretty good at the beginning of port, and, I don't know. I think consistency has been a really big issue for them this entire year, and especially, with the relatively new roster, I guess, for this year. They haven't really been able to fix all of those problems when it came down to the most important tournament of the year. Now, they're not definitely out of it, but they would have to win their next match, so we'll see how that one goes. And
I think it's important to explain that it's not over. You might think 2-0 in a group of 4, you're going to be done. But, we can have 2 teams who have 1 win and 2 losses. Then we're going to need to compare rounds and so on. Unfortunately for Black Dragons, that is a bit of a mountain at the moment anyway. They've conceded a few rounds here, but they conceded 14 rounds to Baisha Gaming yesterday. So they've got quite a big deficit to come back from. Let's take a look at some of the action again as we started off on Black Widow before we hit to Mexico and Port. I was interested to see the second pair of bans with the maps we were talking about earlier, Compound and Subbase, the ones that they had losses on earlier. They didn't want any part of that today.
No, we completely shifted away. We finally got to see Mexico for the first time, so that was good. To have just a little bit more, extra diversity as far as the maps represented here is concerned. But yeah, it just didn't go that well. I mean, they had some really close points on Mexico for sure, but you could see they just really had struggled once we had the side swap coming through and whatnot, and it just kind of began to spiral out of control from there on out. But
I was impressed with Ranking.
Bounce back.
I was impressed with Ranking getting a 5-round streak over the change of sides in the middle.
Yeah.
That can sometimes trip a team up, going from one side to the other side. We've seen it already a couple of times during this tournament. But yeah, they got 5 in a row. including the change. When we went on to Mexico, it was a few rounds one way, a few rounds the other. Ranking got the first 3, Black Dragons got the next 3, and then they alternated rounds. With one exception, they alternated rounds for the next 10. Yeah. So again, that one was closer than maybe the 7-10 showed at the end.
It's just tight-knit, the way that these guys were battling back and forth. And I mean, we're talking about how, it's not necessarily the end, but I do have to worry for this squad right now because their next opponent is going to be Anubis Gaming, the team that did take down ranking just earlier today. So they have another incredibly difficult opponent. They really have to dig deep if they want to be able to get themselves into that third place position, to be able to make it through via the wild card group.
I mean, certainly Black Dragons are not out just yet, but as you've mentioned, they have to face Anubis Gaming. They had little flaws here and there I could find. They were posting up front, and at the same time, they could get the information that the enemies aren't there, but they're not rotating early enough, so they just give up the bomb sites to Ranking Gaming and just lose the rounds like that. And 10-7, oh, sure, Ranking deserves the win, but at the same time, if Black Dragons were able to pull that off, pull the rotation off, and maybe take those rounds into their own pockets, then we could have seen a different score of maybe 10-7 on Black Dragons.
Yeah, certainly it was, some communication issues. I think, some of those issues we talked about, maybe still handling those, very streaky. I was really impressed by some of the members on the side of Ranking. I thought Nevis had a really big day.
Yeah.
Really cool to see other guys stepping up. We talked about the mental impact of going into a loss against Anubis and then having to face, again, another incredibly strong opponent because it is the World Championships, and they were able to pull it out. Some of these guys really stepped up, and it was a treat to see.
It didn't look like that loss was on their minds very much, did it?
No. Not at all.
Nope.
And it's good to see that they can shake that off because they might need to rely on that fortitude in the future if they get into a similar situation like this, or even just when you get into a longer series, when you get into a best of 5, dropping 2 maps, it can have that same impact where you feel like there's no hope that you're not going to be able to bring it back, and then all of a sudden you're reverse sweeping. So if they can have that fortitude in a longer series and just keep this going throughout the rest of the tournament, I think Ranking's still going to be in a very comfortable spot.
That mental fortitude from coming back from a loss earlier in the day is going to really happen in a couple of days' time when we go to wildcard day, when all the groups have finished and everybody's played each other. The third place teams in each group are going to have one day just for themselves. They play each other. 2 of those 3 teams will progress to the next day's quarterfinals. So you're going to be playing a couple of games in that day, and a loss cannot stick with you because you'll have very little time to put that behind you.
It's also the series loss and then immediately losing the first map of this set.
Yes.
So that can really compound and just really just stack up on top of one another. But the fact that they were able to shrug that off, stay focused, continue to play a very tight series and never give up hope, and then just kind of break away and sprint to the finish at the very end, it's just damn impressive.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, actually, Akilos, because, not just coming off the loss of a game, the match, but first map. Yeah. Although I think Mexico was something they were very confident about. Let's take a look at the stats for Port, the map we just saw finish.
We're talking about Nevis, and he's the one who's very clearly just out there in the spotlight, just jutting out like a sore thumb. I mean, 17 and a half, 1700 and a half right there, 1.89 as far as the KD is concerned, and this was a very bloody game despite the fact that it was that 10-5 scoreline. There was a lot of kills coming through from the opposite side, but Nevis just continues to look great throughout this whole set.
Tam as well, he was clutching here and there. He was popping off the kills. That was really needed for Ranking Gaming to take the rounds. Like, for example, entry, Tam was picking off 2 kills when he was entering into a site, and that's very critical because he usually would have been traded out, but instead of getting traded out, he was the one to take the kills into his pockets.
Yeah. And you can take a look at some of the stats on the side of Black Dragons as well. MG stepping up. That was one of our keys for them. And, even with that, it wasn't enough to kind of gloss over some of the other problems.
Our MVP is Nevis.
Nevis.
Not very shocking at all. I had mentioned it before. He joined the 2K club. He was able to push over 2,000, I believe, just in that first map alone. Maybe it was the second one. Either way, he was just putting up great figures this whole way throughout. Didn't really have one of those performances where it's like on for one map, off for another. It was just consistently all the way through those 3.
Yeah, absolutely solid performance from him. Let's have a chat with Ranking Gaming. Congratulations, that win must be really important for you after the loss you had earlier today.
Cái phần thắng của chúng ta nghe là quá tuyệt vời vì nó giúp chúng ta gỡ gạc lại phần thua trước đấy, đúng không nào? Chúc mừng bạn nhé.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How did your team adjust from earlier on? What did you do to put that loss behind you and mentally prepare for this game?
Team mình đã phải trấn tĩnh lại như thế nào sau trận thua vừa rồi để có thể chiến thắng ở trận này?
Dạ, em nghĩ tới vòng này thì team em không còn gì để bắn nữa, nên em cố gắng hết sức.
I think that our team, up till now, we have nothing to lose, so that we try our best to do.
So I have a question. So the ban picks were quite interesting coming into this series. So what made Ranking Gaming to pick Mexico over other maps against Black Dragon?
Tại sao mình lại chọn những cái map như lúc nãy ạ?
Vì team em tự tin vào map này ạ.
Because our team is confident in that map.
Simple and easy.
Just a straight up confidence pick. You like to see it?
Yeah, play the maps you're confident on, definitely. So Compound and Subbase were the maps you lost on earlier today. You didn't want to come back to either of those.
Hôm nay thì hôm nay mình bị thua ở trong cái map trạm vệ tinh và lát tàu ngầm đúng không? Thế nên chắc là mình sẽ không muốn quay lại những cái map như thế đâu đúng không?
Yeah, đúng rồi anh.
Yes, I don't want to come back that.
That's what we're talking about. Maybe you just scrap the whole thing, go somewhere else.
So I was curious, Nevis. Obviously, you had a really huge MVP performance in this one against really strong teams. So what kind of, you talked about your mindset, but how were you able to actually pull that off against the Black Dragons?
Mình đã làm nào để có thể kéo được cái sức mạnh nội tại để có thể chiến thắng được một cái đội rất là mạnh như là Black Dragon?
Em nghĩ team em đã bắn hết sức vào trận này để lấy lại kết quả trận trước.
I think we did try our best and we do encourage each other after the lose, so we can gain power to get win.
Definitely worked for you guys.
By all means, your next opponent, if I'm not mistaken, Baisha Gaming, who were also able to take down Black Dragons just yesterday. How confident do you and the team feel getting ready to go up against this Chinese squad? Oh, but how does he feel about playing Baisha Gaming?
Bạn cảm thế nào khi mà chơi ngày hôm nay?
Dạ, em cảm thấy rất là khó khăn khi đã thua đội tuyển Anubis và em rất là tiếc kết quả đó.
I feel kind of difficult why we lose against Anubis, and yeah, we did try.
Well, we will look forward to seeing it when we get to the last matches in Group C. Congratulations, our MVP, Nevis, and to Ranking Gaming.
Thank you.
10-8. Seems a long time ago now. Black Dragons got that one. But then we had some delays on the other games. Of course, we had a couple of technical things, which didn't seem to rattle the players too much. But 10-7 and 10-5, ranking accelerated away from the Brazilian team on Mexico and on Port. So let's take a look at Group C's standings now. The first time we've had all of the teams play and a bit, so we can have a bit of a clearer idea of what's going on here. It's Black Dragons, the only team without a win now, and 2 losses to their name, and a lot of rounds against them. That is going to be a real hurdle for them to get into that wildcard space. At the moment, Ranking Gaming is sitting there as having had the other loss. Baisha and Anubis currently separated by the amount of rounds. Baisha getting those 14 extra over Black Dragons yesterday. So Black Dragons not out. But they need a win in their last game, which will be against Anubis, which, as you already highlighted, guys, that's an uphill climb for them. And if they get that, they still need another team to have a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, and they need that win if they can get it over Anubis to be clean. They cannot afford to have another series like this where they're going 10-8, 10-7. They need to build up their round differential. They're 20 in the negative right now. That getting themselves out of this hole, it is possible, but it's incredibly unlikely. They need to have a basically perfect performance in that next set.
And the rounds are what settles it, in fact, after we've counted the sets. So they've got to basically win that 2-0.
Yeah.
We will get to that in a couple of days' time. Don't go anywhere. We will be back to you after this quick break to tell you what we've also got to look forward to. Our second day at the CFS 2022 Grand Finals is at an end. Remember, this is an 10-day tournament. We've got lots more group actions to look forward to before we get anywhere near the elimination stages. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and an entire $1.3 million prize pool to be given away to these teams as well. So a lot of action to come to you live here from Jeju Island. Make sure you join us for all the rest of it. Let's talk about tomorrow's games. We're going to be sticking with Groups A and B tomorrow. So our C group teams going to get a bit of a break from that. First off, we'll have Extensi Gaming, who lost yesterday in the opening match of the whole tournament to All Gamers, and they're going to be playing Celebi, who had a great performance earlier on, really dominant over TeamMyth, doing a 2-0 over them. Lazarus from Germany will be up in the second match of the day. They're currently on a one win, no losses, after they did a really strong performance against SGJ Gaming. They'll be playing Imperial, so two teams who've both got a win so far, although Imperials came across 3 maps, 2-1 for them, but that was that important win over Brazil, for Brazil over Q9. All Gamers, as I mentioned, big performance from them in the start of the tournament. We'll see them back again as they play TeamMyth, who lost to Celebi earlier on. So that is a big challenge for the Egyptian team. And then SGJ Gaming, I mentioned they lost to Lazarus. They've got to play Q9. That, again, is two teams who've both got a loss at the moment in Group B. Q9 having been beaten by Imperial earlier on today. SGJ are really going to have to show us the best of what they've got if they can think to beat one of the Chinese teams. Good day of games to come.
That second series, I think, is the highlight one for sure. Lazarus getting ready to go up against Imperial. Two teams that look incredibly strong. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, today's games were also quite heavily action-packed, but starting tomorrow, now that all teams have played games with each other, they know to watch the stress, develop the strategies to counter them, so tomorrow's games are going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think the second one definitely seems to be the highlight match. I think the first one could be the most even, actually.
Potentially, yeah.
I think Extensi versus Celebi, I think Extensi's going to be desperate to try to get a win, and they're going to be trying really hard. They are a super stubborn team, and as we know, Celebi is incredibly strong, so should be close, I would imagine, but the second one's certainly the highlight match for me as well.
So 4 more best of 3s to come to you tomorrow, so make sure you join us. We'll be live here, as I say, from the fascinating, beautiful Jeju Island. We'll be here with our incredible teams and this incredible production at the same time. So make sure you join us for that, 1 p.m. Chinese time, 2 p.m. local Korean time. You can figure it all out from there. From all of us here on the desk, from Valdez, Achilleos, from my man Bench, from ZZXQ and whoever the thin guy is. I'm Matt Sanderson, apparently. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night from us.